Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Super God Universe, Pirate Planet. Naval Headquarters, Marine Vondo. Navy Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp were staring at a screen in front of them that looked like a live broadcast room. At the top center of the live broadcast room, there was a line of words written, "Dowdy Live Broadcast Room." About a month ago, a light curtain called Myriad Races Live Broadcast Room suddenly appeared on various planets in the Super God universe. Anyone could. Wanzu Live Room. Open your own live room and broadcast everything on your planet to the universe. The powerful people of the pirate planet, through exploration, learned that the universe they live in is called the Super God universe. In the Super God universe, besides their own planet, there are countless other planets, inhabited by a wide variety of races. For example, a planet made up of ninjas, Ninja Planet. A planet populated by elves and humans, Pokemon Planet. Composed of death gods, Quincy's, Hollows and so on, Death God Planet. Some races have even developed into galactic civilizations. The most famous of these are the Styx civilization, led by the god of death Karl, and the angel civilization, led by Keisha, and the demon civilization led by Morgana. Shortly after the appearance of the 10,000 Races live broadcast room, Kessa and Morgana opened their own live broadcast rooms. Start promoting your own ideas in the live broadcast room. Although Death God Karl didn't open his own live broadcast room, his subordinate, Dowdy King Shi, did open a live broadcast room to promote the so-called concept of death. When the powerful pirates saw the warships of the Dowdy army that covered the sky and the sun, they suddenly felt cold all over. Calculations show that a single battleship is enough to destroy the pirate planet. Fortunately, the pirate planet's coordinates haven't been revealed. Otherwise, the pirate world would be doomed to destruction. The pirate world has not been exposed, but that doesn't mean other worlds have not been exposed. For example, the blue planet called Earth in Dowdy Live Room has revealed its coordinates. The Dowdy Army's space battleship has already passed through the Great Insect Bridge. After traveling across billions of light years, we arrived at the Chiwu Galaxy where the Earth is located. Zhongguo, this Earth is finished. The supreme ruler of the Styx civilization, the god of death, Karl, loves death. The Dowdy army will surely unleash a monstrous slaughter on Earth to please Karl. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's right. Earth's strength is simply not on the same order of magnitude as the Dowdy army. Fortunately, our ninja planet hasn't revealed its cosmic coordinates. Whitebeard, Gulala. Although I despise the Navy who are the lackeys of the celestial dragons, we still reached an agreement. The coordinates of the pirate planet must not be revealed. Kaido, you want to expose yourself, but do you have the coordinate information? Each of us only has a small piece of coordinate data. Ying Zheng, I have unified the 6 kingdoms and have mastered all the coordinate information. However, I also agree with Zhongguo's words. Until our Qin planet develops into a galactic civilization, the coordinates will never be revealed. Kassa, Xiaozheng, you might consider joining the Justice Order so you don't have to worry about the Dowdy army. Morgana, you're a bitch. Join us in the Fallen Order, where endless pleasure and endless decadence await. Just thinking about it is exciting. Ying Zheng, get out. As the Dowdy army is about to arrive on Earth, the powerful people from all races in the universe spontaneously enter the Dowdy live broadcast room to watch the Dowdy army's every move in real time. Just when everyone agreed that the Earth was beyond saving, a bold, blood-red announcement suddenly appeared in the center of all the live broadcast rooms. Foundation warning, Dowdy invasion may result in containment escape. Other civilizations, please leave the Chiwu system within 3 minutes, otherwise you will bear the consequences. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Foundation? Containment? What is this ghost? Just when everyone was puzzled, a video was automatically released, replacing the images from other live broadcast rooms and began playing. Earth, Tianhe City, Number 1 High School. Due to the invasion of the Dowdy, the entire school has been thrown into chaos. After all, with the destruction of the nation and the genocide imminent, who would still have the mood to attend class? Only in class 2 to 3, in the back row by the window, a young man in casual clothes rested his right hand on his forehead, quietly watching the fleeting fighter planes outside the window. Let the gentle breeze blow your bangs, giving people a sense of broken beauty. Zhang Chen is a time traveler. 18 years ago, a time traveler came to this world and became an orphan. Zhang Chen originally thought this world was just an ordinary one. But when he learned that the city he was in was Tianhe City, and that the daughter of a police family who adopted him was named Kylan, only then did he realize that he had traveled through a super god world. Fortunately, as a time traveler, he had been connected to a system called SCP fabrication system since the beginning of his journey. He could use the system to create SCP objects, then spread science to the entire universe to get rewards. But this system loads very slowly. It took a full 18 years before it was successfully loaded a month ago. It was also at the moment of successful loading that the Myriad Races live broadcast room descended upon the super god universe. Only then did he know about this super divine universe. It is slightly different from the anime I watched in my previous life. In this universe, there are not only Kessa, Morgana, Carl, these characters from super anime. And in the vast universe, there are many familiar worlds and characters from previous lives. It's a complete hodgepodge. After more than a month of preparation, Zhang Chen finally completed it with the help of the system. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen lightly snapped his fingers. A fist-sized sculpture appeared in his palm. This was Zhang Chen's masterpiece, a month's work, SCP-173, the statue. Go. Zhang Chen looked at the sculpture in his hand and said calmly, "Go fire the first shot of the foundation." After saying that, Zhang Chen flicked it lightly, and then SCP-173 disappeared between heaven and earth. Just as Zhang Chen released SCP-173, the video that Zhang Chen had prepared in advance began to play in the Wanzhou live room. As soon as the video started to light up, the narration began. Humanity in the Chiwu galaxy has been multiplying for 25,000 years, but only the last 4,000 years are meaningful. So, what have we been doing for nearly 25,000 years? We hid in the cave and sat around a small campfire. Fear of things we do not understand, the explanation of how the sun rises, the monsters with human heads and bird bodies, the living stones. So we call them gods and demons and ask for their forgiveness and pray for salvation. Along with the sound, the video showed some blurry images, which seemed to record the figures of ancient people. They hid in a dark and narrow cave, relying on a small campfire to reproduce. Some figures holding crutches, surrounded by a crowd, carved strange symbols on the stone wall. After that, their numbers decreased, while our numbers increased. When we have fewer and fewer things to fear, we begin to see the world more rationally. However, the number of unexplained things has not decreased. It's as if the universe is deliberately displaying absurdity and incomprehensibility. As the narration sounded again, the scene in the video also changed. The ancestors of Yan and Huang fought against the beasts, floods and other creatures, fighting, killing and suppressing them without hesitation, and established their own tribes and kingdoms in desperate situations. Gradually, civilization was nurtured, and one technology tree after another was lit up. Countless legends have been debunked, countless miracles have been interpreted, countless mysteries have been solved. It seems that everything can be explained by science. But there are still some strange things that cannot be interpreted. The vast majority of our ancestors chose to live in the sun, but a few chose to embrace darkness and fight against the weirdness in the unknown darkness. Just to protect the light. Humanity can no longer live in a world of absurdity and nonsense. Nothing can protect us. We must protect ourselves. While others live in the light of day, we must fight them in the shadows and keep them out of the public eye so that others can live in a sane, normal world. As the narration continues, the video screen splits in two. On the left is the life of human beings living in the light, bright, warm, and harmonious. On the right is the life of human beings hidden in the darkness, grotesque, absurd, bloody. In the light, humans play and enjoy life to their heart's content. In the darkness, countless warriors rush forward, one after another, charging into the unknown and strange without regrets. We control, we contain, we protect. We are the foundation. Then the text and images gradually disappeared, and then the totem logo of the foundation slowly emerged. The audience from various planets in the live broadcast room were all stunned after watching the video. Looking at the video screen, I don't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 2. After a brief shock, the comments in the live broadcast room began to refresh frantically, and countless powerful people from various planets began to enthusiastically discuss SCP Foundation. Zhangguo, this SCP Foundation is quite interesting. Looking at the introduction, its original purpose seems similar to our Navy's. Both are for the protection of civilians. Monkey D. Dragon, ugh. Sengoku, do you believe what you said? Protecting the civilians. That was done by our Revolutionary Army. The Navy was just protecting those celestial dragons. Danzo, rooted in darkness, protecting light. This SCP Foundation is similar to our roots. Kisame, to borrow the words of Mr. Long, do you believe it yourself? Ying Zheng, the SCP Foundation? Can it stop the Dowdy army from invading Earth? I admit that its philosophy is very similar to that of my Shadow Secret Guard. But I don't think a local organization like it can stop the Dowdy army. Luffy, Zheng Nii is right. Nami, the captain is right. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was frantically discussing whether the SCP Foundation could stop the Dowdy army from invading the Earth. The vast and distant Angel Nebula, in the Merlot heaven. Countless beautiful and slim angelic young ladies wearing silver wing miniskirts, holding flames in their hands, stood on both sides, looking respectfully at the figure on the throne. The Angel King Keisha sat leaning on the throne, giving people a slightly lazy feeling. It seemed that the sudden appearance of the SCP Foundation had not aroused her interest at all. But her slender fingers kept tapping the armrest, and her wings trembled slightly. It shows that her heart is not as calm as it seems on the surface. Your Majesty, please allow me to lead the Angel team to Earth. Angel Lang noticed the uneasiness in Keisha's heart, stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said to Keisha respectfully, this SCP Foundation, judging by the introduction in the video, is consistent with our justice order. We should help them eliminate those weird ones. Hearing this, the holy right-wing * Hickson echoed, that's right. And I'm worried Morgana will come to Earth to win over those weird people and make them join her demonic camp. That would be very disadvantageous to us. After hearing Lang and Hickson's words, Holy Keisha said in a slightly lazy voice, don't be so nervous. Yan has already arrived on Earth. I believe she will take care of everything. After all, Earth civilization is only in the nuclear age. It's not even an interstellar civilization. Its one indigenous organization is enough to fight against the weirdness. After saying that, Kassadin continued to lean lazily on the throne and continued to watch the live broadcast. For Keisha, who has a long and almost eternal life, the SCP Foundation and the weirdness that the Foundation talks about are just spice of life. Styx System, Death Song Academy. In a black castle shrouded in darkness and death, a young man in a black cloak watched a video from the SCP Foundation. Carl paused writing with his quill and muttered to himself, SCP Foundation? When did such an organization appear in the Chiwu Galaxy? As he spoke, a rare look of surprise flashed across his eyes, which were as calm and deep as the abyss. Liang Star, Liang Palace. Pan Zhen, I'm going to Earth. I'm almost getting moldy in this palace. On the throne, a girl in a golden yellow robe said excitedly, otherwise, the SCP Foundation and those super soldiers would definitely not be able to resist the Dowdy army. General Pan Zhen of Liang did not listen to the girl's words at all. Instead, he stood in the hall, watching the live broadcast, and muttered to himself, first, a daring monkey appeared, and then the SCP Foundation appeared. Earth, how many secrets are hidden? As he spoke, there seemed to be flames burning in Pan Zhen's eyes, which raised the temperature of the hall to an incredible level. Besides Holy Keisha, God of Death Karl, and Great General Pan Zhen of the Blazing Sunday. The powerful beings from countless planets in the Super God universe were all discussing the SCP Foundation. What kind of organization is this? Why have I never heard of it? Also, what are those weird things mentioned in the video? Of course, the most nervous are the major organizations on Earth. After all, with the Dowdy army's invasion imminent, Earth's survival is at stake. Then suddenly the SCP Foundation popped up? How can we not make them nervous? Although, from the introduction of the SCP Foundation in the video, it can be seen that the SCP Foundation is an organization built by a group of warriors who silently protect the Earth. But introduction is just introduction. But after understanding the full picture of the SCP Foundation, no one is sure what the SCP Foundation's position is. South China Sea Fleet, on board the Juxia. General Dokeo's face turned pale after watching the video. The impending invasion of the Dowdy army had already left him feeling overwhelmed. Now there's another SCP Foundation. What do we mean by we contain? We protect? We control? From the introduction in the video, we can learn that the so-called SCP Foundation has been secretly protecting the Earth for more than 20,000 years. How can this be? I have been on Earth for 3,000 or 4,000 years. With the technology of the Denner Galaxy, they have already scanned the Earth countless times. If the video wasn't lying, how could I not have discovered this so-called SCP Foundation? He was sure that the so-called SCP Foundation was not an indigenous organization on Earth at all. It must have been built by alien visitors from the future. At this moment, the screen in the major live broadcast rooms changed, and a live broadcast link named SCP Foundation appeared. When everyone entered the live broadcast room, they found a line of small blood-red words on it. Due to the Dowdy Legion's unauthorized entry into the Chaiwa star system, SCP-173 escaped from its containment facility. Although the Foundation is mobilizing personnel to contain the victim, the process will take at least 48 hours. To avoid unnecessary casualties. Therefore, the Foundation, after research, has decided, with special permission, to release information related to SCP-173 in the live broadcast room. As time went by, the writing gradually disappeared. In its place, a humanoid sculpture with a large, slightly odd head, resembling a small peanut, appears to be constructed of concrete and steel, with a few remaining black marks. Chapter 3. Peanut's image isn't particularly scary. It looks like some cement block. But no matter who you are, when you see the picture of SCP-173, they all felt a slight chill in their necks, and an uncontrollable shudder emerged from the depths of their souls. Luffy, why? When I saw SCP-173, I felt a chill in my neck. Ace, me too. Ash, this statue is so weird. My Pokemon is still the cutest. Kaido, this is what the Foundation calls weird? Something I could crush with my mace. It seems this SCP Foundation is the equivalent of the Moria Pirates. Mariah, Kaido, I took 2 of your maces. Perona, boss, stop talking. It's embarrassing. The moment the picture of Peanut appeared, the strong men from various planets in the live broadcast room felt an inexplicable chill. At the same time, a series of system prompts echoed in Zhang Chen's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 science points from Luffy on the pirate planet. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving 50 science points from Ash from Pokemon Planet. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Ding dong. Zhang Chen looked at the skyrocketing number of science points on the system panel, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. According to the system introduction, science points can not only be used in the system wall. Purchase bases, researchers, fighters, and other Foundation-related matters. It can also create imitations using related objects. Assign relevant attributes and restrictions to counterfeit products. For example, the properties of SCP-173 could be changed to, breaking the necks of enemies who hate them. Of course, this requires a lot of scientific knowledge. However, with the existence of the 10,000 Races live broadcast room, Zhang Chen believed that it wouldn't take long. They can create replicas of their contents. Just as Zhang Chen was delighted by the ever-increasing number of science popularization points, the SCP Foundation live room began to play the video that Zhang Chen had prepared in advance. In the video, lines of introduction slowly emerged next to Peanut's photo. Contained object: a statue that cannot be looked away from. Item number: SCP-173. Project registration Euclid. Description: SCP-173's origins are unknown. It is constructed of concrete and steel, with traces of Krillin spray paint. Strangely, its first appearance occurred before Krillin spray paint was introduced. Strange abilities: SCP-173 is known to move and is extremely hostile. However, it cannot move within its sight. Line of sight with SCP-173 must not be broken at any time. Otherwise, the neck will be broken at the base of the skull, or strangled. It is speculated to be conceptual and cannot be defended. Lines of explanatory text appeared, allowing the powerful people from various planets in the live broadcast room to have a more intuitive understanding of SCP-173 Peanut. When they saw the final introduction, it was speculated to be a conceptual machine that could not be defended. The chill in their necks became more and more obvious. Big Mom, ha 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 ha. This SCP-173 actually has a devil fruit ability. But it's a bit weak. Also, what is the concept level? Tornado, the so-called conceptual level means ignoring everything. Auntie, ha 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 ha. Tornado, why did you introduce the S-class hero Darkshine to me? That way I can give birth to powerful offspring. Tornado. Shirana, this SCP-173 actually possesses such incredible abilities. Putting aside the limitation of being unable to move within sight, this is no less powerful than a level 2 god. Ying Zheng, I've learned a lot today. Just as the group members were feeling a bit shaken by the introduction of SCP-173, the scene in the live broadcast room began to change, and SCP-173 appeared in a battleship floating in space. The sci-fi space battleship seems so out of place with SCP-173's body made of concrete and steel. Near SCP-173, dozens of dowdy soldiers in silver-white armor were brazenly on a shuttle, led by their commander, intending to attack Tianhe City. To declare, the dowdy army officially declares war on China. Tokyo, it actually appeared on the dowdy battleship. How did it get up there? Keisha, interesting. Wormhole teleportation or dark energy teleportation. Morgana, I'm determined to get this little gadget. Who's that? Bring me here. Tornado, even a battleship like this can be destroyed with just a light squeeze. In the live broadcast room, powerful people from various planets were discussing how SCP-173 appeared on the dowdy battleship, but the following scene stunned everyone. They stared at the live broadcast screen, with shocked expressions on their faces and fear in their eyes. In the live broadcast, the dowdy teams planning to attack Tianhe City didn't notice or pay attention to the sudden appearance of the statue. They instinctively thought that the statue should appear here. They were still under the leadership of their commander, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Tianhe City. Available in the next second. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, SCP-173 appeared behind the rearmost Dowdy team as if by teleportation, and then extended an arm made of concrete and steel bars. He gently twisted the Dowdy warrior's neck and broke it. During this process, the silver-white armor on their bodies, which was enough to withstand ordinary artillery bombardments, did not provide any protection at all. Urza, this movement speed is terrifying. I didn't even see how he moved. Could it be teleportation? Whitebeard, according to the Dowdy King Shi, this armor is enough to withstand a blow from an ordinary vice-admiral. It surprisingly has no defense against SCP-173's attacks. Brook, I don't know if I can block it. But I already have no neck. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Zai, I don't know if 100,000 volts will have any effect on it. Pikachu, Pika Pika. In the live broadcast, SCP-173 followed the team of Dowdy soldiers like a ghost, twisting its neck continuously at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The speed is so fast that it is beyond explanation. And during this process, even though the armor was twisted to the point of being electrified, strangely enough, not even a single sound was made. With just one breath of skill, SCP-173 defeated the Dowdy team of dozens of people, leaving only the commander in the front. He unconsciously turned around and was shocked to find a slightly ugly statue staring straight at him, its small hands without fists. It was stuck at the neck, and behind him were dozens of corpses lying in the corridor. Without exception, their necks were all broken, and sparks were constantly emanating from the armor around their necks. When his gaze fell on SCP-173, the sound reappeared in the originally silent environment. Surprising. It's so weird that it makes your scalp tingle. You? Dowdy Commander asked subconsciously, but in the process, he blinked. Then he discovered with horror the strange statue in front of him. It has disappeared in front of me. Then he felt his vision begin to move backwards, and then his vision went dark, completely plunging into darkness. After destroying this Dowdy team, SCP-173 then moved at an extremely fast speed along the battleship corridor, heading not far away. This is extremely weird. The powerful people from various planets in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Drops of cold sweat oozed from their foreheads not far away and fell to the ground. At this moment, they realized that they had seriously underestimated SCP-173. If they fight alone, no more than 5 of the people present can win with certainty. Zhang Chen looked at the barrage and thought, 5? Don't be ignorant. Not even 1. Chapter 4. Angel Nebula, Mellow Celestial Court, and Keisha reclined on the throne, watching the live broadcast. The pupils in their eyes suddenly disappeared, staring intently at SCP-173, which was slaughtering the Dowdy army. Seeing this, the angels under the throne understood that SCP-173 had attracted Kassa's attention. Their king is reading the data from SCP-173. Trying to read SCP-173's data, unable to read, unable to analyze. Calling the computing power of the Mellow Heavenly Court, continuing to read. Warning, unable to read. Calling the calculation of the holy weaponry. Warning, unable to read. Warning, reading exceeds the computing capacity limit. Warn. Kassa listened to the warning voices ringing in his mind, and his white forehead twisted into the shape of the Chinese character for the first time since he defeated the scum King Huayat. Kassa knew that SCP-173 was special, but she never imagined that even if she mobilized the maximum computing power of the Angel Nebula, it is also impossible to read any data from SCP-173. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. After many unsuccessful attempts, Kassa had to settle for the next best thing and began trying to read the data of the SCP Foundation. The result was not what she expected. In addition to the data released in the live broadcast room, she didn't read any of the other information. Finally, she called upon the computing power of the Mellow Celestial Court to read the information of the Earth for analysis, trying to find clues. But still no information was found. Your Majesty, have you read the data from SCP-173? What the hell is this thing? It's so easy to slaughter an entire Dowdy team. This fighting power is enough to destroy a planet with a rudimentary civilization. Things like this that only know how to kill must be destroyed. After Queen Keisha's dark pupils reappeared, the angel lady under the throne began to talk about her thoughts. Queen Keisha shook her head upon hearing this, then said, I haven't read the data on SCP-173. It's not in the database of the known universe. Having said this, Queen Keisha paused, then continued, and I read the data of the Earth and used the Mellow Celestial Court to analyze it. No trace of the Foundation has been found. It's like it never existed. Hearing Queen Keisha's words, all the angels present, including Lang and Hickson, were stunned. They could never have imagined that Queen Keisha was using. Without Luo Tianting's computing power, it would be impossible to read any clues about SCP-173 and the Foundation. It was indeed beyond their understanding. Just when everyone was confused, Queen Keisha had already contacted Yan, who had arrived on Earth in advance, through dark energy communication. Yan, I have a mission for you. Queen, please speak. After hearing Angel Yan's response, Queen Keisha briefly recounted her attempt to read SCP-173 and the Foundation's affairs. He ordered, I have a feeling this SCP-173 is crucial to the future of our angels. You are to proceed immediately to the Dowdy battleship where SCP-173 is located. Collect relevant data. Queen Keisha paused for a moment before continuing, it would be best if we could bring it back to Mellow Heaven. If you can't wait a while, you must destroy it before Morgana does. We must not let it fall into Morgana's hands. Understand? After hearing the rumors about Queen Kassa, Yan, who was on the top floor of Angel International building overlooking the Earth, nodded and said he understood. Immediately pass through the micro-wormhole, leave the Earth, and head straight for the Dowdy battleship where SCP-173 is. At the same time, in the void outside the Earth, a demon warship was hidden. Morgana, with wings on her back and wearing a black leather jacket, was pacing back and forth in the hall under the astonished gazes of her subordinates. I can't even read the data of SCP-173 or that damn Foundation. By Chi. Morgana paced back and forth while cursing, who is that? Achuo. Bring SCP-173 back to me. I'm going to use SCP-173 to tear that bitch Kessa's head off. Go. After hearing Morgana's order, Achuo saluted respectfully and wanted to leave to carry out the order. But at this moment, the figure of Angel Yan appeared on the live broadcast screen. The moment Morgana saw Angel Yan, she stopped Achuo who was about to carry out her orders, since someone is leading the charge for us. Then we won't be in a hurry. Let Angel Yan, that little bitch, test SCP-173 first. Let's see if it really possesses the conceptual neck-snapping ability the Foundation claims. After hearing Morgana's words, Achuo stopped leaving, stood back in the hall, and began to watch the live broadcast silently. At this moment, on the Dowdy battleship, the space rippled like water waves, and then a graceful figure walked out slowly from it. It was Angel Yan, wearing the Angel's iconic miniskirt and silver armor, holding a flaming blade. The moment she appeared in the battleship, she used her powerful dark matter computing ability to invade the battleship's operating system and obtained control of the battleship. Then he checked everything inside the battleship through the surveillance. After checking the casualties on the armor, even with Angel Yan's willpower, a look of shock appeared on his face. In just a few minutes, most of the Dowdy soldiers on the warship had been wiped out. In the surveillance footage, the corridors of the battleship were filled with the corpses of Dowdy warriors. And the way they died, without exception, was that their necks were twisted into a knot. Not only the most common Dowdy armor, but even armor that could withstand a nuclear explosion. It did not provide any protection and was twisted and deformed by SCP-173 and the Dowdy warriors inside. Could it really be a conceptual level neck twisting skill? The more Angel Yan watched the surveillance video, the more unbelievable it became. The Earth has clearly only just entered nuclear civilization. Even those black-armored warriors who have awakened their super genes cannot slaughter an entire warship of Dowdy warriors so easily. And in such a weird way. Even myself. Although slaughtering an entire ship of Dowdy warriors is not a difficult task. But it is not possible to kill these Dowdy warriors by twisting their necks. At this moment, Angel Yan discovered through surveillance that SCP-173 had appeared at the corner of the corridor in front of him at some point. Why was it discovered through monitoring? Logically speaking, after upgrading to the third generation of the Divine Body, Angel Yan's perception ability has greatly increased. Not to mention the surrounding grass and trees, even the smallest particle fluctuations can be detected. She knows it all. But she subconsciously ignored SCP-173 that was rushing towards her. It's not that I didn't notice. But she subconsciously ignored the existence of SCP-173, which made Angel Yan's alarm bells ring. At the same time, as SCP-173 approaches Angel Yan, her figure also appears in the Foundation live room. Luffy, Angel Sister, run! Be careful with this statue, it will twist its neck. Danzo, finally, a high-end combat force has appeared to test SCP-173's combat capabilities. Sakata Jintoki, can we place a bet? I'm betting on Angel-chan to win. Jin-san, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Luffy, do you want to eat meat? Jianzi, this statue is scarier than those evil spirits. Chapter 5. In the live broadcast room, powerful people from various planets were reminding Angel Yan to be careful of SCP-173. But Angel Yan couldn't pay any attention to the comments in the live broadcast room. Because she found that she had to concentrate all her energy to increase the computing power of her third-generation divine body to the highest level. Only then can you become aware of SCP-173's existence. As long as you relax a little, you will subconsciously ignore SCP-173. Even though it was clearly right in front of him, even though it was staring at him with those strange stone eyes, even though he knew that if he blinked, it would break his neck. But as long as you don't concentrate all your attention, you will ignore its existence. This extremely strange feeling was the first time even for Angel Yan, who had a lifespan of nearly 7,000 years, had encountered it. It made her extremely uncomfortable. When Angel Yan realized that he had to mobilize all his computing power to barely be able to ignore SCP-173, he decided to request remote assistance from Mellow Heaven. Trying to contact Queen Kassadin. Establishing dark matter communication. Warning: dark matter communication is being interfered with by an unknown energy source. Warning: dark matter communication cannot be connected. Beginning to analyze unknown energy. Warning: unable to analyze. Continue to try to analyze. Warning: unknown energy does not exist in the known universe database. As Angel Yan attempted to establish a dark data communication with Queen Keisha, a series of alarms echoed through her mind like a tide. This guy actually blocked dark energy communications? This. After hearing the endless warnings in her mind, Angel Yan's extremely beautiful face finally showed a look of shock. You know, dark energy is a communication channel built based on dark data. Even the angel civilization can only communicate over long distances through Queen Keisha, who possesses a 4th-generation divine body, as an information relay station. But now a statue made of concrete and structure can forcibly block dark energy communications. This is too unbelievable. Since SCP-173 can block dark energy communications, does that mean that as long as it is placed next to Queen Keisha, all the warriors of the entire angel civilization, they will not be able to connect with Queen Keisha? By then, all angel warriors will not be able to access the treasure house of sacred knowledge in time or obtain authorization for god-killing weapons, let alone launch the divine judgment. Without the treasure trove of sacred knowledge and god-killing weapons, the angel warrior's combat power is equivalent to that of an ordinary divine body. The combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. The reason why angel warriors can roam the universe and even suppress demonic civilizations is largely due to their dark energy communication, which allows them to obtain the treasure trove of sacred knowledge and authorization for god-killing weapons in a timely manner. SCP-173 must be destroyed. We must not let it fall into Morgana's hands, otherwise in the next war between angels and demons, even if the angel civilization wins, it will pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Angel Yan summoned his flaming blade in front of the stunned eyes of the live broadcast audience. Then, without hesitation, he attacked SCP-173. Launched a god-killing strike, Judgment of Fire. If ordinary angel warriors want to launch a god-killing attack, they need to obtain authorization from Queen Keisha through dark energy communication before they can launch the attack. But Angel Yan is Keisha's sacred left wing. His authority is second only to that of the Angel Queen Keisha and the Space King Hexi. Naturally, he has the right to launch a god-killing attack without asking for permission. Of course, under normal circumstances, Angel Yan would also report to Queen Keisha when launching a god-killing attack. But now that the dark energy communication has been intercepted, she can only launch it without asking for permission. As Angel Yan's mind moved, the flaming blade in her hand suddenly burst into a ball of orange-red flames, and then a terrifying high temperature surged in all directions. The sci-fi corridor of the Dowdy battleship melted as quickly as a candle the moment it came into contact with the orange-red flame. At such high temperatures, SCP-173, made of concrete and steel, should have melted immediately. However, not only did SCP-173 not melt, even the Krillin spray paint on his body was not affected at all. Seeing this, the fear in Angel Yan's eyes became more intense, and then he began to mobilize the maximum energy to inject into the flaming blade. Fortunately, the characteristic of SCP-173 is that it cannot move in direct sight. This gave Angel Yan enough time to prepare. God-killing strike, Judgment of Fire preparation progress 10%. 40%. 90%. Ready complete. Target locked, SCP-173. Should we launch a strike? Hearing the mechanical prompt in her mind, Angel Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed. He raised the flaming blade in his hand high, an unprecedented fighting spirit emerged in his eyes, and then he slashed towards SCP-173 not far away. As Angel Yan moved, a beam of orange-red flames, over 100 meters long, fiercely slashed at SCP-173's slightly thin body, which looked like a small peanut. Wherever the blazing flames passed, Dowdy's rock-solid warship instantly disappeared and turned into dust. SCP-173's body was also directly engulfed by the fiery judgment. The moment Judgment of Flame came into contact with SCP-173, aftermath spread out in all directions like ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, everything turned to dust. Even an asteroid in the distance exploded after being hit by the ripples. The violent orange-red flame ripples made Angel Yan's golden hair dance wildly, making her look like a god of war from ancient mythology. And the place where SCP-173 was located was empty. The powerful figures from various planets in the live broadcast room were filled with shock after seeing this scene. There was no way to deal with the power of this god-killing flame judgment. It's beyond their understanding. Even if they are confident, they dare not pat their chests and say that they can withstand this blow. Zhangguo, is this the fighting power of an angel? This strike is enough to sever the Red Earth continent. This is a good thing we didn't reveal the world coordinates. Garp, don't worry. The righteous order of the angel civilization will not attack the Red Earth continent. Whitebeard, that's right. The angel warriors won't attack the Red Earth continent. But those celestial dragons, that's not certain. Zai, sister is so beautiful. The power of this attack is comparable to that of a first-level god. When will I be able to possess such a powerful Pokemon? Zioxia, you should win a championship first. Zai. Jianzi, if I had such power, I would say every day, I can see. Aizen Kakarot, SCP-173 should be destroyed. I don't think any living creature could have survived this attack. Of course, whether SCP-173 is a living creature or not is still debatable. Hinamori Momo, the captain is right. Not only the strong ones from other indigenous planets, but also the Angel Yan launched the god-killing flame judgment, the death god Karl of the Styx galaxy, Morgana of the Demon Castle, Hwaya of the Desolate Galaxy. As well as Angel Galaxy's Keisha and Giant Canyon's Tokyo, they all stared at the screen in the live broadcast room. They all knew the power of the god-killing flame judgment. You can say that? It's not that there aren't some powerful beings in the entire universe who can withstand the god-killing fiery judgment, but there are definitely no more than 100 of them. Such a powerful god-killing attack. Now it is used on a sculpture made of concrete and steel. This can no longer be described as using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes, but rather as using antimatter bombs to kill mosquitoes. However, after witnessing SCP-173's extremely strange abilities, no one thought that Angel Yan was making a big deal out of nothing. On the contrary, everyone was worried. I prayed silently in my heart that SCP-173 would be reduced to ashes under this god-killing fiery judgment. After all, if such a blow cannot harm SCP-173, the consequences will be serious. Good thing. When the flames subsided, there was nothing but emptiness in the area where SCP-173 had been. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just when everyone thought SCP-173 had been reduced to ashes, the next scene in the live broadcast room made everyone's scalp tingle and cold sweats flow. Chapter 6. Just as the powerful people from various planets in the live broadcast room were marveling at Angel Yan's amazing fighting power, SCP-173, which had already disappeared without a trace under the god-killing level flame judgment. Unknown when, he had appeared behind Angel Yan, and then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, he stretched out his arms made of concrete and steel. Place it on Angel Yan's slender and white neck. With Angel Yan's third-generation divine body's perception, even a being in a fourth-generation body standing at the pinnacle of the super-god universe couldn't possibly appear behind her without making a sound. But SCP-137 did it without any reason. Even though it had already placed its arm around Angel Yan's neck, Angel Yan remained completely unaware. He still held the sharp blade shrouded in orange flames. He stood in the void like a god of war, staring intently at the space in front of him that turned into nothingness under the judgment of the god-killing flames. Searching for the remains of SCP-173. Angel Yan intends to bring the remains of SCP-173 back to the Mellow Celestial Palace and hand them over to Tianji Wang Hexi for research. Once they can find a way to block dark energy communications, they can use it. The combat effectiveness of the Angel civilization will inevitably be greatly improved. Of course, even if we can't figure it out, we can't leave the wreckage to that bitch Morgana either. Otherwise, if Morgana used the wreckage to research something, then the Angel civilization would be in danger. While Angel Yan was still trying to find the remains of SCP-173, in the Angel Nebula Mellow Heaven, Holy Keisha, who was originally leaning lazily on the throne. Through the live broadcast screen, we can see that SCP-173 has come behind Angel Yan through unknown means and placed its hands on Angel Yan's neck. He immediately put away his arrogant attitude, as if he didn't care about anything. He jumped up from the throne. Then the black pupils in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his silver-white pupils stared at the live broadcast screen intently, while trying to use dark energy communication to remind Angel Yan. Attempting to establish dark energy communication with the Holy Left-Wing * Yan. Warning. Due to the influence of unknown energy, the dark energy communication channel cannot be connected. When Keisha heard the warning in her mind, a hint of anxiety flashed across her silver eyes. Then use your own authority directly. Turn on the maximum computing power and try to rebuild dark energy communication. Calling upon the computing power of the mellow celestial court, calling upon the sacred treasure house of knowledge, calling upon the computing power of Skyblade number 7. Trying again to establish dark energy communication with the holy left wing * Yan. Warning, computing capacity has reached its limit. Warning, due to unknown energy interference. Communication channel cannot be established. Warning, computing capacity has reached its limit. Warn. As Keisha tried again, a series of warnings echoed continuously in the mind of Holy Keisha, which made Keisha's expression more solemn. After many unsuccessful attempts, Holy Keisha chose to give up. In addition, she also understood why Angel Yan was so decisive in launching the god-killing flame judgment against SCP-173. Because apart from anything else, SCP-173's strange ability to monopolize dark energy communications alone would pose a huge threat to Angel civilization if it fell into the hands of his good sister Morgana. Wrong. Why did I realize that the connection between Angel Yan and myself was arbitrarily taken over by SCP-173? Ever since he upgraded to the 4th generation divine body with the help of Tianji Wang Hexi and possessed a sacred body, he has been constantly connected to all the angel warriors in the universe. Use the sacred knowledge treasury and god-killing level authority to help them fight at the right time. It stands to reason. If any angel warrior loses connection, he will be the first to notice it. And as Angel Yan is the holy left wing, he pays special attention to the connection with himself. But the strange thing is that he was completely unaware of it. Weird. It's too weird. No, I have to go and see it myself. Thinking of this, Holy Keisha said to the angels Lang and Hickson below, "Come with me to Earth. Go and bring back Yan and that weird SCP-173. After saying that, Holy Keisha raised her leg and took a small step forward, and then a dark energy channel appeared in the void, and then Holy Keisha stepped into it. Upon seeing this, Angels Lang and Hickson looked at each other, then held the flaming blades, followed Holy Keisha, entered the dark energy channel, and headed straight for the Earth. Just as Holy Keisha, along with the Angels Lang and Hickson and a group of battle angels, headed straight for Earth, the powerful beings from various indigenous planets in the live broadcast room. When he saw SCP-173 appear behind Angel Yan, he was stunned at first, and then began to frantically post comments in the live broadcast room. Trying to remind Angel Yan, who is still searching for the wreckage of SCP-173. Luffy, Angel Sister, stop looking. SCP-173 is right behind us. Run. Kaido, even the god-killing judgment of fire couldn't withstand it. And yet, I couldn't even destroy SCP-173. What the hell is this thing? Is it indestructible, or can it reconstruct instantly? Jianzi, SCP-173, gives me the same feeling as those evil spirits who ask me all day long, can you see it? Tornado, I don't know if my telekinesis can destroy SCP-173. Ying Zheng, fortunately, there are no containment objects on our planet. Otherwise, my great Qin Empire would be in danger. Naruto, run! Angel Sister. As everyone in the live broadcast room reminded Angel Yan to run away, Angel Yan finally realized that something was amiss. Although she had not noticed the existence of SCP-173. But her 7,000 years of fighting instinct gave her an inexplicable sense of danger. As she was searching for the remains of SCP-173, she felt a chill coming from behind her, and a tremor from the depths of her soul. Angel Yan felt like a disaster was about to happen. Oh no! SCP-173 is behind me. When Angel Yan realized this, he couldn't fight anymore, so he swung the flaming blade in his hand backwards, and then flapped his wings. Her curvy figure, accentuated by her angelic silver miniskirt, rushed forward, trying to create distance between herself and SCP-173. Angel Yan's reaction was quick. But it was too late. Crack! Angel Yan was only halfway through her movement when SCP-173 activated its neck-twisting skill. Following SCP-173's movement, a crisp sound of broken bones could be heard. It resounded in the live broadcast room, and then Angel Yan's body instantly collapsed. The flaming blade in his hand also fell off, drifting aimlessly in the void of the universe. From time to time, it collided with the wreckage of the Dowdy warship. Then change your movement trajectory. The powerful people from different indigenous planets in the live broadcast room were all staring at the scene in front of them in amazement, with their mouths slightly open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Luffy's jaw dropped to the floor in shock, Kaido poked the wine gourd into his nose, and Naruto choked on his ramen, which sprayed out of his nostrils. Angel Yan's fighting ability is obvious to all. That being is able to reduce a Dowdy battleship to dust with just one strike. In addition, according to the popular science information in the Angel's live broadcast room, this Angel Yan has been upgraded to the third generation of Divine Body. The third generation Divine Body can ignore most attacks in the universe. Even nuclear weapons cannot hurt Angel Yan. But even Angel Yan, who possessed such a powerful Divine Body, was defeated by a slightly funny statue made of concrete and steel bars that looked like a small peanut. His neck was broken. During this process, Angel Yan was completely unable to resist. SCP-173 simply turned its arm slightly to complete the killing blow. It really exceeded everyone's expectations. If it weren't for the footage in the live broadcast, they would never have believed that one of the highest combat forces of the Angel civilization, Holy Left Wing * Yan, had disappeared so quietly. Killed by SCP-173. This is too unbelievable. Is this the horror of a containment? It disregards everything. As long as you break its rules, it doesn't care who you are, how powerful you are, or how many generations of bodies you have. Kill them all with one strike. At this moment, all the strong men who saw this scene, without exception, felt a sense of terror bursting out from the depths of their souls. They couldn't help but tremble all over and sweat. His body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. There was no way around it. The abilities displayed by SCP-173 were simply too bizarre. It withstood a god-killing level fiery judgment unscathed, and then killed Angel Yan with a single strike. Who wouldn't be terrified by this? Chapter 7. Just as the powerful natives from various worlds in the live broadcast room were stunned by SCP-173's extraordinary performance, in the Void Passage, Holy Keisha and a group of angel warriors were so shocked when they saw Yan's neck being broken by SCP-173 on the live broadcast. No one knows better than them how terrifying Angel Yan's fighting ability is. Angel Yan had participated in 3 wars between angels and demons, and had killed over 1,000 powerful demons. Yet, he had his neck snapped so easily by SCP-173. After the shock, all the angel warriors' eyes were filled with deep sorrow and anger. Yan had a very high prestige among the angel warriors and usually took good care of them. But now he died inexplicably at the hands of SCP-173. How does this not make them angry? Even Angel Ling, who had some complaints about Angel Yan serving as the Holy Left Wing, couldn't help but tighten his grip on the flaming sword in his hand. I silently swore in my heart that I must destroy SCP-173 to avenge Angel Yan. Even Holy Keisha, whose expression had remained calm for thousands of years, showed a slight change. Then, she combined her own computing power with that of Mellow Celestial Cord and Skyblade 7. Push yourself to the limit, just to reach Angel Yan as soon as possible. In the Demon Castle. Angel Yan, this bitch is dead. Morgana, wearing a black leather jacket and with devil wings on her back, saw SCP-173 easily breaking Angel Yan's neck. I couldn't help but pace around the demon hall, saying in a surprised tone, "What the hell is this SCP-173? Not only did he withstand the god-killing level of fiery judgment without a scratch, he even killed that bitch Angel Yan in seconds. This. As the Demon King, Morgana rarely gets surprised by anything in the super god universe. However, the strange SCP-173 and the Foundation, which she could not find any clues about, repeatedly impacted her spirit, causing her to breaking through defense several times in a row. Queen, do you require me to bring SCP-173 back to you? The demon Achuo, who was standing in the hall, saw Morgana pacing back and forth and couldn't help but say, according to the Foundation, just looking directly at SCP-173 will make it unable to move. Just give me a demon squad and I promise to bring it back. Morgana heard what Achuo said, waved her hand and said, no need. What I am most worried about right now is not SCP-173. It's the Foundation that can contain this damn SCP-173. I don't believe that hypocritical bitch Keisha can swallow this. Let her test that so-called Foundation for us. We just sit back and reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Achuo and other demons echoed, the Queen is wise. Then he turned his attention back to the live broadcast room. The Great Canyon. Tokyo looked at the live broadcast of the lifeless Angel Yan lying quietly in space. After a brief moment of distraction, he asked the adjutant beside him. Have you found any information about the Foundation? Upon hearing this, the adjutant said with a hint of helplessness, no one has applied for the position of chief. Not only have we found no trace of it on Earth, we haven't even found it in the Denner database. After hearing the adjutant's words, Tokyo couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Can't find any clues at all? This Foundation is so well hidden. This also indirectly proves that the Foundation is powerful. If it weren't for the invasion of the Dowdy civilization, the accident would have caused. The Foundation's containment was breached. I'm afraid they still won't show up, but choose to continue hiding in the darkness, silently guarding the peace of mankind. A headache. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 15,000 science points from Holy Keisha. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 science points from Morgana. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving 20,000 science popularization points from the god of death Karl. Ding dong. As SCP-173 twisted Angel Yan's neck, the endless system prompts kept echoing in Zhang Chen's mind, which made Zhang Chen's mouth curl up into a charming smile. As for the Angel Yan killed by SCP-173, Zhang Chen said that if he was killed, then he was killed. The Foundation's philosophy is, we control, we contain, we protect. Any existence that threatens humanity is the object of the Foundation's containment. Angel Yan entered Earth without permission, although he did not enter China. But it has already posed a threat to humans. Even if SCP-173 didn't kill her, it would still contain her if she dared to harm any human being. The Earth belongs to the people of Earth. Instead of those who rely on their own strength to intrude into the Earth without permission. Once his Foundation is initially established, he will take in all the gods, demons, super soldiers, who are doing evil on Earth. What the hell? You really don't take China seriously. Sooner or later, I will make you realize that when facing China, no matter who you are, you must lower your proud head. If you are a dragon, coil up under me, if you are a tiger, lie flat on my back. Otherwise, they will all be taken in. Warning, warning, detecting damage to the third-generation body, attempting to repair, due to unknown energy, the divine body data is damaged. Try to patch it. Warning, unknown energy, preventing data from being repaired. Repaired data cannot be restored. Trying, to download backup data from the Dark Universe. Warning. The Dark Universe data has been damaged by unknown energy. Unable to download. Warning. Because the data of the third-generation divine body cannot be obtained, the divine body cannot be repaired. Life begins to slip away. 80%, 50%, 30%, completely lost. Angel Yan, whose neck was twisted by SCP-173, lay quietly in space. A series of mechanical warning sounds kept ringing in her mind. As her life continued to slip away, her consciousness became increasingly blurred. Is it over? I never thought that my angel Yangui, the sacred left wing of Queen Keisha, did not die in the war with the devil, but was killed by a sculpture made of concrete and steel. What an irony! Concept-level neck-twisting skill, really UG. Not only did he easily break his third-generation body, but he also broke the repair data of the third-generation body. Even the backup data in the dark universe was broken. Concept level is concept level, it is unreasonably powerful. Thinking of this, Angel Yan gathered his remaining energy and tried to combine his life experience and the data he had collected on SCP-173. Uploaded into the treasury of sacred knowledge. This is something every angel chooses to do before dying, in order to keep their story alive and to help other comrades understand the enemy who killed them. But just when Angel Yan was about to upload his data, the mechanical prompt sounded again. Warning! Due to an unknown energy block. Unable to connect to the sacred knowledge treasure house. Unable to upload any data. Try to connect again. Warning, insufficient energy, cannot try. Angel Yan heard the mechanical warning in his mind and couldn't help but sigh, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Before his consciousness completely fell into darkness, Angel Yan saw out of the corner of his eye that a void passage suddenly appeared not far away, and then a figure in golden armor. Leading a group of angel warriors, he walked out of the void passage and rushed towards his location. Queen, go! Seeing this, Angel Yan moved her lips slightly, wanting to remind Holy Keisha to leave quickly, but before she could issue any warning, she could no longer hold on. I completely lost consciousness and fell into darkness. Chapter 8. The powerful people from the indigenous planet in the live broadcast room all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Casa leading the angel team to arrive. No way! That's Holy Keisha! She stands at the pinnacle of the super-divine universe. The angelic civilization she leads is a dominant civilization in the universe. Only the Styx and demonic civilizations can rival her. Kaido, Keisha is here. Now we can finally put an end to this strange SCP-173. Monster King Orakai, although I don't agree with Keisha's justice order, I have to admit that Keisha's strength is unquestionable. Tornado, the Monster King is beating the snake. If you have the guts, don't hide your head and show your tail. Come and fight me in a one-on-one duel. Zai, Sister Keisha, can you save Sister Yan? Zioxia, of course. With Sister Keisha's strength, it's no problem. Whitebeard, I'm afraid that won't work. Even if Holy Keisha is powerful, she can't bring the dead back to life. Naruto, I firmly believe it is possible. If possible, I also want to resurrect my parents. Tsunade, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru, that's right. Just as the powerful people from the indigenous planet in the live broadcast room were excited about the arrival of Holy Keisha had already walked to the body of Angel Yan. I have implanted a void engine in you. Holy Keisha looked at Angel Yan's corpse, a hint of surprise flashed across her calm eyes, and then she muttered to herself, even if the body is completely destroyed, it should be possible to resurrect. Let me see what is preventing the void engine from starting. As she spoke, the pupils in Holy Keisha's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a silver-white color emitting a soft light. When Angels Lang and Hickson heard this, they couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of anticipation. They are looking forward to Queen Keisha resurrecting Yan. At the same time, as angels with rich combat experience, they also did not forget their realm. According to the tactics formulated before coming, many angel warriors surround SCP-173 and stare at SCP-173 intently, to prevent it from suddenly attacking and killing people again after it is out of sight. Inspecting Angel Yan's divine body. The physical body's neck is shattered. The divine body's neck data is shattered. The Dark Universe backup neck data is shattered. The Void Engine's neck data is broken, so it cannot be started. The Sacred Knowledge Treasury. The backed up Void Engine neck data is shattered. Unable to download and restore. Trying to restore, Void Engine data, restoration completed. Warning. The Void Engine's neck data is shattered, and cannot be restored. Warn. Holy Keisha listened to the mechanical prompts ringing in her mind and was stunned for a moment. The reason why she dared to send Angel Yan to the earth where Morgana was hiding was because it was because of the Void Engine that he and Tianji Wang Hexi were researching. The Void Engine is not only the key to upgrading the 4th generation divine body, but also has the ability to allow angels to be resurrected once. Because when the Void Engine is started, it will automatically overwrite the data of the original divine body. It also absorbs energy from the Dark Universe, and then uses this energy to repair the originally broken body during the process of upgrading the divine body. This way, even if Angel Yan falls, that can also be resurrected. I can also take advantage of this time to lead the army of angels to provide support. But she could never have imagined it. Angel Yan did not die at the hands of Morgana, but was killed by a statue made of concrete and steel bars, whose neck was twisted. And while twisting the neck of the flesh, he also broke the data of the 3 generations of divine bodies, the Dark Universe data backup, the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House backup, and the data at the neck of the Void Engine. Is this the power of the conceptual level neck twisting skill? It's too incredible. Finally, after many attempts, Holy Keisha had to admit that the existing technical means could no longer resurrect Angel Yan. This man who had accompanied her for 7,000 years, participated in 3 wars between angels and demons, was the thunder god of war, and the holy left-wing * Yan, has completely fallen. Thinking of this, Holy Keisha flew to the body of Angel Yan, gently picked up her body, and whispered, "Yan, you have worked hard for these 7,000 years. Have a good rest. The universe will always remember your contribution to justice." As she spoke, Holy Keisha gently smoothed Angel Yan's eyes that were still open in death. After hearing what Holy Kassa said, the angels Leng and Hickson who followed Holy Kassa disappeared, the only hope in their hearts. They had to admit that Sister Yan was completely dead, never to be resurrected again. Such a result was hard for them to accept for a while. If the Holy Keisha was not right in front of them, they would have wondered if they were dreaming. As the Holy Left Wing, Angel Yan is an existence whose combat power stands at the pinnacle of the super god universe. He actually fell like this. There was no earth-shattering battle, no perfect calculation, and no involvement of other gods. It was just SCP-173, a statue made of concrete and steel. He just twisted his neck lightly and died. This. How to make them accept it? As battle angels, they had long been prepared to sacrifice themselves for justice. However, such a cowardly death made them feel that it was not worth it for Angel Yan. After a brief silence, Angels Leng and Hickson only felt a deep hatred bursting out from the depths of their souls. They swore, they must avenge Angel Yan. SCP-173 must be destroyed by any means necessary. If a single god-killing flame judgment couldn't destroy SCP-173, then they would unleash it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. They didn't believe SCP-173 could withstand god-killing judgments indefinitely. If the god-killing judgment doesn't work, then launch the Skyblade judgment. Thinking of this, the angels Leng and Hickson, with the tacit consent of Holy Keisha, flew to SCP-173 and led a group of angel warriors to launch a god-killing level fiery judgment on SCP-173. But a strange scene appeared, except for the holy right-wing * Hickson who had obtained the authority. Other angels including Leng. Without exception, they all received a mechanical prompt in their heads, unable to establish communication with Holy Keisha. Attempting to analyze the problem. Unable to analyze. Unable to connect with the treasure house of divine knowledge. Unable to establish communication. Try again. Unable to establish. Angel civilization's highest warning. Holy Keisha is suspected of falling. Angel civilization highest warning. All the angels were stunned when they heard the mechanical prompt in their minds. They looked in astonishment at the expressionless Holy Keisha who was holding the body of Angel Yan not far away. Even with the willpower of a fighting angel, she was stunned on the spot. Their queen, Holy Keisha, is right before their eyes. They couldn't establish communication with her. And the mechanical prompt sound also issued the highest warning, Holy Keisha is suspected of falling. What exactly is going on? What they don't know is that it's not just them. When Holy Keisha appears beside SCP-173, the super god gathers all the angel warriors in the universe. They have all lost the ability to communicate with Holy Keisha. As long as they tried to establish communication, they would receive the highest warning. If they hadn't been able to see from the live broadcast room that Holy Keisha was intact, I'm afraid that the entire angel civilization has now fallen into unprecedented chaos. Even so, the entire angel galaxy was in turmoil. If it weren't for the Sky King stepping in to maintain order, the situation would have been in chaos. Holy Keisha, holding the body of Angel Yan, finally realized how big a mistake she had made after seeing the angel warrior with a look of astonishment on his face. A few ripples appeared on her calm face again. Then he decisively ordered, "Give up destroying SCP-173. Return to Mellow Heaven immediately." After saying this, he summoned a void passage, leading the still confused angels Lang and Hickson, as well as a group of angel warriors, into the void passage. Heading straight to Mellow Heaven. Only SCP-173 was left, floating alone in space, a lonely declaration that a major event that could overturn the entire universe had just occurred here. Chapter 9. The strong men from the indigenous planet in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw Holy Keisha escape without fighting. Originally, they thought that no matter how bizarre SCP-173 was, the power of Holy Keisha and a group of angel warriors would be enough to completely destroy it. Result: not to mention the imagined war, there wasn't even any fighting. Just leave. This really exceeded everyone's expectations. Moonlight Mariah, that's it? Didn't they say Keisha and Angel Yan worked together for 7,000 years? 7,000 years of friendship, and no revenge? I can't understand. Perona, boss, not everyone is like you. We value friendship and loyalty. Kaido, it's just a mace. Moonlight Mariah. Zhangguo, Keisha is a true leader. A leader shouldn't let personal feelings influence their judgment. I support Keisha this time. Cap, you sheep feeder, are you pointing at me? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I think Keisha must have discovered something strange about SCP-173. That's why she evacuated decisively. Big Snake King, teacher is right. Jiraiya, traitors are not worthy of being called old man, teacher. Jianzi, your relationship is so complicated. I've been watching your live streams for a month and still can't figure it out. Xiaozai, me too. Xioxia, no wonder you can't win the championship. It seems like there's something wrong with your IQ. Xiaozai. Sakazuki, Holy Keisha is gone. What should we do with SCP-173? Should we just let it float in space forever? Kizaru, what else? We can just wait for the Foundation to come and take them in. That will be a good opportunity to see how powerful the Foundation is. The comments from Akainu Sakazuki and Kizaru from the pirate planet spoke for themselves. Even SCP-173 made Holy Keisha flee without a fight. Others just need to have no problem with their brains. I definitely won't mess with this extremely bizarre SCP-173 again. The best thing to do now is to wait for the Foundation to come and contain it. This will not only minimize the losses. You can also take a look at the strength of the Foundation, which has been hiding in the darkness and fighting against the containment since ancient times. This is the best solution we can think of at this stage. Just as the powerful warriors from the indigenous planets in the live broadcast room reached a consensus, Morgana in the demon fortress also frowned, wondering why Holy Keisha fled without fighting? Who in this world knows Holy Keisha best? If Morgana says second, no one dares to say first. As the half-sister of the Holy Keisha, the two not only fought side by side to overthrow the Heavenly Palace Order of the Heavenly Scum King Huayet, but also because of their respective ideals. They have been fighting each other for tens of thousands of years. They know each other very well. After the advent of Holy Keisha, Morgana also thought that she would judge SCP-173 in the name of justice because of the death of Angel Yan. In her imagination, no matter what the outcome is, whether it's Holy Keisha destroying SCP-173 or SCP-173 slaughtering the Angel Army, he can reap the benefits. But how could she not think of it? Holy Keisha actually fled without a fight when Angel Yan was killed by SCP-173. This is not Keisha's style. Just as Morgana frowned in thought, the voice of the demon Achuo sounded at the right time. Your Majesty, Holy Keisha fled without a fight. Is it because you don't want to offend the foundation behind SCP-173? Or maybe she saw through your plan to profit from it? Morgana couldn't help but sigh when she heard the words of the demon Achuo. Although the demon warrior she had transformed into was powerful and fearless. But the IQ is obviously not enough. I've been fighting Holy Keisha for tens of thousands of years, but I still don't understand the character of that bitch Keisha. This guy has no other brains. Who is Holy Keisha? That was the guy who dared to draw his sword and chop at the Heavenly Scum King Huaya before he evolved into a divine body, and eventually led the female angels to overthrow the order of the Heavenly Palace. The guy who establishes justice and order. She would be afraid? That so-called foundation. Even if the foundation's strength is billions of times stronger than that of the angel civilization, Holy Keisha will not be afraid. She must have noticed something. He fled without fighting. It seems that I have to find a group of guys with high IQ in the 10,000 Races live broadcast room, transform them into demons, and let them serve as my military advisors. Otherwise, with the current IQ of the demon army, even if 10,000 years pass, it will be impossible to defeat that bitch Keisha. At the same time, the situation on the Grand Canyon was in chaos because Holy Keisha fled without a fight. This SCP-173 actually made Keisha flee without a fight. Tokyo was watching the live broadcast and said in amazement, whatever the reason is, it shows how strange SCP-173 is. What a troubled time. It looks like the Super Soldier Project will be brought forward. Having said this, Tokyo paused, then turned to the equally stunned Rose and said, Colonel Rose, immediately recruit those who have awakened the super soldier gene into the super seminary. I have a feeling this foundation might take action against them. We must get ahead of them and recruit super soldiers into the army. Hearing Tokyo's words, Rose, with her long orange-red hair and curvy figure set off by her military uniform, saluted and said, Yes, Commander. After saying that, he summoned a micro-wormhole and disappeared in the command hall. After Qiang Gui left, Tokyo looked at the comments floating through the livestream room, and a bold idea came to his mind. That is whether it is possible to recruit strong people from the indigenous planets to join the military. If it were possible, it would definitely greatly enhance China's strength in a short period of time. However, as soon as this idea came out, he rejected it. It's not because the plan is bad. But the difficulty of implementation is too great. Not only do we need to identify which strong people can be recruited, even if we identify them and make sure they are willing to work for China. He had no means to recruit them from the indigenous planet to China. What a headache! It would be more practical to focus on cultivating local Chinese super soldiers. In space, on the Dowdy flagship, the silver-armored Dowdy General, Feng, watched Kaisa depart from the live stream. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. General Feng is the commander-in-chief of the advance fleet of Doughty's invasion of Earth. He is quite familiar with Holy Keisha. She was a powerful being on par with the main god of the Styx galaxy, the god of death, Karl. Furthermore, her righteous order was incompatible with the order of death worshipped by the Doughty army. What General Feng is most worried about is that Keisha will vent her anger on the Doughty army because of the death of Angel Yan. He then destroyed himself and the Doughty advance fleet. Good thing Keisha fled without a fight. Although I don't know why she fled without fighting, my crisis has finally been temporarily resolved. As for that weird SCP-173? In his opinion, although it has a conceptual level neck-twisting skill, its weakness is also obvious. As long as it is handled properly, its threat level is far lower than that of Holy Keisha. Besides, SCP-173 is now stranded in space. Aside from its strange abilities, SCP-173 is nothing more than a sculpture made of concrete and steel. He just doesn't believe it. A statue. It can also walk in space in the absence of a foothold. Now all I have to do is wait for the Foundation to come and take me in. Isn't it just 48 hours? Quickly. Just when General Feng breathed a sigh of relief, SCP-173's slightly funny figure, which looked like a small peanut, began to slowly move towards the nearest Doughty battleship in an extremely strange way. This sudden change completely disrupted his deployment. Damn! This SCP-173 can actually walk in space without any foothold. This is dangerous. Chapter 10. In the eternally quiet space, SCP-173's slightly comical peanut-like figure was slowly moving away from it in an extremely strange way. The nearest battleship drifted away. At first, its speed was extremely slow, but as time went on, its speed became faster and faster, and it arrived near the warship in almost the blink of an eye. The energy protection layer of the Doughty battleship is enough to withstand nuclear bombs. To SCP-173, it had no effect at all, as if it didn't exist. SCP-173 passed right through. Then, it landed on the outer alloy armor of the battleship. Find a passage to enter the interior of the battleship. However, the armor of the Doughty warship was extremely complete. SCP-173 searched for a long time but could not find a way to enter it. Finally it came to rest on a platform. SCP-173 kept hitting the battleship's alloy armor with its small head. Although its movements looked extremely ridiculous, it was very powerful. But it was far beyond the imagination of most people. It only took a few hits to make a big hole in the alloy armor. If things continue like this, it is estimated that it will not take long for SCP-173 to penetrate the armor of the Doughty battleship and enter it. After seeing this scene, the strong men from various indigenous planets in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and cold sweat streaming down their bodies. No way! The abilities displayed by SCP-173 are truly too bizarre. It can no longer be described by common sense. Conceptual level neck-twisting skills, spacewalking that ignores rules, strength enough to penetrate alloy armor. Each of these abilities is beyond their cognition. They also realized that the Foundation was capable of containing SCP-173. It will be an unimaginable behemoth. Zhangguo, I can't imagine how huge the Foundation must be to be able to contain SCP-173. After all, judging by the numbering, the Foundation has at least 173 items in its collection. Tornado, this containment is much stranger than the monsters in our world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time, the Doughty army has hit a wall. The Foundation's strength is far beyond their reach. If I were them, I would withdraw immediately. Yingzheng, retreat? Impossible. Putting aside their worship of death, a soldier's duty is to follow orders. Even if all of us are dead, we can't retreat. Vegapunk, what a great research material. If I were to study it, perhaps I could find the source of its strange abilities. Orochimaru, I agree. I'd also like to study it. Child Emperor, add me in. Zai, are you all crazy? You actually want to research this thing? Zioxia, those who haven't won the championship have no right to speak. Zai. Zhang Chen watched the speeches in the live broadcast room and silently memorized the names of Vegapunk, Orakai King, and Child Emperor. The Foundation does need a large number of researchers to study, analyze, experiment, the collection. Although I can buy it from the system mall with science points, the ability of those low-level researchers or even senior researchers. Definitely not as good as these three. If possible, Zhang Chen could consider recruiting them into the Foundation. Who knows, maybe they could actually come up with something truly remarkable. Just as Zhang Chen was considering recruiting Vegapunk and others to join the Foundation, General Feng, who was in charge of the Dowdy flagship, saw that SCP-173 was about to smash the alloy armor. He decisively accepted it and issued an order: eliminate the 1,000-man Dowdy combat team. Surround SCP-173 with a 360-degree radius. Hold it tight. Make sure that 10 eyes are on SCP-173 at the same time. General Feng paused and continued, according to the video, the Foundation will recycle it within 48 hours at the earliest. We must hold on until the Foundation comes. Executing an order. The Dowdy are a beast-like race, with well-developed muscles and formidable combat capabilities. However, their intelligence is generally low. Aside from the Dowdy King Shi, the two generals Feng Lei possess the highest IQs. So although General Feng has great fighting ability, he is not the strongest among the Dowdy. But he can serve as the commander-in-chief of the advance warships. Following General Feng's orders, teams of Dowdy combat teams flew out of the warship in small space shuttles and headed straight for the location of SCP-173. Although they had already known the strangeness of SCP-173 from the live broadcast, I couldn't help but feel a sense of fear towards that strange statue made of concrete and steel. But orders were orders, and I didn't care that there was SCP-173 ahead. Even in strange containment, they will charge forward without hesitation. It is this fearless spirit that makes them stand out from the crowd, earning the appreciation of the god of death, Karl, and transforming them from raw meat-eating beasts into blood-drinking beasts. Become a civilization capable of intergalactic warfare. Quickly. Thanks to the excellent performance of the small space shuttle provided by the god of death Karl, thousands of Dowdy warriors appeared on the platform where SCP-173 was located. Following General Feng's orders, they surrounded SCP-173 from all angles. Then he widened his eyes and stared at SCP-173. Thousands of Dowdy warriors can definitely do it, with dozens or even hundreds of sights locking onto SCP-173 at the same time, which is enough to completely lock SCP-173. SCP-173 also stopped moving just as the video showed. It stood on the alloy deck like an ordinary statue. Seeing this scene, General Feng, who was in charge of the Dowdy flagship, breathed a sigh of relief. I thought, now I just have to wait quietly for that so-called Foundation to come and take me in. Not only General Feng, but even the powerful people from the indigenous planet in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. I couldn't help but lower the danger level of SCP-173 in my mind. After all, although SCP-173 possesses many unexplained strange abilities, its weakness is also obvious. Once someone looks directly at it, they will lose the ability to move. Such an obvious weakness is easy to target. Zhangguo finally got it under control. This SCP-173's weakness is too obvious. If it didn't have this weakness, it would be the most terrifying existence. Red hair, I don't know if observation haki will work on it. If it does, its danger level will be lowered. Hyaga Niji, I don't know if observation haki will work, but our Hyaga clan's Byakugan is definitely the nemesis of SCP-173. Uchiha Suzuki, Sharingan 2. Pain, the Samsara Eye is also the nemesis of SCP-173. Monster King Orokai, my dragon-level monster, Big Eyes, is the true nemesis of SCP-173. With her, no matter how many SCP-173s there are, they won't be a problem. Tornado, did Child Emperor see that? Record the Great Eye's abilities and levels. It will be easier to destroy him later. Child Emperor, understood. Monster King Orokai. Black Alloy Flash, if all contained objects had such obvious weaknesses like SCP-173, then containment would be much easier. Metal Knight, based on the known data, this is the case. Based on this, the Foundation's strength cannot be too strong. At best, it's about the same as the Angel civilization. Doflamingo, agreed. AY5, boss is right. Zhang Chen looked at the somewhat relaxed comments in the live broadcast room, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. It is true that the ignorant are fearless. Who dares to claim to be the nemesis of SCP-173? Absolutely. Do you think too highly of yourselves? Never mind. Why bother with them? Let them be complacent. I hope they can still be so confident after they truly understand the horrors of the containment. I hope you can still laugh when the next containment object I made up appears. Aren't I the nemesis? By then, you'll want to dig your eyes out. Chapter 11. Angel Nebula, in the Mellow Heaven. Your Majesty, Sister Yan's death cannot be in vain. The Holy Right Wing, Zhixin, held a flaming blade in his hand and looked at Kaisa, who was sitting on the throne, and said indignantly, the Dowdy Legion must pay the price. Sister Yan died tragically because of their invasion of Earth. Among all the angels, Zhixin and Yan are the closest. To her, Tianxi Yan is both a teacher and a friend. In a sense, Tianxi Yan is her guide. Without Tianxi Yan, she wouldn't be where she is today. If it weren't for the Holy Keisha's obstruction, she would have launched a god-killing fiery judgment on the Dowdy Legion because of the anger in her heart. Upon hearing Zhixin's words, Saint Keisha's delicate, porcelain-like face didn't show even the slightest ripple. It was still the same as before. Sitting on the throne slightly lazily, Holy Keisha stared blankly at the corpse of Angel Yan floating in front of her. Only the Sky Base King Hexi knew that Holy Keisha wasn't as calm as she appeared. She was exerting all her might, mobilizing all her computing power. Try to repair Angel Yan's body. Because the computing power required is too huge, even Holy Keisha, who possesses the 4th generation divine body, needs to give it her all. I can't spare the energy to respond to Zhixin. Attempting to repair Yan's divine body data. Unable to repair. Warning, the data at the neck is broken. Continue repairing. Warning, the sacred knowledge treasury. The data at the neck of the 3rd generation divine body is broken. It cannot be restored. Calling upon the maximum computing power of the Mellow Heavenly Court, calling upon the maximum computing power of Skyblade number 7, calling upon the maximum computing power of the Holy Body, calling upon the maximum computing power of the Angel Star, calling upon the maximum computing power of all Angel Warriors. Continue trying to repair. Unable to repair. All the data on Yan's neck in the database is broken. Restarting the Void Engine failed. I've tried 130 million times, and all failed. Stop it, Keisha. Just as Holy Keisha was constantly trying to repair Angel Yan's body, the voice of Tianji King Hexi rang out, Angel Yan has died in battle. The conceptual level neck-twisting skill is something we currently cannot comprehend. Stop wasting computing power. Tianji King Hexi has followed Keisha, rising from the humble beginnings, for over 30,000 years. She knows Keisha, and she's not as cold and indifferent as she appears. On the contrary, she cherishes her comrades more than anyone else. But as the main god of the Angel Nebula, she had to appear indifferent and make herself look cold and ruthless. This will help you better protect your soldiers. Angel Yan's death had a huge impact on Holy Keisha. So much so that after Keisha returned to Mellow Heaven, she mobilized all computing power at all costs, trying to resurrect Angel Yan. She didn't even deal with something like cutting off dark energy communications, which was enough to destroy Angel civilization. The words of TNG King Hexi brought Holy Keisha back to reality, making her understand that the Angel Yan who had been with her for 7,000 years had indeed died in battle. No matter what I do, I can't bring her back to life. This filled Holy Keisha's heart with sorrow, but there was no expression on her face, and she still had that cold expression that kept strangers away. Search for all information about Angel Yan, generate data and transmit it to the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House, the ideal kingdom of God. Searching, collecting completed, uploading, upload successful. Welcome Angel Yan home. The Ideal Kingdom of God is a special database created by Holy Keisha in the Treasure House of Holy Knowledge. In this database, the data of all angels who died in battle are stored. The data model generated based on their data will live happily forever. Holy Keisha's favorite time is to sit on the throne, immerse her consciousness in the Ideal Kingdom of God, and talk to those data models. Talk about the changes in angel civilization and your own troubles. Only by looking at the data model and laughing carefreely could Keisha's tense heart relax a little. This is her only secret. Put away your weakness, put away your warmth, put away your passion, just so that there can be fewer data models in the Ideal Kingdom of God. Holy Keisha looked at the data model of Angel Yan in the Ideal Kingdom of God and greeted her old friend, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. But this joy soon disappeared. Because she knew that the data model was just a data model, and the real Angel Yan had died in battle. And he died in an extremely bizarre way. The main culprit behind all this was his own arrogance. If it weren't for his arrogance, Angel Yan wouldn't have rashly gone to fight SCP-173. I will never die in this way. After a long time, Holy Keisha withdrew her attention from the Ideal Kingdom of God, then took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and forced herself to calm down. Then, in an extremely indifferent tone, he said to Zhixin, "Don't rush to punish the Dowdy Legion. SCP-173's ability to cut off dark energy communications poses too great a threat to our angelic civilization. Now we'd better wait and see what happens." At this point, Holy Keisha paused, then continued, "If you're not careful, Morgana might take advantage of you. Wait for the Foundation to come and reclaim it." When TNG King Hexi heard what Holy Keisha said, and then looked at her indifferent face, a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. "I wanted to say a few words to comfort my old comrade." But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back because she knew that she could not expose the disguise of Holy Keisha. After hearing the words of Holy Keisha, angels such as Zhixin wanted to kill all the Dowdy legions immediately. But still, he said he understood. Then continue watching the live broadcast. It was not just Holy Keisha who decided to wait and see. Demon Queen Morgana, God of Death Kale, Takeo the Great Canyon, and other forces all chose to wait and see. Then the super god comprehensive universe seemed to be paused and immersed in it. Everyone is waiting for the Foundation to come and contain SCP-173. Want to take this rare opportunity to see what the so-called Foundation is really like? And the instigator of all this, Zhang Chen, welcomed his own bell for the end of Get Out of Class. Zhang Chen walked home while watching the live broadcast. After putting his school bag in the bedroom, he went to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. A few simple side dishes were quickly prepared by Zhang Chen. Just as he finished cooking, he heard the sound of a door opening. Zhang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw Kylan, dressed in a police uniform and a black skirt, changing shoes at the shoe cabinet at the door. Kylan bent forward slightly, her fair arms resting on the shoe cabinet, and slowly pulled her delicate, jade-like feet out of her black high heels. Then slip it into your house sandals. During this process, because of the posture, the buttocks in the black short skirt appear unusually round. Like a peach. It makes people unable to help but go up and give it a big fuck. Kylan changed into sandals and walked to the dining table. Looking at the generous side dishes, she said with a look of surprise, braised spare ribs, minced meat and eggplant, and braised pork. It's not only rich but also full of what I like to eat. Xiao Chen, that's the best. After saying that, Kylan raised her head and gave Jiang Chen a kiss on the cheek. The two grew up together. Although they were siblings in name only, they were actually childhood sweethearts. Especially after Kylan's parents died in the line of duty. The two supported each other and their relationship became closer. How many intimate little gestures like this did the two of them do in private? Jiang Chen pretended to be disgusted and wiped the cheek that Kylan had kissed, then said, "All right. Sister, go wash your hands. Otherwise the food will get cold soon." Kylan agreed and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Jiang Chen looked at Kylan's back, a hint of doting flashing in his eyes. When he used to watch the Super God anime, Kylan was his favorite character. The other female characters are not bad looking. But it always gives people a sense of illusion. Kylan, on the other hand, makes people feel down to earth. Moreover, Kylan's personality and appearance are completely the ideal type of people. In this life, the two supported each other and spent more than 10 years together. The relationship has long been stronger than gold. Chapter 12. 3 days flew by in a flash. During these 3 days, Jiang Chen gained a huge amount of science points due to SCP-173's performance. This greatly accelerated his progress in fabricating SCPs. Because of the newbie gift pack, Jiang Chen spent nearly a month to create SCP-173. However, he only took 3 days to create SCP-096, the shy person. He believed that SCP-096 would bring a little shock to the Super God universe. In addition, Jiang Chen also purchased several teams of mobile task force operators and space armor in the system mall to facilitate the containment of SCP-173. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the countdown to end and contain SCP-173. As the countdown neared its end, the powerful people from various indigenous planets gathered in the Foundation live room to see how the Foundation recovered the SCP. Zoro, the countdown is almost over. That so-called Foundation won't be late, will it? Nami, they're not directionally challenged, they won't be late. Zoro, that's right. It's definitely not my fault that you're late every time I arrive. 0. Robin, 1. The 3 days between Aizen and Akari were the longest I've ever spent. I can finally see the true face of the Foundation. Hinamori Momo, it turns out the captain also gets anxious. Pain, I hope the Foundation will not disappoint people. 1. Danzo, I don't know why. I believe the Foundation will definitely not disappoint us. After all, they are an organization that has been rooted in the darkness for tens of thousands of years and has not been discovered. Child Emperor, I didn't do my homework in order to watch the live broadcast. 5. Naruto, are you kidding me? An S-class hero is doing homework. You must be kidding. Just as the powerful people from various indigenous planets were enthusiastically discussing the upcoming SCP Foundation in the live broadcast room, the countdown entered the final 5 seconds. 5 4 3 2 1. As the countdown ended, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and stare at the live broadcast screen, afraid that they would miss even the slightest detail. Under the gaze of everyone, a space crack suddenly appeared behind SCP-173, and then a fist-sized black grenade flew out from the space crack. To everyone's astonishment, he landed on the metal platform where SCP-173 was. Then, a dazzling white light like a white dwarf exploding suddenly lit up, dyeing the screen of the live broadcast room and the space within a radius of several kilometers into pure white. The sudden dazzling white light made the strong men from various planets in front of the live broadcast room subconsciously close their eyes even through the screen. Not to mention the thousands of doughty warriors surrounding SCP-173. Even though they knew that if they closed their eyes, they would be attacked by SCP-173, they persisted in such strong light. Can't open his eyes. Therefore, at the moment the strong light came on, thousands of doughty warriors all closed their eyes. Then, SCP-173, which had been standing quietly on the alloy platform, suddenly disappeared from its original position and came behind the nearest doughty warrior. He stretched out his chubby hands and twisted them gently. Click! With a cracking sound, the doughty warrior's neck and the silver-white armor that was strong enough to withstand artillery attacks were broken. After breaking the doughty warrior's neck, SCP-173 didn't stop killing. Instead, it moved behind the next doughty warrior at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. Continue to display his conceptual neck-twisting skills. Every time SCP-173 dodged, a crisp snapping sound would echo through the live stream. SCP-173's killing efficiency was extremely high. In just 5 or 6 seconds, under the stunned gaze of the powerful warriors from various indigenous planets in the live broadcast room, he twisted the necks of thousands of doughty warriors present. Such killing efficiency really exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone stared at the live stream in amazement, their eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. If it weren't for the thousands of bodies floating in space on the live stream, the corpse of the doughty warrior still had sparks coming out of his neck. They would never believe it, but SCP-173 killed them all in just 5 or 6 seconds. This is too scary. If SCP-173 didn't have the weakness of being unable to move within sight, with its killing efficiency, it would probably wipe out a planet with a population of over 10 billion in less than a day. So horrible. In addition, when they woke up from the shock, they also realized that the SCP Foundation was not a good person either. Do not. It should be described as cruel and cold-blooded. They should have already planned to use SCP-173 to kill the doughty warriors. Even the appearance of SCP-173 was most likely intentional by the Foundation. Otherwise, how could SCP-173 appear in the doughty battleship by such a coincidence? When they realized this, everyone unconsciously raised the danger level of the SCP Foundation in their minds. After all, this is an organization that can use strange objects to kill people. Don't say anything else. Just this time, if the SCP Foundation hadn't announced the information about SCP-173 in advance, the advance fleet of the doughty army would have been very likely slaughtered by SCP-173. Zhangguo, it seems we misjudged the SCP Foundation. Although it is an indigenous organization, it controls at least hundreds of strange objects similar to SCP-173. And judging by this action, they don't mind using strange containment objects to kill. Sakazuki, this SCP Foundation must not be provoked. They have the power to destroy the world. Jianzi, they actually used the containment to kill people. If I could control the evil spirits, I would definitely not do this. Ying Zheng, well done. When facing an enemy, no matter how ruthless the means, they are never excessive. I fully agree with the SCP Foundation's approach. Danzo, that's right. I agree with Ying Zheng. The doughty army was the first to invade. Regardless of the Foundation's tactics, they were defending their country. Tornado, don't forget. To avoid harming innocent people, the Foundation disclosed the vulnerability in advance and warned of the consequences. That's enough. Those with ulterior motives deserve to die. Gxin, Tornado, say it again. Tornado, I was wrong. Sisters Hickson, I was wrong. Please forgive me. While everyone was discussing the SCP Foundation in the live broadcast room, the space rift suddenly appeared again next to SCP-173. Then a team of people wearing black space armor. The combat team, armed to the teeth, flew out of the space crack in a space shuttle. These combat team members not only look exactly the same, but also seem as if they were carved from the same mold. And everyone exudes an aura of iron and blood. Undoubtedly, they were all well-trained warriors, no less capable than the Doughty's elite. Their armor was prominently engraved with the iconic symbol of the SCP Foundation. Without a doubt, this is the armed force directly under the SCP Foundation. Chapter 13. Wait. They're clones. What the hell did this Foundation do? On the Grand Canyon, Takeo stared at the identical task force members on the live broadcast screen. He was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously shouted. Also, they've actually mastered the technology of space armor. The Foundation is hiding too deeply. As the former commander of the Denner Galaxy, Takeo was a complete warmonger before the destruction of the Denner Galaxy. He once planned to use clones to start a war. However, research has shown that no matter how the genes are modified, clones have an insurmountable flaw: their lifespan cannot exceed 8 years. This flaw is like a taboo set by the creator. It cannot be broken, let alone integrated with super soldier genes. That's why he had to settle for the second best and concentrate on training super soldiers. But he never expected that the low-key SCP Foundation would break the taboo of the creator and successfully develop flawless clones. This was so shocking that Takeo was speechless. At the same time, the SCP task force entered the field of vision of the powerful people of all races through the screen of the live broadcast room. Orokai, clones. They're definitely clones. I really hope to master this technology. That way, we won't have to go through a container and reincarnate. Vinsmoke Judge, the Foundation can actually mass-produce warriors? That's beyond my expectations. Could it be that they've broken through the limitations? If so, that would be terrifying. Sanji, human cloning technology is the most evil technology. Is the Foundation the devil? Zhangguo, I used to wonder why the Foundation was always entrenched in darkness. How did they recruit their members? Now it seems they cloned themselves. Doflamingo, after so much preparation, he finally appears. Monster King Orokai, I wonder if monsters can be cloned? If so, then the Hero Association will be destroyed. Tornado, you're a bedbug living in the gutter. Do you have the guts to get out? Child Emperor, judging from the advanced cloning technology and armor, the Foundation's technology is no less advanced than Doughty's. Doughty has hit a wall. Kaido, what a perfect warrior. Demonic Castle. It's actually a clone. Morgana muttered to herself as she watched the live broadcast, I just wonder if the Foundation can clone the super soldier gene. If it's possible, then. Upon hearing this, the demon Achuo pondered for a moment and then asked, Queen, do you want me to catch a tongue for you? If the Foundation task force is transformed into demons, maybe we can master cloning technology. Then we'll have an endless supply of demon warriors. Morgana, who was watching the live broadcast, heard the words of the demon Achuo and couldn't help but complain, Achuo, can we use some wisdom? Even if it's just a little bit. Morgana paused, then continued, if we attack the Foundation's task force, won't that just push the Foundation into that bitch Keisha's fold? Hey! Ever since she witnessed the powerful figure from the indigenous planet speak in the live broadcast room, Morgana has become increasingly dissatisfied with the demon warriors who only care about fighting and killing. It seems that we need to recruit indigenous wise men as soon as possible and transform them into demon warriors. Not only Takeo and Morgana, but also Death God Karl, Holy Kaisa, and Sun Star Panzhen, were all cloning and mastered by the Foundation. Feeling very surprised. Coincidentally, the Foundation's danger level has been raised by more than one level. Of course, the most important thing is that they learned from the previous behavior of the task force. The analysis shows that the Foundation is definitely not a good thing. It is an organization that can use strange objects to slaughter enemies. God knows how many strange objects the SCP Foundation has besides SCP-173. Once it is listed as dangerous by the Foundation, it is dangerous. Just when all the forces in the Super God universe were extremely wary of the SCP Foundation, the task force members in black armor appeared on the live broadcast. has started its own containment work. This group of task force members drove a small shuttle to SCP-173, and then very skillfully began to move the recently slaughtered the Holy Left Wing and the strange statues of thousands of elite Dowdy warriors. Their movements were extremely skillful, as if they had practiced them countless times. And throughout the process, they always maintained their gazes, fixed firmly on SCP-173. The whole process is so smooth that it even gives people a sense of beauty. So smooth. The thing being moved wasn't the bizarre SCP-173, but a statue that couldn't be more ordinary. The process can only be described as perfect. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the task force members in black space armor carrying SCP-173 into the space crack. Finally taken in. No way. This thing is really fucking weird. No one wants to leave this extremely strange SCP-173 exposed to the outside world for a long time. Otherwise, there is a possibility of a big mess. The entire containment process took the task force less than a minute. After SCP-173 was transported into the space rift, the task force member, who was suspected to be the captain, slowly said to the camera, "We will announce the containment results later." After saying this, he dived into the space crack without looking back and disappeared. Just as the task force members successfully contained SCP-173, a series of crisp prompt sounds rang in Zhang Chen's mind. SCP-1731C100D200C100D*200. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-173. You have gained the ability to create SCP-173 clones and can add triggering conditions on your own. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-173. Received a special reward for the contained object, no sense of presence. This can be given to others using science popularization points. Zhang Chen listened to the prompt in his mind, his eyes filled with excitement. No way. This reward is simply too generous. Not to mention the Foundation base, researchers, and armed personnel. Just fabricating SCP-173's ability to clone itself. And the skill of having no sense of presence is a huge gain. More importantly, the non-existent skill can be bestowed upon others. Zhang Chen's first thought was Kylan. If Kylan had acquired the non-existence skill, coupled with her superb sniping skills, she will become a true killing god on the battlefield. At the same time, it will greatly reduce your own danger. Perfect. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, and with a thought, he began to play the pre-prepared video in the live broadcast room. Chapter 14. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, the SCP Foundation began to play the pre-prepared video. The video began with the Foundation's highly recognizable logo. After the logo gradually disappeared, a researcher wearing a white research robe and gold glasses and with a slightly thin figure appeared in the center of the camera. Behind him is a sci-fi laboratory. Then his information appeared on the left side of the screen. Name, Li Do. Position, Head of the SCP Foundation's first base. Security clearance, Level 4. Responsible for research projects, research on the containment, monitoring, destruction, etc. of SCP-173. Introduction: Dr. Li Do has been engaged in research on SCP-173 for 20 years. Almost all research results on SCP-173 are from Dr. Li Do. As Dr. Li Do appeared on the video screen, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but hold their breath. Not only because he is the first member of the SCP Foundation to appear, but more importantly, according to the information, he is an expert on SCP-173. The weaknesses of SCP-173's containment may have been discovered through research. And the previous team of well-trained task force members were also his subordinates. The audience in the live broadcast room, although they were still unclear about the organizational structure of the SCP Foundation, they were certain that Dr. Li Do was a mid-level official in the Foundation. Most likely a senior executive. The appearance of such a person must be announcing some important information. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath, Dr. Li Do took out a letter of authorization with the SCP Foundation logo printed on it. Slowly reading, due to the escape of SCP-173, the super god universe has been shaken. Therefore, after research and decision by the Foundation, and with special permission, I, Li Do, will announce the results of the containment. At this point, Dr. Li Do put down the authorization letter and continued, before announcing the containment results, I need to make a brief explanation. After research by my colleagues at the Foundation and I, we discovered that as long as SCP-173 appears in the main universe, it will affect the operation of the laws of the universe within a certain period of time. This effect will last between 5 and 10 years. To eliminate it, we must use containment. But that will most likely lead to even more serious consequences. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. The powerful people from various planets in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they heard Dr. Li Do's words. How could they never think of it? SCP-173 can actually affect the operation of the laws of the universe. If Dr. Li Do is not lying, this damn SCP-173 is really too weird. It's just that. Even if all strange containment objects would have such an impact, that would make it impossible for people to survive. What kind of monsters are these? Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned by Dr. Li Do's words, Dr. Li Do's words rang out again, based on the research of my colleagues at the Foundation and I. Until the laws of the universe are restored, clones of SCP-173 will appear randomly throughout the universe. The locations where the clones appear are random, the times are random, and even the killing patterns are random. But one thing is certain, and that is that SCP-173's clones, regardless of other rules, as long as they are exposed to direct sight, they will cease to move. Dr. Li Do paused for a moment before continuing, a word of advice to you all, if you encounter a clone of SCP-173, do not attempt to destroy it. We've conducted countless tests, and none of the clones can be destroyed by any means other than SCP-173 itself. If you encounter a clone, please contact our Foundation immediately. We will be there to contain it within 24 hours at the latest. Besides that, SCP-173's clones will display incomprehensible escape traits. After being exposed to view for a while, it disappears in a way we cannot understand. The timing is random. It could be 1 second, 1 hour, or even 10,000 years. We haven't figured it out yet. After hearing what Dr. Li Do said, the powerful people from various planets in the live broadcast room were all like petrified. They stood there with their mouths slightly open, and remained silent for a long time. No way. Dr. Li Do's words were truly too shocking. SCP-173 can actually clone itself, and it appears randomly all over the universe. Doesn't that mean it could appear next to me the next moment? A clone of SCP-173. And there will be random killing patterns. Is this going to kill people? At this moment, they finally understood why the SCP Foundation would send mid-level and senior-level personnel like Li Do to announce the containment results. Dr. Li Do's personal information was also released. No way. The impact of SCP-173's escape was too severe. Ordinary Foundation members were simply not qualified to come forward and explain. Only someone of Li Do's status. Only then will I be qualified to come forward and explain all this to everyone. Zhangguo, is this the horror of strange containment objects? It's simply shocking. Cap, if Dr. Lidu isn't lying, doesn't that mean we all have to sleep with one eye open? Blue dye plus medical star sweat huge enthalpy stick smoke Zhengkana room meal total. Hinamori Momo, don't worry, Captain, I'll always keep an eye on you while you sleep. Jiraiya, the summons are working now. I just don't know if the toad's gaze will work. Jianzi, no. Open your eyes and you'll see evil spirits. Close your eyes and you might be killed by SCP-173's clones. It's like living in hell. Zai, luckily, I have enough Pokemon to take turns watching everything around me. Zioxia, I have won many titles, but I have never won a championship. Yingzheng, from now on, no matter when I am around, I must have the eunuchs keep an eye on me. 7. 1. Just when the members of the live broadcast room were shocked by the news announced by Dr. Li Do, Dr. Li Do's slightly hoarse voice sounded again. Now I will announce the results of SCP-173's containment. After the task force brought SCP-173 back to the base, we immediately quarantined it. We have successfully achieved conceptual isolation by twisting its neck. 5. And arranged relevant personnel to use and monitor them. Ensure SCP-173 cannot escape the base again. At this point, Dr. Li Do paused, then continued, of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of it escaping. After all, according to our research, it's very likely that the contained object SCP-173 is also a clone that exists somewhere. Because the characteristics it exhibits are too similar to those of other clones. Also, due to the recent invasion of Earth by the Dowdy Legion, for some unexplained reason, all contained objects have fallen into an unknown state of hyperactivity. This has greatly increased the probability of escape. Please be prepared. Of course, if a containment object escapes, we will promptly release the relevant information to minimize the loss. Goodbye. Dr. Li Do finished speaking and turned off the video recording. The live broadcast screen flashed, then turned black, and then slowly emerged. The Foundation's instantly recognizable logo. Dr. Li Do left. But his words echoed in everyone's mind for a long time, like a huge rock, pressing down on everyone so that they couldn't breathe. SCP-173, which slaughtered the Holy Left and thousands of Dowdy warriors, could be a clone, or perhaps due to unknown factors, the containment object is in an unusually excited state, greatly increasing its chances of escape. And SCP-173 clones may appear in various parts of the universe at any time. Each of these events, taken individually, would have shaken the entire universe. Now that they were all happening simultaneously, it was truly too shocking. Even in the live broadcast room, there are those strong people who stand on the top of their respective planets, overlooking all living beings, with minds as hard as rocks. I was so shocked that I didn't even recognize my mother. They even had a sense of unreality. Absurd. That's ridiculous. What's wrong with this universe? How could such an absurd and unbelievable thing happen? It's incredible. Just when everyone was shocked by Dr. Li Do's words and began to doubt their lives, an update banner suddenly appeared in the Wanzhou live room. Attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 15. At the same time, a bold and black update announcement banner appeared in the center of all the Wanzhou live broadcast rooms. Update announcement: it has been 18 years since the Myriad Races livestream arrived in the Super God universe, and it is now 1 month into the public beta. Therefore, private chat and group chat functions have been added. Private chat mode: anyone can create a chat box and establish a communication channel by clicking on the avatar. This channel is conceptual and ignores any obstacles. Chat group: anyone can create up to 3 chat groups and invite anyone to join. This chat group is conceptual and ignores all restrictions. Note: both private chat mode and group chat support the ability to transfer technology, skills, items, and more through sacrifice. Wish you all a happy chat. The powerful figures from various indigenous planets in the live broadcast room were stunned at first after seeing the update information of 10,000 races live broadcast room, and then they all realized something big is going to happen. Once the private chat mode and group chat mode are released, it won't be long before the indigenous planets of the entire Super God universe will enter the Battle Royale mode. After all, no matter which world, there will always be people who are willing to join the forces of those civilizations that stand at the top of the universe in order to gain power. As long as one person appears in a world, other strong people must join other forces in order to protect themselves. Otherwise, once that person gains power, he will kill all other strong people. More importantly, you don't know at all which civilization the powerful people in your world will secretly join. If they join the angel civilization, it's fine, but if they join Morgana's demon civilization, that once a chain of suspicion is formed, everyone will be in danger. If we say that before, the powerful people of the indigenous planets had adopted a wait-and-see attitude towards events like the Dowdy invasion of the Earth, watching the live broadcast. They thought that as long as they didn't reveal the world's coordinates, they could rest easy. But now with the update announcement of Wanzu Live Room, all of this will no longer exist, and they will no longer be able to watch the live broadcast leisurely with the attitude of watching a show. After a brief silence, the powerful indigenous people from various worlds in the live broadcast room frantically posted barrages of comments to express their horror. Warring States, Myriad Races Live Room, is this going to unleash an endless bloody rain on the indigenous planet? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I originally thought that as long as the world coordinates were not preserved, a native world like ours could rest easy. But now, we must prepare for war. Orochimaru, can technology be transmitted? I'm really looking forward to it. Whitebeard, the old era is over. I don't know if there will be a ship that can carry me in the new era. Sakazuki, no. In the face of absolute justice, even the 4 emperors cannot stir up any waves. Jianzi, does this mean that I can seek the help of the angel sister to deal with those evil spirits? Yingzheng, I must prepare for war. To prevent the remnants of the 6 kingdoms from using external forces to launch a counterattack. Aizen and Akari at Jianzi, you can chat with me privately. I have a way to deal with evil spirits. Maiko, okay, Uncle Aizen. In the live broadcast room, when the powerful people from the indigenous planet were worried about the update announcement, those civilizations standing at the top of the universe. However, this was exactly the opposite of the mood of the indigenous peoples, as they all began to rejoice. In the demon castle, Morgana, dressed in black leather with wings on her back, was stunned when she saw the update announcement. Then, under the stunned gaze of the demon Achuo and other warriors, started laughing wildly. Before, Morgana was still worried about how to recruit the wise men of the indigenous planet to become her own demon warriors. To improve the IQ of the demon army. Unexpectedly, Wanzu Live Room solved this problem for me so quickly. Morgana didn't hesitate at all and directly opened her own Devil Live Room. Then, facing the camera, she created her own chat group and said, I, the supreme ruler of demonic civilization, Morgana. I have created my own demon chat group. Any native who desires power, who seeks depravity, who wants to do as they please, can apply to join. As long as they become my demon warrior, you will then be able to gain power that you could never have imagined before. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you have to do is submit to me, please me, and fear me. Your demon queen. As Morgana spoke in the live broadcast room, endless applications echoed in Morgana's mind. The number was so large that it could be described as a swarm of fish crossing the river. Morgana's smile grew wider as she saw so many applications. However, the vast majority of those who applied to join the demon chat group were small fry. Even if they transformed into demon warriors, they would only be low-level cannon fodder. Naturally, these applications did not catch Morgana's eye. So, after a brief thought, Morgana said in the live broadcast room, I forgot to tell you. Only those who are at the top of the indigenous world can apply for my demon chat group. Of course, the second echelon is also fine. For reference, it's equivalent to the 7 warlords of the sea on Pirate Planet. It would be best if you could attach a video of your own battle as verification information. Morgana paused and continued, if your strength doesn't meet the requirements, don't apply. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Don't try to lie. I have 10,000 ways to verify it. Other small fry can apply to join Achuo's chat group. If you perform well, I will personally invite you to join my demon chat group. As soon as Morgana finished speaking, the number of people applying to join the devil chat group increased exponentially. Ding dong, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, has applied to join. Do you agree? Ding dong, the Monster King Orokai from the monster world has applied to join. Do you agree? Ding dong, Danzo of the ninja world Naruto village has applied to join. Do you agree? Ding dong. Morgana looked at the applications and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then she decisively chose agree. Angel Nebula, in the mellow heaven. Holy Keisha also started her own live broadcast, and while creating a chat group, she said to the camera, "The era of great changes in the Super God universe has begun. Morgana will definitely unleash a bloody storm on all the indigenous planets. A strong indigenous person who wishes to obtain the protection of justice can join my angel chat group. At this point, Holy Kessa paused and continued, "Are you qualified to apply? Just like Morgana, you need to be at least at the level of a 7 warlords of the sea on the pirate planet. Others can apply for the chat group of other angel warriors. So be it." With the release of Holy Keisha, application prompts sounded in due time. Ding dong, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of Pirate Planet, has applied to join the Angel Chat group. Do you agree? Ding dong, Ninja Planet 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, applies to join the Angel Chat group. Do you agree? Ding dong, Monster Planet S-Class Hero, Tornado, applies to join the Angel Chat group. Do you agree? Ding dong. Not only Holy Keisha and Morgana started to create their own chat groups, but also Panzhen of the Fiery Sun Galaxy, Tokyo of the Great Canyon, and the Doughty King Shi. Even the indigenous planets Aizen, Ichiro, Black Zetsu, and others began to create their own chat groups. Trying to spread one's own ideas or achieve other purposes through chat groups. With the establishment of various chat groups, countless strong people, warriors, ordinary people, joined the corresponding chat groups according to their needs. Of course, more people are still waiting and watching. 8 9, 3, 6, 4, 4, 60 spare 2 kun. At this moment, the entire Super God universe has completely entered an era of great change. Everyone is eager to accumulate strength through the chat group so that they can safely survive the bloody storm that is about to sweep across the sky. Zhang Chen looked at the chaotic Super God universe. Even with his willpower from 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel stunned. But after being stunned, Zhang Chen was surprised to find that he had just obtained the special skill, No Presence. He could actually sneak into any chat group quietly without attracting anyone's attention. This unexpected surprise really exceeded Zhang Chen's expectations. So, he quietly joined some major chat groups such as Devil Chat Group, Angel Chat Group, Slaying Sun Chat Group, Yanhuang Chat Group. Start diving in it. Zhang Chen looked at the chat history that kept refreshing the screen, a charming smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and then muttered to himself, "Since it's so lively, then I'll add more fuel to the fire. It's your turn, Shy One. Go and make the heavens boil." Chapter 16. Just as everyone in the Super God universe was panicking over the update to the Myriad Races live room, the SCP Foundation's recognizable logo suddenly appeared in the screen of all live broadcast rooms. Then, a line of thick, bold blood-red words slowly appeared. Due to unknown reasons, the containment object has fallen into an unprecedented state of excitement. Combined with the invasion of the Doughty army, the containment object, SCP-096 escaped from the containment center. Due to the extremely dangerous nature of SCP-086, the Foundation is mobilizing personnel to contain it, but the process will take at least 48 hours. To avoid unnecessary casualties. Therefore, the Foundation has decided, after research and with special permission, to release detailed information about SCP-096 in the live broadcast room. Please be sure to visit the Foundation's live broadcast room to watch. Otherwise it will be too late to regret. Everyone in the livestream room was stunned upon seeing this abrupt banner. They couldn't believe it had only been a few hours. Another strange creature escaped from the shelter. And whether it's from the rankings or the Foundation's warning banners, without exception, they all declare this containment numbered SCP-096. It is much more dangerous than SCP-173, which slaughtered the Holy Left-Wing Yan and thousands of doughty elite warriors. After experiencing the strangeness of SCP-173, everyone in the live broadcast room naturally dared not take it lightly. Even the Holy Keisha, Morgana, or the Death God Karl. After seeing the banner, he decisively put down the work of setting up a chat group. Enter the Foundation live room and watch the video. Afraid of missing any details? Leading to uncontrollable consequences. Warring states, troubled times. Truly troubled times. First the livestream updated the chat function, and then the Foundation's strange containment object escaped again. Ugh! Is the Eisenkaicokohang King Kai's containment unit unusually active? Could it be related to the 10,000 Races live room? Or is this 10,000 Races live room itself a containment unit? Orochimaru, Eisen, your analysis makes sense. I agree. After all, apart from the containment, I really can't think of any other power that could create such a magical creation as the 10,000 Races live broadcast room. Jianziat Eisen, uncle, the technique you taught me is really effective against evil spirits. Thank you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I hope Konoha can survive this crisis safely. Weird King Orakai, I don't know what SCP-096 is, but I have a feeling it's much more dangerous than SCP-173, Peanut. Tornado, King Snake? Don't worry, it'll be coming to you soon. Monster King Orakai, are you stupid? We may be enemies, but we live on the same land. Do you really want the containment to land on our planet? Tornado. As everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing what exactly SCP-096 was, the Foundation logo on the screen slowly disappeared. Instead, there is an extremely blurry picture. The picture shows a vaguely humanoid creature, with a gaunt body and arms and legs nearly 1.5 times longer than an average person. This creature is huddled in a corner, covering its face. Seems afraid of something? Although the picture was extremely blurry, everyone felt the same way, an indescribable shudder bursting out from the depths of their souls. It's exactly the same feeling as a prey facing its natural enemy. Just when everyone was feeling inexplicably trembling, a line of small words appeared in the empty space on the left side of the picture. Personnel, shy person. Item number, SCP-096. Project registration Euclid. Appearance description, SCP-096 is a shy person. It looks like a humanoid creature, taller than an ordinary person, and seems to have no muscles. Judging from its overall weight, if viewed by human standards, this containment creature is severely malnourished. However, every joint in its body can be twisted to unimaginable degrees. Its eyes are extremely hollow, and it is unclear whether it can collect visual signals. Based on brainwave testing, SCP-096 has not yet been found to have the proper functions of a brain. Therefore, it can be inferred that the object does not have the ability to think. As these words appeared, everyone in the live broadcast room subconsciously thought that SCP-096 was a shy person, just like SCP-173 Peanut. A containment object with a distinct weakness. As long as you remember SCP-096's weakness of being shy, you can subdue it and then wait quietly for the SCP Foundation to collect it. But the words that appeared next shocked everyone. Experimental conclusion: shy people are usually extremely docile and will spend most of their time pacing back and forth against the wall. But when someone sees its face, whether in person, through a video, or even a photo, it goes into a state of severe sadness. Shy people cover their faces with their hands and begin screaming, crying, and making inarticulate noises. After approximately 1 to 2 minutes of being seen, the shy individual will rush towards anyone or any creature that sees its face, with its speed varying from 35 km per hour to km/h, seemingly depending on the distance between SCP-096-1 and the individual. At this time, no known materials or methods can stop SCP-096's advance. 0961 SCP-096-0961. When this information appeared, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. How could they not think of it? SCP-173 Peanut's strange ability is to kill anyone who looks away. SCP-096 Shy People's is just the opposite, killing anyone who sees its face. And a humanoid creature that is suspected to have no thinking ability. He would actually fall into extreme emotions just because someone saw his face. He could even automatically lock onto the person who saw his face. No wonder the SCP Foundation says that contained objects are things that cannot be explained by science. This is indeed beyond the scope of scientific understanding. And many more. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room realized a terrible thing. That is, if anyone has a photo of SCP-096's shy face, can he just publish the photo of SCP-096's shy face through live broadcast? Then everyone who sees the live broadcast will die at the hands of SCP-096's shy person. No wonder the SCP Foundation took this escape so seriously. If this wasn't handled properly, more people would die than just a sacred left-wing and thousands of elite Dowdy warriors. By then, planet after planet will be filled with dead people, and even the entire universe may be wiped out by SCP-096. Damn! This matter is a big deal, a really big deal. Chapter 17. The powerful people from various indigenous planets in the live broadcast room all fell silent after realizing the seriousness of the matter. If they could still use SCP-173 Peanut's weakness to fight back, then they really had no way to deal with SCP-096, the shy person. The safest way is to close all contact and cut off all sight before SCP-096 is recovered by the SCP Foundation. But the problem is, SCP-173 Peanut's clone might spawn next to him during this time. If he looks directly at it, he will die, and if he doesn't, he will be twisted by the concept level like the holy left-wing *yan. These are completely amazing. It's an unsolvable dead loop. Zhangguo, we should trust the SCP Foundation. Since they have successfully contained SCP-096, they should have corresponding countermeasures. Doflamingo, actually, the method is very simple. Just let others watch you sleep. Hinata-niji, this is when the role of the branch family is revealed. Hinata Hyaga, I will never let my father give such an order. Father, what are you doing? Don't knock me out. Child Emperor, everyone, aren't you all too nervous? Child Emperor, I don't know the probability of SCP-173 creating a clone, but I think the probability of it appearing near us within 24 hours is extremely low. Don't worry too much. Orochimaru, I agree with Child Emperor's speculation. Instead of worrying about SCP-173's clones, we should worry about whether someone will deliberately spread photos of SCP-096. Luffy, is it true that someone would deliberately spread photos of SCP-173? Monster King Orokai, I'd be happy to send the photo to the Hero Association. Jianzi, I wonder what would happen if the evil spirit saw a photo of SCP-096? Would it be killed by someone SCP-096 is shy of? Aizen and Akari at Maiko, give up this idea. Just follow the method I taught you and practice step by step. There's no need to take risks. Jianzi, got it, Master. The Great Canyon. Damn it. Damn it. Immediately pass on my order to cut off all communications with Yan Huang. until SCP-096 is recovered by the Foundation. Also, let as many Chinese residents as possible watch the live broadcast. Admiral Tokyo was completely panicked after seeing the comments from Orochimaru in the live broadcast room. As a warmongerer, he knew that he couldn't risk his own life and death. Leave it to others' moral level. Put yourself in his shoes. If you see SCP-096's face and know that you are going to die, you will probably take a photo of SCP-096 in despair. Send out as many as you can. Just buying time to escape. Maybe if he can hold on for 24 hours and wait for the SCP Foundation to recover SCP-096, he can survive. And the Earth is the birthplace of the SCP Foundation. It will definitely become my first choice. All Tokyo could do was to minimize this situation as much as possible. After that, he would leave the survival of the Yanhuang people to fate. Demonic Castle. After Morgana saw the information about SCP-096, her first thought was to find a way to get a photo of SCP-096 and send it to that bitch Holy Keisha. She wanted to see who was stronger, Holy Keisha or SCP-096, the shy person. Of course, no matter what the outcome, Morgana would be happy to see it happen. Angel Nebula, Merlit Heaven. Shy person. After seeing the information on the live broadcast, Holy Keisha was visibly stunned. SCP-173's strange ability had previously shocked her for a long time. Especially, when SCP-173 is Peanut, that conceptual neck-twisting skill. This completely destroyed the possibility of Angel Yan's resurrection. This is an extremely strange thing. It silenced Holy Keisha for a long time and raised the level of the SCP Foundation to the highest level. Will you be hunted to death if you see my face? Holy Keisha couldn't help but think of Morgana. She believed that her good sister would not let this opportunity go. She would definitely find a way. Get a picture of SCP-096 and send it to yourself. Let yourself and SCP-096 fight to the death. In the past, she wouldn't care. Because she was confident that she could kill SCP-096. But after the Angel Yan incident, she hesitated. After all, it is the SCP Foundation's collection. Maybe conceptual skills are required. So, in the end, Keisha decided to do the opposite and send the photo to Morgana. It depends on who gets the photo of SCP-096 first. Liang Star, in Liang Palace. My dear, I have made up my mind. Reina, wearing a yellow robe, sat on the throne and said to General Pan Zhen in the hall, I must go to this earth. My dear, any objection is useless. Although Reina's voice sounded quite regal, it always gave people a feeling of lack of confidence, like a child pouting and begging for approval. After hearing Reina's words, Pan Zhen, who was wearing armor, paced back and forth in the hall for a few steps, and said to Reina in a tone of regret. Normally, you just make some noise. But now is not the time to fool around. Putting aside the threat of SCP-096, SCP-173's clone alone is enough to kill you. Just stay in the Liang Palace. If there's an emergency, I'll be there to keep you safe. Stop messing around. Pan Zhen was very troubled by Lina. She's thousands of years old, but still has the mind of a child. When will she grow up? What Liang Xing needs is a real sun god. Not a grown-up little girl. Did Reina know Pan Zhen would say this? So she had already prepared a countermeasure and a statement, General Pan, it is precisely because of the SCP that I decided to go to Earth. At this point, Lina saw Pan Zhen about to open his mouth to refute her. So she waved her hand, interrupting Pan Zhen and speaking first. General Pan, think about it. Earth is the home planet of the so-called SCP Foundation. They must have a backup plan there. As long as an SCP object appears, the SCP Foundation will be the first to contain it. So, right now, Earth is the safest place in the entire universe. You think so? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhen wanted to refute Lina, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Lina was right. After a brief consideration, he finally agreed to let Reina go to Earth. Okay, I agree to let you go to Earth. But you need to bring the Red Phoenix Guardian Yuxu and the Holy Dragon Guardian Lei Yan. Also, no contact with the Foundation. Otherwise, I will go to Earth myself and bring you back to Liang Star. Reina nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice when she heard that. She thought, if I could just go to Earth, the sky would be high and the Emperor would be far away. I could do whatever I wanted, right? I could do it. No, I am the Emperor. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were all harboring their own thoughts, the video screen began to change, and the photo of SCP-096, the shy person, began to slowly disappear. Instead, there was Dr. Li Dou's slightly thin face. After Li Dou appeared on the screen, without any unnecessary words, he took out a letter of authorization with the SCP Foundation logo printed on it. In the live broadcast room, after showing it for a moment, the announcement began, due to SCP-096's shyness, a Keat-level disaster may occur. My colleagues are busy containing it. Therefore, after research and decision by the Foundation, I am authorized to release the experimental video related to SCP-096. Then read out the Foundation's approach. At this point, Dr. Li Dou paused, then continued, we are now releasing the video of the interaction experiment between SCP-096 Shy Person and SCP-343 God. I have obtained authorization and can explain it to everyone in the live broadcast room. Here's my authorization letter. As he spoke, Dr. Li Dou took out a letter of authorization and showed it to the audience in the live broadcast room. After the authorization letter was displayed, the screen in the live broadcast room also changed and began to play, the interactive experiment video between SCP-096 Shy Person and SCP-343 God. Chapter 18. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned after hearing Dr. Li Dou's words. What the hell? The SCP Foundation actually contained a god. Of course, everyone knew that the SCP-343 God mentioned by Dr. Raito was. It must be different from gods like Holy Kessa, Morgana, and God of Death Karl. Just a containment object. But it's scary enough. After all, a being named God, even if it was just a containment object, was not to be underestimated. It was even more dangerous than a typical god. And now the SCP Foundation is going to release a video of KS interactive experiment with SCP-096 during a live broadcast. Even though they don't know what the interactive experiment is, what exactly is it? But it also shows the extraordinary nature of SCP-096. Naruto, God? The village chief is also known as the God of Ninja. I don't think he's that powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, shut up. Don't embarrass yourself here. Everyone, please don't mind, Naruto has always been quite outspoken since he was a child. Kurosaki Ichigo, I never believed in the existence of God. In my opinion, God is just a powerful person. Pig God, I regret choosing this code name. Empress, it seems like Naruto has steered the conversation off track. It's amazing. As soon as Naruto shows up, everyone automatically follows his lead and continues the conversation. And they often agree with his opinions, no matter how outrageous they are. Whitebeard, Naruto, please be my son. Zhanguo, that's enough. Is it time for small talk now? Just when the comments in the live broadcast room were being misled by Naruto's mouth cannon, the screen had already started playing, the interactive experiment video between SCP-096 Shy Man and SCP-343 God. In the picture, a room full of science fiction appeared. In the center of the room was an old man dressed in ancient Greek costume with white hair draped over his shoulders. And this old man was playing a tune full of cheerful music on a piano. Such a discordant picture actually gives people a sacred feeling. Could this old man be SCP-343 God? Is the Foundation kidding me? Why does he look like Hawaii's father? The guy called God. Morgana was stunned when she saw the SCP-343 God, and then she couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, the SCP-343 God in the picture is so similar to the previous ruler of the Angel Nebula, God. Especially the temperament, it is exactly the same. This made Morgana, Holy Keisha, and even the Scum King Hawaii involuntarily think, this is the former ruler of the Angel civilization, God. Perhaps sensing the confusion among the crowd in the live stream, Dr. Lee Do's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Yes, this old man is the containment subject codenamed SCP-343 God. Because I'm not authorized to disclose its information, I can only tell you that it is indeed a strange containment object. As soon as Dr. Lee Do finished speaking, the door behind SCP-343 in the video was opened, and then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, a doctor in a white coat and holding an envelope entered the room. Then he walked towards SCP-343 God, holding the envelope and smiling. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they saw the envelope in the hands of the doctor in the white coat. Then a bold idea flashed through everyone's mind like lightning. Could it be this so-called interactive experiment video between SCP-096 Shyman and SCP-343 God? It's about letting SCP-343 see a picture of SCP-096, and then triggering a fight between the two containment objects. If that's the case, they can only say, this so-called SCP Foundation is so bold. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was vaguely guessing the truth about the interactive experiment, the doctor in a white coat had already taken out a photo of SCP-096 from the envelope in the live broadcast. Handed to SCP-343 God. When SCP-343 saw the photo handed over by the doctor, the kind smile on its face froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented anger. Then SCP-343 God angrily shouted at the doctor in the white coat, "Doctor, your behavior is very dangerous. You managed to piss me off. Are you ready for God's wrath?" Everyone in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, knew that this doctor was probably in danger. After all, let alone angering a strange containment object. Even if you anger a god in the ordinary sense, the consequences are usually not good. But the doctor's next answer made everyone in the live broadcast room stand in awe. I joined the SCP Foundation at a young age. I was appreciated and rose from an ordinary researcher to the head of the base. I've long since put life and death aside. When I joined the Foundation, I vowed to devote my limited life to the great cause of destroying SCP containment. As long as I can destroy one containment object. Even if I'm corrupted by SCP, what's the harm? At this point, the doctor paused, then loudly swore, "We control, we contain, we protect. We are the SCP Foundation." Following the doctor's oath, Dr. Lee Do in the live broadcast room also swore in an almost fanatical tone, "We control, we contain, we protect. We are the SCP Foundation." Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned for a moment when they heard the uniform oaths of Drive and Dr. Lee Do. They are all people standing at the top of their respective worlds. They had long seen deception, fratricide, and internal strife, and had long since stopped believing in so-called faith. But they never imagined. The top management of the Foundation has not forgotten its original intention. No wonder the SCP Foundation is able to single-handedly house so many bizarre objects. Besides technological advancements, it's probably their pure faith that counts. Zhangguo, the doctor is a respectable person. Orochimaru, that's right. I think it's stupid of him to hand over the photo himself, but that's why I admire him. Auntie, if Caesar had the same dedication as the doctor, my giant experiment would have been successful long ago. Sakazuki, hey? You're actually conducting an experiment like this? Damn it! Vegapunk, respectable researcher. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room thought that the doctor was doomed to die, an extremely shrill cry suddenly came from the screen. Whoa! The cry was so mournful, full of resentment and chilling malice. As SCP-096's mournful cries echoed through the live stream, the dense barrage of comments instantly vanished. Because everyone couldn't help but. I was stunned on the spot, with neither the time nor the energy to post comments. In the demon castle, Morgana's hands suddenly froze, because for some reason, this extremely shrill cry made her feel terrified. Damn it! I'm the demon queen! Morgana shuddered involuntarily, and then murmured to herself in an incredible tone, I would actually be moved by a cry. Feeling scared. It's such a disgrace to the devil. In fact, what Morgana didn't know was that it wasn't just her, but also Holy Keisha, God of Death Karl, Sun Star Panjin, a group of guys standing at the pinnacle of the super god universe. Because of this cry, everyone felt an inexplicable fear. It's not really fear. It was the instinctive reaction of prey when faced with the roar of their natural enemy. Even they felt fear, not to mention those guys from other indigenous worlds in the live broadcast room. Of course, while everyone is terrified, they are also increasingly looking forward to what will happen next. Then they were surprised to find. The entire screen began to shake, and then one roar after another sounded from far to near. It was as if some terrifying thing had broken free from its shackles and was charging towards me recklessly. Chapter 19. In the live broadcast, as the crashing sounds became more frequent, the anger on SCP-343's face became more and more obvious, even in its eyes. There was even a flash of extremely cold murderous intent. Just when everyone thought that SCP-343 God was going to take action against the Doctor, SCP-343 God only left one sentence, Doctor, you will regret it. Then he suddenly disappeared from the room, leaving the Doctor alone. The Doctor looked at the SCP-343 God that suddenly disappeared, and couldn't help but sigh, then took out a hood with the SCP Foundation logo from his pocket. He put it on skillfully, then turned and left the room, disappearing into the deep corridor that led to nowhere. After the Doctor left, the scene in the live broadcast room also changed. From the original sci-fi room, it turned into a ruined area with broken walls. If you look closely, you will find that these ruins are not made of bricks and tiles in the traditional sense, nor are they even reinforced concrete. It is an unknown silver-white metal. Although the people in the live broadcast room didn't know what this silver-white metal was, they were certain that this silver-white metal, whether in terms of strength or other properties, it is definitely countless times better than the Dowdy armor. Logically speaking, this metal is a priceless treasure for any force, used to forge weapons. However, the SCP Foundation used it extravagantly to build a base. What a rich man! Of course, this is not the point. The point is, even in a base like this, in the blink of an eye, in the battle between SCP-343 God and SCP-096 Shy Man, he was tortured into this horrible state. It's just that. In the live broadcast room, everyone could clearly see that the SCP-343 God was standing among the rubble, with a black, twisted human figure under his feet. And this figure is none other than SCP-096 the Shy One. At this moment, SCP-096, the Shy Person, was constantly emitting extremely shrill cries, and then those disproportionately long limbs. Struggling constantly, trying to break free from the trampling of SCP-343 God. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. While struggling, the Shy SCP-096 slowly raised his slightly dry head and looked straight at the camera. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned at first, and then they all felt a chill all over their bodies. How come they didn't think of it? This situation will occur, SCP-096's face will suddenly appear in the live broadcast room, exposed to the eyes of all viewers. This Does this mean that everyone who is watching the live broadcast now has been included in SCP-096's shy person hunting list? Grass. Is this damn SCP Foundation planning to use SCP-096 to cleanse the entire Super God universe? Damn. Damn it. Crazy. This SCP Foundation is completely crazy. On the Grand Canyon, Admiral Dokeo's face turned extremely pale and he roared angrily, "What on earth do they want to do? Are we going to wash the entire universe in blood?" The characteristic of SCP-096 is that it will relentlessly hunt down anyone who sees its face in any way. In other words, now everyone in the live broadcast room has become its target. Madmen. SCP Foundation are absolutely a bunch of lunatics. Thinking of this, the veins on Dokeo's forehead bulged, and he roared, "Immediately activate the highest risk emergency plan. All combatants, immediately enter combat readiness." Not only Dokeo, but also the Holy Keisha of the Angel Nebula, Morgana of the Demon Castle, the God of Death Carl of the Styx civilization, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Their reaction was similar to Dokeo's. While denouncing the SCP Foundation for being completely crazy, they began to actively prepare for war. To deal with the inevitable pursuit launched by SCP-096. At this moment, the live broadcast screen was suddenly paused, and Dr. Li Do's slightly hoarse voice sounded at the right time. "Everyone, don't worry. This video footage has been requested by the doctor for processing. The face of SCP-096 that everyone sees now is not its true appearance. It won't trigger a chase." Dr. Li Do paused and continued, "This experiment, Doctor, has been conducted 129,400 times. Please rest assured, everyone." The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Dr. Li Do's words. "Zai, I was so scared just now. I haven't won the championship yet, I don't want to die yet." "Zioxia, you will never win the championship even if you die. Uchiha Sasuke, there's indeed a terror between life and death. I actually used this to open my Sharingan. Brother, just wait. You're not far from death. Orochimaru, Sharingan? Not bad. Tornado, isn't it just an SCP-096? Look how scared you are. Empress, is there anyone who wouldn't be tempted by me? SCP-096 is no exception. If it dares to come, I will completely turn it into a stone statue. Sugar, can it turn into a toy? I5, Sucrose, stop bragging." Just as the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief at Dr. Li Do's words, the shy SCP-096, being stepped on by the SCP-343 God, appeared on the screen. With a deafening cry, he uttered a powerful groan, then with a sudden push of his limbs, he broke free from the grip of SCP-343. From the ground, it flew into the air and then rushed straight towards SCP-343. The speed was so fast that it left a few afterimages in the air. Just when everyone thought that SCP-343 God could not dodge and would have to withstand this attack head-on, SCP-343 God's figure suddenly disappeared again. Then it appeared behind SCP-096's shy person. Then he suddenly swung his fist and hit SCP-096's slightly skinny head hard. Then SCP-096's figure, like a cannonball, rushed towards the platform made of silver-white metal. Boom! With a roar, a deep pit about 100 meters in size appeared in front of everyone amidst the dust. You know, this is not ordinary ground. It's a metal platform that can withstand artillery bombardment without any damage. Just one blow can create such a huge crater, which is enough to show the strength of SCP-343*. It has exceeded the imagination of everyone in the live broadcast room. But even so, SCP-096 didn't seem to have suffered any harm. After the smoke and dust cleared, its slender and skinny figure reappeared in the picture, unharmed. SCP-096 roared shrilly towards the SCP-343 * god floating in the air. Then, like a cannonball, it rushed straight towards the direction of the SCP-343 * god. Hey! It's really troublesome. SCP-343 * saw SCP-096, who had returned at a much faster rate than himself, and couldn't help but sigh. A helpless look appeared on his face, and then he said to the audience in the live broadcast room. With a look of astonishment, he extended his right hand toward SCP-096 and gently shook it. Then, SCP-096's rapidly charging figure stopped charging as if the pause button had been pressed, and it remained suspended in mid-air. But despite this, SCP-096 continued to roar shrilly at SCP-343 *. The slender and twisted limbs kept waving, trying to tear SCP-343 * god into pieces. I really don't want to deal with unintelligent inmates like you. SCP-343 *, upon seeing this, shook his head and muttered to himself, "Still SCP-239, that little girl is interesting." After saying that, he clenched his fist suddenly, and then SCP-096 in mid-air was squeezed into a fist-sized ball of flesh. It fell straight onto the silver-white metal platform. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned after seeing this scene. Wasn't it because the scene was too shocking? But because it's too simple. Most of them can do this kind of thing. If this is the only ability of SCP-096, then there is really nothing to be afraid of. But at this moment, something strange happened. The following scene plunged everyone into deep self-doubt, and it took them a long time to recover from the shock. Chapter 20. In the live broadcast, SCP-096, which had been crushed by SCP-343 into a fist-sized ball of flesh, was staring at by everyone in amazement. It actually slowly stretched out again. Almost in the blink of an eye, SCP-096's shy, slightly strange figure had completely recovered. Not only was there no injury on the whole body, even the momentum has increased a little. After recovering, SCP-096, without any pause, cried out a chilling cry and rushed towards SCP-343 *, which was suspended in mid-air. This recovery ability is really terrifying. They had been kneaded into a ball of flesh, but in an instant, they returned to their original state. It's simply immortal. Everyone in the livestream room felt a chill run down their spines at the thought of being targeted by such a monster. A relentless pursuit, automatic predator hunting, immortal. Who wouldn't be afraid of such an enemy? Not to mention the strong ones from the indigenous world, even Holy Keisha, god of death Kale, Morgana, Pangen, couldn't help but frown. He silently wondered in his mind whether he could escape unscathed if he faced SCP-096. Result, obviously, impossible. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by SCP-096's terrifying recovery ability, SCP-343, suspended in mid-air, stared at SCP-096 rushing towards him. He couldn't help but sigh, then once again confined SCP-096 in mid-air and squeezed it into a ball of flesh. This time it did not smash SCP-096 to the ground like before. Instead, he raised his right hand and lightly grasped the sky. Then, lightning flashed with brilliant light and appeared out of thin air. Thousands of lightning flashes instantly illuminate the originally dark sky with the help of this momentary light. Everyone in the livestream room was stunned. On the plain not far away, a towering building, resembling a square steel, towered above the ground. Countless intricate patterns were carved into the steel. Around this huge square monument, there are floating fortress-like buildings. Those buildings were rotating around the square monument along mysterious paths. The scene was fleeting, but it shocked everyone greatly. This was because the monument was so huge, estimated to be at least 20,000 meters across. Could it be that this monument is also a storage object? No way. How could such a huge containment object exist? Not to mention how terrifying and strange abilities such a huge containment object would possess. Even if it is an ordinary square monument, it is not an easy task to contain it. But if this monument is truly a contained object with strange abilities, then the capabilities of the SCP Foundation can only be described as incredible. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by the fleeting solar eclipse monument and was speechless, SCP-343 God has gathered the countless thunderbolts that appeared out of thin air into his palm, forming a fist-sized, roaring thunder dragon. The next moment, SCP-343 God, without the slightest hesitation, directly injected the fist-sized thunder dragon into SCP-096. The moment the thunder dragon and SCP-096 came into contact, a devastating explosion occurred. The scattered arcs of electricity immediately reduced the base below to ash. The molten silver metal gathered into streams of shimmering silvery white light, flowing in all directions. However, after the thunder dissipated, SCP-096's slightly narrow and twisted figure reappeared in everyone's sight. This time SCP-096 was still unharmed. Then it roared again and rushed towards SCP-343 God, who was suspended in mid-air. It's not dead yet? Could it be that SCP-096 is just like SCP-173, and cannot be destroyed at all? Holy Keisha sat on the throne of Mellow Heaven, watching the live broadcast while muttering to herself in a slightly shocked tone, the strength of this thunder attack is already at the god-killing level. It's even stronger than Angel Yan's thunder attack. But it still can't destroy SCP-096. It's so weird. Holy Keisha even suspected that once she was targeted by SCP-096, even if she had upgraded to a holy body, she would still die under SCP-096's relentless pursuit. Also, what was that towering steel? Why did it give him such a frightening feeling? Just one look at myself in the video makes me shiver. SCP Foundation, how many secrets are you hiding? Just as Holy Keisha's expression became increasingly solemn, in the live broadcast room, SCP-343 saw that thunder could no longer destroy SCP-096, and the irritation in his eyes became more and more intense. It stretched out its right hand, grasped the air, and then a sharp sword burning with blazing flames appeared out of thin air in its hand. The dancing flames even burned down the surrounding space. Everything around SCP-343 God becomes illusory, but it emits a soft light, making it look extremely sacred. Then, in the next second, the sharp sword in the hand of SCP-343 burning with terrifying flames, pierced through SCP-096's body. The flames were so terrifying that they were enough to collapse space. It burst out from SCP-096's body, burning its body to ashes in an instant. But these ashes gathered together again in the blink of an eye, allowing SCP-096 to be reborn. Then it continued to roar and rushed towards SCP-343 God. Oh! What a hassle! SCP-343 looked at SCP-096 who was rushing towards him relentlessly, and couldn't help but sigh, then snapped his fingers lightly. Snapped. Following a crisp sound, the live broadcast room's image shifted from the originally dim and unknown space to the starry sky of the universe. In the starry sky, huge planets are rotating around a dark red star. A terrifying sense of oppression permeates the screen, making the audience in the live broadcast room feel short of breath. Warring states, is this the power of God? Zai, this spatial transformation ability is already comparable to that of a first-level god. It's truly powerful. Tornado, in the Hero Association, I guess only Mr. Blast can compete with him. Jiraiya, it's a bit like Flying Thunder God. But it's much more powerful than Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru, this SCP-096's recovery ability is even more terrifying than the Impure World reincarnation. Jianzi, evil spirits look so cute in front of their inhabitants. Just when the audience from various indigenous worlds in the live broadcast room were stunned by SCP-343*'s ability to replace space. The following scenes made them completely doubt their lives. SCP-343** slowly raised his right hand. During this process, those terrifying stars in the universe actually surged towards SCP-343**. During this process, these large objects shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a moment later, the planet that had once been filled with oppression was reduced to the size of a marble, suspended in the palm of SCP-343**'s hand, and that dark red planet. It turned into a disk, floating behind the SCP-343**. It can actually shrink the planet. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't even dare to think about possessing such an incredible ability before, let alone possessing it. No way. It's so scary. It has exceeded the limits of their imagination. At this moment, SCP-343** whispered the word go. Then, the shrinking planets began to spin madly. Then he smashed down on SCP-096, who was still crying. Chapter 21. In the live broadcast room, as SCP-343** pointed his finger, small balls transformed from stars began to smash towards SCP-096. During this process, the small ball, which was originally the size of a glass bead, quickly grew larger. By the time it hit SCP-096, it had already shrunk to its original size. The massive squeezing force generated by the collision of 7 or 8 planets instantly crushed SCP-096 into dust. Boom boom boom. A huge roar, accompanied by endless interstellar dust, spread in all directions across the starry sky of the universe. The scene is so grand. Countless people were terrified. Although they knew that this period was a recording of previous experiments, they also knew that even if it was happening, even through the light curtain, you can't hurt yourself. But they still dared not breathe, and their lifeless eyes were filled with disbelief. Some were even frightened to the point of fainting. No way. These were 7 or 8 planets, each the size of their own world, colliding with each other. This kind of fighting style, this level of power, this peak confrontation. Even in the myths of some worlds, it has never appeared. After all, this has exceeded the limits of their imagination and they can't even compile it. Of course, this is not the end yet. SCP-343** still felt that such an attack would not be enough to completely kill SCP-096. So, under the stunned gaze of the live broadcast audience, he slightly opened his left hand to control the endless dust that spread out, forcibly compressing it into a sphere the size of a football. Then, with his right hand, he lifted the dark red planet behind him, the size of his face, and smashed it forward. The result is, deep in the universe, brilliant light and magnificent explosions once again shine. In the demon castle, Morgana watched this scene with her mouth slightly open, unable to utter a word for a long time. BBBB, chi. After a long while, she trembled and said, "How is this possible? SCP-343** God, how did you do it? I don't believe it has the power to control the stars. I do not believe. This has to be a fabricated video." She, Morgana, has been roaming the universe for tens of thousands of years. I've never heard of such a powerful god being born in this universe. If such a being really existed, how could it be so unknown? Even if he keeps a low profile, he should be famous throughout the universe. Besides, the SCP Foundation is just an indigenous organization in the Chiwu Galaxy. How could they possibly have the ability to contain SCP-343**, a god with such power? Therefore, this video must be fake. That's right. That must be it. Thinking of this, Morgana took a deep breath and ordered, "Ado, use all your computing power. Analyze the video and find the flaws for me. Go." After Morgana gave the order, she didn't wait for the demon Achuo to respond, and continued to stare at the live broadcast room and watch the video. She wanted to see if the so-called immortal SCP-096 would be shy. Whether you can survive various levels of attacks. Not only Morgana, but all the viewers in the live broadcast room subconsciously believed that this video was fabricated by the SCP Foundation. Only Holy Keisha, after experiencing the events of Angel Yan. She had a vague understanding of SCP containment. So even though she found it unbelievable, she still believed that the video must be real. But she also wanted to see if SCP-096 would be destroyed. Under the gaze of everyone, the interstellar dust and the dark red star disappeared from the picture. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, SCP-096's slender, twisted body reappeared in the picture. After SCP-096 recovered, without stopping, he continued to rush towards the SCP-343 god floating in the starry sky while making a shrill cry. The Great Canyon. This can't be killed. Go crazy. All the aircraft carrier fighters were stunned and staring at the live broadcast, not knowing what to say for a moment. That's crazy. With that attack just now, not only them, even the Earth would probably be reduced to ashes. But SCP-096 recovered unexpectedly. It's just that. This is too fucking perverted. This. Tokyo and Kyangwei both had expressions of despair on their faces. It's not that their willpower is weak, but the power displayed by SCP-343 is simply too magnificent and vast. They are not on the same level at all. With this method, it would be easy to destroy the Earth. He even suspected. This is simply not a force that should exist in this universe. However, the only good news right now is that the SCP Foundation is on humanity's side. If the SCP Foundation is the enemy, then there's no point in resisting it. Just close your eyes and wait for death. Of course, this is not even more terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that even though he is the god of SCP-343, he used such power, and not only did he fail to kill the shy person of SCP-096, he didn't even make him give up chasing him. And SCP-096 has escaped from containment and is now wandering around the world. Hey! Thinking of these six, Tokyo and others became more and more desperate. Tired. Destroy it quickly. Just when Tokyo and Kyangwei were feeling desperate, in the live broadcast, SCP-343 looked at SCP-096 rushing towards him again, with a helpless look on his face. Hey! What a difficult guy! Then, SCP-343 God waved his hand lightly, and in front of the astonished eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, he split into three identical versions of himself. SCP-096 was obviously confused by SCP-343's move. It looked at the three SCP-343 gods in front of it, and for a moment it didn't know who to kill first. At this moment, the SCP-343 god in the middle reached out and gently touched SCP-096's distorted cheek, and then SCP-096 turned directly into a banana. Then the SCP-343 gods standing on the left and right swung their fists at the same time and hit the banana that SCP-096 had turned into hard. Boom! With a muffled sound, SCP-096 turned into a two-dimensional piece of paper without any thickness. My grass! In the monster world, Child Emperor saw this scene and couldn't help but swear, it's actually a dimensionality reduction attack. This SCP-343 God actually uses dimensionality reduction attacks. This. All the S-class heroes present looked at each other in surprise after hearing what Child Emperor said. I don't know what to say. At the same time, any hero who is familiar with the dimensionality reduction attack is certain that SCP-096 is definitely dead. After being photographed as a two-dimensional painting, there is absolutely no possibility that SCP-096 will survive. But, although they think so rationally, they feel emotionally that SCP-096 might be resurrected. Perhaps SCP-096 can be resurrected. What we should do now is to last hit. No matter whether we can recover or not, we should last hit first. Just as they were thinking this, the SCP-343 god in the video had already begun finishing off the enemy. Its 3 clones simultaneously unleashed fire, thunder, lasers. All kinds of dazzling attacks continuously bombarded the two-dimensional SCP-096. The fierce attack lasted for more than 10 minutes. SCP-343* finally stopped. This made everyone in the live broadcast room's eyelids twitch. You know, every attack of SCP-343* god has the power to kill gods. This kind of attack continued for more than 10 minutes without any repetition. It's just that. Could it be that SCP-343*'s power is infinite? If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times from lack of energy. Besides, SCP-096 should be completely dead now. First it was too dized, then it was bombarded with a god-killing attack for more than 10 minutes. If this didn't kill it, then I guess nothing can kill SCP-096. Even if I don't die. At the very least, it will take a long time to recover. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. SCP-343* had just stopped attacking when SCP-096's slender, twisted figure suddenly appeared from the two-dimensional picture. Break free! Then, after letting out a shrill cry towards SCP-343* god, he rushed towards it again. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Damn it! This damn thing isn't dead yet. It's so fucking abstract. Chapter 22. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were looking forward to the next battle video in shock, the video suddenly dimmed. And then, in the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Dr. Li Dou's slightly thin figure appeared in front of everyone, and then he said, due to the upcoming battle between SCP-343* god and SCP-096, other contained objects will be involved. The danger level of this containment object is Tamil class. It cannot be made public. Dr. Li Dou paused for a moment, then continued, so the interactive experiment video can only be played here. Of course, even though the video is incomplete. I believe everyone has fully understood the dangers of shy people, SCP-096. So, this containment work. The Foundation will employ radical containment procedures and then conduct a cross-experiment. The powerful figures from various worlds in the live broadcast room fell silent upon hearing Dr. Li Dou's words. They still couldn't fully recover from the shock of the battle just now. Thinking of the SCP-343* god, its incredible power, and especially the image of it ruling the planet, everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily. But despite this, it is impossible to kill SCP-096. They have fully understood the danger level of SCP-096. Therefore, they are against the Foundation's decision to use radical measures to contain SCP-096. Express understanding. But they couldn't understand why the SCP Foundation would conduct such bullshit interactive experiments during the containment process. What if something goes wrong? That would be a big deal. Zhangguo, are the decision-makers at this Foundation crazy? They're actually conducting cross-experiments during containment. Orochimaru, I thought I was crazy enough. I didn't expect that in front of the Foundation, I am just a little brother. Kenpei Kizaraki, I'm not interested in the Foundation's decision. I just want to know, who wins in the end? SCP-343* god or SCP-096? Madarame Ikeku, Captain, of course it's SCP-096. If SCP-343* god wins, SCP-096 should be destroyed. How else would he escape the shelter? Katakuri, it could be a draw. Didn't Dr. Raito mention that the video later involved a Tamil containment object? I guess that object stopped the fight between the two. Jianzi, if Mr. Charlotte's analysis is correct, then does the Foundation have the means to prevent SCP-096 from hunting others? Vegapunk, theoretically, yes. But they won't be used. Jianzi, why? Danzo, because I'm not qualified. It's not worth the risk for the Foundation, understand? Just as the powerful figure from the indigenous world in the live broadcast room was analyzing the current situation based on the information released by the SCP Foundation. On the Grand Canyon, Admiral Dokeo and a number of high-ranking military officials all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the barrage of comments. It would be great if there were a way to stop it. Dokeo, sweating profusely, slumped in his seat and muttered to himself, otherwise, once SCP-096 appears on Earth, then it's all over. Earth is the headquarters of the SCP Foundation. If the worst happens, he believes that the decision-makers of the SCP Foundation will definitely stop SCP-096 at all costs. Of course, Dokeo silently prayed that this situation would never happen. Otherwise, even if the Foundation had countermeasures, the Earth would still be devastated. At this moment, on the live broadcast screen, a young man in a white research suit walked up to Dr. Li Do and handed him a document with the Foundation logo printed on it. Dr. Li Do took the document, studied it carefully for a moment, and then slowly said to the people in the live broadcast room, "Everyone, due to the escape of SCP-096. SCP-096 has damaged part of the base's containment facilities, potentially allowing SCP-682, the immortal lizard, to escape." Dr. Li Do paused and continued, "Therefore, the Foundation, after research, has decided, with special permission, to release in advance a copy of the experimental data on the interaction between SCP-682 the immortal lizard and SCP-096 the shy human. Let everyone be mentally prepared. Since there is no video, it can only be released in the form of documents." As soon as Dr. Li Do finished speaking, the screen in the live broadcast room changed, and a document about the record of the interaction experiment between SCP-096 and SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard appeared in front of everyone. Approved, the base director, Drive, is authorized to use the containment item numbered SCP-682, the Immortal Lizard, to conduct interactive experiments with SCP-096. Note: the experiment must be conducted within the radiation range of SCP. Experimental process: put SCP-096, the shy person, in a sealed box and send it to the base, in a numbered room. After it has been empty for 4 weeks, open the sealed box. Experimental record: after the experimenters left, SCP-096 shy person and SCP-682 both screamed continuously, and it was suspected that a fight had occurred. The details of the battle are unknown. Test results: SCP-096 is a shy person, and very frustrated, he stays away from SCP-682, the Immortal Evil Lizard. SCP-682, the Immortal Lizard, is located at the northernmost end of the room. Over 85% of its mass has disappeared, but it is still alive. After that, when you try to expose SCP-096's face to SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard, SCP-096 will not chase SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard. Instead, he screamed and scratched his face. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned after seeing the information on the screen. Before seeing the information, they thought this was another earth-shattering battle. But I never expected that the result would be like this. Not only was there no major war, SCP-096, who had dared to pursue SCP-343* relentlessly, finally gave in. Even after being seen by SCP-682, instead of pursuing it, it scratched its own face. This is obviously a cowardly act. Your sister. What on earth is this SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard? It actually scared SCP-096. Uncle? It's no wonder everyone thinks this way. After all, in the video just now, SCP-096 fully demonstrated what it means to fight to the death. Even SCP-343*, the god who can play with planets like marbles, was rendered powerless by it. But this SCP-682 immortal evil lizard can actually make SCP-096. I dare not hunt it down. If it's not Uncle, then what is it? Zoro, what exactly is this SCP-682 immortal lizard? Didn't SCP-096 say it would hunt its target relentlessly? Robin, whatever it is. But one thing is undeniable, it is SCP-682, the immortal lizard, which is much more powerful than SCP-343, the god. Jianzi, I don't know why. I just want to laugh when I think about SCP-096 being shy and scratching his face because he's afraid to go after SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Naruto, it doesn't simply think that if it scratches its face into other shapes, its face won't be seen. Hyuga Hinata, after hearing what Naruto-kun said? I feel that SCP-096 is inexplicably cute. Warring States. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Child Emperor. Killer Bee, is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family so fierce? She actually thinks her captive is cute. She's worthy of being the heir to Konoha's #1 family. I can't mess with her. I can't mess with her. Tornado, Hinata, you will be my idol from now on. Maiko, if I had a little sister like Hinata, I would have a better mindset and wouldn't have to worry about evil spirits. Kurosaki Ichigo, this sister is good. Chapter 22. Inside the Giant Gorge. Tokyo and others stared at each other, not knowing what to say. What the hell is this SCP-682 immortal lizard? Everyone is numb. Even the god SCP-343*, who could throw planets at people like marbles, couldn't make the shy person SCP-096 surrender. He was actually forced to scratch his face by SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard. Although, the SCP Foundation has not yet released information about SCP-682 the immortal lizard. But there is no doubt about it. This SCP-682 immortal lizard is definitely a more powerful containment object than SCP-343*, god. And because SCP-096 destroyed the shelter facilities when it escaped, this SCP-682 immortal evil lizard is also very likely to escape. Grass. If the interactive experiment video footage just now is true, then what's the point of their giant canyon? Just lie down. No way. The gap between them and these so-called refugees was too great. Facing the Daudi army, Tokyo knew that Yanhuang was far inferior to them. But with the help of super soldiers, they are not without the ability to fight back. But faced with these strange and unpredictable objects, Tokyo, the warmongerer, really couldn't muster up the slightest will to fight. Anyway, the Earth is the home planet of the SCP Foundation, so they will definitely not sit idly by. Do not care. Just give up. Just when Tokyo chose to give up because of the overwhelming power of the containment, Zhang Chen sat in the classroom, watching the live broadcast while calling up his system wall. Then he spent 10 million science points to buy an item called Heavenly Law and Will Communicator. Name: Natural Law Consciousness Communicator. Type: Primary Containment Object, Primary Replica. Level: Euclid. Function: you can communicate with the natural consciousness of the primary civilization once, limited to one sentence or one picture. Introduction: after communicating, your words or pictures can be immediately transmitted to the minds of all intelligent creatures in the world. Zhang Chen looked at the Heavenly Law Consciousness Communicator and a charming smile appeared on his face. But his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. I have already told everyone through the live video that the Earth is the base of my SCP Foundation and no other forces can get their hands on it. He also used SCP-173 peanuts to slaughter thousands of Daudi elite warriors as a warning. But they did not evacuate immediately. Instead, they continued to linger near Pluto, waiting for the arrival of the follow-up army, and then attacked with lightning speed. Attack the Earth. Do you really think you are so easy to talk to? In that case, it's time to let you know the methods of the SCP Foundation. Don't you want to leave? Then don't leave. Stay here. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's mind moved, and he used the Heavenly Law Consciousness Communicator to connect with the Heavenly Law of the Giant Wolf civilization in the Styx Galaxy. Then Zhang Chen felt his eyes go dark. Indicates that they have arrived in a vast and empty space. In front of him, there was a huge sphere composed of countless brilliant lights. This sphere was so huge that it could be described as boundless. If you look closely, you will find that each ray of light that makes up the sphere is made up of countless pictures, all of which are from infancy to death. In other words, each ray of light represents the life of a giant wolf warrior. What's the matter? Just as Zhang Chen was marveling at himself, a voice that seemed to be a mixture of countless other voices exploded in Zhang Chen's ears. It's okay. I just wanted to show you a picture. Zhang Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this, and then passed the photo of SCP-096 to the Giant Wolf Civilization's natural consciousness. Then he continued. Enjoy it. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he decisively withdrew from this strange space. Just as Zhang Chen transmitted the photo of SCP-096 to the Giant Wolf Civilization's natural consciousness, all members of the Giant Wolf Civilization, no matter where they were, they all inexplicably felt an indescribable sense of horror bursting out from the depths of their souls. Although they don't understand where this sense of horror comes from, but they know through their mysterious sixth sense that they are about to face a disaster. At the same time, in the SCP Foundation live broadcast room, Dr. Li Do cleared his throat, and then he said to the live camera, "Everyone, the interactive experiment on SCP-096 is ready. Next, I would like to invite my colleague Dr. Bai Ting to give you a detailed introduction. Upcoming cross-experimentation with SCP-096. After saying that, Dr. Li Do's figure disappeared from the live broadcast screen, and was replaced by a tall, cold, and aloof female researcher who gave people the temperament of a queen. The moment she appeared, her information appeared on the screen. Name, Bai Ting. Position, SCP Foundation Base SCP-096 Project Leader. Security Clearance, Level 4. Responsible for research projects, research on the containment, monitoring, destruction, etc. of SCP-096. Introduction, Bai Ting is the Doctor's last disciple. He once led the interactive experiments of SCP-096, the Shy Person, and SCP-682, SCP, and other contained objects. Bai Ting's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. They were eager to know what this so-called interactive experiment was. And why did the SCP Foundation, knowing clearly the dangers of SCP-096, still insist on launching that so-called bullshit interaction experiment at this time? Aren't they afraid of the loss of lives? Under the gaze of everyone in the live broadcast room, Bai Ting took out a letter of authorization printed with the SCP Foundation and said slowly in an extremely cold voice. The Dowdy civilization invaded the Chaiwa star system without authorization, leading to the escape of SCP-173. During its escape, it caused heavy losses to my Foundation * base. Therefore, the Foundation, after research and decision, has approved my application for experimentation on the interaction between SCP-096 and civilized natural law consciousness with special permission. Dr. Bai Ting paused, then continued, regarding heavenly principle consciousness, you can simply understand it as the collection of consciousnesses of intelligent creatures in your respective worlds. The subjects of this interactive experiment are, Dowdy Civilization * and its affiliated species, Giant Wolf Civilization. Just now, Doctor, I have used it to transmit the photo of SCP-096 to the heavenly consciousness of the Giant Wolf Civilization. Therefore, all intelligent creatures of the Giant Wolf Civilization will become targets of SCP-096. The purpose of this experiment is to verify SCP-096's maximum pursuit speed, whether the Tianli consciousness has a concept of self-preservation, and the impact of Tianli's destruction on the planet. After the experiment is finished, I will announce the detailed experimental results in the live broadcast room on behalf of the SCP Foundation. Correct. The entire manhunt will be broadcast live. We've already processed the video footage. Please feel free to watch. The powerful people from the indigenous world in the live broadcast room all felt a chill run down their bodies and could not stop sweating when they heard Dr. Baiting's words. Even with their intelligence, they couldn't help but tremble all over. No way. Although Dr. Baiting's voice was very soft, her words were like huge hammers, hammering hard at everyone's soul. How the hell is this an interactive experiment? This is clearly an extermination plan against the giant wolf civilization using SCP-096. Before this, although they knew that according to the philosophy of the SCP Foundation, they would definitely not sit idly by and watch the Dowdy army invading the Chiwu galaxy. Furthermore, the invasion of the Dowdy army caused SCP-173 to escape, causing heavy losses to the Foundation. But no one expected it. The reaction of the SCP Foundation would be so explosive. The explosion was so explosive that it exceeded everyone's imagination. Before Dr. Baiting announced the interaction experiment, the most hateful revenge method everyone could think of was to use the containment objects to defeat the Dowdy army. It even goes back to the Styx galaxy and forces the god of death Karl to admit defeat. But they could never have imagined that the SCP Foundation's first move was to exterminate all intelligent creatures in a civilization. And it is through the natural law consciousness that everyone has never heard of that it is destroyed. This unheard of method made everyone's scalp tingle. Grass. Madmen. This SCP Foundation is a group of complete lunatics. Never provoke them. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Chapter 23. In the Demon Castle, Morgana stood there in a daze, staring at the live broadcast screen, her eyes full of disbelief, and she was unable to wake up from the shock for a long time. No way. Dr. Baiting's words just now had a great impact on her worldview. Morgana had traversed the universe for tens of thousands of years, from the time of the Celestial Palace until now. Yet, she had never heard of the so-called heavenly law consciousness. What's more, according to the SCP Foundation, they use the contained objects to carry out genocide on a civilization through the consciousness of natural law. This is an incredible means of attack. It has indeed exceeded her comprehension. Ato, pass on my order, no demons are allowed to enter the earth. After a while, Morgana, who had recovered from her shock, took a deep breath and ordered, if what Baiting, the Doctor, said is true, then the strength of this SCP Foundation will exceed our imagination. I didn't expect it, just find a place to recuperate. It hit a brick wall. Morgana now regretted coming to Earth. She wanted to give her former self a slap in the face. I have nothing to do because I'm full. What are you doing on Earth? And the way this SCP Foundation acts is even more evil than the devil. Genocide comes first. It's just that. After hearing Morgana's words, the demon Achuo bowed respectfully and went down to convey the order. Of course, even without Morgana's order, all the demon warriors no longer dared to enter the earth. They are pursuing indulgence and depravity. But they are not stupid. If I go to Earth now, I'll probably be killed as a warning to the SCP Foundation. The reason the SCP Foundation wants to publicly announce this to the entire universe is his plan to completely exterminate the giant wolf civilization. It's just to establish authority. Morgana was not the only one who was frightened by Dr. Baiting's words and dared not enter the earth. Even Holy Keisha issued the same order. All angels are forbidden from entering the earth without permission. I can only say that the two are worthy of being sisters. Although they have different ideas, their styles of doing things are similar. As for the Grim Reaper Karl, he did not reveal any fate as usual. Staying quietly in the Death Castle, he used the big clock to study the so-called ultimate fear. Liang Star, in Liang Palace. Reina, you watched the live broadcast too. You should understand the SCP Foundation's style of operation. General Pan Zhen stopped Reina as she was about to go to Earth and said earnestly, if you go to Earth now, you'll likely become a threat in their eyes. By then, even if we on Liang Star try our best, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect you. Don't be willful, okay? Originally, Pan Zhen agreed to let Reina go to Earth because Reina was right. In the entire universe, Earth was the safest place. Earth is the headquarters of the SCP Foundation. They certainly won't allow the inmates to do whatever they want there. But after watching Dr. Baiting's live broadcast, Pan Zhen suddenly realized the purpose of the SCP Foundation: we control, we contain, we protect. What it really means is, we control everything that is a threat to humanity, we contain everything that is a threat to humanity, and we protect humanity from all threats. Now that Reina is heading to Earth, she will most likely be considered a threat by the SCP Foundation. By then, given the SCP Foundation's style of behavior, Reina will definitely be in great danger. When Reina heard Pan Zhen's words, she was stunned for a moment, then her eyes rolled and she said, General Pan, we can ask the SCP Foundation in advance. No matter how overbearing that SCP Foundation is. It's impossible that in this era of the universe, no aliens are allowed to enter the Earth. Having said this, Reina paused and continued, once I get permission from the SCP Foundation, our fiery sun planet will be the first world to establish contact with the SCP Foundation. This will be of great benefit to our Liang Star. Lina now knew the trick to dealing with Pan Zhen. That was to turn the situation around in a way that would benefit the development of Liang Star. Then Pan Zhen will most likely agree. The result was as Lina expected. After hearing what she said, General Pan Zhen only thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement to her proposal. Then General Pan Zhen sent an application to the SCP Foundation through the Wanzhou Live Room in the name of Liang Star. Asked the SCP Foundation whether to allow Reina to enter Earth. President, we received a private message from Pan Zhen from Liang Star. Just as Zhang Chen was sitting in the classroom, making up the next containment object, Li Dou's voice rang out at the right moment. In a private message, Pan Zhen asked if you agree to allow the Sun God, Reina, to enter China. After hearing Li Dou's words, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and then slowly said, I agree. I will send you a copy of the Code of Conduct in a private message later. You can pass it on to Pan Zhen. As long as Reina doesn't break the rules, it's fine. After saying that, Zhang Chen spent 1000 science popularization points in the system mall to redeem a copy of the Code of Conduct and sent it to Li Dou in a private message, asking him to pass it on to Pan Zhen. After dealing with this matter, Zhang Chen continued to fabricate the next containment, the Plague Doctor. At the same time, Zhang Chen was thinking about whether he should set up an organization similar to the Men in Black to manage the powerful people from other worlds. After all, as time goes by, aliens want to come to Earth. There will be more and more. If everyone needs to approve it personally, then I don't have to do anything else. Of course, there is no rush now. I'll wait until I finish making up the next SCP containment object. You actually agreed. But you have to follow the Code of Conduct. Pan Zhen hadn't expected the SCP Foundation to respond so quickly. He had barely sent out the invitation when he received a reply from Dr. Li Dou. What she didn't expect was that the SCP Foundation actually agreed to Reina's application and even gave her a Code of Conduct. Lino looked at Pan Zhen, who was confused, and said with a smile, Uncle Pan, I'll tell you. The SCP Foundation will definitely approve my application. Hearing Reina's words, Pan Zhen nodded and then said, this is an opportunity for us on Liang Star. You must seize the opportunity. Also, be sure not to violate the Code of Conduct. Otherwise, no one can protect you. Study the code of conduct carefully these past few days. Once SCP-096 is contained, we'll head to Earth. After hearing Pan Zhen's words, Lena wanted to refute him, saying that she only needed to scan the code of conduct and she would be able to memorize it by heart. You can travel to Earth now. But after seeing General Pan Zhen's unquestionable look, Lena finally compromised. I thought to myself, I have been waiting for thousands of years, so these few days won't make a difference. What Reina didn't know was that Pan Zhen wanted her to wait a few more days because he wanted to see if there really was a Dr. Baiting in the SCP Foundation. It's as magical as it's said. What if Dr. Baiting is just bragging? At this moment, the live broadcast of the SCP Foundation began to change. Dr. Baiting's figure gradually disappeared, and was replaced by the slightly weird and distorted figure of SCP-096. Judging from the surrounding environment, it can be determined that its location should be the Moon. Chapter 24. When SCP-096 appeared in the SCP live room, the audience in the live room couldn't help but subconsciously avoid looking at its mosaic-covered face. Some viewers even worried that the SCP Foundation might do something shady. So I simply chose to close the live broadcast room. Anyway, for them, missing one live broadcast is nothing. There is absolutely no need to risk their lives to watch this live broadcast. Of course, there is one exception, and that is the intelligent race of the giant wolf civilization. After hearing Dr. Baiting's words, they were completely terrified. In an instant, their home planet was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Everyone rushed to escape from their home planet. As for where to escape to, it doesn't matter. What matters is that they disperse and flee to different parts of the universe. Then they silently hope that the SCP Foundation will keep its promise. Within 24 hours, stepped in and contained SCP-096. This way they might be able to save their lives. Of course, there are also some giant wolf warriors who firmly believe that the SCP Foundation is bragging. No matter what, their giant wolf civilization is also under the command of the god of death Karl. In order to study death, they have been fighting in the universe for 3,000 or 4,000 years. But I have never heard of such a thing as consciousness of natural law. What's more, this is an attack method that uses the shelter to cleanse an entire race through the consciousness of natural law. Isn't this a fantasy? Zhangguo, is it about to begin? I've never heard of the concept of heavenly principle consciousness before. I never thought the Foundation could launch an attack through heavenly principle consciousness. Giant Wolf Leader, you've never heard of it. Because the SCP Foundation is just lying. What sense of justice is there? They just made it up. Pain, even if I don't have any sense of justice. I still agree with the Foundation's purge of you. All invaders, die. Kakashi, then you deserve to die too. Pain, that's right. When I achieve my ideal, I will commit suicide. Monkey D. Dragon, if Pain and I were in the same world, I think we would be good friends. Pain, yet. Tornado, I believe Dr. Baiting is not lying. Because, there is absolutely no need. There is no need to lie when something like this can be verified so quickly. Giant Wolf Leader, Tornado, you little brat. You don't understand anything? Don't talk nonsense. Hell blowing snow, look everyone, this giant wolf leader is anxious. He's anxious. If you truly believe the SCP Foundation is lying, then why are you so anxious? He's clearly panicking. Giant Wolf Leader, this is the world of monsters. You must not reveal your coordinates. Otherwise, Kurosaki Ichigo, their world truly isn't afraid of you. Even if the entire Dowdy army were mobilized, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Naruto, look, SCP-096 is moving. Following Naruto's words, everyone turned their attention to the live broadcast. In the screen, SCP-096, which had been quietly curled up in the corner of the lunar crater, seemed to sense something. Then suddenly there were bursts of extremely shrill cries. Even though there is no air in space and no sound should be heard, everyone can clearly hear SCP-096's crying, which is contrary to common sense. Everyone's heart sank. Especially the giant wolf leader felt an unprecedented fear spreading in his heart. At this moment, SCP-096 used its twisted and slender legs to gently kick the ground, and then the whole body was like a cannonball. It soared into the sky from the moon and headed straight for the Dowdy battleship that was stationed near Pluto. Over the course of the next few days, its speed increased. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had accelerated from its initial 30 km per hour to the speed of light. And then its speed remained unchanged. It is still accelerating at an unstoppable rate. Pluto is about 60 billion kilometers from the Moon and Earth, and at the speed of light, it would take 5.6 hours to travel to Pluto. But SCP-096 only had 3 seconds to reach Pluto. Then it didn't stop at all and headed straight for the warships that were hiding the Sirius warriors. Boom! The battleship's armor, which could originally withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb, was like air in front of SCP-096. It couldn't delay it even for a microsecond. SCP-096 rushed into the warship in the blink of an eye, under the horrified gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room. They tore the more than 5,000 well-equipped giant wolf warriors on the warship into pieces. It was so fast that even the audience in the live broadcast room, who were all strong indigenous people from various countries, could not fully see SCP-096's movements. They only saw SCP-096 turn into a stream of light, pass through the huge warship, and then all the giant wolf warriors in the warship turned into meat paste. Then, before anyone could react, SCP-096 entered the second battleship and crazily slaughtered those giant wolf warriors. In this way, one warship after another was turned into a hell of flesh and blood under the slaughter of SCP-096. There were also giant wolf warriors who tried to escape by taking small shuttle ships, but they were often turned into meat paste before they could move half a step. Then it turned into ashes in the huge explosion and fire. Under SCP-096's attack, 2,000 giant wolf warships exploded in space like a string of firecrackers. Nearly 1 million elite giant wolf warriors. Completely reduced to ashes. And SCP-096 only took 10 seconds. That's right, it took less than 10 seconds for SCP-096 to leave the Moon and destroy 2,000 giant wolf warships. Furthermore, during this process, it did not directly kill any enemies other than the giant wolf clan. Of course, with the explosion of the battleship, the deaths involved. There are also quite a few Dowdy warriors. But SCP-096 definitely didn't, and killed the wrong person by mistake. The terrifying killing efficiency, the precise slaughter, the horrifying killing method, made everyone in the live broadcast room completely dumbfounded. No matter who they were, after seeing this scene, they all stood still, their eyes filled with disbelief. The body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat poured out like money. Some viewers with weaker physical endurance even fainted from fear. No way! The scenes in the live broadcast room are so damn shocking. That counterintuitive scene completely shattered everyone's cognition, making everyone feel that the entire world had become unreal. 10 seconds, 2,000 warships, 1 million elite giant wolf warriors, these words are connected together. It really exceeds everyone's imagination. Even in their mythology, there had never been such an outrageous myth. Because myths often require a bit of logic, but the containment object does not. The reason why the containment is called containment. It's completely illogical. It's as if their existence is specifically designed to break inherent logic. All laws of the universe, all existing logic, all common sense, are completely invalid before them. As long as they appear, they are the laws of the universe, they are logic, they are common sense. If you violate it, only death awaits you. Of course, sometimes death is a relief in the face of the internment. After seeing SCP-096 slaughter the giant wolf battleship, everyone in the live broadcast room realized that no matter how much they had overestimated the horror of the containment, in fact, everyone underestimated their terror. Because their horror has exceeded the limits of my imagination, how can I predict it? It's impossible to predict, okay? Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was so overwhelmed by SCP-096 that they didn't even recognize their mothers, SCP-096 didn't stop walking, but instead let out a shrill cry. While constantly accelerating towards the giant wolf star located on the arm of the Styx galaxy. Chapter 25. Angel Nebula, in Merlit Heaven. Holy Keisha, who was originally leaning lazily on the throne, saw SCP-096 slaughter a million giant wolf warriors in just 10 seconds. And in the process, no innocent people were harmed. Under the stunned gazes of the other angels, he suddenly jumped up from his throne, then looked at the live broadcast screen, muttering to himself, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nothing in the universe can exceed the speed of light. This is the law of the universe. This SCP-096 can actually fly faster than the speed of light. This. Since overthrowing the Heavenly Palace Order of the Heavenly Scum King Hwayat, Holy Keisha has spent 10,000 years disguising herself as a cold king. But now, due to the shocking performance of SCP-096, it was directly broken. But we can't blame Holy Keisha, because such an outrageous thing has never appeared in the Super God universe since its birth. At this moment, she was sure that Dr. Baiting of the SCP Foundation was not lying. There was not even the slightest exaggeration, she was simply describing the objective facts. The SCP Foundation can really use its containment objects to exterminate a certain race through the lens of civilized reason. And from Baiting's tone, we can infer such an attack is nothing at all within the SCP Foundation. As the head of a base, she can apply. Once approval is obtained, it can be launched. What exactly is this SCP Foundation? Even though it has only revealed the tip of the iceberg, its strength has already exceeded my imagination. Is it really an indigenous organization of Earth? So horrible. At this moment, Holy Keisha, who dared to lead the female angels and draw her sword to resist the existence of the Scum King Hwaya when she was weak, experienced for the first time what terror was. What does it mean to be insignificant? What does it mean to look up to a lofty mountain? Liang Star, in Liang Palace. Reina, when you go to Earth, you must follow the code of conduct. After watching the live broadcast, Pan Zhen knew that Baiting was not lying. So after being shocked, he couldn't help but warn Lena, once the rules are violated, it's not just you. The entire fiery sun star will suffer. This SCP Foundation is truly terrifying. Pan Zhen looked at the terrifying strength displayed by SCP-096 and made a few calculations. He realized that in front of SCP-096, Liang Star was no different from the giant wolf civilization. There is no ability to resist at all. After all, in front of an elephant, there is no difference between a 1 centimeter ant and a 2 centimeter ant. It's all just a matter of crushing it. At this moment, Reina was also afraid, so after hearing Pan Zhen's words, she weakly asked, "Uncle Pan, can I not go to Earth? I feel that Liang Palace is pretty good now. It's nice to stay here and watch the live broadcast." Pan Zhen sighed when he heard this, and then said, "No, you must go. If we receive permission, you can choose not to go. But now permission has been granted. You can't go even if you want to." Pan Zhen paused here, then continued, "Also, this is an opportunity. If our Liang Star can become the first civilization in the universe to establish contact with the SCP Foundation, we will benefit immensely. Of course, once you get to Earth, don't go looking for the SCP Foundation deliberately. Just live your life as usual. If the SCP Foundation wants to contact you, there are 10,000 ways to do so. If it doesn't want you to find it, there are also 10,000 ways to prevent you from finding it. Understand? When Lena heard Pan Zhen's words, she nodded resignedly and continued to look through the code of conduct. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to memorize it well enough and would do something that violated the code of conduct on Earth. Annoyed the SCP Foundation. On the Grand Canyon, Tokyo was completely numb. After witnessing the horror of SCP-096, he thought that there was an organization like the SCP Foundation on Earth with unfathomable power. There is no need to worry about the invasion of Doughty. Then he set up a super seminary, recruited super soldiers, and formed alliances in the universe, but it turned out that he was doing useless work. Perhaps in the eyes of the SCP Foundation, I am just a clown. Tired. What should I do? Just do it. From now on, I will drink tea and read the newspaper. As for interstellar invasion, with the SCP Foundation around, he doesn't believe that there is any civilization in the super god universe that dares to invade. As for the super warriors that he had spent thousands of years training, just leave it to the SCP Foundation. From now on, I will just lie down and never care about anything else. Just as Tokyo decided to lie low, the powerful figures from the various indigenous worlds in the live broadcast room finally woke up from their shock. Then they started posting comments and discussing in the live broadcast room. Kaido, this is terrifying. Compared to SCP-096, I'm nothing. Child Emperor, it actually accelerated itself to 1,000 times the speed of light. This is unscientific. Orochimaru, that's right, it's unscientific. After all, SCP-096 is a containment object. Containment objects can't be explained by scientific laws. Black Zetsu, if I had the power of SCP-096, I could save my mother. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, didn't you say you were a product of my dark will? How could you have a mother? Tell me, who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Madara, weren't you killed by the first generation? How come you're still alive? Jianzi, I really want to let those evil spirits see SCP-096's face. Monster King Orokai, the giant wolf civilization is completely hopeless. I just don't know if SCP-096 can completely wipe out the giant wolf civilization within 24 hours. Giant wolf leader, who can save us? Anyone who can stop the SCP Foundation's experiments will be willing to give all the technology of the giant wolf civilization to us. Drive Knight, transmit it to me first. I'll send a private message to Dr. Baiting for you. Tornado, you're crazy. Drive Knight, look at the private chat. Tornado, that's right. Giant Wolf Leader, you give us the technology first. I'll also chat with you privately. Tsunade, even though I always lose at gambling. I'm a well-known fat sheep. But I can see that you're setting a trap. This deception is really too eye-catching. Luffy, ah. So they were trying to trick the giant wolf leader. Tornado. Tsunade. See Sun. Just as the giant wolf leader finally realized that his civilization was completely doomed and was desperately trying to find a solution in the live broadcast room, SCP-096 began to accelerate flying towards the Styx galaxy. It did not use the Great Insect Bridge or the Void Channel to reach the Styx galaxy. Instead, it chose the most primitive way to travel, running. But its running speed is a bit fast. Under the stunned gaze of everyone in the live broadcast room, SCP-096's running speed exceeded 10,000 times the speed of light in almost the blink of an eye. Then it continued to climb at an astonishing speed. 100,000 times the speed of light, 1,000,000 times the speed of light, 10,000,000 times the speed of light, 1,000,000,000,000 times the speed of light, 10,000,000,000,000 times the speed of light. SCP-096's speed seemed to have no limit and continued to climb. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they saw SCP-096's magical running speed. Still feeling dizzy? No way. It's really unbelievable. Although the distance between the Styx and the Milky Way is measured in billions of light-years, at SCP-173's incredible speed, it is also shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 26. In the live broadcast room, SCP-096, the shy person, turned into a blurry afterimage in the universe, running while making bursts of shrill cries. Because his speed is already unbelievable. Therefore, the perspective of the live broadcast room had to separate a small screen and zoom up to the galaxy level to see the movement trajectory of SCP-096. SCP-096 runs in a straight line. In addition, he didn't know how to dodge, so even though the starry sky was more empty than he imagined, SCP-096 still couldn't avoid running. Collide with some celestial bodies that are blocking the way. But no matter what celestial body it is, it cannot stop the progress of SCP-096. Planets, stars, white dwarfs, and even black holes. SCP-096 will directly smash them into pieces. Then continue to rush towards the giant wolf planet in the Styx galaxy. Everyone in the live studio fell silent after seeing this scene. Although they had been mentally prepared, after seeing the fireworks, many celestial bodies exploded in space. I still feel my scalp tingling at the terrifying ability displayed by SCP-096. You have to know that the smallest of those exploding celestial bodies is about the size of the moon. But they can't even slow down SCP-096, let alone cause any damage to it. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room remembered why the SCP Foundation had specially marked SCP-096 in the information when introducing it before. No matter what kind of building material, it can't stop SCP-096 from rushing towards anyone who sees its face. This sentence. It turns out that when SCP-096 rushes towards its target, it possesses the conceptual ability to run. Not only can it accelerate infinitely, it can even smash into anything that stands in its way. Does every SCP contain something that possesses conceptual level skills? If this is true, then how terrifying must the SCP Foundation be to be able to house so many strange objects? It's unimaginable. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by the speed of SCP-096 and questioned their lives, on the Giant Wolf Star, in the Giant Wolf Temple, the Giant Wolf Chief was contacting the God of Death Karl. Tried to plead with the Grim Reaper Karl to stop SCP-096. Save the Giant Wolf civilization. However, what made him despair was that no matter how it tried to establish a dark communication channel with the God of Death Karl, even if it mobilized all the computing power of the entire Giant Wolf Star, no response was received. How could he not understand at this moment? The Giant Wolf civilization has been abandoned by the God of Death Karl. Or perhaps it could be said that the God of Death Karl doesn't dare to provoke the SCP Foundation behind SCP-096. Ha 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 ha, what a God of Death! The Giant Wolf leader looked at SCP-096 getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but smile miserably. Then he roared, "My Giant Wolf civilization has served you for 3,000 years. For 3,000 years, we have conquered the universe for you. I didn't expect you to be so heartless and ungrateful. It is good. In that case, don't blame me." Having said that, the Giant Wolf leader sent all the technology and black material he had obtained from the God of Death Karl to as many people as possible through the 10,000 Races chat group. I just hope that the civilization that acquires these technologies can grow rapidly. Then avenge the Giant Wolf civilization. Of course, its designated target of revenge is Death God Karl, not the SCP Foundation. Because in its view, it invaded the Chiwu Galaxy, but was wiped out by the Chiwu Galaxy SCP Foundation due to its lack of strength. There is nothing to complain about. But at the last moment, the God of Death Karl chose not to help. He didn't even establish a communication channel with me. This kind of behavior of betraying his subordinates is the most hateful. No one in the live broadcast room could have imagined that the giant wolf leader would actually pack up the technology and send it to them when his civilization was about to be destroyed. This makes them overjoyed when pie falls from the sky. Vegapunk, giant wolf leader, thank you for the technology you transmitted. This is very helpful to my research. Orochimaru, it turns out that the ninjutsu technology route I took was wrong. Ying Zheng, with this technological information, I have hope of achieving immortality. Jianzi, I just don't know, after I leave on the battleship, will those nasty evil spirits still follow me? Danzo, giant wolf chief, although I have received your technological gift package, I will never seek revenge on you. After all, neither the Death God Karl nor the SCP Foundation are our roots and we cannot afford to provoke them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this giant wolf leader is such a fool. Even when death was imminent, he was still tricked by the god of death, Karl. Jiraiya, teacher, reconciliation? Sarutobi Hiruzen, see private chat. Jiraiya, this death god Karl is too insidious. Just as the majority of the audience in the live broadcast room were overjoyed at the giant wolf's technology, in the Death Song Academy, the death god Karl stopped his research. While watching the live broadcast, he muttered to himself, according to Dr. Baiting, the will of heaven is the synthesis of the subconscious of all intelligent creatures on a planet. But I think she hasn't finished speaking yet. It's a good opportunity to experiment with the giant wolf civilization. Having said that, Death Karl turned and looked at the location of Angel Nebula, and continued to mutter to himself, the reason why Angel Yan cannot be resurrected is because of the conceptual neck-twisting skill. Similarly, if the technology of the giant wolf civilization is destroyed by SCP-096 according to the will of the giant wolf, it will disappear. That would be interesting. The reason why the god of death Karl deliberately refused the giant wolf leader was to establish a dark energy communication channel. It was just to provoke the giant wolf leader. Let him spread the technology in the name of the giant wolf civilization. Then he can observe whether these technologies will be affected by the will of the giant wolf civilization. Was it right to be destroyed by SCP-096, and to use destruction to confirm the direction of his research on the ultimate fear? If the results of this experiment are similar to what I expected, believe that you will soon be able to solve the mystery of the ultimate fear. By then, Death Karl is confident that he can compete with even the SCP Foundation, which has many objects in its collection. Just as the god of death Urka was overly superstitious about the ultimate fear, after a few hours of running, SCP-096 crossed billions of light years. Finally arrived at the giant wolf star. Chapter 27. In the live broadcast, SCP-096, who arrived at the giant wolf star, did not hesitate at all. He directly launched an attack on all intelligent creatures on the giant wolf star while making a chilling cry. The defense mechanism of the outer layer of the giant wolf star is enough to resist the invasion of the primary galactic civilization. But in front of SCP-096, it is as fragile as a piece of paper. Even though the giant wolf leader has raised the defense level to the highest level, countless dazzling weapons were launched towards SCP-096 like they were free. But let alone destroying SCP-096, they couldn't even slow down its movements. In just a blink of an eye, SCP-096 broke through the outer defenses of the giant wolf star, entered its interior, and began to slaughter. Help! Someone can come and save our giant wolf star. Don't kill my son. Daughter, run! Quickly open the void passage. Kill. Just hold on for 24 hours, and the SCP Foundation will come and take this damn SCP-096 into custody. Mom and Dad, run quickly, I'm going to fight it. Since the incident of SCP-096 slaughtering the giant wolf warship had been broadcast to Giant Wolf Star through the live broadcast room, the middle and high-level officials of Giant Wolf Star. He had already fled from the Giant Wolf Star with his family on a warship. The rest, apart from the Giant Wolf Guard led by the Giant Wolf Chieftain, were all civilians at the bottom of society. They had no space battleships, no weapons, and no void passages. I can only hide at home and shiver, expecting a miracle to happen. But the miracle they expected would never come. Only death awaited them. SCP-096 transformed into a stream of light, shuttling back and forth across the giant wolf star. It slaughtered all intelligent creatures wantonly. Its efficiency in slaughtering reached a staggering level. A city with a population of 1 million will be completely transformed into a dead city in just a few minutes. No matter where the giant wolf alien hid, no matter how he begged or screamed. SCP-096 did not react at all, and continued to cry miserably as usual, while slaughtering the giant wolf aliens crazily. In the SCP Foundation live broadcast room, for better visual effects, a split screen is drawn in the upper right corner of the screen. It shows the death toll of the giant wolf star people. Under SCP-096's crazy slaughter, this number is skyrocketing at an incredible speed. 1 million. 3 million. 9 million. 93 million. 100 million. In just half an hour, the death toll of the giant wolf star had exceeded 100 million, and was still skyrocketing. Such slaughtering efficiency silenced all the viewers in the live broadcast room. At this moment, no matter who it is, even those who were considered the ultimate villains in their respective worlds couldn't help but feel a shudder of fear. There was no other way, watching this. The scene of 100 million intelligent creatures being slaughtered alive in front of him. No one will remain indifferent. Monster King Orakai, compared to the Foundation, I'm nothing but a weirdo. They're the weirdos. 100 million lives slaughtered like that. This is too cruel. Tornado, this is the first time I've felt this frightening. It's terrifying. Fortunately, the Foundation isn't targeting our world of monsters, otherwise. Empress, the Foundation is full of lunatics. Completely lunatics. Even crazier than the damn celestial dragons. Danzo, I don't think the Foundation is cruel. Because, if there were no Foundation, Earth's fate would be no better than that of the giant wolf planet. Pain, war is so cruel. Scumbag King Hui, fortunately, I didn't go to Earth to cause trouble. Oh no, Somali is still on Earth. This. Morgana, Hwayat, wait for death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, from now on, Earth no longer needs to worry about invasions from other civilizations. With the Foundation here, no one will dare invade Earth again. Zhangguo, what I'm most worried about right now is whether or not the Foundation's inmates will escape again. Sakaski, Earth doesn't need to worry about invasion. It's our turn now. To prevent our location from being exposed, it's time to wipe out all the pirates. Explosion, the monsters have half of the world's coordinates. They must be controlled by the Hero Association. Ying Zheng, fortunately, after unifying the 6 kingdoms, I have gained access to all coordinate information. There's no need to worry about leaks. However, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms seem to have acquired a lot of technology, which poses a potential threat. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was horrified by SCP-096's massacre and decided to launch a unification war in their respective worlds. SCP-096 is a shy person who has slaughtered all intelligent creatures on the giant wolf planet. The death toll has reached a terrifying 670 million. Such a staggering death toll deeply shocked everyone's nerves, making them feel a chill surging from the depths of their souls. No way. That's 670 million intelligent creatures. Hunted down by SCP-096, they perished without a burial place. They had never seen such a massacre before. I've never even heard of it. More importantly, it took SCP-096 only 5 or 6 hours to slaughter these 670 million intelligent creatures. Such a result has truly exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. So horrible. If one SCP-096 is so terrifying, then the strength of the SCP Foundation, which can contain SCP-096 and so many other objects, must be even more unfathomable. Why can't they figure it out? How did an indigenous organization on Earth develop into such a behemoth? Is this SCP Foundation really an indigenous organization on Earth? Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were puzzled, SCP-096 saw that the giant wolf star no longer had any targets to hunt, and it did not hesitate at all. He pushed his feet hard and turned into a stream of light, leaving the giant wolf star and heading into space to hunt down those giant wolf clan leaders who had fled to various parts of the universe. The leaders of the giant wolf clan originally thought that as long as they escaped from their home planet, they would be able to completely escape SCP-096's pursuit. At least it can last for 24 hours. But when they saw from the live broadcast room that SCP-096 was rushing into space at a speed far exceeding the speed of light and chasing them, they all fell into deep despair. At this moment, although they didn't say it, they already understood it in their hearts. I'm afraid I can't escape. In this atmosphere of despair, many of the Giant Wave clan's leaders simply chose to commit suicide. Of course, even more of the Giant Wolf clan's leaders were hoping for a lucky break. Continue to escape for your life. Hopefully, a miracle will happen. But their escape had no effect except prolonging their fear for a few minutes. After leaving the Giant Wolf star, SCP-096 spent more than 3 hours traveling through more than 100 galaxies and finally killed all the Giant Wolf people. In the end, the death toll on Giant Wolf star was fixed at 710 million. From then on, the Giant Wolf clan was completely wiped out from the Super God universe. After beheading all the targets, SCP-096, a shy person, quietly curled up in a corner of an asteroid, except for the occasional bursts of crying. No other action. The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. I thought, it's finally over. This SCP-096 shy person finally ended his pursuit. At the same time, a doubt arose in their hearts: how should the SCP Foundation contain this terrifying SCP-096? Even if the strength of the SCP Foundation is unfathomable. But if you want to contain SCP-096's shyness, you will have to pay a lot of price. But what they don't know is that even the most terrifying containment objects can be contained with the simplest method. Chapter 28. Time passed minute by minute, and the powerful people from the indigenous world in the live broadcast room all watched the shy SCP-096 on the screen with bated breath. Always worry about it suddenly attacking and killing people. Fortunately, after slaughtering over 700 million creatures on the giant wolf star, SCP-096 completely quieted down, although it still whimpered from time to time. But in the end, it did not move its body and remained curled up on the asteroid from beginning to end. As the 24-hour countdown ended, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally over. Now all they had to do was wait for the SCP Foundation to come and reclaim SCP-096. At the same time, they are also very curious about what methods the SCP Foundation will use to contain SCP-096. After all, SCP-096 has terrifying lethality. Everyone has seen that even if they have confidence in the SCP Foundation, they don't think the SCP Foundation will do the same thing as containing SCP-173 Peanut. SCP-096 was easily contained. At this moment, the live broadcast screen began to change, from the empty universe to a gluttonous warship. And then, amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd in the live broadcast room, a void channel suddenly appeared, and then a silver-white aerospace fighter flew out of the void channel. At the same time, information about the silver aerospace fighter appeared on the screen. Name: White Emperor Fighter. Model: A-01 Aerospace Fighter Vertical Takeoff and Landing Version. Affiliation: No A Air Force Squadron. Developer: Yet. Equipment: Reality Stabilizer, Shield, Quantum Communication Technology, Space Jump, Radar, Stealth. Introduction: the Foundation's main aerospace fighter model, specialized in space combat and adept at arrests. The appearance of the Beatty fighter did not alert the Doughty warship. It was as if all the detection equipment of the Doughty battleship had failed in front of the Beatty fighter, and it could not detect the Beatty fighter that was so close. After the White Emperor fighter plane appeared, it directly broke through the armor of the Doughty warship, and then used a weapon similar to a rope to reach into the interior of the Doughty warship. Seems like he's looking for something? Due to the live broadcast, the scene did not switch to the interior of the battleship. So the people in the live broadcast room had no idea what was happening inside. They could only vaguely see the flash of weapons firing, lighting up inside the battleship. But after a few seconds, the flash of the weapon firing disappeared, and then the Beatty battleship began to recover the silver-white chain. After the silver-white chain was retracted, everyone was shocked to discover that at the end of the chain, there were actually more than a dozen fully armed elite Doughty warriors tied up. But they have lost their ability to move. He could only helplessly watch himself being dragged by the White Emperor fighter plane towards the Void Passage. Not long after, he followed the White Emperor fighter plane and disappeared into the Void Passage. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room had puzzled expressions in their eyes. SCP Foundation, what next? Wasn't it agreed that once the countdown was over, SCP-096 would be retrieved? Why would they suddenly send the White Emperor fighter to the Doughty battleship to capture someone? Could it be? At this moment, a horrifying thought flashed through their minds like lightning. No way! SCP Foundation, it can't be that cruel. Zhongguo, I hope I'm wrong. If I'm right, then the SCP Foundation is too cruel. Carp, what's your guess? Tell us. Zhongguo at Kapu, see private chat. Garp, this can't be true. No matter how cruel the SCP Foundation is, it's impossible for them to do such a thing. Denzo, if it were me, I would also use this method to recover SCP-096. This is the best solution I can think of at this stage. Pain, from this incident, it can be seen that in the eyes of the SCP Foundation, other creatures besides Earthlings are not considered human at all. Monkey D. Dragon, this is a bit like those damn celestial dragons. Jianzi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zai, I don't understand either. Aizen and Akuroku, at Jitsi, at Zai, you don't need to understand. It's best if you never understand. Also, you'd better turn off the live broadcast and log off now. Jianzi, okay, master. I'm logging off now. Zai, okay, uncle. I'll go train your Pokemon. Wait, uncle, once I'm done, I'll transfer one to you. Izome and Akuro Hanmi immortal, I'm really looking forward to meeting Pokemon soon. Hinamori Momo, Captain, you are still so gentle. Just after Jianzi and Zai closed the live broadcast and went offline, the scene in the live broadcast room changed again. This time, what appears on the screen is a silver-white room full of science fiction feeling. In the center of the room, an elite Doughty warrior was tied to a silver-white seat. It seemed to be afraid of something and was struggling violently, but no matter how hard it struggled, they couldn't break free from the ropes. It is worth mentioning that the eyelids of this Doughty warrior have been held open by a fixing device and cannot be closed. Seeing this, everyone's guess was confirmed. This SCP Foundation really intends to use this method to contain SCP-096. Although it is efficient, it is too cruel. Of course. Those present are all powerful people from their respective worlds, and their minds are already firm enough. This kind of thing couldn't possibly have a big impact on them. They saw the SCP Foundation's style of operation from this incident. But in their hearts, they hope that the SCP Foundation will take other measures to recover SCP-096. This meant that the SCP Foundation was at least an organization with a basic conscience. But now they found out they were wrong. SCP Foundation, perhaps it is the protector of the Earth. But to other races, it is an absolutely evil organization with no bottom line. In their eyes, other races are just consumables. If we encounter an evil organization with unfathomable strength and no bottom line towards other races in the future, we will be in trouble. At this moment, a silver-white TV slowly descended from the floor of the room, came in front of the doughty warrior, and then began to play a few pixels. This doughty warrior saw the entire process of SCP-096 slaughtering the giant wolf star in the live broadcast room. Although there are no pictures of SCP-096 on television. But it also knew that if it just watched, what would be waiting for it? So it struggled desperately, trying to close its eyes, but because of the existence of the fixing device. No matter how hard it struggled, it was of no avail. I could only stare wide-eyed and watch the flickering pixels on the TV. Just as the doughty warriors saw those pixels, SCP-096, hundreds of millions of light-years away, let out bursts of extremely shrill cries. Then he kicked his feet and turned into a shadow, flying out from the asteroid and heading straight for the doughty warrior. Its speed exceeded the speed of light in the blink of an eye, and is still increasing exponentially. Although it wasn't the first time the audience in the live broadcast room had seen such a scene, they still felt their scalps tingling, especially when they saw SCP-096 moving a black hole at a speed of 10 billion times the speed of light. After being smashed to pieces, they couldn't help but feel despair. Too strong. Unimaginably powerful. Let them not even have the slightest thought of resistance. Chapter 29. About 10 minutes later, a rhythmic crashing sound could be heard from the live stream. Apparently, SCP-096 had arrived at the SCP Foundation base from billions of light-years away. This sound of collision coming from far away is like the footsteps of death. Step into the depths of everyone's soul. The doughty warrior was especially terrified, even though he knew that even if he broke free, he would not be able to escape from SCP-096. After all, it watched with its own eyes as SCP-096 tore apart all living things on the giant wolf star. But it still struggled violently, driven by its instinctive desire to survive. Boom! With a deafening roar, SCP-096's slightly slender and twisted figure appeared in the room amidst the scattered silver-white metal fragments. After SCP-096 appeared on screen, it rushed directly to the doughty warrior without hesitation, and then, under the watchful eyes of the live broadcast audience, tore the doughty warrior into pieces. After completely killing the doughty warrior, the shy SCP-096 curled up in the corner of the room, holding its face tightly with its dry hands. It's as if he's afraid of being seen by others. After SCP-096 has completely calmed down, the sound of footsteps can be heard in unison. Without asking, the audience knows that it is the special forces from the base who have come to contain SCP-096. Just when they were about to see how the SCP Foundation controlled SCP-096, the picture in the live broadcast room slowly dimmed. Apparently, the SCP Foundation doesn't want them to know the specific containment details. Vegapunk, SCP-096 is finally contained. I just don't know the specific details of its containment. What a pity. Ichigo Kurosaki, the Foundation won't let SCP-096 escape again this time. Danzo, in my opinion, SCP-096's escape was entirely intentional by the Foundation. They were trying to establish their authority. Zhangguo, I feel the same way. But it works well. No one will invade Earth anymore. Pain, I really want to know? What do humans from other worlds think of us in the eyes of the Foundation? Monster King Orakai, it must be consumables. Just like that doughty warrior. Tornado, hee. You're scared, right? I don't think the Foundation will intervene with us humans. They'll probably want to study a weirdo like you. Shirahoshi, what about us, the fishmen? Doflamingo, probably a pet. Monkey D. Dragon, what's the difference between them and those beasts of the celestial dragons? Doflamingo, there is a difference. The difference is, you might be able to overthrow the celestial dragons, but you can never overthrow the Foundation. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing the attitude of the SCP Foundation towards humans in other worlds, the live broadcast screen changed. Dr. Bai Ting's slightly graceful figure appeared on the live broadcast screen. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dr. Bai Ting reached out and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, then said to the live camera, "Just now, the containment object numbered SCP-096 has been successfully contained by the task force and transferred to the base, under the supervision of the doctor and the task force." At this point, Dr. Bai Ting paused, then continued, "And to prevent SCP-176 from escaping again. After research and approval by the Foundation, it has been decided to use SCP, and SCP to reinforce its seal. Reduce the probability of SCP-096 escaping to 1 in a million years. At the same time, my colleague, the Doctor, successfully captured the will of the giant wolf civilization using SCP. Research is currently underway at the base. It turns out, the will of the giant wolf civilization contains the mark of an ancient race. The soul mark of this ancient race is incompatible with the super god universe. Therefore, it can be inferred that the will of the giant wolf civilization is not the birth of the super god universe. It's very likely that, like the other major indigenous worlds, this small world fell into the super god universe due to the influence of SCP. Bai Ting's words were very soft, but they exploded like thunder in everyone's mind, leaving everyone completely stunned. What is the will of heaven of the giant wolf civilization, and is it not the birth of a super god universe? What does it mean that, like the major indigenous worlds, it is a small world that has fallen into the super god universe? Could it be the world I live in? It wasn't born naturally from the super god universe at all. Instead, he was affected by a containment object that was not convenient to disclose information about, and thus fell into the super god universe. This news is too explosive. It plunged everyone into deep self-doubt. There was no way anyone could remain calm after hearing such devastating news. Even everyone in the live broadcast room is a top-level expert in their respective worlds. No exception. After hearing what Dr. Bai Ting said, they all froze in shock, their mouths slightly open, unable to utter a word for a long time, their hearts filled with unprecedented storms. It took them a long time to wake up from the shock, and then they began to frantically post comments in the live broadcast room, asking Dr. Bai Ting what was going on. Are they eager to know the truth about their own world? Zhangguo, Dr. Bai Ting, tell me what is going on? Is our indigenous world really a small world that has fallen into the super god universe? Sarutobi Hiruzen, what on earth is going on? Aizen and Akuroko Hoyi, along with Ranchu, have actually fallen into a small world in the super god universe. If that's the case, then some things make sense. Hinamori Momo, what makes sense? Child Emperor, let me explain. Logically, there can only be one law in a universe. But everyone, the power system in our world is completely different. This means that the laws of our world are different. This is unimaginable. Vegapunk, Dr. Bai Ting's words have resolved my doubts from the past month. No wonder we can live in the same universe despite living under different laws. It turns out we originally came from different universes. However, due to a certain containment object, we fell into the same universe. Luffy, I don't understand at all. Zai, me too. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was frantically asking Dr. Bai Ting what was going on, Dr. Bai Ting glanced at the comments and replied calmly. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't have authorization. I can't reveal any other information. This is top secret within our Foundation. No one has the right to disclose it except me. At this point, Dr. Bai Ting paused and continued, if it weren't for our speculation, a new world would soon fall into the super god universe. I will not be authorized to release this information to the public. Also, the Doctor has decided to use SCPs to conceptually contain the will of the giant wolf civilization. From this moment on, everything about the giant wolf civilization will be forgotten, including the technology you received. Goodbye everyone. After saying that, Dr. Bai Ting turned off the live broadcast and disappeared from the screen. Dr. Bai Ting turned off the live broadcast, but her words caused an uproar in the super god universe and triggered an unprecedented frenzy. Swallow everyone in it. Chapter 30. In the Demon Castle. Morgana stood there, staring at the now black screen of the SCP Foundation livestream, her mind filled with Dr. Bai Ting's last words before he left. Soon a new world will fall into the super god universe. The impact of this on her was simply too great. In the past 20,000 years, she had roamed the universe and had never lost her composure like she did today. It's no wonder Morgana's mind is weak. Dr. Bai Ting's words were so powerful that even she couldn't help but be shocked and speechless. After a long time, Morgana finally woke up from the shock. Then she turned to Achuo and said, "Achuo, do you think what Dr. Bai Ting said is true?" "Queen." Morgana didn't wait for Achuo to finish his words and continued to speak to herself, "I think it should be true. After all, there's no need to tell such lies. It seems that I am really looking at the world from the bottom of a well." Morgana paused for a moment, then continued, "Ado, go investigate for me those powerful natives of the world who have received the giant wolf civilization. What happened to the giant wolf civilization technology in their hands? If it's really like what Dr. Bai Ting said, it disappeared. Then send a private message to the SCP Foundation. Let's just say I, Morgana, want to go to Earth to study. I hope you'll give me permission." For 20,000 years, Morgana has always believed that her fallen order is the future of the universe. In order to implement my own ideas, she was even willing to turn against her own sister, Holy Keisha. But now it seems that this bullshit corrupt order, this bullshit righteous order, are all just a bunch of frogs sitting in a well, looking at the sky based on the ruler square sky above their heads. It's just a ridiculous and naive theory that was deduced. The demon Achuo had followed Morgana through the universe for tens of thousands of years and was naturally very familiar with her. He could hear the disheartened tone in Morgana's voice. He wanted to speak up to persuade her, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to do it. In the end, it can only turn into a sigh. Then he turned around and opened the demon hall to execute the order. It wasn't just Morgana, Holy Kessa and Morgana had similar reactions. Because of Dr. Bai Ting's words, they fell into deep self-doubt and couldn't extricate themselves. He also gave similar orders to Angels Lang and Hickson. If the technology of the giant wolf civilization really disappeared between heaven and earth, she would hand over the angel civilization to the space base King Hexi and go to Earth to study herself. Then, after understanding the truth of the world, propose your own new order. Compared with Morgana and Holy Kessa, Pan Zhen of the Sun Star was also extremely shocking. But after the shock, he felt more relieved. Fortunately, Reina is the first god to be granted permission by the SCP Foundation to enter Earth. If she could use this advantage to establish a relationship with the SCP Foundation, the Sun Star will benefit greatly. Then I can be considered worthy of the old Sun God's kindness. In the SCP Foundation live broadcast room, the powerful people who came to the various indigenous worlds did not choose to leave because of Dr. Bai Ting's end of the broadcast. Instead, they all chose to stay in the live broadcast room and check the technology they had just received from the giant wolf civilization to see if it would be as Dr. Bai Ting said, dissipate into nothingness. As expected, the giant wolf civilization transmitted technology to them. I don't know when it turned into lines of meaningless garbled code. It's impossible to read any information from it. Not only that, as time went on, they discovered with horror that everything they knew about the giant wolf civilization was becoming blurred. This was clearly what happened just a few hours ago. But in their memories, it seemed as if it happened more than 10 years ago. I believe it won't be long before they completely forget everything about the giant wolf civilization. Is this the power of a conceptual seal? Vegapunk, everyone, does your technology still exist? Orochimaru, it's all garbled, and I seem to have a problem with my memory. I'm slowly forgetting everything about the giant wolf civilization. What about you guys? Zhangguo, me too. I guess it won't be long before I completely forget everything about the giant wolf star civilization. How was the SCP Foundation able to hide in the dark for so many years? It was probably because of this ability that it was never discovered. Pain, I guess so. Nami, what are you talking about? What is the giant wolf civilization? Why can't I remember it? Garp, if you don't remember, then forget it. It's better to have less worries. Child Emperor, haven't you noticed? Although we are forgetting the giant wolf civilization, we haven't lost SCP-096's memory. From this, we can infer that SCP-096 is indeed used by the Foundation to establish its authority. I don't know why. I really want to study at the Foundation. To understand the truth about the world. Instead of being a frog in a well, easily forgetting everything. Drive Knight, me too. But I don't think the SCP Foundation would agree. Naruto, I hate studying the most. Time goes back half an hour ago. Just as SCP-096 was successfully contained, a series of system prompts rang out in Zhang Chen's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-096. You have obtained 1 Foundation Base, Foreign Affairs Type, 100 C-Level Foreign Affairs Staff, and 200 D-Level Foreign Affairs Staff. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-096 and obtaining a Big Insect Bridge *1, can be used to travel to any location in the Super God Universe. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-096. You have gained the conceptual level ability to perceive malicious thoughts. The host can locate anything that has malicious thoughts towards the host. This can be bestowed upon others by spending science points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully collecting 2 items. Triggering special event, Dirty Blood. Task name, Dirty Flesh and Blood. Level, Safe Level. Request, in 3 days, the world of Demon Slayer will descend into a supernatural world. Please contain all demons and investigate the truth behind their appearance. Reward, unknown. Introduction, flesh and blood are polluted, the soul is trembling, carnal desires are rampant, and the machine is the mortal enemy. Zhang Chen looked at the task that suddenly appeared, was stunned at first, and then fell into deep thought. According to the mission description, he should be a prisoner of the Sarkic cult, the creator of Demon Slayer's Musen. But Zhang Chen couldn't remember. Which containment object caused this? Because Musen is so weak. No infected object can be so weak. Never mind. When the time comes, just let SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, go to the Demon Slayer world and take a look. It was because Zhang Chen knew that Demon Slayer world would fall into the Super God Universe in 3 days that he asked Dr. Bai Ting to announce the truth about the Super God Universe in the live broadcast room. Because even if I don't announce it. 3 days later, as the Wanzhou live room broadcast the entire process of the Demon Slayer world falling into the Super God Universe, this matter could no longer be concealed. Why not announce it sooner and earn some science points? Chapter 31. Tianhe City, in an ordinary residential building. Xiao Chen, there's a change in my job. Kailan, in her pajamas, ate the side dishes Zhang Chen had prepared while saying, I might be very busy during this period. I won't be able to eat. Take care of yourself. Don't make me worry. Ever since the SCP Foundation came into being, Yan Huang, under the orders of Admiral Dokeo, immediately entered a level 1 combat readiness state. Almost all the military and police They are all working around the clock. Just to prevent any accidents. Kylan, a Tianhe city police officer, was no exception. It had been almost a week, and this was her first time going home for dinner. She was able to get leave. It was because today someone who claimed to be a staff member of the Yanhuang College, Du Qianggui, found him and said that he was a super soldier with super genes. I now invite myself to join Yanhuang College. In order to activate his super gene with the help of the sun goddess Lena and become a so-called super warrior. Kylan was surprised by Du Qianggui's request. But after confirming the other party's identity and finding no falsehood, Kylan, who inherited the police number, knew what she would face after becoming a super soldier. But she still resolutely agreed. But the only thing she was worried about was Zhang Chen. So I took a day off to say goodbye to Zhang Chen. After hearing Kylan's words, Zhang Chen nodded to indicate that he understood, and then continued to eat his meal. To be honest, Zhang Chen was reluctant to let Kylan leave. But he also knew that Kylan would definitely not give up joining Yanhuang College just because of his persuasion. Therefore, he did not say anything to keep her. After dinner, Zhang Chen and Kylan played and joked, washed the dishes, and then lay on the sofa to watch TV for a while. Kylan because the work intensity is too high. So, when watching TV, she habitually lay on Zhang Chen's thighs and let Zhang Chen massage her temples. This is one of the few ways for Kylan to relax. Kylan was lying on Zhang Chen's thighs when she suddenly felt something hard under her head, pressing against the back of her head. Although she has never been in love. But do you know what that thing is? Then she looked up at Zhang Chen, staring into his eyes that were about to burst into flames, and asked with a blush on her cheeks, "Xiao Chen, you are already 18 years old, right? It's time to find a girlfriend. What kind of girl do you like?" Hearing this, Zhang Chen gave Kylan a massage and said solemnly, "I like the type of sister Kylan." Although Kylan knew Zhang Chen's feelings for her. But it was the first time she heard such direct love words from Zhang Chen, and she felt a sweet warmth flowing from her heart. Then she closed her eyes and continued to enjoy Zhang Chen's massage. Late at night, Kylan lay in her bed, tossing and turning but unable to fall asleep. Her mind was filled with Zhang Chen's masculine face. At the same time, Du Qianggui's words to her surfaced in her mind, Yanhuang Academy aims to train super warriors. Your future enemies will be demons, gluttons, and even mysterious creatures. If you are not ready to sacrifice at any time, give up as soon as possible. During this period, Kylan has also been watching the live broadcast. Know the dangers involved. She had long been prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. Although she was willing to die for her country, she was still worried about Zhang Chen. Especially after hearing Zhang Chen's sweet words during the massage. She felt more and more reluctant. Kylan, don't leave any regrets. After a while, Kylan finally made up her mind. Then she took a deep breath, walked towards the room where Zhang Chen was, pushed the door open and walked into the darkness. Touched Zhang Chen's bed. Then he gently kissed Zhang Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, don't talk. Kiss me." Zhang Chen naturally knew what Kylan was planning to do when he heard this. He didn't say anything more about it. He simply turned over and pressed Kylan under him. The next morning. "Xiao Chen, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Wait for me to come back." After finishing breakfast, Kylan dragged her suitcase, pecked Zhang Chen lightly on the cheek, and then walked in an extremely strange posture. He walked towards the gate of the community, where the black car with the Yanhuang logo had been waiting for a long time. Next to the black car, Du Qianggui, with her long orange-red hair, looked at herself and Kylan with a playful expression. Did Du Qianggui know what happened last night from the way Kylan walked? "I thought, this little guy named Zhang Chen is so lucky." Kylan actually threw herself into his arms. "However, from now on you are people from two different worlds. As a super soldier, Kylan's lifespan could be counted in tens of thousands of years, while Zhang Chen, according to his profile, was just an ordinary high school student. And he is just an ordinary high school student. Perhaps, under the influence of hormones, he could have a passionate love affair with Kylan. But as time went by, their feelings would surely fade away in the long river of time. Maybe this is the gap between ordinary people and God. Jilin. As the car sped away, Du Qiangwei looked at Kylan, whose pretty face was red, and couldn't help but say, "I hope you don't regret it. Of course, if you perform well, you might be able to apply for a divine body transformation resource for Zhang Chen. By then, that kid named Zhang Chen will also be able to become a super soldier. This way you can fight side by side." Hearing Du Qiangwei's words, Qilin was stunned at first, and then subconsciously asked, "Really?" Du Qiangwei nodded after hearing this. "There's no need for me to lie to you. However, the resources for divine body transformation are extremely precious. It's not easy to apply. You have to work hard." Kylan clenched her fists, looked through the window in the direction of Zhang Chen, and then silently swore in her heart, "Xiao Chen, you wait. I will definitely work harder. I'll try to apply for body transformation resources for you as soon as possible. That way we can stay together forever." Just as Kylan was silently swearing, Zhang Chen spent 1,000,000 science points to give Kylan the no-presence skill while washing the sheets. He believed that with the no-presence skill, Kylan would become the most terrifying killing machine. Stand out from the crowd of super warriors. But why are these sheets so hard to wash? I've washed them 3 times and they're still bright red. The blood of a super soldier is awesome. 3 days passed quickly, and amid everyone's anticipation, a pinned banner appeared in all the live broadcast rooms. In 30 seconds, the world of Demon Slayer will plunge into the super god universe under the influence of something / Note, it has been detected that the Demon Slayer world has undergone some kind of abnormality due to unknown reasons. Therefore, its cosmic coordinates will be made public. Any faction can enter through the Great Insect Bridge and explore. If they can resolve the mutations in the Demon Slayer world, they will receive a reward from the 10,000 Races live room, a message. However, the risk is too high, so it is not recommended for ordinary people to go. Countdown starts, 30, 29, 28. This pinned banner directly detonated the entire super god universe, causing countless powerful people to become eager to enter the world of Demon Slayer to find out what was going on. After all, although Wanzhou Live Room did not mention the reward, what is the news? But there is no doubt that this news is extremely important. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be a reward from the 10,000 Races live broadcast room? Perhaps it could help you and your world reach the pinnacle of the super god universe. Chapter 32. As the countdown ended, a live broadcast room called Demon Slayer appeared out of nowhere. Then, countless powerful people swarmed in, trying to see for the first time how the world actually fell. Then everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. A light blue ocean appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. If you look closely, you will find that this is an ocean composed of countless worlds. Every drop of sea water is a world. The super god universe is merely a larger drop of ocean water in this world. A drop larger than the super god universe could only be described as infinite. Under the ocean, large shadows pass by from time to time. Wherever the shadow passed, countless worlds shattered, turned into fragments, and disappeared into the sea of chaos. Furthermore, with the ebb and flow of the tides, countless worlds collided with each other. Aside from a few merging with each other, the vast majority of worlds were reduced to fragments, then sink into the endless ocean. At this time, a line of text appeared in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room, Chaos Sea. Morgana, the universe we live in is just a tiny drop of water in the sea of chaos. Holy Keisha, how many worlds are there to form such a vast chaos sea? Zhangguo, is this the truth of the world? Fortunately, our world and the super god world have merged. Otherwise, it would probably be smashed to pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen, only at this moment do we realize how insignificant we are. Monster King Orokai, even though the vast majority of worlds in the Chaos Sea are broken, the number of intact worlds is still a terrifying number. Child Emperor, could the containment come from the Chaos Ocean? Orochimaru, very likely. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was speechless with shock at the enormity of the Chaos Ocean, the water droplet representing the world of Demon Slayer appeared on the screen. Under the influence of the tide, it heads straight for the Super God universe. When the two were about to collide, the live broadcast camera zoomed in, and then everyone saw that a blood-red planet the size of the Earth was captured by the Super God universe. It transformed into a satellite world and began to fly rapidly around the Super God universe. If you look closely, you will find that there are 7 or 8 similar planets around the Super God universe. These should be the major indigenous worlds. Ding dong, the Demon Slayer world has successfully fallen into the Super God universe and become a subsidiary world of the Super God universe. In 30 seconds, the Great Bug Bridge leading to the Demon Slayer world will open. Anyone can cross the Great Bug Bridge and enter the Demon Slayer world. As the banner appeared, the screen in the live broadcast room slowly dimmed, and then a blood-red countdown appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent as they looked at the blood-red countdown. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should cross the Great Insect Bridge and enter the Demon Slayer world to explore. Because everyone is not stupid, this Demon Slayer world is definitely problematic. Otherwise, Wanzu Live Room would not be able to remind everyone again and again. But danger also means opportunity. Once he gets the opportunity, he might be able to immediately rival top powerhouses like Holy Kessa, Morgana, etc. Just when everyone was hesitating, in the Angel Nebula Mellow Heaven, Holy Keisha, who was reclining on the throne, looked at the live broadcast screen and said thoughtfully, "No wonder, even with maximum computing power, scanning the universe can't find other indigenous worlds. So they are satellite worlds, floating outside the Super God universe. That explains it." After the arrival of 10,000 Races Live Room, Holy Keisha once used the maximum computing power to scan the entire universe, trying to find those indigenous worlds. But after searching for half a month, not even a single hair was found, let alone the indigenous world. She originally thought that the 10,000 Races Live broadcast room had blocked those indigenous worlds. But now it seems that the reason they can't find them is because these worlds. It is not in the Super God universe at all, but is a satellite world located outside the Super God universe. Then it's impossible for me to find it. Queen, I request to lead the Angel Squad into the Demon Slayer world. Angel Lang looked at the countdown in the live broadcast room, which was about to reach 0, and asked Holy Keisha, "Please approve." Upon hearing this, Holy Keisha shook her head and refused, "No hurry. Wait a minute. We don't have to be the first to do this." After hearing what Holy Keisha said, Angel Lang nodded reluctantly, returned to his team, and watched the live broadcast silently. In the Demon Castle. "Queen, are we really not going to enter the Demon Slayer world?" When Demon Achuo heard Morgana's order prohibiting any demons from entering the Demon Slayer world, he was stunned at first, and then subconsciously asked, "A small indigenous world? It only takes a team of demon warriors to sweep through the area." Morgana's forehead couldn't help but throb when she heard this. She knew, of course, that a single group of demon warriors could easily destroy a mere indigenous world, but this was more than just conquering an indigenous world. "Didn't you see that even the Wanzu Live Room reminded you again and again? These demons under my command are simply amazing. Can't you use your wisdom even a little bit? That's so stupid. Liang Star, in Liang Palace. Give me the order." Pan Zhen stared at the blood-red countdown in the live broadcast room. He was stunned for a moment, then he gave the order, "Forbid the people of Liang Star to enter the world of Demon Slayer. Also, after the Great Insect Bridge appears, the 4 of you will immediately lead the Liang army to seal off the surrounding area. Anyone who tries to get close will be killed first and reported later. Upon hearing Pan Zhen's order, the 4 heavenly guards transformed into 4 streams of light, left the fiery heavenly palace and went to carry out the order. After the 4 heavenly guards left, Reina asked, "General Pan, do we really have to be so cautious? It's just an indigenous world." Casual. Before Reina could finish her words, Pan Zhen interrupted her, "No, this time is different. There's something wrong with this demon-destroying world. There's a big problem. Just watching the live broadcast gave me a chill." At this point, Pan Zhen's eyes flashed with fear, and then he continued, "This is the first time I have felt this way in tens of thousands of years. So it's better to be careful. Also, you are allowed to go as well. Otherwise, our Liang star might be destroyed. Understand?" This was the first time Reina had seen Pan Zhen show such fear. She put away her contempt, nodded solemnly, and continued to review the code of conduct. Not only Liang Star, but Yanhuang Academy also issued a similar order. Yanhuang Academy is an official Chinese academy dedicated to cultivating native Chinese super warriors. Tokyo had been struck down by the containment creatures. The president of Yanhuang College is temporarily the #1 elder in the military. However, the orders of the Yanhuang Academy can only bind China, but not other countries. Many countries on the earth have begun to rub their hands, just waiting for the countdown to end. Then enter the world of Demon Slayer to explore. As for whether there is any danger, this was not something they considered at all. It was just an indigenous world, what danger could there be? In addition to them, the strong men from other indigenous worlds are also ready to go to the Demon Slayer world. At this moment, the SCP Foundation's live broadcast room, 3 days after being offline, lit up again. The moment it lit up, countless powerful people flocked to it. They all want to see what the SCP Foundation thinks of Demon Slayer. Chapter 33. A banner with blood-red words appeared in the SCP Foundation live broadcast room. Due to the compatibility between Demon Slayer and the Super God universe, and the fact that SCP-096 destroyed the base during its escape, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, escaped from the containment center. Doctor, with authorization, use the containment object SCP to track the whereabouts of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. If you discover SCP-049 Plague Doctor, there's a high probability that he's headed to Demon Slayer world. Therefore, after research, the Foundation has decided, with special permission, to have Dr. Li Do release detailed information about SCP-049 during a live broadcast. Also included is speculation about the Demon Slayer world. Please watch carefully before deciding whether to explore the Demon Slayer world. After seeing this banner, everyone in the livestream paused their plans to explore Demon Slayer. They decided to read the SCP Foundation's predictions before making a decision. After all, after the 2 containment incidents of SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy Man, they are already full of admiration for the strength of the SCP Foundation. Moreover, the escaped SCP-049 is likely to go to Demon Slayer world. Thinking of the horrors of SCP-173 and SCP-096, they have now developed a stress reaction to the containment. No one wants to confront the containment unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, there are also some stubborn forces who, seeing that everyone has stopped their plans to explore the Demon Slayer world because of the words of the SCP Foundation. With a lucky mentality and the intention of seizing the initiative, he sent people to enter the Demon Slayer world through the big insect bridge opened up by the 10,000 Races live broadcast room. Among them are, the Celestial Dragons of the One Piece world, Luo Wang of the Qin Dynasty world, the Monster King Orokai of the Monster world, and Danzo of the Naruto world. Just when they were crazy and committing suicide. Dr. Li Do's slightly emaciated figure appeared on the live broadcast screen, and the Foundation's bold, red banner slowly disappeared. Instead, there was a photo. The picture shows a slender figure wearing a black robe, a bird beak mask, and a medical bag. If this picture had the SCP Foundation logo printed on it, most people in the live broadcast room would think that this might be a leaked picture from a comic convention. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, doesn't feel as eerie as SCP-173, the Peanut. Nor does it feel as sinister as SCP-096. It even gives people the illusion of being completely harmless. Of course, the people in the live broadcast room did not let down their guard. Because, this is a shelter. It is the same containment object as SCP-173 that slaughtered the holy left-wing Yan and thousands of Dowdy warriors, and SCP-096 that slaughtered all creatures of the giant wolf civilization. They have fully experienced the strange generation of the contained objects. Naturally, we wouldn't take SCP-049 lightly just because of its appearance as a plague doctor. Furthermore, its name also contains the word plague. This is enough to illustrate the horror of SCP-049. At this moment, detailed information about SCP-049 appeared in the empty space on the right side of the picture. Containment, Plague Doctor. Item Number, SCP-049. Project Registration Euclid. Appearance Description: SCP-049 Plague Doctor is a humanoid entity whose appearance is consistent with that of a medieval plague doctor. Although SCP-049 appears to be a bird-beaked doctor wearing a black robe, its clothes and mask appear to be growing from within. But after testing, it was found that the skeleton of SCP-049 Plague Doctor was still human skeleton. See these materials. Holy Keisha was stunned. The clothes are actually part of the body. But the skeleton is still human. As expected, the Foundation's collection objects are also strange. Just as she was sighing, new content appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Verified by the doctor, under normal circumstances, SCP-049 Plague Doctor shows great kindness towards humans. And is very happy to cooperate with the SCP Foundation. When this information came out, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Originally, because of SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy People, everyone thought that all the contained objects, except SCP-343 God, the other contained objects. They are all beings without wisdom. But no one would have expected that SCP-049 Plague Doctor not only possessed wisdom, but also had great kindness towards humans. This made their eyes light up. I even wondered if I could use this to recruit SCP-049 into my team while exploring Demon Slayer World. With the help of SCP-049, explore a small Demon Slayer world. Even though this Demon Slayer world has undergone changes, it's also something that can be easily accomplished. More importantly, perhaps we can learn information about other contained objects and some inside stories of the SCP Foundation from SCP-049. Then, when everyone was making their own calculations, the information that appeared on the screen next was like a bucket of cold water, chilling everyone to the core. However, once SCP-049 Plague Doctor senses the presence of what it considers to be a plague around it, it will immediately enter a violent apocalypse. SCP-049 Plague Doctor will be highly hostile to individuals affected by the so-called plague. Normally, SCP-049 Plague Doctor will attempt to kill individuals infected by the plague. Specific method: by causing pain, the target will die instantly. This skill is suspected to be conceptual. Note: the plague seen by SCP-049 Plague Doctor is not the plague in the usual sense. Foundation doctors have conducted 123,000 cross-experiments on SCP-049 Plague Doctor. I still haven't figured out what exactly SCP-049 Plague Doctor means by plague. I haven't even found a pattern. After seeing this information, everyone in the live broadcast room gave up the idea of winning over SCP-049. He sighed in his heart, A containment object is a containment object. There is no such thing as a normal thing. Even if it is a containment object, that SCP-049 has great kindness towards humans. They will kill people for no reason. And the method of killing is suspected to be conceptual. It's amazing. Monster King Orakai, if we can find out what this plague SCP-049 is talking about, then SCP-049 will be safe. It's like an allergy. Orochimaru, you're right. But you think that if the Foundation can't find it, you can find it? Also, I hate your name. Child Emperor. Actually, you can think of SCP-049 as a psychopath. It's very friendly before it becomes ill. Once it becomes ill, it will kill people indiscriminately. Sengoku, on behalf of the Navy, I abandon this quest to explore the Demon Slayer world. With the abnormal world and the containment objects, any number of Navy soldiers who go there will be dead. Team Aizen and Akari Heshin also gave up this mission. Hinamori Momo, our captain, is a good captain who cherishes the lives of his companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha, has also given up. Luffy, I'd love to go see it. Nami, the captain doesn't want to. At this moment, the live broadcast room screen began to update the information again. This time, the information made everyone silent. Chapter 34. New information about SCP-049 Plague Doctor began to emerge on the live broadcast screen. Through experimental observation, SCP-049 Plague Doctor usually expresses remorse and regret within 5 minutes after killing someone. According to a doctor's research, feelings of regret and annoyance are unrelated to race, age, gender, etc. Instead, they seem to be related to the severity of the plague. When SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, felt frustrated and regretful, it took out surgical tools from the black medical bag it carried with it and performed surgery on the deceased target. According to the doctor's observation, the size of its surgical tools is much larger than its personal medical kit. Demon Castle, in the hall. Morgana was stunned when she saw this. This SCP-049 Plague Doctor is really interesting. He actually feels remorse and regret after killing someone. And then performs surgery on corpses? It's simply weird. This is even worse than my own demon army. I can just kill my own demons. How could I regret it? It's just that. Just as Morgana was silently complaining about the childishness of SCP-049 Plague Doctor, the information in the live broadcast room continued to emerge. After the operation by SCP-049 Plague Doctor, the corpse will regain the ability to move. The creature in this state is called SCP-049-2 by our Foundation. However, SCP-049-2 cannot be considered resurrected. Because they have no thinking ability, they can only be regarded as corpses with the ability to move. Normally, SCP-049-2 remains silent, rarely moving, and usually in an ambulatory manner. SCP-049 Plague Doctor can command SCP-049-2 through some unknown means. This means is suspected to be conceptual, and no method has been found to cut it off except to completely destroy SCP-049-2. Upon receiving orders from SCP-049 Plague Doctor, SCP-049-2 will immediately enter an abnormally active state. According to experiments, upon receiving orders, SCP-049-2 will no longer obey the law of conservation of energy. Can complete any order of SCP-049 Plague Doctor without consuming any energy. Regarding SCP-049-2, SCP-049 Plague Doctor usually claims that this is an abnormally imperfect treatment. As for what perfect treatment is, SCP-049 Plague Doctor does not explain it. This series of information stunned everyone in the live broadcast room. After reading the information, everyone fell silent. They had to admit that their previous idea of trying to win over SCP-049 Plague Doctor was ridiculous, even though SCP-049 Plague Doctor had good intentions towards humans. But it is a containment object after all. Its ability is even greater than that of SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy Man. In a sense, it is even more terrifying than the previous two. On the one hand, SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy People, although terrifying. But they have clear patterns in their killing. As long as you don't violate their rules, you will be safe. But SCP-049 Plague Doctor is different. It has no clear pattern at all. As long as anyone is infected with the plague, it will attack it. But who knows what the plague that SCP-049 Plague Doctor is talking about is? Of course, this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, possesses wisdom. Wisdom means infinite possibilities. This is much more dangerous than simply killing people based on a pattern. Gecko Mariah, SCP-049's ability is similar to my Shadow Fruit ability. Both can manipulate corpses. However, I use shadows, while its method is unknown. Kaido, it's just attacks on a mace. Don't mess with SCP-049. Orochimaru, Impure World Reincarnation has a similar effect. In a sense, Impure World Reincarnation is even better than SCP-049. After all, the object of Impure World Reincarnation has wisdom and memory. S-Class Hero Zombie Man, is there a possibility that SCP-049-2 is an imperfect treatment target? If it were perfect, its abilities would be even more terrifying. Perhaps, he will be directly taken into custody, which is also the case. Child Emperor, I agree with what Zombie Man Senpai said. Also, I have a feeling that once SCP-049 completes a perfect treatment, the consequences will be extremely serious. Vegapunk, I have the same feeling. Inside Yanhuang Academy, many super warriors stared at the comments in the live broadcast room with a dazed look on their faces. When they first read the information, they thought they could communicate with SCP-049 Plague Doctor. But after reading all the information, they were completely speechless. The shelter is indeed a shelter. This train of thought is unique. It actually calls the process of killing people and turning their corpses into zombies treating the plague? Isn't this pure mental illness? Kylan pondered for a moment and then expressed her thoughts. This SCP-049 went to the Demon Slayer world. Could it be that it believed that there was a plague in the Demon Slayer world? Need treatment for it. Kylan's words immediately brightened Du Qiangwei and the others' eyes. They felt Kylan was right. Perhaps this was the reason SCP-049 Plague Doctor had truly traveled to Demon Slayer world. And many more. At this moment, Du Qiangwei suddenly felt that she seemed to have overlooked something. But, no matter how hard she tried, I just can't remember what I have overlooked. Not only Du Qiangwei, many people present, including the powerful people from various indigenous worlds in the live broadcast room, also realized that they seemed to have overlooked something. But they just can't remember. At this moment, the image of SCP-049 Plague Doctor disappeared from the live broadcast room, and was replaced by the slightly thin figure of Dr. Li Do. And a document with the SCP Foundation logo printed on it. The file name is, Speculations about the Information of Demon Slayer World and the Causes of the Mutations. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room, whether they were planning to participate in exploring the Demon Slayer world or had already given up on exploring, all held their breath and focused. Because they had a premonition. What Dr. Li Do says next will, to some extent, completely change the Super God universe. Chapter 35. Under the breathless gaze of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, Dr. Li Do opened the file and slowly said to the camera, ever since Wanzhou live broadcast room released the mission of Demon Slayer World 3 days ago. Base researcher Dr. Calvin, under the authorization of the SCP, and other containment objects, is conducting research on the Demon Slayer World. It turns out that in the Demon Slayer World, there are creatures called demons. They feed on humans and are an extremely evil race. Dr. Li Do paused for a moment, then continued, of course, according to Dr. Calvin's observations, the ghost's combat effectiveness isn't very high. Even the ancestor of the demon, Muzan Kibutsu, is only at the level of a first-generation divine body. And there is a fatal weakness, and that is sunlight. As long as it is exposed to sunlight, even Muzan will be reduced to ashes. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they heard Dr. Lidu's words. Originally, how dangerous did they think Demon Slayer would be? But I didn't expect that the highest combat power was only equivalent to the level of a generation of divine body. And there is such a weakness. With such a fighting force, let alone the angel civilization, the Styx civilization, the demon civilization, these civilizations standing at the pinnacle of the super god universe. Even the major indigenous worlds. They all have confidence that they can wipe out all the ghosts. Of course, they all knew that Demon Slayer was taken so seriously by the Wanzhou live broadcast room and the SCP Foundation. It's definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Beneath the surface, there are surely hidden dangers. In the live broadcast room, a powerful figure from various worlds came, frowning, silently thinking about when the real danger of Demon Slayer world would come. Dr. Lidu's voice sounded at the right time. Dr. Calvin, while using the containment object SCP, to observe the Demon Slayer world. I was shocked to discover that the concept of reincarnation actually existed in this low-level world. This alerted Dr. Calvin. Normally, there's no concept of reincarnation in lower-level worlds, unless reincarnation is formed at the very beginning of the world. Just like the world of death gods where Aizen and Ichijo live, and the world of ninjas where Sarutobi Hiruzen lives. But even if reincarnation exists, it is an incomplete one. At this point, Dr. Li Do paused and continued, but the reincarnation system of the Demon Slayer world is quite complete. Even once the demons destroy the world, it will be completely connected to the super god universe. It is highly likely that the super god universe will add the concept of reincarnation due to its influence. According to Dr. Calvin's prediction, this situation is most likely caused by an unknown containment object. And the appearance of the species ghost. It's suspected to be caused by SCP-610. But strangely, these symptoms are completely different from the ones we've documented. So, the cause of the Demon Slayer world's changes is still unknown. Dr. Calvin's research concluded that the changes in Demon Slayer world are caused by the suspected hatred of flesh and blood by SCP-610 and the unknown contained object. And it only takes one particle to enter the super god universe. The super god universe will be polluted. Therefore, the Foundation has studied and decided that, with approval, anyone who enters the Demon Slayer world is prohibited from returning to the super god world without authorization. Otherwise, the SCP Foundation reserves the right to use any means to conceptually eliminate it. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they heard Dr. Li Do's words. Although they were mentally prepared, they never imagined that the situation would be so serious. It turned out that the mutation was caused by the combined action of the two contained objects. More importantly, even the SCP Foundation doesn't know the information about one of the contained objects. If we add SCP-049 Plague Doctor, there are 3 contained objects in a small Demon Slayer world. You can imagine how dangerous this is. The original plan was to directly dissuade most of the people who wanted to enter the Demon Slayer world to explore. Of course, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Some stubborn individuals still decided to continue their investigation. They firmly believed that the SCP Foundation said this in order to reap the benefits of exploring Demon Slayer world alone. Monkey D. Dragon, I've already ordered all the Revolutionary Army to forbid entry into Demon Slayer world. But the Celestial Dragons will definitely ignore the warning. Zhangguo, the 3 generals and I submitted an application to the 5 elders. But we haven't received a response yet. Whitebeard, Sengoku, you already know the answer, right? Tornado at Monster King Orakai, keep your monsters under control. Otherwise, our world will likely be completely destroyed. Monster King Orakai, it's too late. Meowth has already entered the Demon Slayer world with his monster army. Explosion at Weird King Snake, you really deserve to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we, the 5 great ninja villages, have reached an agreement. We will absolutely not enter the Demon Slayer world. At Pain, take care of your Akatsuki organization. Pain, Akatsuki will not enter either. But I'm not sure about other ninjas. Yingzheng, remnants of the 6 kingdoms, I advise you to be careful not to play with fire and get burned. Zhongliang at Yingzheng, the first emperor, you should also take care of the net. At this moment, Dr. Lidu's voice sounded again, according to the latest news from Dr. Calvin. SCP-049 Plague Doctor has indeed entered the Demon Slayer world. Now, please watch the live broadcast to better understand the dangers of Demon Slayer world. After saying that, Dr. Li Dou's slightly thin figure gradually disappeared from the live broadcast screen, and was replaced by a mountain covered with heavy snow. In the upper right corner of the live broadcast room, a line of small words appeared, Demon Slayer *Q Toriyama. Then, the picture turned. A young man with crimson hair and red eyes, wearing a green Ichimatsu patterned Haori, was carrying a young girl on his back as he ran towards the village at the foot of the mountain. And on his path was SCP-049, the Plague Doctor wearing a black robe and a crow mask. When everyone saw SCP-049, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. I thought, SCP Foundation is still very reliable. It was said that SCP-049 was heading to the Demon Slayer world, and it actually appeared in the Demon Slayer world. At the same time, everyone was speculating. Will this SCP-049 be a shy person like the previous SCP-096? It was deliberately placed in Demon Slayer world by the SCP Foundation. The purpose is to explore the truth of the Demon Slayer world while doing an interactive experiment. As this idea came out, the audience in the live broadcast room felt that this possibility was very high. Based on their understanding of the SCP Foundation's style of operation, they did this kind of thing. At this moment, in the live broadcast, the red-haired boy carrying the girl on his back ran in front of SCP-049. Seeing that SCP-049 did not dodge, I couldn't help but yell anxiously, "Get out of the way! I'm going to town to find a doctor. Get out of my way!" Hearing the red-haired boy's words, SCP-049 Plague Doctor suddenly looked up at the red-haired boy and said in a hoarse voice, "Boy, do you want to find a doctor? What a coincidence! I'm a doctor. Can you let me take a look at this girl's injuries?" Hearing SCO-049's words, the red-haired boy was stunned at first, then stopped, and then looked at the guy in front of him in strange clothes with a suspicious look. I thought, is this guy really a doctor? He had lived in Yunque Mountain for more than 10 years. Not only had he never seen this person, he had never even heard of him. But strangely, he did not sense any hostility from this person. Under normal circumstances, Tanjiro might have refused. But now he noticed that Nezuko's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where it was barely noticeable. Keep going like this. It was impossible to hold on until reaching the town. So after weighing the pros and cons, Tanjiro agreed to the request of SCP-049 Plague Doctor with the mentality of giving it a try. Let it treat his sister Nezuko. After all, even though the person in front of him was dressed strangely, he didn't have any hostility towards him. What if it can save Nezuko? After seeing this scene, countless viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly had their pupils shrink. Chapter 36. At the same time, Demon Slayer World, Tokyo, on the bustling streets. A void passage appeared out of thin air, and then a cat-like being that walked upright, walked out slowly with a group of weirdos under the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd. The crowd around them, after a brief moment of daze, immediately fell into chaos. Monster! Run! They are monsters! Help! There's a monster! Run! Meow meow, among the fleeing crowd, stretched out his blood-red tongue, licked his sharp claws that gleamed coldly in the morning sun, and then revealed a cruel smile. There's no such thing as a nasty hero association. Finally, I can kill with abandon. Kill. Use blood and screams to announce to the Demon Slayer world the arrival of our monster association. As he spoke, Meow Meow gently waved his claws, and the crowd within a few hundred meters was cut into pieces of minced meat. Then Meow Meow used the sharp blade to pick up a heart. He put it in his mouth and chewed it continuously, then said with an intoxicated look on his face, "It's delicious. You guys should try it too." Hearing Meow Meow's order, hundreds of monsters excitedly rushed in from all directions. The killing spree began. For a moment, the entire Dongjing was plunged into war, filled with screams, explosions and the excited roars of monsters. After seeing this scene, Tornado in the live broadcast room said directly, "You really deserve to die. Wash your neck clean and wait for death. This time, our hero association will not let you go. Let's start the battle. The kind that won't stop until death." Upon hearing this, the Monster King Orokai refuted with a barrage of comments, "Survival of the fittest is natural selection, it's only natural. We monsters were born to uphold the will of the world. Compared to humans, they are a more advanced species. Since you want to start a war, then start the war." When Whitebeard saw the comments from Tornado and Monster King Orokai, he couldn't help but comment, at Tornado, "If the battle goes badly, we, the Whitebeard Pirates, can support the Hero Association." Tornado, at Whitebeard, "No need, uncle. Our Hero Association doesn't even take a mere monster like Orokai seriously." Weird King Orokai, what a big tone. Demon Slayer World, not a Spider Mountain. A group of CP0 members in white suits, led by their captain Rob Lucci, crossed the Void Passage and descended upon Spider Mountain, then activated their observation haki. Found the lair of Lei, the fifth of the lower moon. They all used the shave technique, flew into the air, and headed straight for the nest. Because of the orders from the Celestial Dragons, they did not start the live broadcast, but instead used private chat to convey everything about the Demon Slayer world to the 5 elders. Demon Slayer world, in a Demon Slayer core base. "Captain, leave it to me." A Luoyang member wearing a black tights said to Heibai Xianjian, "No one can keep a secret in Luoyang's hands. In 1 hour, I will make him spit out everything we want to know." Holding the black and white swords, Heibai Xianji nodded upon hearing this, then looked up at the slowly rising sun, his eyes showing neither joy nor sorrow. "Don't know what you're thinking?" And around them were dozens of corpses of the Demon Slayer Corps. Luo Wang, like CP0, did not start live streaming due to Zhao Gao's order. He also chose to use private chat to transmit back to the Qin's moon world. In addition to CP0 and Luo Wang, a group of ninjas with cracks on their faces and thousands of white Zetsu appeared in the mountains. In addition, there are tens of thousands of desperados from various worlds appearing in the Demon Slayer world. This is just the vanguard. There are countless speculators who will try to achieve a counterattack by exploring the Demon Slayer world. They are on their way. At this moment, the entire Demon Slayer world fell into complete madness. Except for a few organized teams, these speculators have all started live broadcasts to show everyone their journey of exploring the world of Demon Slayer. Of course, the live broadcast room with the largest number of people. It is still the live broadcast room of the SCP Foundation. Whether in terms of the number of people or the quality, it is not on the same level as other live broadcast rooms. At this moment, in the SCP Foundation live broadcast room, all the viewers were concentrating on watching the SCP-049 Plague Doctor on the screen, wanting to see whether it would attack Tanjiro and Nezuko. However, the following scene left them all confused. Originally, in their imagination, SCP-049 Plague Doctor should have killed Tanjiro and Nezuko directly and then turned them into zombies. But SCP-049 Plague Doctor began to examine Nezuko's injuries like an ordinary doctor. While examining him, he asked Tanjiro, "Young man, how did your sister get hurt? Judging from the wound, it shouldn't have been caused by a wild beast. Instead, it looks like someone bitten me." Tanjiro looked at SCP-049 Plague Doctor, who was skillfully examining Nezuko's wounds. He did not sense any hostility from this guy in strange attire. The vigilance in my heart slowly dissipated. After hearing SCP-049's Plague Doctor's question, he immediately said, "I don't know either. I went to town yesterday to sell charcoal. Because the mountain was closed to the elements due to heavy snow, I stayed under a big tree at the foot of the mountain. When I got home, I saw my mother and others lying in a pool of blood. The only one breathing is my sister. That's why I carried my sister on my back and ran towards Chengzhen, and ended up running into you." At this point, Tanjiro took a deep breath and asked tremblingly, "Doctor, can my sister still be saved? This is the only relative I have." 8. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, listened to Tanjiro's story while checking Nezuko's injuries, and then said calmly, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, there will be no patients who cannot be saved. What's more, it is like this." Tanjiro was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly said, "Doctor, as long as you can save Nezuko. No matter how much. I have 4. But before Tanjiro could finish his words, he suddenly smelled a strong hostility in the air. This hostility was so strong and so cold. Tanjiro was so frightened that he stood there without even finishing his words. Even breathing was difficult. What made Tanjiro even more terrified was that this strong murderous intent actually emanated from the bird-beaked doctor who had just been asking him about Nezuko's injury in a gentle manner. He couldn't understand why Dr. Bird's-beak suddenly had such a strong murderous intent towards him and Nezuko. "I haven't offended him." When Tanjiro didn't know, not only him, but even the audience in the live broadcast room felt a sense of fear for no reason. This sense of horror that came from the depths of their souls reminded them of the fear dominated by SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy People. In Tanjiro's puzzled eyes, SCP-049 Plague Doctor looked at Nezuko and roared angrily, "Plague! You have plague! Haha! It's hidden very well. I almost misjudged it. All plagues must be treated. Need treatment." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor stretched out his slightly dry fingers towards Nezuko, who had fallen into a coma due to her severe injuries. Conceptually, he wanted to take Nezuko's life and cure the plague. At this moment, accompanied by a dazzling sword light, the water pillar Tomioka-jiu, wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, appeared at the right time and saved Nezuko at the same time. By the way, he used his water breathing to help Tanjiro break free from his fear and regain control of his body. Chapter 37. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, looked at the water column Tomioka-jiu blocking his way and said in an extremely hoarse voice, "You have the plague too. You all have the plague. You barely escaped my detection. You must receive medical treatment." Hearing SCP-049's words, Tanjiro, who had regained his mobility, couldn't help but yell at it, "We don't have a plague. My sister is just hurt. It's not the plague." As Tanjiro spoke, he tried to snatch Nezuko from the water pillar Tomioka-jiu and take her to the town at the foot of the mountain to find a doctor. Although, he knew that after such a delay, Nezuko is probably in great danger. But as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, he doesn't want to give up, because Nezuko is his last relative in this world. However, he was surprised to find that the man with a knife who suddenly appeared actually stopped his actions. Of course, this is not the most important. Most importantly, Nezuko, who was almost out of breath, actually began to struggle violently. Seeing this, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel ecstatic. But before he could say anything, he saw that Nezuko had grown fangs at some point. The originally clear eyes turned blood red. He let out a meaningless whimpering sound, as if he would be eaten alive the next moment without Tomioka Gyuu's restraint. After seeing Nezuko's appearance, Tanjiro couldn't help but think of the legend that his grandfather at the foot of the mountain told him last night. Ghost. Nezuko turned into a ghost. Do not. Will not. Nezuko won't turn into a ghost. While restraining Nezuko, who had already transformed into a demon, Tomioka Gyuu said to SCP-049 Plague Doctor, "Can you see that she's about to transform into a demon? Is the plague you're talking about a demonic transformation?" Gyuu Tomioka looked at SCP-049 Plague Doctor, although his clothes were strange and gave him an unprecedented sense of horror. But he is not a ghost. Therefore, Gyuu Tomioka couldn't help but think that the plague mentioned by this strangely dressed guy in front of him was referring to demonization. Ghostification? No. That's not the plague. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, although already furious, still explained, plague means, natural disaster. Mass extinction. Oh. I don't know how to explain it to you. SCP-049 seemed to be unable to think of any suitable words. Finally, he pounded his temple and said, "But I know that I must find a perfect cure for the plague. Although many people have chosen to surrender, I will never surrender. It is my duty to rid the world of this plague. I will find a cure that will end it all. Of course, before that, I have to eliminate all carriers of the plague. And you are the carriers of the plague." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor started walking towards Water Pillar Tomioka Gyuu. Although his walking speed seemed slow, he arrived in front of Tomioka Gyuu in a flash. Then he stretched out his dry finger and pointed at Gyuu Tomioka. Tomioka Gyuu as the Water Pillar. He could be described as a veteran of hundreds of battles. The moment SCP-049 Plague Doctor took action, he felt a tremendous pressure. More than 10 years of combat experience constantly reminded him. Although the other party is not a ghost. But his fighting power was more terrifying than a ghost. If he didn't give it his all, he would surely die here. So, without any hesitation, Tomioka Gyuu used his water breathing to try to kill SCP-049 Plague Doctor with one strike. Water breathing, Form 11, Calm. As Tomioka Gyuu's voice rang out, a light blue field appeared out of thin air around him, and everything within the field came to a standstill. Then, streams of water condensed into sharp blades and looked towards the approaching SCP-049 Plague Doctor's withered body. Water breathing, Form 11, Calm is a unique skill created by Tomioka Gyuu. Not only can it allow you to enter a state of tranquility and stillness. Moreover, within the field, any technique can be invalidated, which is Tomioka Gyuu's strongest killer move. He was confident that even if the SCP-049 Plague Doctor on the other side had the strength comparable to an upper-rank demon, he would be injured by this move. But the next scene left Gyuu Tomioka completely stunned. I saw those water blades that were strong enough to injure an upper-rank demon slashing at SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Not only did they fail to kill it, they didn't even scratch its clothes. Not to mention, stopping its attack. Retreat. Otherwise it will be too late. Seeing this, Tomioka Gyuu knew that the gap between him and SCP-049 was too great. His only chance of survival was to run. But he didn't have time to escape. A finger appeared in the field of vision, then slowly enlarged and landed at the center of his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, Gyuu Tomioka felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he was completely plunged into eternal darkness. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, after killing Gyuu Tomioka, without any hesitation, reached out and pointed at the still confused Tanjiro and the demonized Nezuko. Tanjiro tried to dodge, but even Tomioka Gyuu couldn't avoid the attack. How could Tanjiro escape? He could only watch helplessly as SCP-049 Plague Doctor's dry fingers fell on his brow. Then, no matter whether it was Tanjiro or Nezuko who had already turned into a demon. Then it became completely quiet. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room thought that the matter was over, two translucent souls emerged from the bodies of Tomioka Gyuu and Tanjiro. And around them were a dozen young men wearing animal masks. Senior brother Suuntu. Upon seeing the leading youth, Tomioka Gyuu's soul couldn't help but shout, "So you guys never left?" What did the soul of Tomioka Gyuu just want to say? But he discovered that his soul had begun to crack. In the blink of an eye, dense cracks spread all over his body, and then it completely shattered, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth. It's similar to Tomioka Gyuu's situation. Tanjiro had just seen the souls of his relatives, and before he could say hello, they also turned into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. It was a concept-level annihilation skill. Really strong. With just one finger, not only did he end their lives, but he also turned their souls into nothingness. Completely wipe out all traces of their existence from the world. Just when they thought it was over, the extremely hoarse voice of SCP-049 Plague Doctor rang out again, "You are also carriers of the plague. You must get treatment too." As he spoke, he pointed at the souls of the masked boys, such as Satsuki and Makomo, and Tanjiro's relatives. As SCP-049 Plague Doctor lightly tapped in the astonished gazes of so many souls, their souls began to slowly crumble, and within a few breaths, they turned into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. I couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is this damn plague? Why would even souls be judged as carriers of the plague by SCP-049 Plague Doctor, and then killed by SCP-049? This SCP-049 Plague Doctor, isn't he just a psychopath? After all, it's not a mental illness. I can't do such a thing. It's just that. Zhangguo, what exactly is this plague? I now seriously suspect that the plague is just an excuse for SCP-049 to kill people. Caesar, I think so too. Orochimaru, no, I do think the plague it speaks of does exist. But SCP-049 has clearly gone insane. It can't even tell what the plague is. That's why there are all these kinds of performances. Aizen and Akari are a bit like Quincy. But they are much more powerful than Quincy. Monster King Orochi, what a shame. Meowth carries a large amount of monster cells. If Gyuu Tomioka takes them, he'll probably grow into a top-tier demon-level monster. Of course, anyone here who wants monster cells can contact me. I give it to you for free. Tornado, we're almost at your lair. Wait till you die. Monster King Orochi, I'm looking forward to feeding you monster cells myself. Luffy, is this going to be an all-out war? At Tornado, come on. Tornado, don't worry. I'll definitely crush the Monster King Orochi. I'll smash this into pieces. As everyone in the live stream discussed what the plague SCP-049 was referring to, SCP-049 seemed to be caught in a state of confusion. It looked at the bodies of Tomioka Gyuu, Tanjiro, and Nezuko and began to sigh. Chapter 38. In the live broadcast, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, after killing Tanjiro and the others, did not leave. Instead, he stood beside their bodies, muttering to himself in an angry voice. Plague. It must be cured. I must find the perfect way to cure the plague. It is my responsibility. You have all been infected with the plague, so you must be treated. Otherwise, the plague will use you as a carrier to infect more people. As he spoke, the anger in SCP-049 Plague Doctor's tone became lighter and lighter. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the anger in SCP-049 Plague Doctor's voice completely disappeared, replaced by deep regret and annoyance. It squatted down, looked at the bodies of Tomioka Jiu, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, and said slowly, "I'm sorry. It's my incompetence. After all this time, we still haven't found a perfect cure for the plague. I had to kill you to prevent the plague from spreading. You should be able to understand my difficulties." At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, while taking out surgical tools from the medical bag he was carrying, continued in an annoyed voice. "But it doesn't matter. I can always find the perfect cure for the plague. As a doctor, I can help you preserve your health. Believe me. Wait until I find a perfect cure for the plague. I will definitely resurrect you." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor had already spread out his surgical tools all over the floor, including an operating table that was 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. This made the audience in the live broadcast room stare in amazement. I wondered what was in this tool kit. Was there a separate compartment inside? Otherwise, how could it possibly hold so many surgical tools? Besides, aren't our surgical tools a little too dirty? Not to mention that they were all rusted, even some of the surgical tools still had dried blood and internal organ fragments on them. Just as everyone was complaining, SCP-049 Plague Doctor began to perform the operation. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room saw a scene that they never wanted to recall in their lifetime. They were all people standing at the top of their respective worlds, and they were already accustomed to fighting. Even some powerful people would not frown even if they were feasting in a sea of corpses and blood. But after seeing the operation process of SCP-049 Plague Doctor, they had to admit that they were too young. I shouldn't be so confident about my mental quality. Too disgusting. This nausea is not just a visual shock, but a strange feeling that comes from the depths of the soul. As long as you see the surgical scene, even if it is SCP-049 accidentally. After shaking their arms, they still felt extremely nauseous. It's a weapon of causality. Monster King Orakai, this is too disgusting. This is the first time I've vomited since I inherited the world's consciousness and transformed into a monster. Tornado, ugh. I can't take it anymore, I'm leaving now. Orochimaru, this surgery was so crude. How dare he call himself a doctor? I'm going to go out and relax. Shizuan, Lady Tsunade. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wake up. Jiraiya at Shizuan. Tell me where you are and I'll find you. Also, my book is published, and besides paying off my debt to Tsunade, I still have quite a bit left. I'll send it to you. It should be enough for Tsunade to gamble with for a while. Atomic Samurai, it turns out Jiraiya is a bootlicker. Inuyagami at Atomic Samurai, do you look down on dogs? Shizuka at Jiraiya, see private chat. Angle, you can also send me a private message with the address. Inside Yanhuang College. The super soldiers' faces turned pale from vomiting. Even a battle-hardened warrior like Qiang Gui couldn't help but vomit after seeing such a disgusting scene. Not to mention, Ge Xiaolun, Zhao Xian, Rui Meng Meng, ordinary people like this. They vomited so much that they were completely lost. Only Kylan managed to hold on. It wasn't because she had a strong mental endurance, but because she had a natural resistance to the containment after her love affair with Zhang Chen. It's not that their mental strength is weak, but the scene is simply too disgusting. It has reached the limit of what everyone can bear. Not only the super warriors of Yanhuang Academy, but even Pan Zhen of Liang Star, Holy Keisha of Angel Nebula, Morgana of Demon Castle, all of them were shocked by seeing this disgusting scene that was beyond their limit. They all vomited non-stop. Even if their divine bodies have been upgraded to the 4th generation, they still cannot withstand it. At the same time, everyone was complaining in their hearts. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, are you ashamed to call yourself a doctor? Such crude means. Any butcher's skills are much better than yours. What's the difference between this and slaughter? Just as everyone was complaining, SCP-049 Plague Doctor finally completed the operation, and then his slightly happy voice came from under the bird beak mask. Although the process was still a little rough, the operation was quite successful. My treatment is really effective. Although it's not perfect, it's been a success in completely clearing the plague from them. And their bodies were preserved. I'm such a genius. After hearing what SCP-049 Plague Doctor said, everyone in the live broadcast room didn't know what to say. You are a little rough in your management. It's just that. Of course, besides complaining, what they are most interested in is whether the treated Tomioka Jiu, Tanjiro, and Nezuko will be the same as the information explains. Resurrected as SCP-049-2. Under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, Tanjiro, Jiu Tomioka, and Nezuko, who had originally been conceptually wiped out by the SCP-049 Plague Doctor. He actually stood up unsteadily. Their bodies were incredibly flexible, completely unlike the Walking Dead in zombie movies. If it weren't for the hideous scars on their bodies and the hollow looks in their eyes, no one would have thought that the three of them had been transformed into SCP-049-2 by SCP-049 Plague Doctor. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, very satisfied with his work. After admiring it for a while, he slowly said, "Well, the plague here has been cured. But I have a feeling there are more patients at the foot of the mountain who need our treatment. I can already smell the plague, that nasty smell." At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor paused and then continued, "Come with me to treat the plague. Let's go." After saying this, SCP-049 Plague Doctor took Jiu Tomioka, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, who had transformed into SCP-049-2. Heading towards the foot of the mountain. As it walked, it said, "The smell of plague in this world is everywhere. It's time for a proper treatment. Maybe I can find the perfect cure for the plague." SCP-049 Plague Doctor seemed very excited when he said this, so much so that he couldn't help but quicken his pace as he walked down the mountain. At this moment, Muzan, who was hiding in the Infinite City, had learned everything that happened outside from the information passed by other ghosts. This made Kibutsu Muzan completely stunned. The monster that turned Tokyo into hell, the suited thug who single-handedly slaughtered the lower five, the ninja who summoned lightning and fire, the ancient swordsman who attacked the Demon Slayer Corps, and Dr. Birdsbeak who can resurrect ghosts. What the hell is wrong with this world? Where did these people come from? Of course, that's not the point. The point is, each of these guys who appeared out of nowhere has enough power to defeat me. And except for that bird-beaked doctor, everyone else seems to be looking for themselves. This made Gui Muzan completely panic. Gui Muzan knew that if he was found by others, there will definitely be no good ending waiting for you. So Muzan summoned all the upper-ranked demons to the Infinite City without any hesitation, and then asked Naruto to completely seal off the Infinite City. He planned to hide in it and wait for these people to leave before going out. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had Infinite City, a stronghold independent of the world. Otherwise, you might really be found by those people. This is the kind of personality that Kibutsu Muzan has. I strike hard at the weak, but I am as timid as a mouse when dealing with the strong. He is arguably the most unassuming OSS in the hot-blooded manga. Chapter 39. Just as Muzan Kibutsu led all the upper demons to hide in the Infinite Castle and act like turtles. In the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yubayashiki Kaya, with his face covered in ulcers, was supported by his wife. Sitting on the main seat, he listened to the report of Insect Pillar Koko Shinobu with a frown. "Lord, according to the information transmitted back by the Raven, 142 Demon Slayer Corps branches have been destroyed by unidentified enemies. Not a single Demon Slayer Corps member has survived. A total of 1,432 people have died." At this point, tears welled up in the lavender eyes of Insect Pillar Butterfly Man, and he continued, Also, Water Pillar Tomiokaji was killed by Dr. Birdbeak and is suspected of being made into a puppet. While rescuing a stronghold, Sound Pillar Yul Tianyuan and his 3 wives were killed by an ancient swordsman wielding a black and white sword. After killing Sound Pillar Yul Tianyuan, the ancient swordsman transformed into Sound Pillar Yul Tianyuan's appearance. He seems to have inherited Sound Pillar Yul Tianyuan's memories. Then the ancient swordsman, leading his men, is heading here. Love Pillar Kenroji Mitsurai was beaten to death by a group of ninjas with obvious cracks on their cheeks. During the battle, Love Pillar Kenroji Mitsurai had killed many ninjas. But it won't take long. No matter how badly they're injured, they'll recover. Afterwards, the Love Pillar Kenroji Mitsurai was resurrected by those ninjas using ninjutsu. Now, the Love Pillar Kenroji Mitsurai has joined them. She is rushing here with her ninjas. It is estimated that they will arrive in another hour. At this point, Insect Pillar Koko Shinobu's lavender eyes were completely blurred by tears. Ever since her sister Kane was killed by Upper String 2, Doma. She closes her heart, and no matter what she goes through, she always keeps smiling like her sister Kane. But now she couldn't bear it anymore. A while ago, the comrades who had gathered together and talked about their respective achievements in killing ghosts were suddenly killed by a group of unknown origins and turned into puppets and became enemies. Such a blow completely defeated Insect Pillar Koko Shinobu. Although she was already broken, she still held on and continued to report to her lord, Yubayashiki Yoya. Also, the Snake Pillar, Iguro Obanai, and the former Flame Pillar, Rengoku Jushiro, were defeated in Tokyo by a monster who called himself Meow Meow, and forced it to take a ball of flesh and blood. Afterwards, the Snake Pillar, Iguro Obanai, and the previous Flame Pillar, Rengoku Jushiro, transformed into monsters and joined the ranks of those who massacred Tokyo civilians. In the process, they transformed a large number of civilians into monsters and headed here as well. Lord. After hearing the words of Insect Pillar Shako Shinobu, Yubayashiki Yoya's already shaky body could no longer hold on. He only felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The only remaining Wind Pillar, Fushigawara Minoru, Rock Pillar, Hirumai Gyume, Mist Pillar, Tokaido Muchiro, and Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, all changed their expressions when they saw this. They came forward and surrounded the delivery room Yoya, looking at the mistress with anxious faces and feeding the lord medicine. Yubayashiki Kaya drank a few more sips of the medicine his wife had brewed, and his complexion improved slightly. He then said to everyone, "Pass on my order. Have all members of the Demon Slayer Corps hide immediately. Stop all actions until we understand the origins and purpose of these suddenly appearing enemies. You guys should hide too." Yubayashiki Yoya paused here, then continued, "I will be here, waiting for them to arrive. I can see they seem to be looking for something." Upon hearing this, Rock Pillar, Gyume of the Island of Sorrow, disregarding the etiquette between monarch and subject, interrupted, "My lord, please let me stay here with you. If things change, I will fight to the death." Before Rock Pillar, Gyume Sadome Samurai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yubayashiki Kaya, "No, you are all the hope of Demon Slayer. And I'm at the end of my rope. Even if you leave, you won't live long. Why not use this broken body to do something useful?" At this point, seeing that everyone was still indifferent and planning to stay with him, the usually gentle Yubayashiki Kaya got angry for the first time and yelled at everyone. "Do you want me to die with regret? Let's go. Go." Upon hearing this, Rock Pillar, Gyume and the others wanted to stay and protect Yubayashiki Kaya, but they also knew that with their own strength, staying would mean death. Finally, under Yubayashiki Kaya's rebuke, he respectfully knelt and bowed before turning into several streams of light, carrying the promoted Demon Slayer Corps members. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, he headed towards the hiding place prepared in advance. After Rock Pillar, Gyume and the others left, Yubayashiki Yoya turned to look at his wife, Yubayashiki Amane, and slowly said, are the explosives ready? Yubayashiki Tenon, who was kneeling beside Yubayashiki Kawiya, gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yubayashiki Kawiya's mouth and said, "It's ready." "Thanks a lot." Yubayashiki Yoil looked at his wife who had been with him for more than 10 years and said with a shameful tone, "You should have been a goddess respected by everyone. Yet she is willing to stay by my side and take care of a useless person like me without any complaints. Now you want to die with me again. If there is a next life, let me take care of you." Upon hearing this, Yubayashiki Amina shook her head and said softly, "My husband is not a useless man. He is a true hero. I am proud to be able to follow you and bear children for you. Today I am able to die with my husband. It's Tianyan's glory." Upon hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya could no longer hold back and gently took Yubayashiki Amina into his arms, stroking her hair and saying slowly, "With a wife like this, I would die without regrets." Yubayashiki Amina listened to the faint heartbeat of Yubayashiki Kazuya, felt her husband's tenderness, and waited for the group of people who would be born in just one day. The arrival of the enemy turned the entire Japan upside down. Meanwhile, in the small town at the foot of Mount Kumotari, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, looking at the town that had completely turned into purgatory and the hundreds of SCP-049-2 behind him, packed up his surgical tools and said with satisfaction, "Yes, the plague here has been completely eliminated. But I feel that the plague has spread throughout this world. There are more patients outside who need our treatment." At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor paused and then continued, "In order to control the plague, we must speed up. Let's go. Let's go and treat more patients and cure the plague." After saying this, SCP-049 Plague Doctor led a huge army of SCP-049-2 towards the surrounding towns and villages under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent when they saw this scene. Because they know that SCP-049 Plague Doctor has now concluded that the world has been completely infected by the plague. It will not stop until all the patients are cured. Furthermore, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, regardless of the number of corpses he performed the transformation surgery on, took about the same amount of time. In front of it, one corpse was no different from 10,000 corpses. Not much difference at all. The transformation operation can be completed in just 5 or 6 minutes. So, this Demon Slayer world is completely finished. If things continue like this, it won't be long. In the Demon Slayer world, all living things will be transformed into SCP-049-2 by SCP-049 Plague Doctor. From then on, all life will be cut off, and the world will be completely turned into a forbidden zone of death. They had to sigh. A shelter is a shelter. Even an intelligent containment object like SCP-049 Plague Doctor cannot be reasoned with using common sense. Their abilities are really too weird. It can be described as mysterious and unpredictable. Chapter 40. The audience in the live broadcast room watched as SCP-049 Plague Doctor led hundreds of his own modified SCP-049-2 towards the next town. They all sighed in unison. Especially since they saw that SCP-049 Plague Doctor took about the same amount of time to transform any number of corpses. In addition, SCP-049-2 can not only display all the strength before death, but can even use its own skills without limit, without consuming any energy. Everyone knew that they had seriously underestimated the danger of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Although they were disgusted by the operation of SCP-049 Plague Doctor before, they still thought it was much easier to deal with than the previous SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy People. But now it seems. Just give SCP-049 Plague Doctor enough corpses. Then his strength would increase infinitely, and this increase would increase exponentially, unless it happened right after the SCP-049 Plague outbreak. Just take it in. Otherwise, if it is given time to breathe, it will soon be able to gather an army of SCP-049-2 and then sweep across the entire universe. A shelter is a shelter. Any one of them has the power to destroy the universe. Sakazuki, I admit that I underestimated the danger of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. In a sense, it is more dangerous than the previous two contained objects. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's right. His transformation surgery is terrifying. If you give him a little time, he can raise a large army. Orochimaru, its ability is somewhat similar to impure world reincarnation. However, there are many limitations to impure world reincarnation. However, for transformation surgery, all you need is a corpse. Tornado, this looks a lot like the zombies in our world's movies. But, it's much scarier than zombies. Warring states, fortunately, it didn't appear in the pirate world. Otherwise, the pirate world would be doomed. Kaido, I actually thought you were right, Sengoku. Everyone in the livestream was discussing SCP-049 Plague Doctor's bizarrely modified operating room. SCP-049 Plague Doctor had already led his army of SCP-049-2. Arrived at the next village. But this village seemed to have been massacred by something before, and there were ruins and broken corpses everywhere. SCP-049 Plague Doctor was stunned when he saw this scene. Then, in a hoarse voice full of compassion, he slowly said, "The patients here have been cured." But that doctor seems very unprofessional. He merely eliminated the carrier of the plague, but did not actually eliminate the plague. At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor paused, then continued, "I hate this kind of half-baked doctor the most. Never mind. Who makes me helpful? Just help you finish it." After saying this, it looked up at the translucent, illusory figures floating above the corpses, filled with fear, and then stretched out its withered right hand. "Gently point in the void." Then, those translucent souls began to crack, inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, they completely dissipated between heaven and earth. After conceptually destroying these souls, SCP-049 Plague Doctor commanded his SCP-049-2 army to collect corpses. He himself continued to take out the corpses from his personal medical kit. Various surgical tools are placed on the coat. After all the corpses were collected, SCP-049 Plague Doctor began the transformation operation. After enduring 5 or 6 minutes of extremely disgusting images, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that all the townspeople in the village had been transformed into SCP-049-2. Afterwards, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, seemed dissatisfied with the current progress. It ordered the SCP-049-2 army to disperse and capture more plague carriers. And it took with it SCP-049-2 such as Tomioka-Jiu, Tanjiro, and Nezuko. Walking towards the city. The plague concentration there is much higher than in these villages and towns. You need to treat it yourself. Half an hour later, thanks to the tireless slaughter of the CP-049-2 army, SCP-049 Plague Doctor had successfully transformed tens of thousands of plague carriers. Then, after the transformation was completed, these SCP-049-2 continued to attack everywhere and kill the plague carriers without any hesitation. So the cycle goes on. The number of SCP-049-2 increases exponentially. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingle after seeing the densely packed SCP-049-2 all over the mountains. It's only been 3 hours. The number of SCP-049-2 has grown from a few hundred to tens of thousands. If this continues, how long will it take? Everyone in the entire Demon Slayer world will be transformed into SCP-049-2 under the transformation surgery of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Terror. It's absolutely terrifying. Such a terrifying scene, while making the powerful people from various worlds in the live broadcast room feel their scalps tingle, it also successfully made a considerable number of people A fool who tries to change his fate by exploring the world of Demon Slayer. Of course, the world is so big. There are always people who think they are the chosen ones, and with the mentality of seeking wealth and honor at the risk of danger, they resolutely cross the Great Insect Bridge and enter the Demon Slayer world. Although, there are not many such people. But all added up, there were still around 1 million. With so many people pouring into the Demon Slayer world, some lucky ones soon encountered the army of SCP-049-2 hunting down the plague carriers. 10 minutes later, the live broadcast was filled with explosions. Looking in the direction of the sound, huge fireballs appeared out of thin air, bombing SCP-049-2 crazily. The audience in the live broadcast room who saw this scene were stunned at first, and then they understood it instantly. It should be SCP-049-2, encountering those who entered the Demon Slayer world to explore. I just don't know which world is so lucky. The sound of an explosion in the distance attracted the attention of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. It looked in the direction of the explosion and said in a hoarse voice filled with anger, "Damn plague! I knew it wouldn't be willing to be eliminated from this world by me. They actually controlled the plague carrier to attack me. However, I also know that you have no choice. As a doctor, I will treat everyone equally." After saying that, he took Gyutomyoka, Tanjiro, and Nezuko, who had turned into SCP-049-2, and ran straight to the location of the explosion. Following SCP-049 Plague Doctor arrived at the explosion site. The crowd in the livestream finally got a clear look at the true faces of these lucky ones. They were 3 ninjas with noticeable facial cracks, judging by the forehead guards on their heads. It should be the ninja world, the ninjas from Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's Uchiha-jan and the others from the Uchiha clan. Weren't they killed by Uchiha Itaka during the night of the genocide? Impure world reincarnation. Good, very good. This is really great. At Orochimaru, come out and explain yourself to me. Orochimaru at Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I said it wasn't me who reincarnated them and sent them to explore the Demon Slayer world. Do you believe it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I believe it. Because I know you, you wouldn't lie about something like this. Who could it be? At Pain. Is it you? Pain? No. My ideal is world peace. Not world destruction. Why would I send someone to destroy the world? Kazekage Raza, I didn't send them either. They can't be reincarnated. Reikage AI, same as above. Mizukage Terumi Mei, same as above. Tsuchikage Onoki, same as above. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, you weren't the one who sent them, were you? Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could I do such a thing? Tsuchikage Akino at Danzo, that must be you. Danzo at Akino, I won't be reincarnated. In the live broadcast room, everyone was trying to figure out who was sending ninjas into the Demon Slayer world to explore. On screen, SCP-049 Plague Doctor. After seeing the broken corpse of SCP-049-2 scattered all over the ground, he angrily said to Uchiha Huan and others, "You are the carriers of the plague. How abominable! I promised them that I would resurrect them once I found a perfect cure for the plague. You guys actually made me lose my words. Damn it!" In fact, after seeing the army of SCP-049-2, Uchiha Huan and his companions wanted to escape from this place. After all, they are the products of the impure world reincarnation. But you can also watch the live broadcast. Therefore, I know the terrifying power of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Especially his soul-destroying method. It makes me extremely wary. But what can I do about the person behind the scenes who is manipulating it? They were determined to use their lives to test SCP-049's strength. So he controlled them, and after killing SCP-049-2, he controlled himself to stay where he was, regardless of his resistance. Just wait for SCP-049 Plague Mage to come and kill me. Just when Uchiha Huan and the others were about to despair, the one who had resurrected them released the restrictions at the right time. After feeling that the restrictions had been released, Uchiha Huan and others fled in different directions without any hesitation. They didn't want to go up against SCP-049 Plague Doctor. After all, this is a shelter. Although it looks like a human and its attire doesn't seem particularly unique in the ninja world, it is indeed a containment object that escaped from the SCP Foundation. It is a containment object of the same level as SCP-173, which massacred the Holy Left-Wing Yan, and SCP-096, which wiped out an entire civilization. Don't run away now. Stay and wait for death? You actually want to go somewhere else and spread the plague. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, seeing Uchiha-gen and the others fleeing separately, said angrily, "You really deserve to die. Stay here and get treated obediently." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor stretched out his slightly withered right hand towards Uchiha Huan. Then, in the live broadcast room, everyone saw a strange scene. Uchiha Huan and others who had already escaped, after SCP-049 Plague Doctor stretched out his right hand, they were still fleeing, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to distance themselves from SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Even the distance between the two is shrinking rapidly. In a moment, SCP-049 Plague Doctor tapped several people's brows with his finger. Following SCP-049 Plague Doctor's movements, Uchiha-gen and the others, along with the ninjas considered to be top-notch, were struck by the finger. All vitality was conceptually wiped out. Then, clusters of petal-like fragments peeled off from their bodies, revealing the offerings inside. Although, you have killed many SCP-049-2. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, looking at the scattered debris, said, "But I know you are controlled by the plague. As a doctor, I will not discriminate against you. Once I find a perfect cure for the plague, I will resurrect you. Let me perform some transformation surgery on you first." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor began to take out surgical tools from his personal toolkit and began to perform the extremely disgusting transformation surgery. Seeing this, everyone in the live broadcast room wanted to log off and wait for SCP-049 Plague Doctor to finish the operation before coming back to watch the live broadcast. But at this moment, they were surprised to find out. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, not only performed surgery on the sacrifices, but also performed transformation surgery on fragments that looked like petals. Could it be that it can transform these ashes? Thinking of this, everyone in the live broadcast room, especially the audience in Ninja World, all chose to suppress the urge to vomit and continue watching the live broadcast. As time went by, everyone's expressions gradually changed from confusion at the beginning to shock. Especially the audience in the Ninja World felt like their world was collapsing. Because SCP-049 Plague Doctor actually used transformation surgery to transform the ashes into the bodies of Uchiha-gen and others, and then transformed them into SCP-049-2, join your army. Of course, if it were just this, it wouldn't be enough to make their world collapse. More importantly, they were stunned to find that Uchiha-gen's original 1 Magatama Sharingan had turned into the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan after the transformation surgery. They were completely stunned on the spot, their mouths slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. God! That's the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Since the birth of ninjas, no one has ever successfully opened it except the legendary Uchiha Madara. But now, Uchiha-gen and others, who originally had mediocre talents, were transformed by SCP-049 Plague Doctor. They were able to directly transform from the most ordinary 1 Magatama Sharingan to the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Could it be that the transformation surgery performed by SCP-049 Plague Doctor can not only allow the dead to be resurrected in the form of SCP-049-2? And in the process, their potential can be developed to the limit. This is too incredible. All I can say is, the objects are truly objects. Each one possesses power that surpasses the limits of their imagination. It's just that. It took a long time for everyone to wake up from the shock, and then began to launch barrages of comments crazily. Uchiha Sasuke, it's the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This. If I could open the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, I could kill my good brother with my own hands and avenge my parents. Kisame, Sasuke, I'm not looking down on you. Even if you have the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, you're no match for Itaka-san. Tornado, is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan still powerful? Can someone explain it? Also, the relationships in your ninja world are truly bizarre. Every time I hear about it, I find it incredible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me explain it this way. It's like directly transforming a D-class hero into an S-class hero. And not just any S-class, but a top 3 S-class. Tornado, that's pretty impressive. Orochimaru, if I can master the transformation surgery of SCP-049 Plague Doctor, then I seem to have found the goal to fight for my whole life. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Orochimaru, if you conduct human experiments again, I will definitely kill you. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Uchiha Itachi, miraculous transformation surgery. But the price is a bit high. I'm afraid no one would want to do it. After all, if everything is to become a puppet. Scorpion, what's wrong with being a puppet? Eternal art. Deodara, eternity is the art of demons. Explosion is art. Remember, explosion is the real art. Factory. Chapter 41. Just as the livestream was stunned by the transformation surgery performed by SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, Zhao Gao from the Qin's Moon World sent a private message to Heibai Xianjian, the situation has changed. SCP-049's strength has exceeded expectations. You must find the cause of the change within 2 hours. In the Demon Slayer world, Heibai Xianjian, who was leading Luo Wang's assassins to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, smiled disdainfully after seeing Zhao Gao's private message, and then replied, "Yes, sir." Then he opened Qin Shi Wang's private message, "Your Majesty, I have found the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I'm currently leading the net killers there. It would be great if we could find out the cause of the Demon Slayer's anomaly from Yubayashiki Kaya. If you can't find it, then the most likely cause of the mutation is in the Demon King, Muzan. But he has already hidden himself. I am afraid that I will find him before SCP-049 arrives. Therefore, when SCP-049 appears, I will appear in the live broadcast room. I only hope that your Majesty will keep his promise and resurrect my wife, Wei Xian, and execute Dian Qing to avenge me." In the Qin's Moon World, in the Xianyang Palace, Ying Zheng, clad in a black dragon robe, read the private message from Heibai Xianjian and replied, "Sir, don't joke." After sending the private message, Ying Zheng walked to the window and looked at the Qin flag fluttering in the bright moonlight. There was a look of fatigue in his black eyes. Ever since the appearance of the 10,000 Races live broadcast room, Ying Zheng realized how small the world he lives in is. Even though he had already swept across the world and unified the 6 kingdoms, she became the undisputed princess of the world. Under her command were countless generals and millions of soldiers. All the schools of thought trembled in fear under the might of the Qin army. Countless strange people and things came to Sanmyuki for help. But compared with the world in the live broadcast room, it is too small. Let alone the angelic civilization, demonic civilization, Styx civilization, and the unfathomable SCP Foundation, even the ninja world and the pirate world. He could also easily crush his own empire. So he launched an unprecedented purge within the team. Externally, he used private chats to constantly solicit intelligence and technology. When he learned from a man named Ge Xiaolun at Yanhuang College, his own great Qin Empire would perish in the 2nd generation. After discovering that the culprits were his beloved youngest son Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, who was in charge of Luoyang, Ying Zheng naturally would not sit idly by and wait for death. After a period of operation, Luoyang has become his own direct lineage. Did Zhao Gao and Hu Hai still think that Luoyang was their minions? How ridiculous! This time, Zhao Gao sent Luoyang to the Demon Slayer world. If he didn't give his approval, he, a killer, would not be able to give any orders. The reason why I agreed to this opportunity. On the one hand, this is indeed an opportunity. Once the cause of the change is successfully found, Qin's moon might usher in long-term development. Not to mention being on par with superpowers like the angel civilization. At least they have the ability to protect themselves when facing the ninja world and the pirate world. Of course, if you fail, that's okay. He could use this opportunity to purge the power of Zhao Gao's lineage. Nip the hidden dangers of the empire in the bud. Myriad Races live room is both a challenge and an opportunity. As long as I grasp it well, under my leadership, Dakin will surely become the overlord of the super god universe. He has this confidence. Because he is Qin Shi Huang. At the same time, the demon-level monster, Meowth, who was leading a group of monsters to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, also sent a private message to the Monster King Orokai. I have successfully transformed the monster cells of the Snake Pillar, Iguro Obana, and the former Flame Pillar, Rengoku Jushiro. Transform them into ghost-level monsters, Basilisk and Blaze. Heading to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. But according to my guess, the reason for the changes in Demon Slayer world is probably due to the Demon King, Muzan. His monsters are searching for demons. But all the ghosts disappeared. He's probably hiding. As long as you find a ghost and feed it monster cells, you can get information. In the world of monsters, at the headquarters of the Monster Association. The weirdo King Orokai, after seeing the message from Meow Meow, paused for a moment and replied, "The horror of SCP-049 Plague Doctor far exceeds our expectations. I estimate you have 4 hours to complete the task. If you still can't find the cause of the change after 4 hours, abandon the mission." Do you know what to do after that? After the Monster King Dashi opened a private chat in the 10,000 Races live room, he immediately contacted the Demon Queen Morgana. And with her help, completed the improvement of Monster Cell. Improved Monster Cells. Not only can they disregard the other parties will and forcibly transform them into monsters, but the transformed monsters also possess a hint of demonic power. The strength is getting more and more terrifying. This mission was ordered by Morgana. Monster King Orokai agreed because he was about to go to war with the Hero Association. Perhaps this exploration could increase his monster power. More importantly, Morgana promised to help him complete monster cells regardless of success or failure. Even help yourself upgrade to a divine body. Faced with such a great temptation, the Monster King Dashi agreed after weighing the pros and cons. Thinking of this, the Monster King Orokai sent Meowth's information to Morgana. After a long while, it finally received a reply, "Got it. Don't let anyone else know, I gave the order. Then do what you need to do. Don't disturb me watching the live broadcast." Upon hearing this, the Monster King Orokai respectfully replied, "Yes, Queen." Then he discussed with great eyes the details of the upcoming battle with the Hero Association. During this process, he took some time to watch the live broadcast. Not only Black and White Xianjian, Monster Meow Meow, CP0 in the Pirate World, Ninja in the Ninja World and other forces, all immediately reported the information of Demon Slayer World. Report to your immediate supervisor via private message. The man behind the scenes of the Pirate World is, the Five Elders. Or, to be more precise, the King of the World, I'm. This king who has ruled the world for almost a century. The man behind the scenes of the ninja world is none other than Uchiha Madara. His true form has been lurking underground, relying on the nourishment of the demonic stone statue. ever since he noticed something was wrong with Black Zetsu during the live broadcast. Uchiha Madara had a frank talk with Black Zetsu. After that, the two reached a consensus. They decided to join forces and carve out their own niche in this turbulent era of the universe. Of course, what Uchiha Madara didn't know was Black Zetsu is hiding too deeply. Even though he was very careful, he was still deceived by Black Zetsu. About half an hour later, the strongest monster and ninja forces met outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As each side wanted to take Yubayashiki Kaya for themselves. In that case, if the Demon Slayer incident happens to Yubayashiki Kaya, he can keep the reward from the 10,000 races live broadcast room for himself. So when the two sides met, they were on the verge of a showdown. They were ready to fight if they had a disagreement. At this moment, a ninja with bandages all over his body and obvious cracks on his face walked out of the ninja team. He walked up to Miao Miao and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the second Tsuchikage of the ninja world. After my death, that damned fellow used the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect me. I had no choice but to come to this damned Demon Slayer world. I think you were forced to come to Demon World like me." At this point, the second Tsuchikage Wu glanced at Meowth's expression. Originally, this wise general, known for his conspiracy in the ninja world, was planning to use Meowth's expression to determine what it is thinking so as to decide the negotiation strategy. But he was surprised to find that he had no idea what the cat's expression meant, even though the cat possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. But a cat is a cat. How can we use human thinking to infer its thinking mode? This made the second Tsuchikage helpless and stunned. After a long while, he continued, "No matter what, you are forced to explore like me. But I have to tell you that the horror of the SCP-049 plague is far beyond our expectations. It's heading here, so we don't have much time. So, I suggest that we avoid conflict for now. Let's first get the information we want from Yubayashiki Kaya. Then, how about we each explore the Demon Slayer world based on our own abilities?" At this point, the second Tsuchikage Wu paused and continued, "I forgot to tell you. Those of us who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation may not be as strong as we were in life, but we have one characteristic: no matter how serious the injury, we can still fight. Everyone can recover quickly. We are confident that we can hold you back. Understand?" The second Tsuchikage Wu stopped talking after he finished speaking and looked directly at Miao Miao. At the same time, the ninja troops behind him also prepared for battle. If it were a human, the second Tsuchikage would have believed what he said. You can definitely convince the other party. But the problem is that the person you are negotiating with is not a human being. It was also his first time interacting with a monster, and he couldn't quite grasp their way of thinking. Who knew what these humanoid monsters were thinking? So, he was prepared for the worst. Fortunately, the monster on the other side did not disappoint him. After a few minutes of stalemate, Miao Miao said, "Okay. I agree with your plan. But I hate being threatened. Once we get the answers we want from Yubayashiki Kaya, I will kill you." Hearing Meowth's words, the second Tsuchikage Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we can reach a cooperation, that's all. As for Miao Miao's threats, the second generation Tsuchikage didn't take it seriously at all. He admitted that Miao Miao was strong. But if Miao Miao wants to kill himself, he is not qualified. And here, not qualified refers to his normal self. After all, under the dust release, original world separation technique, all beings are equal. What's more, I am now in the state of impure world reincarnation. Do you want to kill me? It's just a dream. I can be defeated by Miao Miao countless times, but I only need to defeat Miao Miao once. After the monster army and the ninja army reached a cooperation, they gathered together and rushed towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Originally, they thought this arrest operation would be foolproof. The result was unexpected. When they arrived at the attic where Yubayashiki Kakia was, they found that Yubayashiki Kakia had been controlled by a swordsman holding a black and white sword. "Everyone, I advise you not to act rashly." Hei Bai Xianjian looked at Miao Miao and the second Tsuchikage Wu and said calmly, "I admit that you are stronger than me. But, I am confident that you will kill me before you do. I can chop off Yubayashiki Kazuya's head. If you don't believe me, you can try it." After reporting the intelligence to Qin Shi Huang, Hei Bai Xianjian knew that he would definitely not be a match for the enemies from other worlds by relying on force. So he transformed into the Sound Pillar *Ul Tenjin and used his memory to arrive at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters first. He predicted that when the forces from other worlds met outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a major battle would inevitably ensue. He would then seize the opportunity to kidnap Yubayashiki Kaya. But unexpectedly, the two sides reached a cooperation. This left him no time to kidnap Yubayashiki Kaya. So he had no choice but to resort to this last resort and kidnap Yubayashiki Kaya. Make the other party afraid to act rashly. Come and fight for that glimmer of hope. In this way, the three forces were at odds. When the monster army led by the monster Miao Miao, the ninja army led by the second-generation Tsuchikage *, and the black and white Xianjian were gathered at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. SCP-049 Plague Doctor is treating the plague at an incredible speed. With the help of three ninjas who possessed the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the speed of capturing the plague carrier was many times faster than before. In just over 10 minutes, all the plague carriers in the surrounding towns were captured. Then, through that disgusting transformation operation, they were all transformed into SCP-049-2. Then these newly transformed SCP-049-2 also joined the capture. The team of plague carriers. Just like that, within one meal, the number of SCP-049-2 reached tens of thousands. Go find those ninjas with cracked faces. SCP-049 Plague Doctor, with his vast army, continued to move towards the place with the highest concentration of plague, and gave orders to Uchiha-jan and others who had transformed into SCP-049-2. They have the highest concentration of plague. You need my treatment the most. If they don't get treatment in time, they will spread the plague to more people. If the plague cannot be controlled, everything will be over. After receiving the order from SCP-049 Plague Doctor, Uchiha-jan, and the others, who had transformed into SCP-049-2, flew into the sky to find those areas with extremely high plague concentrations. And the plague carrier with obvious cracks on his cheek left. Shortly after they left, a pig-headed monster corpse was carried to the SCP-049 Plague Doctor by a group of SCP-049-2. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but brighten up after seeing this scene. I thought, after the transformation, the Uchiha clan can evolve their own Megatama Sharingan into the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. That monster corpse. After being transformed, it might even possess some magical powers. In addition, they also want to see what the difference is between the transformation surgery on monster corpses and the transformation surgery on human corpses. Is it still so disgusting? But what SCP-049 Plague Doctor said next made the audience in the live broadcast room feel their scalps tingling. The audience in the world of monsters felt a fear from the soul that rushed straight into their minds, making them break out in cold sweats and tremble all over. In the live broadcast, SCP-049 Plague Doctor glanced at the corpse of the pig-headed monster, and then said in an extremely disgusted tone, "I'm a doctor. Not a vet. Not responsible for treating the beast. Don't carry these messy beast carcasses in front of me anymore." At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor seemed to think of something. Then it squatted down, looked at the pig-headed monster's corpse, and examined it carefully for a while. He continued, "But to prevent the spread of the plague, I can only destroy this body with reluctance. Since the beasts are infected with the plague, then there must be a plague in your world as well. Let me see your world coordinates. Once I have cleared this world of the plague, I will go to your world and clear it out." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor raised his slightly withered right hand and gently touched the corpse of the pig-headed monster. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room. Then countless phantoms appeared around it and quickly disappeared. After a moment, when the illusion is shattered, SCP-049 Plague Doctor raised his head and looked in the direction of the Great Insect Bridge in the monster world, and said lightly, "We found the world coordinates. Hold on a little longer. I will go to your world right away to cure the plague." Chapter 42. The powerful people from various indigenous worlds in the live broadcast room were stunned after hearing the words of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. How could they never think of it? SCP-049 Plague Doctor actually has the incredible ability to find the world it lives in by using corpses. This really exceeded their expectations. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience in the live stream felt an unprecedented fear, surging from the depths of their souls. There was no way around it, this power posed a far too great a threat to them. The reason why they can watch the live broadcast in the live broadcast room is that they hold a mentality of watching the fire from the other side of the river. And he still has some free time to post some comments and make some jokes from time to time. Because he knew that the coordinates of his world had not been leaked, he could rest easy. But SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, could actually find the coordinates of his world through corpses. Doesn't that mean that the coordinates of his own world will be exposed to SCP-049 Plague Doctor? Because they know that although they have not sent people to explore the Demon Slayer world, their own world is so big? There are definitely some fools out there who, hoping to turn their bicycles into motorcycles, enter the Demon Slayer world. And there are quite a few of them. From the current situation, it can be seen. SCP-049 Plague Doctor leads SCP-049-2 to sweep across the entire Demon Slayer world. It's only a matter of time, and by then, the coordinates of his own world will definitely be exposed. Once exposed, even if SCP-049 Plague Doctor is not attracted, that would expose them to the unfathomable SCP Foundation. And judging by their style of doing things, this SCP Foundation is a group of complete lunatics. Who knows what they will do to their own world? Tornado at Word King Orakai. What the hell did you do? It's because of you, an idiot, that our world coordinates were exposed to SCP-049. You want to die? Don't drag us into this world. You smash it. Explosion at Monster King Orakai. You've successfully angered me. Wait till you die. Monster King Orakai at Tornado at Explosion. I didn't know things would turn out this way. The most urgent thing now is not to start a war, but to join forces. Only by joining forces can we have a chance of survival. Child Emperor, join forces with your mother. Fight to the death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in our ninja world, many ninjas have also traveled to Demon Slayer world. It's only a matter of time before the world's coordinates are exposed. Sigh. Now I can only hope that the SCP Foundation won't kill them all. Akino at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't put your life and death on the other side's moral standards. We also need to be prepared for the battle. Mei Terumi, Oano-senpai is right. I propose a shadowless meeting. Please see the private message. Zhangguo at Red Hair, at Kaido, at Big Mom, at Whitebeard. Let's put aside our positions for now and join forces. I know the Celestial Dragons were wrong this time. But please put aside your prejudices. Otherwise, only by joining forces can we have a glimmer of hope. Kaido, we can join forces. Go kill the Celestial Dragon who gave the order first. Whitebeard, agree with Kaido's proposal. Auntie, I also want to see the Celestial Dragons being killed. Zhangguo, you guys, are you still fighting among yourselves at this point? Redhead, Please give me some face and take a look at the private chat. Then go to the group I created and discuss it. The entire Super God universe was thrown into complete chaos by the words of SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. All the indigenous worlds were afraid that their world coordinates would be exposed. There was a huge wave inside. In the world of Qin's Moon, Xianyang City, in the Imperial Palace. Ying Zheng stood in front of the window, looking at the Qin Suanyao flag fluttering in the air. There was no joy or sadness in his dark eyes, and no emotion could be seen. But his slightly trembling fists showed that he was not at peace. He didn't expect things to come to this. The coordinates of the Qin's Moon world were already exposed. He could only pray that the SCP Foundation wouldn't launch an invasion of the Qin's Moon world. Otherwise, even if the Qin Empire was united and shared the same hatred for the enemy, it would never be a match for the SCP Foundation. Despair. This emotion spread in Ying Zheng's heart for the first time. When he was abandoned by his father in Handan, he did not despair. When he faced the powerful Lu Bue, he did not despair. When he was in Ubeo, he did not despair. Even when the 10,000 Races live broadcast room arrived, he did not despair. Instead, I feel like this is an opportunity. An opportunity to make the Qin Empire truly last forever. But now he is really desperate. Because both SCP-049 Plague Doctor and the SCP Foundation are too powerful compared to the current Qin Empire. It was so powerful that he didn't have the courage to resist at all. If someone plucks a hair from you, they can destroy the Qin's Moon world. What's the point of resisting? In the world of monsters, at the headquarters of the Hero Association, a group of S-class heroes were in a meeting, and Tornado directly expressed his opinion: the world coordinates will definitely be exposed. But I believe the SCP Foundation can contain SCP-049 Plague Doctor in time. As for whether the SCP Foundation will come to our world, it's out of our control. Having said that, Tornado paused, then continued, but, no matter what, we must destroy the Monster King Orokai. Otherwise, who knows what else it will do. What do you think about this? After hearing Tornado's words, everyone present did not raise any objections and nodded in agreement to fight a decisive battle with the Monster Association. Only the newly promoted S-class hero Genos is not worried about the world coordinates being exposed. Because, in his opinion, neither SCP-049 Plague Doctor nor the SCP Foundation could stand a chance in front of the teacher. After a series of battles, Genos has developed a mysterious confidence in Saitama's strength. Is he confident that no matter how powerful the enemy is, none of them could withstand a punch from the teacher? Because the teacher is so powerful, it has exceeded the common people's cognition. In the words of the SCP Foundation, it has reached the conceptual level. Sometimes Genos even wondered, could teacher Saitama be an escaped subject from the SCP Foundation? Although, this idea is a bit outrageous. But he felt it made sense. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why Saitama is so powerful, no matter how invincible his enemies may seem. Teacher Saitama can solve it with just one punch. Except mosquitoes. Could it be that Mr. Saitama's rule is that he can't beat mosquitoes? But except mosquitoes, he can beat everything. When this idea came out, Genos felt it made sense. The world of pirates, deep in Mary Gosa. The scientific defense god of the five elders, Jagalusha Satan, knelt respectfully before the figure sitting on the void throne and said, Lord Yumu, the coordinates of our pirate world are about to be exposed. According to CP0's analysis and the SCP Foundation's style of operation, after they knew our coordinates, there's a high probability that they'll attack us. Having said that, the god of science defense, Jagalusha Satan, paused for a moment and continued, even if we gather all our strength, it's impossible to compete with the SCP Foundation. Please give us your instructions. What do we do next? Who was sitting on the void throne, said in his androgynous voice after hearing the words of the scientific defense god of war, Jigalyasha Satan. To launch a siege against the 4 emperors, we must obtain the coordinate information in their hands. Then surrender to the demon queen Morgana. This is our only option. Having said that, I'm paused, then continued, besides that, we must make 2 preparations. Order Vegapunk to cease all other scientific research activities. Put all your resources into making interstellar spaceships. The Death Card has provided detailed information. With Vegapunk's abilities, I believe we can develop it quickly if we're willing. You go and supervise it yourself. After Yim finished speaking, he stood up from the Void Throne and walked away. The 5 elders waited until Yim had completely left the hall before they dared to stand up. Then they all acted without any delay. So he followed Yim's instructions and went to carry out the mission. At this moment, in Demon Slayer world, the 3 opposing factions at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters also received a private message. It was revealed that SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, had the ability to find the coordinates of their respective worlds through corpses. Among the private messages they received, there was also the weirdo world Meow Meow whose world coordinates had been exposed. Without exception, everyone else asked to abandon the mission immediately. Then, they used all possible means to stop SCP-049 Plague Doctor from obtaining the bodies of their own team. Although the person behind the private message also knew this task is a bit unrealistic. But if you can delay it for a while, do so. To give yourself some time and space. After seeing the private message, Heibai Xianjian put his black knife against Yubayashiki Kaya's neck and said to Meow Meow and the second Tsuchikage Wu, everyone, I'm sure you all received the private message too. I know the abilities of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. So my mission is no longer to explore the Demon Slayer world, but stop it from getting the corpse of our world. Having said that, Heibai Xianjian paused and continued, as long as you promise to let me go, I hand it over to you, Yubayashiki Kuya. How? Heibai Xianjian actually doesn't care at all whether the Qin's moon world will be destroyed by SCP-049 Plague Doctor or the SCP Foundation because of the exposure of the world's coordinates. But after the world is destroyed, his wife Wei Xianxian will lose the hope of resurrection forever. Wei Xianxian is the eternal pain in his heart, and he is the only light in his dark life. Even if there is only 1 chance in 10,000. He's not going to give up. Hearing what Heibai Xianjian said, the leader of the ninja army, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage Wu, shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, in that case, then please do as you please. I don't care. Just take a look at the world of monsters, Meow Meow, don't you agree? The 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu, was a politician renowned in the ninja world for his cunning tactics. In his eyes, there were no emotions, no grudges, only interests. The best option now is to agree to Heibai Xianjian's proposal. You can achieve your goal without any risk. Why not? After hearing what the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu said, Meow Meow pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although it really wanted to tear the black and white Xianjian in front of it into pieces. But he also knew that agreeing to Heibai Xianjian's proposal was the best solution under the current circumstances. Seeing this, Heibai Xianjian did not let down his guard. Instead, he said to one of his assassins, "You stay. After swallowing the corpse-dissolving powder, you have a cup of tea. That's enough for us to leave." After hearing Heibai Xianjian's order, the Luoyang killer swallowed a wax pill right in front of Heibai Xianjian without any hesitation. Then he took over the position of Heibai Xianjian and held Yubayashiki Yoya hostage. After seeing this scene, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage Wu and Meowth couldn't help but frown, thinking that in this Qin's moon world, although the combat power is relatively low, but when it comes to training death squads, they have their own unique way of doing things. Seeing this, Heibai Xianjian patted the Luoyang killer on the shoulder, and then planned to leave with the rest of his men. But at this moment, Yabayashiki Yoya, who had remained silent after his wife and children were killed, slowly said, "So you are aliens. No wonder. But, do you underestimate us, the Demon Slayer Corps?" Cough cough cough. Having said that, Yabayashiki Yoya paused, then continued, "Since you are here, then don't leave. Tianyan, I'm here to accompany you. It's a pity that I didn't destroy Muzan. But I think you should be able to help me do it." Hearing Yabayashiki Kaya's words, everyone's expressions changed. Especially Bai Xianjian, who, without the slightest hesitation, used his internal energy to the utmost. Walking towards the outside of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. But it's still too late. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, a massive shockwave swept out from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, sweeping across the surrounding area. Everything within a radius of several kilometers. In the shockwave, everything turned into ashes. To be on the safe side, Yabayashiki Kaya buried hundreds of tons of explosives in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The power of such an explosion is enough to be described as destroying the world. A huge mushroom cloud rose up, creating a deep crater several hundred meters deep. In the scorching flames, no matter if it was the monster, the second Suchikage *Wi, or the black and white Xianjian, they were all humiliated. They were all carbonized in an instant, deader than dead. However, since the second Suchikage and the others were all reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, they could not be killed by conventional means. So after being burned to ashes in the explosion, it began to recover rapidly. Although Meow Meow is a flesh and blood body, its own strength has reached the peak of the ghost-level monster. If the devastating explosion is not enough to kill it. But it also suffered serious injuries. Even with the monster's recovery ability, it will take a long time to fully recover. Damn it! Aim! My lord Meow Meow has capsized in the gutter. The seriously injured and dying Meowth, lying on the ground, said viciously, "If I had known earlier, I should have fed Yabayashiki Kaya monster cells." Cough cough. Not only can I know everything I want, but I won't be hurt so badly. Just as Meow Meow was filled with regret, her survival instinct stirred a fear deep within her soul. This fear was even greater than the one she had felt during the previous explosion. It's coming even harder. Meow Meow had a hunch that something was wrong, and then he subconsciously turned his head to look. He discovered that the restored second Suchikage *Wu was floating in mid-air, his hands placed on his chest, rapidly forming seals. He then looked at him with a cold expression and said calmly, "Dust escape the art of original realm peeling." The second Suchikage *Wu, as soon as he finished speaking, a cylindrical barrier enveloped Meowth. Then, under the flash of white light, the top demon-level monster Meowth was separated into atomic state by the dust release, original realm stripping technique, and completely turned into ashes. After killing Meowth, the second Suchikage *Wu looked at Meowth's location and said disdainfully, "A cat is a cat. Even if you have intelligence, you're still an animal. Turning your back to the enemy. If you don't die, then who will?" After saying that, the second Suchikage *Wu led the ninja army out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to carry out the new order issued by Uchiha Madara. Just when Yabayashiki Yoya was reduced to ashes in the explosion. Hundreds of kilometers away, SCP-049 Plague Doctor suddenly froze. Then, under the stunned gaze of the livestream audience, it paused its transformation surgery. Then he carefully checked his surroundings and suddenly realized, no wonder this world is full of plague. It turns out that the will of heaven has been contaminated by the plague. Chapter 43. In the live broadcast, after SCP-049 Plague Doctor finished speaking, he stretched out his hands in front of the audience's astonished eyes and tore a void passage in midair that was shimmering with blood. The moment the void channel took shape, a huge amount of blood-red fog surged out of the void channel and spread around. Wherever the blood-red fog passes, all things wither. Then, clumps of disgusting and twisted flesh and blood rose from the ground at an incredible speed. What was even more terrifying was that these plants not only grew extremely fast. When they grew to human size, disgusting and distorted human faces grew out of their flesh and blood. Judging from their physiognomy, these faces were all native to the Demon Slayer world. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, these plants with human-like faces seemed to possess intelligence. After growing heads, they began to cry for help in extremely hoarse voices. "Save me! My daughter is waiting for me to go home and bring her food. If I don't go back, my daughter will definitely starve to death. I'm still in pain. Someone come and kill me. Mom! I want Mom! Mom, where are you? What happened to me? Why am I like this? Someone, please save me!" As time went on, when they found that their cries for help did not receive a response from SCP-049 Plague Doctor and SCP-049-2, their voices gradually became shrill. And the hostility in his eyes became more and more intense. Then they began to attack all living things around them. When SCP-049-2 was attacked by them, clumps of twisted flesh and blood fell off the flesh-faced plant. It attached itself to SCP-049-2, then penetrated the skin and merged into SCP-042-2's body. SCP-049-2 then began to twitch violently. A moment later, twisted masses of flesh began to grow on their bodies, spreading rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were able to cover SCP-049-2. Transform them into a new plant with a human face of flesh and blood. SCP-049-2 is just a puppet-like thing formed after the transformation of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. It has no consciousness at all, but it also began to cry for help. Seeing that no one rescued him, he began to attack everything around him. And some of the plants with human faces actually pulled themselves out of the ground. Then, dragging their fleshy roots, they began to run wildly. As they ran, they threw their flesh and blood. It was scattered everywhere. Apparently, they are spreading the plague. Just like that, in just a few minutes, the flesh and blood human-faced plant turned the surrounding 3-kilometer area into a sea of flesh and blood. And it is still spreading rapidly in all directions at an unstoppable speed. If things continue like this, it won't be long before the entire Demon Slayer world turns into a sea of flesh and blood. The audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingling after seeing this scene. No way! This scene is so fucking disgusting. Even after going through the ravages of SCP-049 Plague Doctor's transformation surgery, they couldn't withstand it. But after the nausea, everyone fell into deep fear again. If this kind of flesh and blood, human-faced plant entered my world, it wouldn't be long before my world would also turn into a sea of flesh and blood. At that time, suicide may be the best option. Sengoku, this must be the truth behind the Demon Slayer incident. This must also be the plague that SCP-049's Plague Doctor refers to. Those who entered the Demon Slayer world must be prevented from returning. Sakazuki, I've led the Navy to Marigyo-Ase, where the Great Worm Bridge is located. Whoever it is, return first. I'll burn them with lava. Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of Konoha's Jonin are mobilized. Multiple 4 purple flame formations have been set up around the Great Insect Bridge. Akino, we're almost there too. Genos, Sensei, it's all over. As long as the Sensei is here, no one can return. Tornado at Genos. Who is your teacher? Why haven't you mentioned him before? Not only the major indigenous planets in the live broadcast room began to mobilize all forces because of the sudden appearance of the flesh and blood human-faced plants. All major forces in the Super God universe also took action. The Sun Star, in the Sun Sky. I know what to do. After hearing Pan Zhen's words, Reina said with a serious expression, I will use the solar flame to directly cover the Great Insect Bridge. I believe that under the scorching heat inside the sun, nothing can get through. After saying that, Reina and Pan Zhen tore through the void and came directly to the big insect bridge. Then Reina floated directly into the air and began to attempting to connect with the fiery sun star, and succeeding, attempting to construct a void channel. Channel built successfully. Moving the stellar flames. Insufficient computing power. Requesting computing support from the Liang Palace. Authorization granted. Approved. Trying to move the stellar flames again. Successfully. As the mechanical prompt sounded in Lena's mind, balls of scorching star flames poured out from the void channel and enveloped the insect bridge. The Liang army stationed here began to cheer after seeing this scene. Only Pan Zhen's eyes were devoid of joy, instead filled with growing worry. Because he knew that, regardless of whether or not Lena's blazing flames could be stopped. Those weird flesh and blood human plants. Even if it can be stopped, it will only delay the destruction of Liang Star. Because in the Super God universe, every planet with a civilization has a channel connecting to the Demon Slayer world. My own Liang Star is blocked. But that doesn't mean other planets can block it. If they can't stop it, then with the speed at which the flesh and blood human-faced plants spread, it won't be long before the entire Super God universe is completely transformed into a sea of flesh and blood. To resolve this crisis, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on the unfathomable SCP Foundation to take action. Angel Nebula, on the mellow heaven. Upon seeing the flesh and blood plant with a human face, Holy Keisha's expression changed. She then decisively ordered, Zhixin, Leng, immediately lead the Angel Squad to the various subordinate civilizations of the Angel Civilization. Help them seal off the Great Bug Bridge leading to Demon Slayer world. I have granted all angels the god-killing authority of the Flaming Sword. Just use it directly. Having said that, Holy Keisha paused, and then continued, if it is lost, rush to Earth immediately. That's the safest place in the entire universe. Understand? The Holy Right-Wing Hixin and Angel Leng, leading many battle angels, said in unison, understood. Then they opened the void channels and left the mellow heaven. Go straight to your respective goals. After the angels left, Holy Keisha looked towards the earth and murmured to herself, SCP Foundation, will you take action? If even you can't stop it, then the Super God universe is finished. After saying this, Holy Keisha pondered for a moment before sending a private message to the SCP Foundation, I am Holy Keisha. I wonder if the Foundation can prevent this disaster. If you need our angel civilization's cooperation, please feel free to ask. As long as I can prevent this disaster, I will do it even if it costs me my life. After sending the private message, Holy Keisha continued to watch the live broadcast. I did everything I had to do. As for the rest, just do your best and leave the rest to fate. Demon Castle, in the hall. Why should we demons care whether they live or die? After hearing the demon Achuo's proposal, Morgana refuted it, you want us to help them block the Great Insect Bridge. Ado, you must have been kicked in the head by an angel. Since we've decided to explore, we must have the courage to take risks. If they make mistakes, we'll have to clean up their messes. That doesn't make sense. Upon hearing this, the demon Achuo knew that what Morgana said made sense, but he still couldn't help but say, but, Queen. If they fail, the flesh and blood human-faced plants will eventually spread to our area. By the time. Before the demon Achuo could finish his words, Morgana interrupted him, when the time comes, the worst that can happen is death. Mom, I'd rather die. I won't clean up their messes either. Besides. At this point, Morgana looked towards the earth and continued after a moment, isn't there still the SCP Foundation? I'm sure they'll have a solution. All right. So be it. Stop disturbing me while I'm watching the live broadcast. After saying that, Morgana no longer paid any attention to the demon Achuo, but turned around and sat on her throne and continued watching the live broadcast. Inside Yanhuang College. Everyone, form up immediately. After receiving the order from her superiors, Du Qiangwei immediately gathered all the super soldiers and said, "Go to the vicinity of the Huaxia Great Insect Bridge and station there. You have 3 minutes to leave your last words. If, your last words will be delivered to the person you designate." Hearing Du Qiangwei's words, the group of super soldiers who had never been on the battlefield suddenly panicked. Although they had all awakened their super genes. But the training time is too short. When I first heard what Du Qiangwei said, it was impossible not to panic. Only Kylan, because of her identity as a police officer. After calming down, she turned on her phone, fixed her makeup, and started recording. "Xiao Chen, by the time you receive this video, I may have already died. Don't be sad. I sacrificed my life to protect my country and my people. It was my duty. You have to take good care of yourself and don't be decadent. Don't do anything stupid. Then find a girl who truly loves you, get married and have children. Do not forget me." Having said that, Kylan paused, then continued, "Forget it. Forget it. Just forget about me. After all, I don't want you to be a double-minded person. Also, I love you. Believe it or not. I fell in love with you from the first moment I saw you. So be it. I'm leaving." After saying that, Kylan gave the camera a light kiss, turned off the video, sent it to Du Qiangwei, and then boarded a fighter plane and headed straight for the big insect bridge. Tianhe City, in an ordinary residence. Jiang Chen, lying on the bed, looked at Qi Linlu's last words and said with a smile, "Silly girl, I am here. Even if the entire universe is destroyed, you will not die. And you asked me to forget you and find a girl to marry and have kids with. How silly and cute." Although this video, according to regulations, should be transmitted to him only after Kylan's death, but with the technological strength of the SCP Foundation, it is natural and easy to see it in advance. After Jiang Chen finished watching the video, the smile on his face gradually faded, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense, "Since you have turned a deaf ear to the warning of the SCP Foundation. Then don't blame yourself. You really think the Foundation is a soft persimmon." Having said that, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then together with Dr. Li Dou, he gave the order, "Use the Keter class blocker to seal off the Demon Slayer world. Then send out task forces to various worlds to capture those forces that disobeyed our advice and sent people to Demon Slayer without authorization, and bring them back to our base as consumables. Anyone who acts alone will be captured by the tribe and used as consumables. We need to broadcast the entire process live, so everyone can see the consequences of ignoring our Foundation's words. Clear?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Dr. Li Dou said without hesitation, "Yes, President." Then Dr. Li Dou forwarded Holy Keisha's private message to Jiang Chen and hung up the call. Following Jiang Chen's orders, he began to prepare. After reading the private message from Holy Keisha, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, "This Holy Keisha is quite interesting. This is certain, our Foundation will take action. To show my goodwill." After saying that, Jiang Chen put the matter behind him and continued to fabricate the next containment object, SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard. As the audience in the live broadcast room watched SCP-049 Plague Doctor walk towards the void passage where blood-red fog continued to flow, the live broadcast screen began to change, and Dr. Li Dou's slightly thin figure appeared in the live broadcast screen. He then pulled out a letter of authorization with the Foundation's logo printed on it, showed it to the camera, and slowly said, "Due to the level of danger in Demon Slayer world, it has been upgraded from Euclid to Keter. According to the doctor's calculations, if left unchecked, SCP-610, which hates flesh and blood, mutation, will invade the super god universe through the Great Insect Bridge within 3 hours. Within a year, the super god universe will be infected and transformed into a world of flesh and blood. Therefore, the Foundation has researched and, with approval, decided to use Keter-class technology to conceptually block the world-destroying ghost, Good Li Zhao. Completely cut off the transmission channel of SCP-610's abomination of flesh, mutation. No one who has not passed this test will be allowed to enter the Demon Slayer world. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt relieved after hearing Dr. Li Dou's words. Although they were convinced that the SCP Foundation would definitely come forward to resolve this matter. But before Dr. Li Dou releases it, no one can guarantee whether the SCP Foundation will end. But now it seems they guessed right. The SCP Foundation has finally taken action. And it's a massive move, deploying Keter-class technology to seal off the entire Demon Slayer world. This big problem has been solved once and for all. This made many viewers feel relieved, but at the same time they couldn't help but think in their hearts. Since the SCP Foundation will definitely intervene to resolve such issues, does that mean that next time a similar incident occurs, I can continue to send people in to explore? Anyway, once you succeed, the rewards are endless. If I fail, the SCP Foundation will back me up. The most I'll lose is a few of my men, no big deal, right? At this moment, Dr. Li Dou's words resounded in the live broadcast room again, due to the various forces in the Super God universe and the countless warnings from the SCP Foundation, entering the Demon Slayer world without permission. The danger level of Demon Slayer world has been raised from Euclid to Keter. A serious threat to the safety of the Super God universe. Therefore, according to Article 12 of Section 10 of the Foundation Management Regulations, the SCP Foundation will hold the relevant forces accountable. Accountability starts after the Demon Slayer world is taken in. Don't try to escape, resist, or even commit suicide. Otherwise you will regret coming into this world. After saying that, Dr. Li Dou disappeared from the live broadcast room. Only a group of confused viewers were left to continue watching the live broadcast. In the picture, SCP-049 Plague Doctor has passed through the Void Channel and arrived at the special space where the concept of heavenly law exists. Chapter 44. In the live broadcast, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, while Dr. Li Dou was speaking, had already passed through the void passage that was constantly emitting red mist. Entering into a strange space. In the center of this strange space, there was a huge sphere composed of countless brilliant silk threads. If you looked closely, each brilliant thread. It's all made up of photos. Each photo represents the true experience of that living being. Countless photos make up the life of a living being. Countless threads intertwined with each other formed the natural will of Demon Slayer. However, on the light ball of Demon Slayer world, there is a twisted and disgusting mass of flesh, which is trying to break through the barrier of natural consciousness and drill into the light ball, thus infecting the countless brilliant threads representing countless lives. Although it hadn't completely eroded the world barrier of heavenly law consciousness, it had already eroded a small hole, and through this small hole, it continues to infect, approaching its own brilliant light. Thousands of silk threads have been completely infected, turning from their original holy white to a blood-red color that exudes an ominous aura. These blood-red rays are still constantly devouring the white threads to strengthen themselves. Of course, due to the invasion of the flesh ball, even if the white threads were not infected, they were no longer pure white, but had a hint of blood red. Even if it's just a little bit. But it also means that they have been infected and become carriers of the plague. If it weren't for the suppression of the will of heaven, they would have been completely infected long ago. After seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have guessed the truth about the changes in the weird world. Sengoku, so this is the truth behind the Demon Slayer incident. This SCP-610 hates flesh and blood, mutation, and can actually directly infect the will of heaven. How terrifying! Vegapunk, no wonder SCP-049 Plague Doctor said Tanjiro and the others had the plague. At first I thought it was looking for an excuse to kill. But now it seems that he was right. If the will of heaven is infected, then all living beings in this world will be infected. Empress at Vegapunk, you still have the time to post comments here. Didn't the Foundation say it would hold accountable anyone who enters Demon Slayer's world without permission? Hurry up and run for your life. Vegapunk at Empress, I'm sorry. I didn't send anyone to Demon Slayer world. The Celestial Dragons did. Even if you are holding someone responsible, you can't trace me back. Jagalusha Satan Sheng, the Foundation doesn't even have the world coordinates. How can we hold them accountable? Besides, even if they knew the world coordinates, what would they do? Do they really think we're made of clay? Who will win after 357 moves? Is it still certain? Weird King Orakai, that's right. How can we hold someone accountable if we don't know the world coordinates? Sarutobi Hiruzen at Weird King Orakai. Don't forget. SCP-049 Plague Doctor already knows the coordinates of our world. The Foundation estimates there are 10,000 ways to make it reveal the coordinates of your world. Then you will be in danger. Weird King Orakai, SCP-049 Plague Doctor knows? But so what? Regardless of whether the Foundation dares to contain SCP-049 Plague Doctor under these circumstances. Even if they dare, SCP-049 Plague Doctor will not reveal their coordinates to them. After all, the relationship between the containment objects and the Foundation is hostile. Genos at Weird King Orakai, why are you explaining so much? Are you scared? Zai, is there a possibility? The Foundation knows the coordinates of our world. Otherwise, they wouldn't say they want to hold so many forces accountable. Naruto, that makes sense. Luffy, that makes sense. Zai's comments, like the child in the story of the Emperor's new clothes, directly punctured the illusions of all forces and revealed the cruel truth they were unwilling to admit. It was presented bloody in front of everyone. They can no longer deceive themselves and can only face the cruel truth nakedly. Especially those forces that secretly sent people to the Demon Slayer world to explore. I feel even more anxious all day long. He began to find ways to cut off ties, praying that as long as the SCP Foundation could not find evidence that he had sent people to the Demon Slayer world, he could avoid the inevitable accountability. At this moment, a split screen appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Dr. Calvin appeared in front of everyone and said, "The impact of this Demon Slayer world is truly too severe. After research and decision by the Foundation, I have been authorized to show you the information about the contained object, SCP-610 Abomination Flesh, Tenri variant." As soon as Dr. Calvin finished speaking, an extremely disgusting picture appeared on the split screen. In the picture, clumps of human-shaped flesh and blood are densely packed on the buildings, turning the high-rise buildings that were originally bustling with traffic into a sea of flesh and blood. No matter who. After seeing this picture, everyone will feel a sense of discomfort from the soul. I want them to instinctively want to stay away from this picture. At this moment, in the upper right corner of the picture, lines of information about SCP-610's aversion to flesh and blood, Tian Li variant, appeared. Name, hate the flesh. No, SCP-610 abhors flesh, original version. Level, Keter level. Introduction, SCP-610 abhors flesh, protozoa, and is actually a contagious disease. It can infect any flesh and blood organism. Infected individuals develop scar tissue-like symptoms on their skin until they cover the entire body. The flesh mass will grow rapidly and in an amorphous manner and transfer its infection to other objects, forming large colonies of flesh. After seeing these data, Morgana was stunned for a moment, then she said subconsciously, SCP-610 hates flesh and blood. It's actually an infectious disease. The Foundation's collection of objects is truly diverse. I really want to join the Foundation and broaden my horizons. Before, I was too narrow-minded. Just as she was sighing, content appeared on the picture. Experiments have shown that SCP-610 abhors flesh and blood. In addition to being infected through normal channels, it can also be infected through some unknown channels. The speculation is that as long as you enter an infected area, as long as you think you are infected, you will be infected. When this information came out, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. What a hell! As long as you enter the infected area, as long as you think you are infected, you will be infected. Could this infection method be another conceptual skill? These objects are really weird. How come everyone has conceptual skills? Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was almost numb from the shock of the containment's bizarre and unpredictable conceptual skills, new information has appeared. After SCP-610 has infected all flesh and blood creatures in an area, it will calm down, place itself in a location it deems appropriate, and begin to take root. The fleshy growth on the victim will begin to spread spontaneously to surrounding objects. According to the doctor's research, they are creating an environment suitable for mutation. The mutation process will take a long time, but if left unchecked, they will inevitably become mutants with a hatred for flesh and blood. The SCP-610 abomination of flesh, 10 reversion, that caused the Demon Slayer world's changes was a mutation of the original SCP-610 abomination of flesh. It can not only erode the barriers of nature, but also infect all living beings in a world. And any flesh and blood life that enters this world will return to its own world. As long as one believes that they are infected with SCP-610's abominable flesh, natural law version, it will be able to infect the natural law will of the living being. According to the doctor's speculation, contagion is a concept-level skill. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned after seeing this information. Especially those guys who sent people to the Demon Slayer world to pick up the spoils, they couldn't help but sigh, "I was so brave back then." The saying "ignorance is bliss" probably refers to me. How dare you try to find a bargain in the world where the containment objects are? You're really like an old man eating arsenic, thinking you've lived too long. You're courting death, you didn't do this yourself. At this moment, the image gradually disappeared, and Dr. Calvin appeared on the screen again. According to our speculation, the changes in Demon Slayer world were not natural. Someone did it on purpose. It is to pollute the entire super god universe. As for who is the culprit? At this point, Dr. Calvin paused and continued, "The doctor in charge of the base has authorized the use of SCP containment. Still haven't found the culprit. All we can confirm is that they're a sinister organization from outside the universe, calling themselves the Sarkic cult. Outside the universe, it's not safe. Everyone, take care of yourselves." After saying this, Dr. Calvin disappeared from the live broadcast room. Although Dr. Calvin disappeared, his words echoed in everyone's minds like the roar of the creation of the world, shocking them into silence for a long time. After a while, they finally reacted and started to discuss frantically in the live broadcast room. Warring states, outside the super god universe, there are actually such evil organizations. They seem to be the same organization as the Foundation. However, the Foundation is a guardian, while these are different. Morgana, I was too narrow-minded. I thought I was at the top of the universe, but I didn't realize there was always something beyond it. At Holy Keisha, I've given up on Fallen Order. We plan to go to Earth for further studies. We don't have to fight anymore. Holy Keisha, are you admitting defeat? Morgana, you bitch. I'm not giving up. At least I haven't lost to your righteous order. I'm just saying, my corrupted order is wrong. But your justice order is also wrong. A bitch is a bitch. Aizen Kazuo, the Akurokyugawa sect, the Foundation. In just a few months, my worldview has collapsed. I need to re-understand this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, me too. Also, I suspect this SCP Foundation isn't an organization native to Earth. Perhaps it's from outer space. The Earth is just a branch of them. Blast, I agree. From what I've seen and heard, the multiverse does exist. Red hair, I'm tired. Destroy it. I'm embarrassed to call myself a 4 emperor now. Luffy at red hair. Can you please give me the title of the 4 emperors? Cape, Luffy. Are you looking for a fight? Just when everyone felt insignificant because of Dr. Calvin's words, the words of SCP-049 Plague Doctor on the live broadcast screen attracted everyone's attention. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, walked up to the Will of Heaven, looked at the wriggling mass of flesh, and said in a slightly disappointed, hoarse voice. Originally, I thought I knew the true nature of the plague. But I didn't expect you to be a carrier of the plague. Hey! At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor's tone suddenly became excited. It stared directly at the mass of flesh and the Will of Heaven and said, "You are all carriers of the plague. I must stop the spread of the plague. This is my vocation. You must accept my treatment." Must. As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, under the gaze of the live broadcast audience, stretched out his withered right hand towards SCP-610 Abomination of Flesh and Blood, Justice Version. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but hold their breath and concentrate. They all wanted to see if SCP-049 Plague Doctor could completely kill the contained SCP-610 Abomination of Flesh, Natural Law Version. Although they had seen SCP-049 Plague Doctor before. The power of that conceptual annihilation skill. But the target of annihilation this time is not an ordinary person, but also a containment object. The two major containment objects are fighting hard. It's really hard to say who will win. Under the intent gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, with his right index finger, gently touched the constantly squirming SCP-610 Abomination Flesh, Heavenly Justice Version. It's completely different from before. SCP-610's aversion to flesh and blood, Natural Law Version, was not immediately annihilated, but instead began to violently resist. A large mass of flesh and blood passed through SCP-049 Plague Doctor's right hand. It quickly spread throughout its body. In just a blink of an eye, SCP-049 was infected and wrapped into a disgusting ball of flesh more than 2 meters high. The surface of the flesh mass was constantly wriggling, and from time to time, hideous and distorted human faces emerged, emitting bursts of extremely shrill cries. This inexplicable crying sound is somewhat similar to the crying sound of a shy person. Of course, if you listen carefully, you can hear the increasingly impatient and hoarse voice of SCP-049 Plague Doctor mixed in with the shrill crying. Damn it! I'm treating you. Why won't you just accept the treatment? I'm a doctor. You must obey. Just accept the treatment. The cries of SCP-610's flesh-hating, Natural Law Version, and the curses of SCP-049's Plague Doctor within the flesh intertwined. It continues to echo in this strange space. Just when everyone thought the two would continue to fight like this, and in the end, neither could defeat the other, and the game would end in a draw. SCP-610 abhors flesh and blood, Natural Law Version, and forms a flesh ball that shudders violently. Then, in front of the stunned eyes of the live broadcast audience, it quickly withered and turned into ashes, falling to the ground. Then, the figure of SCP-049 Plague Doctor reappeared in front of everyone with its slightly excited shout. I told you long ago that you are the carrier of the plague. Just accept the treatment obediently. You must resist. I'm doing this for your own good. At this point, the excitement in SCP-049 Plague Doctor's words gradually faded, and finally disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep regret. It's also because I'm not good at medicine. There's still no perfect cure for the plague. But don't worry. Although, you are the carrier of the highest concentration of plague I have ever seen. But I will still treat you the same. Wait until I find the perfect cure for the plague. I will definitely resurrect you. As he spoke, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, continued to remove surgical tools from his personal medical bag. Clearly, he was about to perform a surgery on SCP-610, the abomination of flesh, the heavenly law version. Transform it into SCP-049-2 and keep it with you. This change left everyone dumbfounded. I thought, brother, are we really that fierce? Not only did we kill a containment object, but we also wanted to turn it into our own puppet. This is too awesome. However, they are also curious, what will the inhabitants become after undergoing transformation surgery? Chapter 45. The audience in the live broadcast room stared at the live broadcast screen, afraid to miss even the smallest detail, because they knew that such a thing might only happen once in a lifetime. One containment unit contains another, and performs transformation surgery on it. It's so rare. Under the watchful eyes of the livestream audience, SCP-049 Plague Doctor had already prepared his surgical tools. Compared to previous surgeries, the number of tools used this time was simply enormous. The huge and strange space was almost filled with. Then, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, began the transformation operation amid everyone's anticipation. Following SCP-049's actions, SCP-610, which had already been reduced to ash, began to hate flesh and blood, as was natural. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, it slowly gathered together again, forming tiny particles of flesh and blood. If you look closely, you'll find that each tiny particle of flesh and blood has a human face distorted in pain, constantly crying out for help. Then these tiny particles of blood and flesh continued to gather together in the hands of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Eventually, a fist-sized piece of blood-red flesh was formed. On the surface of this piece of flesh, countless painfully twisted human faces overlapped densely, constantly devouring, merging, and biting each other. During this process, there were bursts of cries for help that made people feel physically uncomfortable. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, looked at his own masterpiece, sighed, and said in an extremely hoarse voice, "I'm not good enough in my skills. I can only transform you to this extent. But don't worry. Once I find a perfect cure for the plague, I will definitely cure you completely." Having said that, SCP-049 Plague Doctor paused and continued, "However, I now have a bold idea. As long as it succeeds, maybe we can find the perfect cure for the plague ahead of time. That is to merge the natural laws of this world with you." "How?" As he spoke, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, seemed to have made up his mind. Under the stunned gazes of the livestream audience, he approached the will of heaven. He stretched out his withered right hand towards the light ball that was emitting brilliant light. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. They found that although they had repeatedly said it in their hearts, increased the threat level of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. But it turned out that he had underestimated SCP-049 Plague Doctor. A shelter is a shelter. They simply couldn't be guessed at using common sense. Their level of danger was beyond my comprehension. Let's not talk about SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy Man. These containment objects have no wisdom and only follow the rules. Even SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Such a contained creature is intelligent and friendly to humans. The degree of danger they pose is beyond my imagination. Not only did it kill its fellow containment subject, SCP-610, which hated flesh and blood, as it should be, but it also transformed it into its own puppet through transformation surgery. He also wants to merge the natural will of this world with the natural will of SCP-049-2, which hates flesh and blood. Who knows, the two will merge. What will be produced? Jean Guo at SCP Foundation, we can't let this go on any longer. Otherwise, I have a feeling something extremely terrible will happen. Please stop SCP-049 Plague Doctor as soon as possible. Orochimaru, this is crazy. This SCP-049 Plague Doctor is crazy. My experiments are nothing compared to it. However, I wanted to see what would happen if the two were combined. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Orochimaru. Don't have such thoughts. I don't know what the fusion of the two will become, but I know it will be a terrifying force. If it gets out of control, it's all over. Vegapunk, why hasn't the Foundation taken action yet? Do they not care? Or is this their true cross-experiment? Child Emperor, if it's the former, then I can only say that the SCP Foundation is a bit overconfident. But if it's the latter, then I can only say that the SCP Foundation is even crazier than we imagined. This is the true purpose of the SCP Foundation. Perhaps they have been putting SCP-049 Plague Doctor into the Demon Slayer world since the beginning. That's why. Jitsi at J Omega impossible. Isn't the SCP Foundation's principle to protect? How could they do this? Aizen and Akari at Maiko. Practice the method I taught you well. Don't worry about anything else. Jianzi, yes, Master. Empress, SCP Foundation, do you care about this? The audience in the live broadcast room were all madly at SCP Foundation, hoping that the Foundation would intervene and stop SCP-049 Plague Doctor. But the SCP Foundation didn't even mention stopping it. Not even a reply. Obviously, the SCP Foundation doesn't want to bother with them at all. Or to put it bluntly, I'm telling the audience in the live broadcast room, what level are you to give me feedback? Just watch the live broadcast obediently and don't take yourself too seriously. No matter what your identities are in your respective worlds. In front of me, the SCP Foundation, you're nothing. The greatest respect in the universe is to kill them all. And the greatest disdain in the universe is to ignore them. Would a giant dragon pay attention to a group of ants? Will not. The audience in the live broadcast room gradually realized this, and stopped shouting, but continued to watch the live broadcast silently. In the live broadcast, SCP-049 Plague Doctor gently placed his withered right hand on Demon Slayer, Heaven's Will, and then, under the stunned gaze of the live audience. In that huge ball of light, the countless bright lines quickly lost their original luster. It turned into starlight and disappeared into the void. At the same time, a split screen appeared in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room, playing the scene of Demon Slayer, World of Warcraft. In the screen. In the Demon Slayer Corps hideout, following Yubayashiki Kaya's orders, the Wind Pillar, Fushigawara Minoru, the Rock Pillar, Gyumei Sadome Samurai, the Mist Pillar, Tokaido Muchiro, the Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, and others hid. While they were discussing what to do next, they followed the action of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. They were still indignantly swearing to avenge Yubayashiki Kaya a second ago. At the same time, everyone must inherit Yubayashiki Yoya's will and continue to fight against Muzan Kibutsu. As a result, the next second, everyone collapsed. Lost life. No matter how unwilling they are, no matter how strong their willpower is, no matter how deep their hatred is, in front of SCP-049 Plague Doctor, that conceptual level erasure skill. There is no other outcome except death. This wasn't the end. When their translucent souls emerged from their bodies, they realized they were already dead. And then, before they could say anything, cracks spread across the soul and completely disappeared in a moment. There's no such thing as 18 years later, I'll be a brave man again when it comes to SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Conceptual erasure, no kidding. To die is to die. No matter what method is used, it is impossible to resurrect. This is the domineering nature of the conceptual killing skill. In the Infinite City. Why? Why not fight like hell? To get information. Kibutsu Muzan caressed the girl lying obediently on his lap, and said to the lower Suangi who was kneeling respectfully in front of him, could it be that in your eyes, those people are more terrifying than me? As he spoke, Muzan's blood-red eyes slowly swept over the lower Xiangui, and the suffocating feeling of oppression made them collapse to the ground. I wanted to quibble but couldn't bring myself to say it. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would be killed by Muzan. But at this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. Whether it was Daki, Madoka, Kokushibo, or even Muzan, they all disappeared silently. The soul of Muzan looked at the crumbling infinite city and his own corpse below, and said in surprise, "Is this dead? This is impossible. I am immortal. I..." Before Muzan could finish his words, he saw the souls of Daki and the others shattering. Terrified, he turned his gaze towards himself. It turned out that his soul was also breaking into pieces. Before it could even scream, it turned into tiny stars and disappeared into the void. Finally freed. The second Tsuchikage Wu, looking at his own constantly collapsing soul, breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "I hope my actions will not involve the Hidden Rock Village. It's like going back to visit my hometown. To see how the children are doing." Hey! With the second Tsuchikage's profound sigh, its soul shattered into pieces, vanishing between heaven and earth. And all around it was the starlight left by the dissipated souls of thousands of ninjas. In addition, the natives of Demon Slayer world and those solo adventurers, without exception, also lost their lives without any warning. Like mowing grass, they fell to the ground in large numbers. There are newborn babies, octogenarians, young people who are madly releasing their desires, and high-ranking officials who are fleeing for their lives. But in an instant, all of them lost their lives without any warning. The soul is completely shattered. Completely disappeared. At this moment, all intelligent creatures in the Demon Slayer world were conceptually wiped out by SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, with just a flick of his finger. Completely turned into nothingness and disappeared between heaven and earth. And the ball of light representing the natural law consciousness of the Demon Slayer world also completely dimmed. Everyone in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingle after seeing this scene. A sentence popped up in their minds. "What does it matter to you if I destroy you?" Chapter 46. The audience in the live broadcast room saw SCP-049 Plague Doctor kill all living beings in Demon Slayer world with just a wave of his finger. I was deeply shocked. They all stood there in a daze, staring at the live broadcast screen, unable to say a word for a long time. At this moment, they clearly realized how huge the gap between themselves and the containment was. It was no longer enough to describe it with fluorescent light or bright moonlight. This gap is something they cannot bridge no matter what. It's not the same dimension at all. The limits of your own imagination cannot compare to other people's usual behaviors. They then thought about how unfathomable the power of the SCP Foundation, which owns so many objects. Ridiculous. At the beginning, many people wanted to ignore the warnings of the SCP Foundation and planned to go to Demon Slayer world to cause trouble with the mentality of picking up something left over. Those who are ignorant are truly fearless. Those who were not involved in this incident were fine, they just felt a little scared. I'm glad that I didn't get possessed by evil spirits at the time. Although I have experienced the 3 containment incidents, I have already understood the strength of the SCP Foundation's 3, 5, 7. But they also knew that they had not offended the SCP Foundation. Even if the SCP Foundation is powerful, according to their philosophy, they will not take action against me. But those forces and families that have been put on the list of those to be held accountable. My mood at this moment can only be described as despair. They are regretting their decision now. Why had I been so obsessed with sending people to explore the Demon Slayer world? Isn't this just like a mouse licking a cat's pussy, seeking death and excitement? Originally, they thought they just needed to cut thoroughly enough. Plus, the SCP Foundation doesn't know the coordinates of its own world. Even if I really don't listen to advice, what can SCP Foundation do to me? But now it seems my little tricks are seen by others. Not worth mentioning at all. Warring states, one finger destroys an entire world. The terror of SCP-049 Plague Doctor truly exceeded my expectations. Hey, why didn't you listen to my advice back then? Empress, ha 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 ha, at 5 elder stars. You celestial dragons are finished, wait for death. Jagalusha Satan at Empress, you little brat, you can defame someone's innocence for no reason. We haven't sent anyone to explore the Demon Slayer world. Monkey D. Dragon, he's anxious. Look. One of the 5 elders, the god of science defense, Jagalusha Satan, is anxious. Besides you 5 elders, who else can command CP0? Do you really think others are fools? Sakaski, the world is about to change dramatically. I just don't know if the SCP Foundation will implicate the Navy. Jagalusha Satan, don't forget your Navy's mission. If the SCP Foundation descends and attacks the Celestial Dragons, you must do everything in your power to stop them. Borsellino, oh, 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 oh. How scary. Akino, rest in peace, Nidame-sama. I will protect the Uegakure village. As for whoever brought you back to life, I believe it won't be long before the SCP Foundation holds them accountable. Don't worry. Orochimaru at Uchihamadara, where are you hiding? I'll go find you. When the SCP Foundation comes, I'll apply to join them immediately. Uchihamadara, Orochimaru, I'm in the desert. Come here if you can. Weird King Orokai, go completely crazy. You'll be held accountable anyway. So go completely crazy. Genos, you're a jerk who doesn't know your own strength. Even with the teacher around, you're completely mad. If I hadn't held the teacher back, you'd have been reduced to ashes by now. Tornado, Genos, who is your teacher? Is he really that powerful? Also, why are you pulling your teacher along? Genos, because this is the guy the Foundation specifically wants. I'm worried that if the teacher destroys the Monster Association before they arrive, it will cause the Foundation to be affected. Although the teacher is very powerful, I don't want to cause a conflict between the teacher and the Foundation. Tornado, although I'm skeptical of your claims about the teacher's power, I think you're right. We really can't offend the Foundation. It's not that I'm afraid. It's that there's no need. Luffy, the tone clearly shows fear. In addition to the audience in the live broadcast room, all the major interstellar forces in the Super God universe were also shocked. The first to be affected is Morgana. Queen, you don't have to be so anxious. In the Demon Castle, the Demon Achuo looked at Morgana pacing back and forth and said soothingly, the SCP Foundation probably won't hold you accountable. Although, the Monster World Monster King Orokai will send people to Demon Slayer World and synchronize the information with you. But the order for this operation was not given by you. Maybe. Morgana interrupted the Demon Achuo before he could finish his words. She then said, impossible. Based on my analysis of the SCP Foundation. This time they're clearly trying to use this incident to establish their authority. I have now become the biggest chicken in the Super God universe. The chicken to be killed to scare the monkeys. I can't escape. Upon hearing this, the Demon Achuo drew his sword and said with fighting intent, Queen, if that's the case, then let's fight. I, the Demon Achuo, am willing to. Morgana teleported directly to the Demon Achuo, and slapped Achuo on the head with a big nosebag, may your mother's head be destroyed. All they do all day is fight and kill. Can't we use our wits? Even just a little bit. Having said that, Morgana looked at the Demon Achuo, not feeling ashamed but proud, touching the place where she was beaten and grinning foolishly. This left her completely speechless. I thought to myself, this group of demons is completely hopeless. Their IQ is simply outrageous. Thinking of this, Morgana sighed, returned to her throne, and began to edit a private message. I, the Demon Queen, Morgana, because of my wishful thinking, acquiesced to the Monster World Monster King Orokai and sent people to explore the Demon Slayer world. And helped him upgrade his monster cells, knowing that he had violated the Foundation's regulations. Please surrender yourself. Hope you approve. After editing the private message, Morgana sent it directly to the SCP Foundation without any hesitation. Tianhe City, Kylan's house, in the bedroom. Zhang Chen, who was editing SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard, suddenly remembered Dr. Li Dou's voice in his mind. President, I just received a private message from the Demon Queen. She's planning to turn herself in. Do we accept it? Zhang Chen was stunned when he heard what Dr. Li Dou said, then he smiled and said, of course, I agree. Turning himself in is much more shocking than us arresting him ourselves. In addition, the punishment should be appropriately reduced. Set an example for others. Zhang Chen paused for a moment, then continued, also, send a private message to Morgana. The surrender location is in the Demon Hall. Time. It will be after we've held the other forces accountable. Let the head of the Foreign Affairs Department, Dr. X, take charge. After saying that, Zhang Chen cut off the communication. He carefully read the private message from Morgana again and thought, Morgana and Holy Keisha are indeed sisters. This style of behavior is really similar. One sent a private message to improve his favorability. The other one turned himself in directly. It was incredible. And maybe, Morgana made mistakes on purpose in order to get in touch with the Foundation. But I don't care whether you did it on purpose or not. Anyone who breaks the rules will be taken back to the Foundation and used as consumables. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and continued to fabricate SCP-682 Immortal Lizard. The reason he was so anxious was because he had a premonition. What big thing is going to happen next? If you are not careful, the entire universe may be destroyed. Just as Zhang Chen accepted Morgana's surrender, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, under the gaze of everyone in the live broadcast room, began the transformation surgery on his Demon Slayer, World of Justice. Of course, it would be more accurate to call it fusion surgery rather than reconstruction surgery. After all the living creatures in the Demon Slayer world were killed by SCP-049 Plague Doctor with a single finger, the will of heaven that once radiated a brilliant light has completely dimmed. It turned into a sphere as black as ink. As SCP-049 Plague Doctor began his transformation surgery, magnificent landscapes suddenly emerged from the inky black sphere. There is the snow-capped Mount Fuji, the devastated cities, the endless beaches. These pictures of mountains and rivers are real scenes in the Demon Slayer world. However, although these pictures of mountains and rivers are spectacular, they give the audience in the live broadcast room a feeling of illusion and unreality. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were wondering why these illusory mountains and rivers appeared in the Tianli sphere, SCP-049 Plague Doctor's movements. Above these mountain and river maps, black channels 1.3 appeared, leading to nowhere unknown. Then, some inexplicable substance surged out of the black channels and merged into these mountain and river maps. Make these illusory and unreal pictures of mountains and rivers become solid. At the same time, a split screen appeared in the live broadcast room. On the split screen, a scene from Demon Slayer World appeared. At this time, countless black vortices appeared in the sky of Demon Slayer World. After these black vortexes appeared, they began to devour all matter in the Demon Slayer World. Whether it was mountains, rivers, or buildings, all were affected by this inexplicable force. It rose from the ground, rushed madly into the black vortex, and then disappeared in full view of everyone. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room finally understood. It turns out that the surgery to transform the will of heaven mentioned by SCP-049 Plague Doctor is actually to transform the entire world into the sphere of heaven's consciousness. After realizing this, everyone was shocked. Big brother, we surrender. Really, we shouldn't use our shallow thoughts to speculate about your transformation surgery. You actually call this groundbreaking feat a reconstructive surgery. It's just that. After experiencing these shocking experiences, everyone was left numb. They vowed never to speculate on the abilities of contained objects again. After all, their slightest move would reach a height that I could never imagine. Chapter 47. Under the stunned gaze of the live broadcast audience, in just 5 or 6 minutes, Demon Slayer world was completely swallowed up by the countless black vortexes. It turned into starlight and merged into the Tianli Pearl. The Tenri jewel that swallowed up the Demon Slayer world is no longer pitch black inside, but a continent emitting soft light has emerged. If you look closely, this continent is actually the Demon Slayer world. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, reached out and took the Pillar of Heaven's principle in his hand. After carefully observing it for a moment, he said, "It seems your medical skills have improved a lot. But it's still not perfect. This can barely be considered a surgical operation second only to perfect. At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor's voice became self-blaming, although, the plague has been completely eliminated from the Demon Slayer world. But it also destroyed the life force of all living things in this world. Although this is the price to be paid. But, just don't worry. Wait until I find the perfect cure for the plague. I will definitely bring you back to life. To find a perfect cure for the plague as soon as possible. Let's do an experiment." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor placed the Pillar of Heaven's principle and SCP-049-2 * Abomination of Flesh, Heaven's Principle version, on the operating table in front of him. So they planned to perform reconstructive surgery on both of them. Let them blend together. However, this time, SCP-049 Plague Doctor seemed to have encountered some difficulty. Unlike before, he did not start his extremely disgusting transformation operation with familiarity. Instead, he stood in front of the operating table, constantly scratching his head. He changed the surgical tools in his hands one after another, but he still didn't start the reconstruction surgery. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they knew that such a transformation operation was beyond the capabilities of SCP-049 Plague Doctor. That's why he didn't take action yet. I thought, it turns out that there are limits to what can be contained. But that's fine. This result made them all feel relieved. After all, once SCP-049 Plague Doctor successfully merged the Tenri Pillar with SCP-049-2 * Abomination Flesh, Tenri version. What kind of containment will be born? They have confidence in the strength of the SCP Foundation. But this is a brand new containment object. Before figuring out its information, even the SCP Foundation could stumble. If the SCP Foundation fails to contain it and it enters the Super God universe, then everything will be over. Orochimaru, I'm curious to see what kind of containment will be created by the fusion of the two. But I have to admit, I was relieved when I saw that SCP-049 Plague Doctor was unable to start. Child Emperor, that's right. I feel the same way. After all, what if something unexpected happens? The entire Super God universe will be finished. Pain at SCP Foundation, why don't you take action and contain SCP-049 Plague Doctor? This containment is too dangerous. Although my dream is to create a weapon of great power. But the contained object has already exceeded the scope of weapons. It should not appear in this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Pain, can you please tell me more about your dream? Danzo at Pain, what do you plan to do after you create the weapon? Destroy the world or use it yourself? Pain, distribute it to every village. Ensure that each village can destroy the other village before the other village destroys itself. This way, wars will be reduced. Genos, isn't this a nuclear weapon? Child Emperor at Pain, your idea is great. Our world has already proven it's feasible. Of course, that assumes no other civilizations have arrived. Kaido at Pain, make them. Can you give me a few? I can trade them for devil fruits. Luffy, look everyone. SCP-049 Plague Doctor begins surgery. Following Luffy's reminder, everyone turned their attention back to the live broadcast. On the screen, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, stood in front of the operating table, contemplating for a long time. "Seems like you thought of something?" Then he took out a rusty drill from his personal medical bag and muttered to himself, "How could I forget about you? Since the surgical plan has been determined. Then let's get started." As he spoke, SCP-049 Plague Doctor took a deep breath, placed the Heavenly Principle bead on the operating table, and fixed it. Then, in front of everyone's stunned gaze, using the rusty drill bit, he began drilling holes in the Tenri Pearl under the stunned gaze of the live broadcast audience. As SCP-049 Plague Doctor moved, a large number of sparks burst out between the Tenri Pearl and the drill. If you look closely, you'll see that these sparks are actually fragments of the world barrier. After falling off the Tenri Pearl, these fragments of the barrier transformed into tiny specks of starlight and disappeared into the void. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they didn't know what to say. "Brother, do we have to be so violent? Drill directly. Is this still surgery? What a hell!" Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was silently complaining about SCP-049 Plague Doctor being too rude, thanks to the efforts of SCP-049 Plague Doctor, a small hole has been drilled into the Tenri Pearl. Then SCP-049 Plague Doctor put down the drill in his hand, picked up a funnel, and directly poured SCP-049-2 Abomination Flesh, Heavenly Law version, through the small hole. Pour it into the Tenri Pearl. As SCP-049-2's body, covered in distorted faces, was completely absorbed into the Tenri Pearl, which was originally as smooth as a mirror. The audience in the live broadcast room began to crack inch by inch in their astonished eyes. Click! Click! The endless crackling sounds kept echoing in this strange space, and then turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot. Could it be a failure? Holy Kassadin reclined on the throne, watching the scene on the screen with a frown on his face, muttering to himself, "It's better to fail. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, that'll be troublesome." As soon as Holy Keisha finished speaking, a brand new Tianli Pearl appeared in the live broadcast room at the place where the Tianli Pearl was broken. But this Tianli Pearl is different from the previous one. It's much more disgusting. Not only does it lack a smooth, rounded surface, but its entire surface is made up of twisted, painful human faces, making anyone feel physically uncomfortable at first glance. The Demon Slayer, Mountains and Rivers map inside was also completely covered by pieces of flesh. What was even more terrifying was that this Tianli Pearl was beating like a heart, and the rhythmic beating sound was like the footsteps of the god of death. It exploded deep within the souls of everyone in the live broadcast room, making them feel nauseous. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, looked at the flesh and blood bead that was beating like a heart and shouted excitedly in a hoarse voice, "Success! I actually succeeded! This is my most successful surgery so far. I feel like my medical skills have greatly improved." At this point, SCP-049 Plague Doctor held the blood and flesh pearl in his hands, carefully observing it while excitedly continuing, "I believe I'm about to find a perfect cure for the plague. It's finally almost my turn to be responsible. Just as SCP-049 Plague Doctor was holding the Tenri Pearl and shouting excitedly, a spatial crack appeared behind him. Then, a fully armed task force with the Foundation logo printed on their chests appeared. They filed out from the crack in space. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the SCP Foundation had finally taken action. However, while they breathed a sigh of relief, doubts arose in their hearts. The timing of the SCP Foundation's actions was truly fortuitous. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, had just given SCP-049-2, Abomination of Flesh, Tenri version, and the Demon Slayer Tenri Pearl. Surgery to fuse them together. So they took action. Could it be that their goal from the beginning to the end was to use the hands of SCP-049 Plague Doctor to create this blood and flesh pearl that beats like a heart? If this is true, then the SCP Foundation's style of doing things fully demonstrates what the Great Way is ruthless means. However, compared to thinking about these trivial things, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more curious about how the SCP Foundation would contain SCP-049, the Plague Doctor with conceptual-level erasure skills. Although they admitted that this task force was truly extraordinary, enough to compete with the same number of Angel teams. But they alone are not enough to contain SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Could it be that they hold the containment object? But the following scene plunged the livestream audience into deep self-doubt. This task force hadn't used any containment objects. Not even with the use of force. The leading task force leader simply handed a handful of fresh lavender to the SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Then, SCP-049 Plague Doctor collapsed to the ground as if drunk, unable to resist. Afterwards, the task force members skillfully used a stretcher. Carrying SCP-049 Plague Doctor, he entered the void passage and disappeared. As for the blood and flesh pearl, they placed it in a strange device and took it into the void passage along with the SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Afterwards, when all the spectators were stunned, the void passage disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the screen in the live broadcast room also dimmed. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. What the hell? This is all fucking possible. There was no major battle, and no other containment objects were used. Just a few lavender flowers were enough to successfully subdue SCP-049 Plague Doctor. Such a result can only be described as absurd. What a hell! The audience in the live broadcast room were immersed in absurd and strange emotions, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Palm 48, prompt message, is the Dragon Ball world parasitized by flesh and blood? And the major forces are beginning to be held accountable. Subscribe. Fourth update, please subscribe. Your support is the motivation for me to write. The next update will be around 12 o'clock. I'm not sure of the exact time, but it will definitely be there. The audience in the live broadcast room, watching the screen gradually fade to black, could no longer find words to describe their feelings at the moment. What the hell? In their hearts, the invincible SCP-049 Plague Doctor was actually afraid of lavender. Who can I ask to explain this? If I hadn't actually seen from the live broadcast that SCP-049 Plague Doctor was knocked unconscious by a handful of lavender, they won't believe it even if you kill them. After a long while, everyone finally woke up from the absurdity that was beyond words. But they were still in a daze. Zhangguo, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that SCP-049 Plague Doctor was afraid of lavender. This is beyond my expectations. Vegapunk, me too. I still feel weird about it. Child Emperor, let me offer a thought. Is it possible that the lavender that appears to be just a bunch of flowers is actually a containment object? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I can't rule that out. But the possibility is too small. After all, as we can see from the SCP Foundation's videos, they are an extremely tightly structured organization. Even a mid-level or high-level official like Dr. Li Do cannot use the containment without permission. The task force is just the bottom level, they are not qualified to be mobilized. So, I'm leaning towards a handful of regular lavender. Pain. From this, it can be seen that SCP-049 Plague Doctor was definitely released intentionally by the Foundation. Their goal is most likely the blood and flesh pearl of heaven. Aizen and the Doctor's opinion on Pain. Orochimaru, you all overlooked one point. How did the Foundation know that SCP-049 Plague Doctor's weakness was lavender? Tornado, what else could it be? Because they have done a thorough study of the SCP-049 plague. Orochimaru at Tornado. You didn't understand the real meaning of my question. What I really meant was, facing a moody containment unit with conceptual level annihilation abilities. How did they come up with this? Think carefully. As soon as Orochimaru's barrage came out, everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent. Yes. How did they come up with this? Did they use exhaustive analysis to verify it? If so, the damage would be enormous. I want to hit here. A terrible thought flashed through everyone's mind. Could it be that the SCP Foundation really used exhaustive research to come up with this? And then think about their cloning technology. They suddenly felt cold all over. It took a long time for him to recover. Then he posted a comment in the live broadcast room, could it be that they are using human lives to make this happen? But the casualties are too great. Besides, the Foundation has more than just SCP-049 Plague Doctor in its collection. If this method is used for every item in the collection, Orochimaru, if we were researching other things, there might be other methods. But after much thought, this is the only way to study the mysterious containment object. That is to use human lives to test the weaknesses of the contained objects. Thus, the object will be contained. Don't forget, how the SCP Foundation contained SCP-096 shy people. Monster King Orochi at Orochimaru. If that's the case, I admit that compared to the SCP Foundation, my monster association is so adorable. Empress, the Foundation's actions are even more dragon-like than those of the celestial dragons. Orochimaru at Monster King Orochi. At 5 Elder Stars. If I were you, it's not too late to commit suicide now. Otherwise, you'll regret coming into this world. Weird King Orochi, I admit the SCP Foundation is powerful. But dying without a fight is not my style. Aizen Kairi at Monster King Orochi. For the sake of the fact that we've been watching your live stream together for over a month, commit suicide. It would be best if your soul is annihilated as well. Orochimaru at Aizen and Akari, you figured it out too. Most of those who were held accountable in Aizen Kazuo's live stream have also figured it out. They just don't want to believe it, clinging to hope for the best. Jutsu at Izome and Akari sensei, what did you see? The blue dye plus the medical skill is good. The Emperor's tailoring is upright and the curse is cursed. The water is shaking and the disease is moving. At this moment, in Tianhe City, in Kylan's residence, in the bedroom. When the Foundation's task force successfully contained SCP-049 Plague Doctor, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind. SCP-04933C300D3000. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-049 Plague Doctor 3 Class A combatants, 3000 Class C combatants, and 3000 Class D combatants obtained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-049 Plague Doctor. You have gained the conceptual level ability to obliterate evil thoughts. You can use science points to grant this to others. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you've completed the special event, Dirty Blood. Rewards, Special Insect Bridge, can be linked to other universes, a special message. Do you want to check now? Zhang Chen listened to the prompt in his mind and chose yes without any hesitation. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, a faint voice sounded in his mind, don't believe, dragon, pearl. Flesh and blood parasite, destruction. Don't, be soft-hearted. You must. Zhang Chen listened to the prompt voice over and over in his mind several times, then sat on the bed, pondered for a moment, and muttered to himself, the Dragon Ball here should be the Dragon Ball world. What does this reminder sound mean? Don't be soft-hearted. Directly destroy the Dragon Ball world. Flesh and blood parasite, what is it? Could it be that everyone in the Dragon Ball world has been parasitized? That's impossible. With the Omni King here, who could be parasitized? Could it be the Sarkic Church's doing again? Because of the limited amount of information in the prompts, he could only analyze this information. Of course, he didn't know what happened in the Dragon Ball world. But there is one thing he can be sure of, and that is that as long as the Dragon Ball world is completely destroyed. That's it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen sent a message to Dr. Calvin, start holding all major forces accountable. Live broadcast. Don't let anyone go. No matter who they are, capture them all and use them as consumables. Upon hearing this, Dr. Calvin respectfully said, "Yes, President," and hung up the phone. Following the established plan, he began to hold the various major forces accountable. Hello everyone, I am Dr. Calvin, the head of the SCP Foundation base. According to the opportunity, Dr. Calvin appeared in the live broadcast room and said to the audience, "After research and approval, I will announce the containment of SCP-049 Plague Doctor." The object numbered SCP-049 was brought back to the Foundation by the task force. It has been transferred to the base and is under the care of the task force led by the Doctor. Dr. Calvin paused for a moment, then continued, "And to prevent SCP-049 Plague Doctor from escaping again. After research and approval by the Foundation, it has been decided to use SCP, and SCP to reinforce the seal. Reduce the probability of SCP-049 Plague Doctor's escape to a 1 in 10,000 year probability. At the same time, SCP-049's creation, SCP-049-2 Flesh and Blood Pearl. It has been handed over to the base's head doctor, Good Li Zhao, for research. To determine its properties. For containment." After hearing Dr. Calvin's words, the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. "Brother, we all already know. This SCP-049 Plague Doctor was deliberately released by USCP Foundation. We don't need to use such official language here. Not interesting. Let's get straight to the point. After all, everyone knows that Dr. Calvin's appearance in the live broadcast room to announce the containment situation of SCP-049 Plague Doctor is secondary. The most important thing is to hold accountable those forces that did not listen to the advice and sent people into the Demon Slayer world to investigate without authorization. It's not just the organizations that aren't listening. Even ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room want to know how the SCP Foundation will hold those forces accountable. If it's just a condemnation, then if this happens again in the future, I will ignore the warning and send people to investigate. But now the SCP Foundation's way of pursuing accountability is extremely drastic. That would be another matter. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were harboring their own ulterior motives, Dr. Calvin began to announce his accountability plan. Chapter 49. As the audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other with ulterior motives, Dr. Calvin took a deep breath and took out a document with the Foundation logo printed on it. After showing it to the camera, he said, "Because certain forces in the Super God universe ignored the warnings of the SCP Foundation and entered the Demon Slayer world without authorization to explore. It has caused a bad impact. Therefore, after research and approval by the Foundation, all organizations and individuals who enter Demon Slayer world without authorization will be punished. The decision to punish him with assisting in the research of the Flesh and Blood Pearl. Until the properties of the contained object, the Blood and Flesh Pearl, are thoroughly studied, everyone must unconditionally follow the orders of the Doctor at the SCP Foundation base. If there is any disobedience, the Foundation reserves the right to extend their working hours indefinitely." Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned after hearing Dr. Calvin's words. They never imagined that the punishment from the SCP Foundation would be so severe. They would actually ask those organizations and individuals who violated the rules. Assist the base doctor in researching the Blood and Flesh Pearl. At this time, some people remembered what Orochimaru said in the live broadcast room. They immediately understood that coming to 357 was not to assist in research, It's clearly used as consumables. The blood and flesh pearl of heaven was born before everyone's eyes. Although we don't know what exactly makes it so strange, we all know from its creation process that this thing is much stranger than the 3 previous containment objects. If we talk about the 3 objects contained before, whether it is SCP-173 Peanut, SCP-096 Shy Man, or SCP-049 Plague Doctor, they are all beings that can take people's lives in an instant. This blood and flesh pearl of heaven would make it difficult for you to die even if you wanted to. No wonder Orochimaru, Aizen, and Akari had previously advised the Monster King Orochi to commit suicide. It turns out they had anticipated this. If the average viewer was shocked by the SCP Foundation's decision to punish the SCP Foundation, and felt lucky that they hadn't been blinded by their own ignorance, go explore the world of Demon Slayer. And swear never to go against the words of the SCP Foundation in the future. Those forces held responsible have become hysterical due to the fear in their hearts. They know the fear of the blood and flesh heavenly law pearl. So now they are regretting it very much. I wish I could slap myself a few times. Why had I been so obsessed with it, hoping for the best, to explore Demon Slayer world? Not only did I find nothing, but I also suffered heavy losses. Now I have to serve as a consumable material to research the blood and flesh heavenly law pearl. Why was I so confused at the time? Thinking of the horrific consequences, some people wanted to commit suicide on the spot. The reason they hesitated was simply because they were hoping for a lucky break. I thought the SCP Foundation was just bluffing. They don't even have the coordinates of their own world. Without coordinates, no matter how powerful the SCP Foundation is, it will not be able to find them. Not to mention accountability. More importantly, even if they found me, without clear evidence, they wouldn't dare arrest me so brazenly as long as I was live streaming. That's right. They don't dare. With this kind of fluke mentality, most forces did not choose to end themselves and put an end to it all, but choose to wait and see. Warring states, the 5 elders, along with the celestial dragons, are doomed this time. Alas, a new era is about to begin in the pirate world. Empress. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, SCP Foundation, for avenging me. I, Hancock, will never forget this kindness. Monkey D. Dragon, it's time to launch the decisive battle to overthrow the world government. Jagalusha Sardan, let's not talk about whether the SCP Foundation has the coordinates of the pirate world. Even if it does, what does it matter? He rashly arrested people without evidence, which went against their philosophy. Empress, I'm dying of laughter. You celestial dragons are now starting to present evidence. When have you ever presented evidence before? Monster King Orochi, I agree with Jagalusha Satan Sheng. If you just arrest people without evidence, how will the SCP Foundation convince the public in the future? Tornado, forget about catching monsters, even if we want to kill them, we don't need evidence. Aizen and Akurokahan clashed. This reminds me of a saying. If I kill someone's entire family, it's understandable. But if someone just looks at me, it's unforgivable. Jianziat Master, they are a bunch of hypocritical people. Blue Dye plus Medical Star Good Hawaii Anti-Fate and Locust Nuclear Standard Dog. Orochimaru, I would like to volunteer for the research, is that okay? Saratobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Just as everyone was discussing in the live broadcast room, Dr. Calvin's voice sounded at the right time. I have seen everyone's comments. I am the person in charge of this accountability action. It's necessary to explain. First, the coordinates of your worlds. They might be hidden from other forces, but from the perspective of our Foundation, they're no secret at all. After hearing Dr. Calvin's words, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but change their expression, and some kind of hope in their hearts was shattered. The reason why they can speak so freely in the live broadcast room. Because my world coordinates are a secret to others, no matter what, I don't have to worry about others doing anything bad to me. But now it's different. The SCP Foundation has the coordinates of the entire world. Who knows if they will publish them? Be careful when you speak next time. This is just for ordinary audiences. Those organizations on the accountability list are even more panicked. Because the greatest support in their hearts collapsed. The exposure of the world coordinates means that they have no other options except moral kidnapping. Life and death depends on the words of the SCP Foundation. They now only hope that the SCP Foundation will abide by the rules and not attack them without evidence. At the same time, he was silently calculating in his mind whether he had cut it cleanly or not. At this moment, Dr. Calvin's next words completely shattered the last barrier in their hearts. In the live broadcast, Dr. Calvin took a sip of coffee and slowly said to the camera, "We SCP Foundation have never had too many rules when doing things. Don't even think about using so-called moral kidnapping to threaten us, the SCP Foundation. Certainly. So that you can die knowingly. When we pursue accountability, we will make the evidence public through live broadcast." Having said this, Dr. Calvin paused, then continued, "Then, I declare the accountability action officially begun. The first person to be held accountable, the Ninja World, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and Danzo. The task force will head to the Ninja World. Uproot the above 3 people and their forces and bring them back to base. The task force will broadcast the entire process live. So that all the audience can learn from this." As Dr. Calvin spoke, his figure slowly disappeared from the live broadcast. In his place appeared a series of streamlined white Emperor warships. They are crossing the Great Insect Bridge and heading straight to the Ninja World. Chapter 50. The audience in the live broadcast room felt extremely complicated after seeing the overwhelming silver-white sci-fi warships. Although they all know that the strength of the SCP Foundation, which owns many objects, is unfathomable. But after all, I have never seen it in person. It was inevitable that there were still some unrealistic fantasies in their hearts. But when they saw the battleship heading straight for the Ninja World, the last bit of fantasy in their hearts, it was completely extinguished. Especially those forces and organizations that are holding me accountable, I am in a constant state of panic. I regret it so much that I wish I could go back in time and give myself a few slaps in the face. Why was he so obsessed with it in the first place? He was given the mission to explore the world of Demon Slayer. He brought such disaster upon himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the SCP Foundation is finally showing its true colors. I just hope they won't implicate innocent people. At Danzo, be prepared to surrender yourself. Don't involve Konoha. Danzo, of course. I've gathered all the people involved in this incident. Konoha village will definitely not be involved. Pain at Danzo. I used to look down on you, but if you have the courage to take responsibility for the consequences, you can be considered a real person. Akino, I'm worried that Uchiha Madara will rebel. He's not someone you can easily talk to. Mei Terumi, who is that Black Zetsu? I've never heard of him. Pain at Terumi Mei is a member of our Akatsuki organization. I always thought Black and White Zetsu were one person, but I didn't expect it to be 2. It's hidden too deeply. Until now, I still can't see through it. Empress at 5 Elders. Clean your necks and wait for accountability. The next force to be held accountable will be you. Jagolusha Satan, it's still uncertain who will win. Also, before the SCP Foundation arrives, I will first destroy your daughter kingdom. Warring States at Jagolusha Satan. Think about the consequences. Assisting in the experiment might give you a glimmer of hope. But if you remain stubborn, you'll be in dire straits. Monkey D. Dragon at Jagolusha Satan Saint. You don't really think? The SCP Foundation, with so many objects in containment, wouldn't have such a method. Kaido, now it's time to watch the fun. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was sending comments, the battleship in the live broadcast screen had already passed through the big insect bridge and arrived in the ninja world. Then the entire ninja world saw a scene that they would never forget. One after another, huge silver-white warships passed straight through the atmosphere, and with the force of a mountain pressing down on their heads, accompanied by flames generated by friction, they slowly descended from the sky into their world. The invisible sense of oppression made everyone feel breathless. Although they knew that the SCP Foundation would only hold those forces and individuals who violated the rules accountable, when faced with such a large fleet, I couldn't help but feel a fear that came from my soul. Even some civilians and weak-willed ninjas, in extreme panic, knelt down in front of the warship. When the silver-white Beatty battleship descended, a magnificent electronic synthesized voice echoed in the ninja world and in everyone's mind. According to the regulations of the Foundation, all extraordinary powers in the ninja world are temporarily sealed. This seal will last for 1 hour. There will be no adverse effects. Please rest assured. As the electronic synthesized sound resounded throughout the entire ninja world, a white shock wave spread out from the White Emperor's flagship, heading towards the ninja world. Wherever the white shock wave passed, all ninjutsu, chakra, eye techniques, bloodline limits, were sealed. At this moment, the entire ninja world, starting from Kagaya Otsutsuki, formed the Chakra Extraordinary System, which was conceptually sealed temporarily. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. They originally thought that no matter how powerful the SCP Foundation was, fighting would inevitably break out when it held the ninja world accountable. By then, there will inevitably be casualties. But now it seems that they are still too young. The SCP Foundation directly sealed the entire world's extraordinary system. In an instant, the entire ninja world lost the ability to resist. This ability is really too incredible. They had never seen it before, let alone even thought about it. Is this the true strength of the SCP Foundation? It's terrible. After conceptually sealing the extraordinary power of the ninja world, known as Chakra, countless space shuttles, like a swarm of bees, flew out of the battleship and headed straight for their target. At the same time, the live broadcast room screen is divided into 2 screens at the top. One was underground where Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were. The other was on a hill outside Konoha village, where Danzo, wrapped in bandages, was leading a group of root ninjas, waiting to surrender. Danzo, you are violating the Foundation regulations. A white battleship landed at Konoha village and immediately announced in an electronic synthesized voice, Task Force, we have been ordered to escort you back to base to assist in the research of the Blood and Flesh Heavenly Law Pearl. Do you have any objection to this? Danzo, upon hearing the electronic synthesized voice, slowly spoke, no objection. But please don't hurt innocent people. Nature. As the electronic synthesized sound rang out again, beams of light shot out from the battleship, enveloping Danzo and the others. They pulled Danzo and the others straight into the battleship. Of course, Konoha village is more than just Danzo's roots. There were still some individual adventurers in the village who participated in exploring the Demon Slayer world, although they had all been reduced to ashes. But according to Zhang Chen's order, their families, relatives, are also among those held accountable. In Konoha village alone, nearly 300 or 400 people were held accountable. Why are you arresting me? I didn't go to the Demon Slayer world to explore. My brother went, and that was his personal behavior. Village chief, save me. I really don't know, my father went to explore the Demon Slayer world. Help. I don't want to be caught. Everyone, fight the SCP Foundation. The worst that can happen is everyone will die. As the SCP Foundation began to capture the creature, the entire Konoha village was filled with pleas for mercy, curses, and cries. But no matter how they struggled, they couldn't change their own fate. Under the horrified gaze of the villagers of Konoha village, they were dragged by the white light and flew towards the warship suspended in mid-air. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the Konoha office, watching the figure being dragged by streaks of white light towards the silver-white battleship, and listening to the cries of the crowd. My body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The loss is too great. This time, at least hundreds of elite ninjas and even some families were lost, completely uprooted. Such a loss would be enough to severely damage Konoha. If possible, he would not hesitate to save them. But the SCP Foundation is too powerful. He immediately sealed all the supernatural powers in the entire ninja world. This method made Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to muster the slightest desire to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the backbone of Konoha village was wiped out by the SCP Foundation. Finally, he took a shaky puff of his cigarette. As he was smoking, tears were already streaming down his face. It wasn't just Konoha. All 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world suffered heavy losses, despite the 5 cages' repeated orders to prevent anyone from exploring the Demon Slayer world. But there are always those snob ninjas who see this as an opportunity. He secretly went to explore the Demon Slayer world with the hope of getting away with it. This resulted in not only his own death but also the responsibility of his family. Of course, in addition to the 5 major villages, some small forces were directly uprooted by the SCP Foundation. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 2,000 ninjas were directly arrested during this accountability operation. It directly caused the ninjas in the ninja world to lose their belts. Everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent after seeing this scene. Although they knew that the SCP Foundation's pursuit of responsibility would definitely cause the ninja world to suffer heavy losses, they did not expect it to be so severe. Thousands of ninjas and even some families were wiped out. Let some bloodline limits disappear directly from the ninja world. This is too cruel. Seeing this, the horrific situation of accountability in the ninja world, everyone silently vowed in their hearts that they would never go against the SCP Foundation in the future, otherwise not only would they be completely destroyed. Even one's own tribesmen will become the target of accountability. Just as everyone was silently swearing, the next scene left them completely dumbfounded. A warrior in silver-white armor walked up to Black Zetsu, who was sealed by a white beam of light, and said slowly, "Let me introduce myself. I am the fleet's commander-in-chief, yet. According to the information from Heavenly Principle, I know that you are merely the product of the will of a powerful being named Otsutsuki Kagaya." Having said that, Ye paused, then continued, "So, according to relevant regulations, Otsutsuki Kagaya is also our target of accountability. So, we will use the means of simulating power to unseal Kagaya Otsutsuki." Black Zetsu seemed extremely excited when he heard Yi's words. "What do you want to argue about?" But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't trigger even the slightest sound under the seal of the white light column. They could only watch as the Beatty battleship headed straight for the moon. Uchiha Madara, who looked haggard, was looking at Black Zetsu in shock. His eyes were full of horror. What the hell? Black Zetsu is actually the product of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. This. And the battleship commander who called himself Ye just now said that he wanted to simulate chakra and unseal Kagaya Otsutsuki. This is too fantasy. It's just that. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's worldview completely collapsed. Chapter 51. The audience in the live broadcast room was so shocked by the generosity of the SCP Foundation that they began to doubt their lives. Do you think people will fight with you? As a result, the SCP Foundation directly blocked the world's supernatural powers, turning all ninjas in the world into ordinary people. Do you think they will investigate and collect evidence? As a result, the SCP Foundation directly retrieved all your experiences from birth to the present through the will of heaven. This way, no matter how you cut, you can't escape. You won't be given the slightest chance to resist or quibble. This method is simply against the will of heaven. What is dimensionality reduction attack? This is your dimensionality reduction attack. Zhangguo, although I know that the SCP Foundation is powerful, I never expected them to be this powerful. Kaido, I'm curious. When they come to our world to settle accounts, will they also block all supernatural powers? Then, will we be unable to use even the power of our fruits and haki? Vegapunk, an organization with unlimited technological possibilities. Their best weapon is rules. This is the direction of scientific development. I was a bit too narrow-minded before. Orochimaru at Vegapunk. I also think so. I've already sent a private message to the SCP Foundation. I'd like to join them, even if it's just to assist in the research of the Flesh and Blood Pearl. But they haven't responded yet. Why? Looks like you're not impressed by me. If I'd known, I would have sent people to explore the Demon Slayer world. Child Emperor, I'm really curious. If the SCP Foundation blocks the supernatural powers of our world, will those monsters degenerate into humans? At Weird King Snake, I'm very curious. Monster King Orokai, impossible. We monsters are a superior race, we will definitely not degenerate. Genos, I'm curious, will the teacher's power be blocked? Jianzi, will the evil spirit disappear? Aizen Kazuki said that the end of science is rules. Then, could the end of the extraordinary also be rules? The so-called origin of all things is exactly like this. Hinamori Momo, the captain's words are becoming increasingly profound. I don't quite understand them. Zhongliang at Hinamaran Tao. I gave these to Aizen and Yugenren, some classics from various schools of thought. Fusu at Zhongliang. Sir, what you are doing is very dangerous. Zhongliang at Fusu. Has Ying Zheng already decided to pass the throne to you? Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you speak in the live stream. Fusu, that's right. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by the SCP Foundation's incredible means, Ye had already blessed the White Emperor battleship and arrived near Yujiang. Then, in front of the astonished gazes of the audience in the live broadcast room, he began his own journey to unlock Kagaya Otsutsuki. Start, Extraordinary Simulator. Following Yi's command, a ruler-sized square monument suddenly appeared in front of the Beatty warship. The audience in the live broadcast room, upon seeing this square monument. I was stunned at first, and then immediately thought, isn't this the square monument that is 2,000 kilometers long that appeared in the video of the interaction between SCP-096 the Shy Person and SCP-343 God? This shouldn't be the real body of the monument. It's just a projection. Simulating creation, the flesh of humans in the ninja world, collecting genetic data, successfully collecting genetic data, creating, please wait. Create success. As the mechanical prompt sounded in the live broadcast room, a human-shaped phantom slowly condensed in front of the phantom monument. After the human-shaped phantom appeared, in just the blink of an eye, it began to slowly solidify. From a shadow, he transformed into a flesh and blood person. Simulating. Indra's Chakra. Simulation successful. Injecting into simulated body. Injection successful. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. As the mechanical prompt sounded, the eyes of the simulated body floating in front of the square monument began to change, returning to their original black and white eyes. It simply turned blood red, and in those blood red eyes, a Kama-like Megatama gradually emerged. This is actually a Megatama Sharingan. Then, in the stunned gazes of the audience in the live broadcast room, especially the audience in the ninja world, a Megatama Sharingan began to slowly advance. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Simulating. Ashura Chakra. Simulation successful. Attempting to inject it into the simulated body. Injection successful. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Along with the mechanical prompt sound, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan that simulated the flesh directly transformed into the Rinnegan. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara saw this, and his old face was filled with shock. He then looked at the simulated body floating in the air and said solemnly, "This is the Samsara Eye. No matter how powerful the foundation is, it can't be simulated so easily. This must be fake." Just as Uchiha Madara was in shock, the mechanical prompt sounded again, simulating the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, simulation successful, creating 9 simulated tailed beasts, creation successful. Along with the mechanical prompt sound, in the void, the 9-tailed beasts of the ninja world appeared in mid-air. Simulating the extroverted magic path, simulation successful, creating the simulated extroverted magic path, creation successful. Attempting to inject the 9 simulated tailed beasts into the simulated outward magic. Trying successfully. Successfully created the simulated 10 tails. Accompanied by a cold mechanical prompt sound, a huge and ferocious tailed beast appeared before everyone, its 10 thick tails waving continuously in the void. This tailed beast is so huge that it makes the White Emperor's battleship look small. This tailed beast is the legendary 10-tailed beast that only the Six-Path Sage can subdue. Ha 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 ha, years of planning. In the Hidden Rain village, Pain looked at the 10 tails on the live broadcast screen and said with some self-mockery, "It's not as good as the Foundation moving its fingers. That's ridiculous." Attempting to fuse the simulated 10 tails with the simulated body to create the 10 tails Jinkra key. Trying successfully. Successfully created the simulated 10 tails Jinkra key. Following the mechanical prompt sound, a divine robe composed of chakra appeared on the simulated body, and then waves of violent aura swept around. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in Konoha's office, smoking and trembling as he said, "In 3 minutes, a 6-path sage was created. The foundation is truly unfathomable. Simulating Black Zetsu's consciousness, simulation successful, creating simulated Black Zetsu's consciousness. Injecting simulated Black Zetsu's will into the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Success. Attempting to unseal Kagaya Tsutsuki. Success." Along with the mechanical prompt sound, a woman wearing a white dress with a black Magatama pattern, with a beautiful face, 2 horns on her head, white eyes and a Rinnegan Sharingan on her forehead appeared. It emerged from the body of the simulated 10 tails Jinchuriki. Then, when she found herself in space, with an unplaced silver-white warship before her, her white eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, a white light shot out from the Beatty battleship, enveloped Kagaya Otsutsuki, and then pulled her into the interior of the Beatty battleship. "Mother!" Black Zetsu looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki, his eyes filled with excitement, and then shouted loudly, "You are finally resurrected! I finally see you again!" Before Black Zetsu could finish his words, he was interrupted by yet Otsutsuki Kagaya, because Black Zetsu violated the Foundation regulations. "It is a product of your will. You are jointly responsible for it. Therefore, the Foundation will release you from the 6 paths level Shibaku Tensei." Having said this, Ye paused, then continued, "First, arrest you according to the regulations. Take him to the base and assign him as a D-class researcher to assist in the research of the Flesh and Blood Pearl. You will not be free until you have thoroughly studied the Flesh and Blood Pearl. Kagaya Otsutsuki has just been resurrected." His memory still lingered on the time when he was sealed by the 2 rebellious sons with the 6 paths level Chibaku Tensei. So after hearing Yi's words, he was completely stunned. I was indeed unblocked. But because it was a product of his own consciousness, it violated the regulations. So he was arrested by an organization called the Foundation. What is this all about? Although she didn't understand the situation, she did understand one thing: this guy named Ye was trying to capture her. He is his own enemy. Thinking of this, Kagaya Otsutsuki took a deep breath and wanted to beat the guy in front of him, who had no chakra fluctuations at all, into a meat paste. But when he was mobilizing the chakra, he was surprised to find that the vast chakra in his body disappeared without a trace, and his physical strength was also sealed. In other words, I am now just an ordinary weak woman. What is the problem? Kaguya Otsutsuki was imprisoned by Ynir Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, and then Black Zetsu began to explain everything to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Mother, do you understand what I am saying? Understood. After Otsutsuki Kaguya finished her story, she turned to look at Black Zetsu and said calmly, so, it's because of you. I will be captured by that so-called 1.3 SCP Foundation. Is it right? Hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded and said, Mother, do you think so? But When Kaguya Otsutsuki saw that Black Zetsu had admitted it, she said angrily without waiting for Black Zetsu to finish, don't call me mother. I don't have a rebellious son like you. My son would never do such a thing. You. At this moment, Uchiha Madara said leisurely, compared to your other two sons, Black Zetsu. That's pretty good. After all, he didn't use the 6 paths level * Shibaku Tensei to seal you away. Uchiha Madara paused here, then continued, also, let me ask, are you destined to have a son? Otherwise, how come each of them is better at cheating you? Upon hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki was so angry that she almost fainted, and her defense was instantly broken. She wanted to kill Uchiha Madara, but her own power had been sealed. Helplessly, he could only turn his head and ignore Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. But she couldn't help but wonder in her heart, is it really my destiny to be unlucky by my son? Just when Kaguya Otsutsuki was doubting her life, the White Emperor battleship had already left the ninja world and headed straight for the next world where she needed to be held accountable, the pirate world. Chapter 52. Pirate World, Merry Joy. Crack. The leader of the Special Forces, Yat, crushed the Tianlong's mask with one foot, and then said expressionlessly, according to regulations, D-class personnel are not allowed to wear other equipment. You can only wear uniform clothing. In fact, if it weren't for the SCP Foundation's rules, the members of this Special Forces team would have wanted to shoot the Celestial Dragons on the spot after learning about their actions in the pirate world. No way. The behavior of these guys is beyond description. To describe them as evildoers is an insult to the term evildoers. The actions of this group of parasites have already surpassed the limits of normal human imagination. But fortunately, from now on, this group of people who call themselves descendants of God. Then you can understand what hell is? D-class personnel, to put it nicely, are researchers who assist doctors in their containment research. To put it bluntly, it is a consumable. Especially, every time a new containment appears, it is always a demon of D-class personnel. Ye believes that in the doctor's opinion, the best fate for these Tianlong people is its death. In the SCP Foundation, death is a relief in most cases. The Tianlong man whose glass mask was shattered by Yi's kick was immediately furious. He had never received such treatment since he was born 19 years ago. I instinctively wanted to pull out my gun and fight back. But at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. He saw the 5 elders, who were originally high and mighty and whom he had to kneel down to worship when he met them, and a guy he didn't know, were locked in a cage like dogs. Guided by a white light, he was pulled closer to the silver-white warship floating in the air. This made him freeze in his tracks. It wasn't until he was pushed by someone that he reacted, and then he was taken in by the white light and taken into the battleship responsible for rhyming pirate. The warships where ordinary celestial dragons were held were filled with pirates, gangsters, and underground organizations who were being held accountable. When they saw the high and mighty celestial dragons, he was stunned at first, then vented his anger. After all, according to the task force, killing each other is prohibited. But as long as no one dies, the rest doesn't matter. Humans like to create gods. I prefer to see God collapse, and what I like most is to step on God's body to show off myself. This law also applies to the descendants of God. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw what happened to the Tianlong people, they all sighed that there were so many ways for people to do things in this world. It's a wonder they could come up with that. It's hard for them. Empress, thank you, Foundation, for your great kindness. I, Hancock, will never forget it. Also, I've applied to join the Foundation. Could you please approve my application? Vegapunk, I applied too, but haven't received a response. It seems the Foundation isn't interested in us. Warring states, the celestial dragons were annihilated, the CP Intelligence Organization medal was captured, half of the royal families of the countries were also implicated, plus more than 2,000 pirate groups and organizations. More than half of the powerful people in our pirate world have been captured. More importantly, the devil fruits they ate were also taken away. The world is about to change dramatically. Whitebeard at Sengoku, release my son Ace. Otherwise, don't blame me for launching a war against the Marine headquarters. Sakazuki at Whitebeard, come and die. Monkey D. Dragon, it's time to overthrow the old order and establish a new one. Revolutionaries, set out. Fight for the new order. Kaido, that Doflamingo brat was also captured. Who will make me a devil fruit? Luffy, Vivi, you're so confused. And Shirahoshi, how could you possibly be involved? But don't worry. I'll go save them. Oops. Nami, Luffy is drunk and talking nonsense. Redhead, everyone, please give me some face. Don't stir up trouble at this time. Weird world. Genos, it has been evaluated by our Foundation. Yet, wearing silver white armor, said to Genos, your teacher, Saitama. He does not fall into the category of containment. So they won't be taken in. Hearing Yi's words, Genos finally breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that the SCP Foundation would designate Saitama as a containment object like SCP-343 God. And they must be forcibly detained. If that happens, a big war will inevitably break out between Mr. Saitama and the SCP Foundation. Although he has confidence in teacher Saitama's ability. But the strength of the SCP Foundation is even more unfathomable. Not to mention they have many objects in containment. It is still unknown who will win in the end. Now the two sides have avoided war, which is the best outcome. Just as Genos breathed a sigh of relief, a group of huge monsters in the sky, drawn by white light, flew towards the silver-white battleship. Although they are all resisting with all their might. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the shackles of the white light. It's no wonder they can't break free. This white light is the sealing light emitted by the solar eclipse monument. Although it was just a shadow, it was not something that the monster could escape from. You must know that a true eclipse monument, when fully activated, can forcibly stabilize reality and temporarily disable most contained objects. It is one of the Foundation's trump cards. This time, in order to hold all the major worlds accountable, after approval, he authorized himself to use the shadow of the solar eclipse monument and the sealing light emitted. The purpose is to shock the major worlds to the greatest extent. The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked after seeing those huge monsters through the live broadcast screen. Although they knew that the power level in the monster world was higher. But I didn't expect it to be this high. There are so many incredibly large monsters. If these weirdos appeared in their world, there wouldn't be much to worry about. 3 or 4 of them are enough to create huge waves. But what frightened them even more was that even with so many strange people, they were as fragile as children in front of that white light. Not to mention resisting. I can't even struggle. The power of the SCP Foundation was once again engraved into their minds in such an intuitive way. After Ye has held all forces accountable and left the monster world, Tornado flew to Genos and said in a rare serious tone, Genos, I want to meet your teacher. Invite him to join the Hero Association. Genos was stunned when he heard this, then said, you don't need an invitation? My teacher is already a member of the Hero Association. Have you seen it before? Genos' words made Tornado stunned, and then she subconsciously asked, "Who is it?" "The C-class hero, Bald Cape Man, is my teacher." After saying that, Genos looked at the time and found that it was almost time to accompany the teacher to grab the discounted vegetables. He smiled at Tornado, turned around and left. Only Tornado was left, confused and doubting his life. The world of Qin's moon. Fusu, the great Qin Empire is now in your hands. In the Xianyang Palace, Ying Zheng, wearing a dragon robe, handed the imperial seal, which symbolized the imperial power, to Fusu, who was kneeling in front of him and crying, and said, "Be careful of the counterattack of the remnants of the Six Kingdoms. Also, don't trust Confucian scholars too much. You can use them, but never take their words as the truth. As an emperor, one must learn from the strengths of others. Remember, you must keep the military power firmly in your own hands." Fusu took the imperial seal and cried, "I will remember my father's teachings. Protect the great Qin Empire for my father. When father returns, I will hand over the great Qin Empire to you." After hearing Fusu's words, Ying Zheng did not feel relieved at all. Instead, a hint of anger flashed in his dark eyes. Can Fusu, who has such a weak character, really protect the Qin Empire? Hey! I hope that things will change after he actually takes over the Qin Empire. However, the only good news is, this time it's not just the Qin Empire. The various schools of thought, the remnants of the Six Kingdoms, the Xiongnu, almost all of them have sent people to explore the Demon Slayer world. So, it's not just the Qin Empire. In the Qin's moon world, all forces have been visited by the SCP Foundation. This is good news for the Qin Empire. Ying Zheng wanted to give Fusu a few more words, but before he could finish his words, he heard an electronic synthesized voice echoing through the Xianyang Palace, "Ying Zheng, it's time, come with us." After he finished speaking, a white light descended from the sky, enveloped Ying Zheng, and then pulled him into a silver-white warship. Fusu knelt on the ground, watching Ying Zheng gradually disappear, and silently swore in his heart that he must protect the Qin Empire for his father. Waiting for the return of father. In 3 days, the task force led by Ye finally completed the accountability. President. After returning to the Foundation base, Ye sorted out some data and began to report the results of the investigation to Zhang Chen. "This time, we will investigate 1 against 5 worlds. Let's start the operation." A total of 1.37 million people have been arrested and held accountable. They have been sorted according to your request and sent to different bases for detention. I will also send you the list via private message. Doctor, you have already begun using this group of personnel to conduct research on the blood and flesh heavenly law pearl. I believe the principle will be figured out soon. After listening to Yi's report, Zhang Chen hung up the call. He then began to check the list and discovered that there were many acquaintances on it. Ying Zheng, Zhao Gao, Maoist leader, Shira Hoshi, Da Flamingo, Danzo. But Zhang Chen just smiled faintly. He put the list aside and continued editing SCP-682. Since they had violated the rules, he would definitely not help them. Whether they can survive depends on their luck. At this moment, in the Demon Castle, Morgana's surrender ceremony officially began. Chapter 53. Demon Castle, in the hall. "Queen, do you really want to surrender yourself?" Demon Achuo stood before Morgana, holding a long sword, and said angrily, "With just one word from you, I, Demon Achuo, will protect your safety until my death. No matter how powerful the SCP Foundation is. I will also fight hard." The Demon Achuo has followed Morgana across the universe for tens of thousands of years. He participated in 3 great wars between angels and demons. Not only is he a fierce and fearless warrior, he is also Morgana's most loyal warrior. When he heard that Morgana was going to surrender herself to the SCP Foundation, he instinctively thought that this was the SCP Foundation using the demonic civilization as a threat. Demand Morgana surrender. Otherwise, with Morgana's character, how could she possibly surrender herself? Thinking of this, he felt extremely ashamed. If it weren't for these burdens, with Morgana's strength, even if the SCP Foundation was more powerful, it is also impossible to capture it easily. Therefore, he silently decided that as long as Morgana gave the order, he would fight the SCP Foundation even if it meant death without a burial place. But before he could finish his words, Morgana interrupted him. Ado, can you use some wisdom? Even just a little bit. Who can force me, the Demon Queen, to do something I don't want to do? Morgana paused here, then continued, I volunteered. It has nothing to do with you. It's too much to explain to you. You don't understand either. Remember, after I leave, assist Shuiyi in managing the demon civilization. And help me take care of Qiangwei. Don't let her get hurt. In fact, Morgana had been aiming to surrender herself from the very beginning. She knew what she had done, so she shouldn't join the SCP Foundation. Even if she wanted to go to Earth to study, it wouldn't be approved. Even his own demonic civilization has been put on the SCP Foundation's kill list. After much thought, she came up with the idea of surrendering herself. This way, I could enter the SCP Foundation as a criminal. If I performed well, I might be allowed to join the SCP Foundation as an exception. Of course, if you are not allowed to join as an exception. In the process of assisting in the experiment, you can also learn new knowledge. What's more, once I have redeemed my sins in the SCP Foundation, I can apply to enter Earth with a clean slate. As for whether he would die while assisting in researching the containment, she doesn't care. Compared to death, Morgana cares more about whether she can perfect her theory of fallen order. Morgana, who has lived for tens of thousands of years. His greatest obsession is to prove that his fallen order is the future of the universe. Although the emergence of the SCP Foundation made her feel that the fallen order theory had problems, she firmly believed that as long as she entered the SCP Foundation to learn, then you can improve your theory. After hearing Morgana's order, Demon Achuo was still a little unwilling, but he finally knelt on one knee and said respectfully, I, Demon Achuo, will remember the order of Her Majesty the Queen. Get up. Morgana looked at the Demon Achuo, who was still half a head taller than her even when kneeling on one knee, and who had been loyal to her for tens of thousands of years. She reached out and patted its huge head, and said slowly, don't kneel down at every turn. This isn't popular in our demonic civilization. Upon hearing this, the Demon Achuo disobeyed Morgana's order for the first time, still kneeling there with his head lowered, because he didn't want Morgana to see his tears. Because he knew that this was what Morgana hated the most. Just as Morgana was about to give Achuo a few more words, a void passage appeared out of thin air in the demon hall. Then, Dr. X, dressed in a black suit, leading a team of silver-white armored task force, he appeared in front of the demons. Seeing this, the demons in the hall couldn't help but clench their weapons and glare at Dr. X. If it weren't for Morgana's order, they would have rushed over and hacked Dr. X and the task force into pieces. Dr. X ignored the group of demon warriors and, under the gaze of the live audience, slowly walked up to Morgana and pulled out a document with the Foundation logo from his arms. He said to Morgana, let me introduce myself first. I am the SCP Foundation, the head of the External Affairs Department, Dr. X. I will be in charge of reading out the SCP Foundation's opinion on how to deal with you, the Demon Queen Morgana. Morgana heard this and muttered quietly, it's quite formal. Dr. X simply smiled upon hearing this, and continued, the SCP Foundation has previously decided that you were responsible for allowing the Monster King Orokai to explore the Demon Slayer world during the Demon Slayer incident. You will be imprisoned in the base as a D-class personnel, assisting the doctor in researching the flesh and blood pearl. But you surrendered yourself. After research and approval by the Foundation, your punishment will be appropriately reduced. Therefore, it has been decided to change Demon Queen Morgana's punishment to imprisonment as a D+ class personnel at the base for 10 years. Do you have any objection? Morgana's original purpose was to enter the SCP Foundation as a criminal and learn knowledge by assisting in research, thus perfecting his Fallen Order theory. Naturally, it makes no sense. So, after hearing what Dr. X said, he nodded and said, "No objection. Let's go." Not in a hurry. Dr. X nodded upon hearing this, and then said, "But before that, there's one small matter to take care of. Before your demonic civilization, there were 347 demons who caused massacres on Earth. Here's the list. We can leave after you personally slay these 347 demons." Hearing Dr. X's words, Morgana was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously said, "That's too much. You've gone too far." If anyone else had dared to make such a request, Morgana would have torn them to pieces long ago. But the other party was from the SCP Foundation. God knows whether they brought the shelter with them. Even if they didn't bring it, as long as I dare to attack Dr. X, not only myself, but also the entire demonic civilization will be under the iron hoof of the SCP Foundation. Turn into powder. Just when Morgana was in a dilemma, the demons in the demon hall who had caused slaughter on Earth saw Morgana's dilemma and began to speak. "Queen, don't worry. We can just commit suicide." "Yes. Being a warrior under your command is the greatest honor of our lives. Brothers. For the Queen. Let's go first. Queen, see you in the next life." After saying this, they all took out their weapons and prepared to commit suicide. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Although, they knew that these demons deserved to die. But I still couldn't help but shed a few tears for their loyalty and their willingness to die. They are not good people. But their loyalty to Morgana is absolutely impeccable. But at this moment, Dr. X's words rang out, "Did I not make myself clear enough? Or did you not hear clearly? Our Foundation has decided to have Morgana personally kill you. Instead of committing suicide. You guys can commit suicide. If you die, I'll be the loser." At this point, Dr. X turned to look at Morgana and said in a tone of neither joy nor sadness, "Morgana, do it. Otherwise, we SCP Foundation will make all demons immortal and never be reborn. You only have 1 minute. The countdown begins." After Dr. X finished speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly, and then a clock appeared out of thin air, suspended in mid-air, and began to count down. After the clock appeared, Dr. X muttered to himself, "What the hell? You're still trying to be so brave as to die. Our Foundation will decide when and how you'll die. You must die on time and in the manner we decide. You want to commit suicide to gain fame, but you don't deserve it." The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the countdown clock in the void, then looked at Dr. X's expressionless face. His eyes were filled with shock. They know that the SCP Foundation acts in a domineering manner. But I never thought he would be so overbearing. If you tell Morgana to kill those demons with her own hands, then Morgana must do so. Otherwise, not only will I not accept your surrender, but I will also kill you and the entire demon civilization. Never be reborn. Such a request can no longer be described as a slap in the face. The only way to describe it is riding on Morgana's neck and having dysentery. You can surrender yourself. But first, the beast must kill 347 demons as a token of his surrender. Otherwise, we SCP Foundation will not accept your surrender. This SCP Foundation is really domineering. Zhangguo, this Foundation's style of operation is truly domineering, and very Zhao-like. I wonder if Morgana will give in. Kurosaki Ichigo, surrender, what the hell? I'll definitely resist. A true man, born between heaven and earth, cannot remain depressed and inferior to others for long. Green Bull, me too. Tornado at Kurosaki Ichigo at Green Bull. You've probably watched too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms. What choice does Aizen, Mukyahan, or Morgana have? It's all over for her. If she doesn't kill herself, she and the demonic civilization will be doomed to eternal damnation. If she kills herself, her own faith will crumble. The strong man's faith has collapsed. I'm afraid there will be no further progress from now on. There is nothing more cruel than killing someone and destroying their heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, killing two birds with one stone. It can both kill and destroy hearts, and also shock other interstellar civilizations in the super god universe. The decision-makers of this SCP Foundation are no ordinary people. Mei Ming Zhao, if it were me, I would probably do it. But after that, I would commit suicide. Hinata Hyuga, this multiple-choice question is too difficult. I can't do it. Chen. Hinata Hayashi, you have to do it even if you don't know how. This is your duty as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hinata, if that's the case, I'd rather not be the eldest daughter of this family. Hinata Hanabi, really? Then I'll be the main family, and you'll be the branch family. Akino, you Hyuga family members, go chat privately. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing what Morgana would choose, the countdown was about to end, and after struggling for a while, Morgana finally made her choice. Chapter 54. Demon Castle, in the hall. Queen, do it. It is our honor to die at your hands. Do it. Otherwise we'll be too late. Yes. Queen, please move your hands. As the countdown neared 0, the hundreds of demons began to beg Morgana to kill them, because they knew they would not survive today. Rather than dying in some experiment, it would be better to let Morgana wipe herself out. Shut up, everyone. Morgana listened to her men's pleas, the rage in her eyes growing fiercer. If she wasn't worried about implicating the people of the Demon Galaxy, given his temper, he would have torn Dr. X and the task force into pieces long ago. Finally, just when the countdown was about to hit 0, Morgana finally made up her mind and summoned her demon claws, grabbing the 347 demons that Drive X had laid into the void. Then he gently squeezed it and crushed it into meat paste. After killing these demons with her own hands, Morgana's energy and spirit seemed to be drained, and she gave people a feeling of listlessness. My little sister. She finally stopped acting on impulse this time. Holy Kessa sat on the throne, watching Morgana slaughter 347 of her men with a single claw on the live stream. She muttered to herself, I admit, you've finally become a qualified leader. But do you really think the SCP Foundation can't see through your intentions? Duo 370 Xiao Xiao is still a little childish. Just when Holy Keisha thought Morgana was a little childish, in the Demon Castle, Morgana took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, then looked straight at Dr. X and said, Can we leave now? Dr. X heard this, nodded, and said, First, I want to correct you on one point. You didn't do this to satisfy me. This is merely the punishment imposed by the SCP Foundation based on your crimes. If it weren't for your surrender, you wouldn't be killing these demons. But all the demons who entered the Chiwu Galaxy without authorization. At this point, Dr. X paused, then continued, Don't doubt my words. Even if you don't want to, we SCP Foundation can let you kill them with your own hands. Secondly, I have something else to read to the live audience. As he spoke, Dr. X pulled out a document with the Foundation logo printed on it, displayed it to the camera, and read. Based on the Foundation's research, the decision has been approved. From now on, all personnel from the Super God Universe and its affiliated worlds may apply to enter Earth. The account number for application is SCP Foundation * External Affairs Department. And the Foundation promises that as long as they do not violate the Foundation Code of Conduct, the SCP Foundation will not attack any alien visitors without reason. However, if alien visitors violate the Foundation Code of Conduct, the SCP Foundation reserves the right to pursue unlimited accountability. At the same time, the final right of interpretation belongs to the SCP Foundation. After saying that, Dr. X took out a pair of handcuffs, put them on Morgana, and then, under the angry gazes of many demons, escorted Morgana into the void passage. Then disappear. Immediately afterwards, the screen in the live broadcast room also dimmed, leaving only an account link. Everyone in the livestream room was frozen in place by Dr. X's words, unable to extricate themselves. They could never have imagined that the SCP Foundation would actually allow applications to enter Earth. Doesn't this mean that as long as the application is approved, you can go abroad without leaving the world? After a brief silence, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded. Zhangguo, this SCP Foundation is so ambitious. They want to make Earth, no, Yanhuang, the core of the super god universe. Pain, I finally understand. Why is the SCP Foundation making such a big fuss about accountability this time? It's to establish their authority. Tornado, it just so happens that the Monster Association has wiped them out. Since I have nothing to do these days, it would be nice to go to Earth and take a look. Hinata Hyuga, I want to go too. Unfortunately, my father doesn't agree. Zai, I don't know, do people on Earth like Pokemon? Zioxia, I'm sure you'll like it. No one can resist the yellow-skinned rat and the water turtle. Garp at Zhangguo, I've already submitted my application. What about you? Sengoku, can't you wait? The Navy has been busy dealing with all the celestial dragons being wiped out. I'll apply again after a while. Luffy at Garp, Grandpa, let's go together. Jitsi at Izome and Akari-sensei, are you going? Izome and Akuroko at Jianzi, I have submitted the application and am just waiting for the recovery. While everyone was discussing in the live broadcast room, inside Yanhuang Academy, Dr. C, an administrator of the SCP Foundation's Foreign Affairs Department, had already reached an agreement with the president of Yanhuang Academy. In short, you Yanhuang College can do whatever you want. Dr. C took a deep breath and reiterated the SCP Foundation's position, whether it's reaching an agreement, recruiting them, or providing learning opportunities, we at the SCP Foundation will not interfere. Of course, the premise is that it does not violate our Code of Conduct, JD. We reserve the right to pursue unlimited accountability in the event of a violation of the Code of Conduct. That's all. Farewell. After Dr. C finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to react, he stepped into the void passage that appeared out of thin air and disappeared in front of everyone. After Dr. C left, Du Qiangwei couldn't help but ask, Dean, do we really have to allow people from other worlds to enter our Yanhuang? If they... Before Du Qiangwei could finish her words, she was interrupted by the Dean of Yanhuang College. It's okay, Qiangwei. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. As long as we grasp it well, Yanhuang will rise at an unimaginable speed. At this point, the Dean of Yanhuang College paused, then continued, besides, this is the decision of the SCP Foundation. Do we have the right to object? It's good enough that they can send someone to inform us. Go down and make preparations. Du Qiangwei saluted and left, leaving the Yanhuang College Dean sitting at his desk, wondering what he was thinking. Half a month later. Xiao Chen, where did you learn so many postures? Kailan lay on Zhang Chen's chest, drawing circles continuously while saying in a slightly lazy voice, also, isn't your physical strength too good? You're almost tearing me apart. Over the past 2 weeks, the SCP Foundation has opened up its application channels. Although the standards for approval are extremely high, even harsh. But hundreds of people were approved one after another. According to the agreement reached between Yanhuang Academy and the SCP Foundation, approved alien visitors need to go to Yanhuang Academy for further studies for half a month before they can live in the designated city. So in the past half month, Kylan has had no time to go home. After waiting for the first batch of alien visitors to complete their training, Kylan, a super soldier, was sent to Tianhe City by Yanhuang Academy to manage the alien visitors. Only then did she have the chance to go home. Zhang Chen and Qilin are both at the age of full vigor and vitality. And a long separation is better than a new marriage. After meeting, we had a conversation without even having time to eat. Hearing this, Zhang Chen grabbed Kylan's hand and moved it downwards, saying, "Isn't it because you are so tempting?" "Yes. That's it." "Hiss, the force is just right." Zhang Chen enjoyed Kylan's service, and then said, "By the way, Sister Kylan, can you stay at home for a few days this time?" "A few days? Only 3 hours." Hearing this, Kylan said helplessly, "This is the time I squeezed out from my busy schedule. However, I can go home several times a week from now on." "Happy?" Zhang Chen heard this, and without any extra words, he turned over and pressed Kylan under him, then said, "Then let's hurry up. One moment of a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Waste is shameful." Kylan couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that, and then she didn't say anything more. She closed her eyes and let Zhang Chen start to torment her. "Sister Kylan, please tell me before you come back next time." 2 hours later, Zhang Chen sent Kylan out the door and said, "I can cook in advance. Otherwise, you can only eat the flying stick." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Kylan's face turned red, and then she pecked Zhang Chen lightly on the forehead, saying, "Little rascal," and then skipped away. Shortly after Kylan left, a bold blood-red banner suddenly popped up in the Wanzhou live broadcast room, which had been silent for half a month. The super god universe is facing the crisis of destruction. Please, citizens of all worlds, be prepared to face the impending invasion of the Dragon Ball universe. The banner that suddenly popped up attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the banner, they were all shocked. The super god universe was facing a crisis of destruction? Real or fake? Then, a video titled Dragon Ball Universe automatically started playing in all live streaming rooms. Chapter 55. As the video began to play, the first thing that sounded was the narration. In the endless sea of chaos, there are countless worlds, and in these worlds, there live all kinds of species. The worlds can be roughly divided into 3 types. Small planets, such as Pirate Planet, Ninja Planet, Pokemon Planet. Medium-sized universes, such as the Super God Universe, the Dragon Ball Universe. And the original worlds known as realms, such as the Devouring World, the Covering Heaven World. Originally, whether it was a planet, a universe, or the original world, they all existed independently in the Chaos Sea. However, due to some unknown force, all planets, universes, and original worlds, they are all gathering towards the center of the Chaos Sea. In this process, all worlds are inevitably converging together. The planet becomes a vassal of the universe, and the universe becomes a vassal of the original world. Ultimately, all worlds will be united into one. After hearing the narration, not only the people in the live broadcast room, but even Zhang Chen felt confused. It turns out that the Super God universe that I traveled through actually has such a worldview. This setting is simple. Just when everyone was confused, the narrator's words continued. In the process of unifying all worlds, collisions, killings, and mutations are inevitable. For some reason, the Dragon Ball universe has undergone a mutation. In the Dragon Ball universe, there's a planet called Vegeta. On it lives a special race called the Saiyans. As the narration begins, images begin to appear in the video. It was a slightly barren piece of land. Densely suspended in the air above the earth was a group of warriors wearing strange armor, all with black hair, strong bodies, and muscles as hard as rocks. Each of them exudes a violent aura. Then, under the stunned gaze of the live broadcast room, the leading warrior stretched out his right hand and condensed an energy ball that emitted a brilliant light. Then he waved his hand lightly, and the energy ball sank directly into the barren earth. Then, in an instant, the Earth-sized planet turned to ash and vanished into space. Yet, those warriors remained unharmed. See this video. Not to mention the powerful people from various indigenous planets in the live broadcast room. Even the Holy Keisha and others who have already stood at the pinnacle of the super god universe could not help but stand up from the throne in shock. A planet was destroyed so casually. This, spirit. Are Saiyans so powerful? This is much more terrifying than his own fourth-generation divine body. Compared to the Holy Keisha and others, Zhang Chen's degree of surprise was no less. As a time traveler, Zhang Chen was familiar with the plot of the Dragon Ball world. The strong in the world of Dragon Ball, focusing on the cultivation of Qi, although they have the power of destroying the world. But except for a few strong people, it is absolutely impossible to survive in space. At least not Saiyans. But the Saiyans in the video can actually survive in space. Is this due to a mutation? Zhangguo, the Saiyans in the Dragon Ball world are truly terrifying. They can actually destroy a planet with a single strike. What if every one of them is this powerful? Genos, their strength is probably a little behind the teachers, but not by much. Big Mom, if I could combine with a Saiyan, I would definitely give birth to a stronger child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, each of them is more powerful than the Sage of Six Paths. This is too incredible. I can only hope they are peace-loving. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was speechless with shock at the fighting power of the Saiyans in the video, the narration begins to introduce the Saiyan race. Saiyans are known as a fighting race in the Dragon Ball world. They are natural-born warriors, and as long as they survive, their strength will be even greater after they recover from their injuries. Their daily routine is to search the universe for planets with good environments. They then kill all the intelligent creatures on those planets and sell them to other aliens at a high price. For planets with high combat capabilities, they would send adult warriors directly to cleanse them. For planets with low combat capabilities, they would send newborn children to destroy the planet. 18 years ago, their race underwent a transformation. They no longer knew only to kill, but learned to learn from others and practice martial arts. And using an item called Dragon Ball, he achieved a leap forward. The weakest warrior is already equivalent to a fourth-generation divine body. In a short period of time, they became the undisputed overlord of the Dragon Ball world. Since the unification of all worlds, they have already destroyed 3 universes. And the Super God universe will come into contact with the Dragon Ball world in 24 hours. After listening to this narration, everyone in the Super God universe fell silent. Even the usually cautious Luffy and the others realized the seriousness of the situation. With the current strength of the Chaos God universe, facing a whole group of 4th-generation divine bodies. A fighting race with a murderous nature. That is undoubtedly delivering food. Not to mention the strong ones in the indigenous world, even Holy Keisha, Pan Zhen, God of Death Karl, Hua Yet, were all scared pale. After their calculations, they realized that the Super God universe had no chance of winning if they relied on themselves. It's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. They finally understood why the content of the banner said, "The Super God universe is facing the crisis of destruction." For a moment, countless people trembled. Of course, they are not completely hopeless. Although the Saiyans are extremely powerful, the Super God universe is not completely hopeless. They have all witnessed the power of the SCP Foundation. If the SCP Foundation takes action, it is hard to say who will win. But the SCP Foundation is too mysterious. Although the purpose is, we control, we contain, we protect. But no one knows what the SCP Foundation protects. What if it's just humans on Earth? So after the shock, they started to go crazy in the live broadcast room, at SCP Foundation, wanting to ask whether their own world is under the protection of the SCP Foundation. Zhangguo at SCP Foundation, can you please tell me clearly, is our pirate world under your protection? If he's not here, we can make plans early. Pain, yes. If the ninja world is not under the protection of the Foundation, then we have to find another way. The SCP Foundation will definitely take action. After all, the Saiyans are an aggressive race. They will definitely not let Earth go. But before the SCP Foundation took action, our planet would have been destroyed long ago. Genos, I hope the teacher can hold on until the SCP Foundation takes action. Tornado, they're just a bunch of monkeys. I'll kill as many as come. Kaido at Tornado, I admire your confidence. But aren't you overconfident? Fusu, damn. This fighting power is too high. Even if we try our best, we can't withstand it. So we lie down. Father, it's not that I don't work hard. It's because the enemy is too strong. Jianzi, I don't know if evil spirits eat Saiyans. Everyone in the live broadcast room wanted to know whether the SCP Foundation would take action. And if the SCP Foundation did take action, when would it take action? In all live broadcast rooms, a link pops up, and when you click it, you will see a video from the Dragon Ball world. The video shows a middle-aged man in combat uniform, with murderous eyes and red stripes on his face, sitting on a throne. Let me introduce myself, I am King Vegeta. Friends of the Super God Universe, we will meet in 24 hours. I give you two choices. First, submit to me and become a subordinate race of our Saiyans. Not only will you survive, but you will also gain access to the cultivation methods of Qi. Of course, you can also choose to resist. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you. Submission or extinction, it's your choice. As soon as King Vegeta finished speaking, the video ended. Although the video was short, it had already set off a huge wave in the Super God universe. For a moment, everyone was wondering, should we fight or surrender? And the debate continues. Of course, no one was willing to surrender, but everyone knew that the combat power of their own world was far inferior to that of the Saiyans. 0. If the SCP Foundation does not take action, destruction will be the only thing waiting for me. Zhangguo, my mind is made up. Our navy will resist to the end. Even if we die, we must die with dignity. Sakisuke at Sengoku. I, Sakisuke, swear to protect the pirate world until my death. Caesar, you're just an admiral. A big shot in the pirate world. But in front of a Saiyan, you're barely even the size of their hand. Hawkeye, I support Sengoku's decision. When the time comes, I will join the battle. Vinsmoke Judge, if the SCP Foundation doesn't take action, I will surrender. Of course, if the SCP Foundation takes action, that's another matter. Pain at Vinsmoke Judge. You're the type who'll help whoever wins. Someone like you can never become a truly powerful person. Orochimaru, I really want a Saiyan body to be my vessel. Kamuro, my lord, I will bring it back to you. Orochimaru, that's not necessary. You should recover first. Sarutobi Hiruzen, although we know resistance is futile, the Hokage village will continue to resist to the end. Of course, whether we resist or not is not important. The SCP Foundation is the key. Empress, yes. Is it because you don't know about the SCP Foundation that you joined the war? Just as everyone was arguing over whether to fight or surrender, an announcement appeared on the screens of all the live broadcast rooms. The invasion of the Dragon Ball world will seriously threaten human safety. Therefore, the Foundation has decided, with approval, to release a containment object numbered SCP-682 Immortal Lizard into the Dragon Ball universe 1 hour later. Completely destroy the Dragon Ball universe. For detailed information about the containment object SCP-682, the Immortal Lizard, please go to the live broadcast room. Dr. Bai Ting will give you a detailed introduction. In addition, any act of surrender will result in accountability from the SCP Foundation. As soon as this announcement came out, everyone in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, because everyone knew that the SCP Foundation had decided to join the war. And it's an active attack. Now they only felt that their fear of the Scions was much lessened. Then everyone jumped into the SCP Foundation's live broadcast room, intending to see what was so special about the immortal evil lizard numbered SCP-682. The SCP Foundation believes that it is capable of destroying the entire Dragon Ball world by itself. Chapter 56. With the influx of a large number of viewers, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room of the SCP Foundation quickly reached an incredible number. Almost everyone in the Super God universe entered the live broadcast room. Want to see this legendary, what is so terrifying about SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard? It actually made the SCP Foundation believe that it alone is enough to sweep the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, the live broadcast screen changed. The originally dark screen was slowly replaced by a picture. In the picture, a hideous and ugly monster is roaring ferociously with its bloody mouth wide open. This lizard-like monster has the sharp beak and serrated teeth of some kind of monster. Its body is slightly long and winding. There are traces of surging bones on its dark body. It looks like some kind of reptile lizard, but its body length is only 3 to 5 meters. It would be impossible for everyone in the live broadcast room not to feel a little disappointed after seeing this picture. Because the S-370 CP-682 immortal evil lizard in the picture, although it looks ferocious and terrifying, is considered to be the top type among ordinary monsters. But they did not experience the same deep-seated fear they felt when they saw the pictures of SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy Man. Even many viewers in the live broadcast room felt that as long as they took action, they could kill SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Zhangguo, is my perception wrong? I feel like I can kill SCP-682, the immortal lizard, without even using the Great Buddha state. Kaido, no, you're not wrong. I feel the same way. It looks even weaker than Gecko Mariah. I need 2 maces to defeat Gecko Mariah. To defeat SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, you only need a mace. Moonlight Mariah at Kaido, can we not mention the 2 maces? Orochimaru, have you all forgotten? In the previously released information about the SCP-096 Navy, SCP-682 was mentioned. It is a terrifying existence that can even make shy people like SCP-096 who are fighting against SCP-343 God become timid. Although I didn't feel it was anything strange, I firmly believed that it didn't look simple. Holy Keisha, your strength is weak, so it's normal that you can't sense anything. But my fighting instinct tells me it's dangerous, extremely dangerous. If I encounter it, I will definitely die. As soon as Holy Keisha said this, everyone in the live broadcast room shut up. No way. What they mean is very simple, you can't see the special features of SCP-682 the immortal evil lizard because you are too weak. Just like an ant cannot sense the pressure of a dragon. Because they are not creatures from the same dimension at all. Go and sense it on your end. Just when everyone chose to shut up because of Holy Keisha's words, a line of small words appeared in the empty space on the left side of the picture. Contained object, immortal evil lizard. Item number, SCP-682. Project registration Keter. Appearance description, SCP-682 is a large, reptilian creature of unknown origin. It has not communicated with any humans for a long time. We once believed that it had no intelligence and showed great hatred for all known life. However, during the interaction experiment with the containment object SCP-079, they conducted very complex communication, and thus learned that it possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. SCP-682 possesses extremely high strength, speed, and quick reflexes, though the specific extent of these abilities varies depending on its form. SCP-682's physical body grows and changes extremely rapidly, and through feeding or shedding its skin, SCP-682 is able to increase or decrease in size. It can obtain energy from any substance, whether organic or inorganic. Strange ability, immortality, infinite evolution. As these words appeared, everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent. They were all shocked by the information about SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, especially its strange ability, immortality and infinite evolution. They couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. What kind of enemy is the most terrifying? The most terrifying enemy must be one that you cannot kill and has infinite evolutionary abilities. Because even if you are countless times stronger than it now, but one day, he will kill you. Facing such an enemy, anyone would feel powerless. Experimental conclusion: after verification by the doctor, SCP-682's immortal lizard refers to the shell formed by 682's true form. Therefore, any damage to this shell would be as unpleasant as shaving a person's hair, but not fatal. The doctor believes that SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, is merely a projection of the real SCP-682 in the three-dimensional real world. This is only a hypothesis, without any experimental data to support it. However, SCP-682 can indeed regenerate from the fragments, and then immediately enter an angry state, indiscriminately attacking all living targets around it. And after rebirth, it will evolve specifically to resist the ability to destroy it. Therefore, after research, the Foundation believes that SCP-682, the immortal lizard, does not die in the traditional sense. It is in a state similar to wave-particle duality. It is in a state of neither dead nor alive, so it cannot be destroyed. After seeing this information, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Every time it was destroyed, it would evolve a targeted ability to resist destruction. And it itself cannot be completely destroyed. This ability is too terrifying. In other words, SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, will inevitably grow to the point of destroying the universe if it appears. No wonder the SCP Foundation decided to release it into the Dragon Ball world. No matter how powerful the Dragon Ball world becomes, it can't possibly be a match for SCP-682, the immortal lizard. It probably won't be long before the Dragon Ball world is. SCP-682, the immortal lizard, is destroyed. After all, the ability to be immortal and evolve infinitely is simply too terrifying. It can be described as invincible. Why is Aizen and Akari Kenkai doing this? I'm starting to sympathize with the Dragon Ball universe. They could be messing with anyone else, but why would they mess with the SCP Foundation? Absolutely ridiculous. This ability is somewhat similar to collapsing jade. But it is much stronger than collapsing jade. Hinamori Peach at 1. Aizen and the doctor know. Pain, I have a question. If SCP-682 is truly so powerful, how did the Foundation contain it? So, like other contained objects, it has obvious weaknesses. If the Saiyans knew about this, wouldn't that be the case? Sarutobi Hiruzen at pain. I thought of that, too. But if you can think of it, then the SCP Foundation must have thought of it too. So don't worry too much. I suspect there's a high probability that the Foundation happens to possess one or more items capable of containing SCP-682's immortal lizards. Otherwise, given the properties of SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, it cannot be contained at all. Child Emperor, I think so too. Genos, I don't know if Sensei can completely destroy SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Tornado at Genos, put away this dangerous idea. No matter how powerful your teacher is, if he doesn't understand the weaknesses of SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, he is doomed to fail. Kaido, Genos, are you ignorant and fearless? Or are you too confident in your teacher? You actually want him to fight SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Let your teacher come out. I want to see how powerful he is. He gave you this confidence. Genos, my teacher is out catching thieves. Otherwise, will he be demoted? Kaido, are you fucking kidding me? At this moment, Dr. Bai Ting's graceful figure appeared on the live broadcast screen, and she took out a document with the Foundation's logo printed on it. After showing it to the camera, he said, to prevent panic from spreading in the Super God universe due to the invasion of the Dragon Ball universe, and thus cause unnecessary trouble. After Foundation research and approval, I am here to release some videos of the termination experiment involving SCP-682, the immortal lizard. This is the authorization document. After Dr. Bai Ting presented the authorization letter, the live broadcast room screen changed and began playing a video of the Foundation's interactive experiment using containment to terminate SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard. Chapter 57. Amidst the anticipation of the livestream audience, a small line of text appeared on the screen. Appendix 682 to 173 Termination Experiment. Event Log: SCP-682 Immortal Lizard and SCP-173 Peanut were placed in the same space. As the subtitles appeared, the video screen began to change, from the original black to a room made of silver-white metal. SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard let out several deafening screams upon seeing SCP-173 the Little Peanut. Then, under the stunned gazes of the live broadcast audience, in an extremely strange way, he squeezed himself against the wall farthest away from SCP-173's shy person. Then he stared at SCP-173 Peanut with his bloodshot eyes, without moving. At this moment, a split shot appeared on the live broadcast screen. The graceful figure of Dr. Bai Ting appeared at the right moment and said, SCP-682, the Immortal Lizard, seems to know the killing rules of SCP-173, Peanut. So it kept staring at SCP-173 Peanut for 6 hours. Doctor, from this, we can infer that SCP-682, the Immortal Evil Lizard, seems to be able to discover the killing rules of other contained objects. Dr. Bai Ting's words shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. I secretly sighed that this SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard is worthy of being a Keter-level containment object. It is suspected that he can actually detect the killing rules of other shelters. This alone makes them one level higher than S19-CP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy Man, who only know how to kill. But the question is, what if SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard keeps staring at SCP-173 the Little Peanut like this? How to execute him then? Could it be that this experiment has come to an end in vain? Just when everyone was puzzled, Dr. Bai Ting's voice sounded at the right time. Doctor, when you realize that SCP-682, the Immortal Evil Lizard, seems to be able to never blink, order the D-Class researchers to use large-caliber sniper rifles to blind the eyes of SCP-682, the Immortal Evil Lizard. In the process, a total of 308 D-Class researchers were sacrificed, in order not to waste time. So the video has been edited, and the scene where the former 307D level researcher failed has been cut out. Everyone, please watch directly the video after SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard was blinded. Dr. Bai Ting's words were soft, but they fell into the ears of the audience in the live broadcast room. But it also caused a lot of waves. After all, 308 D-Class researchers died for a single termination experiment. And from Dr. Bai Ting's indifferent tone, such experiments are probably already commonplace within the SCP Foundation. Did anyone still have doubts before? A while ago, the force and individual that was held accountable? After entering the SCP Foundation, will they be directly absorbed into the Foundation? After all, in their understanding, a D-Class researcher is still a researcher. He's also considered a member of the SCP Foundation. But now it seems. Was I just overthinking it? Class D researchers weren't members of the SCP Foundation. They were just expendable supplies. I'm afraid that by now, more than half of the people have died in research experiments. The working style of this SCP Foundation is so cold. Thinking of this, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but secretly remind themselves, don't violate the Foundation's decision. Otherwise, in the style of the SCP Foundation, I will definitely be used as consumables. Then, because of a certain doctor's experiment, he died at the hands of the containment. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room kept reminding themselves not to violate the Foundation's decision, the live broadcast room began to play the scene after SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, was blinded. Only 2 gunshots were heard, and the eyes of SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, turned into 2 bloody holes. Then, SCP-173 Peanut, who had been quietly staying in the room, appeared behind SCP-682 the immortal lizard and stretched out his little hand made of cement and steel. Place it on the neck of SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Then, under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, he launched a conceptual level neck twisting skill on SCP-682 the immortal evil lizard. Click! With a crisp sound of broken bones, SCP-682*'s bucket-like neck was broken by SCP-173's little peanut, and its huge, ferocious head. It reversed backwards to an extremely exaggerated degree, and then its life force returned to 0. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned after seeing this scene. They never imagined this would happen. Doesn't the documentation say, SCP-682** immortal lizard is an immortal being? How could SCP-173, Peanut, break his neck so easily? Zhangguo, that's it? No way. I admit that SCP-173's conceptual neck twisting skill is very powerful. It's more powerful than I could have imagined. But, you shouldn't break SCP-682**'s neck like that. Monkey D. Dragon, I thought a big fight would break out between the two. This is what happened. Vegapunk, otherwise, what will happen to you? Don't forget the properties of SCP-173 Peanut. It seems that this is the only skill it has. If you can make it through, you can live. If you can't make it through, you will die. There is no war. Naruto, so you said SCP-682** immortal lizard is dead. Sakura at Naruto, are you an idiot? If SCP-682** immortal lizard was really terminated by SCP-173 Peanut, would the Foundation still decide to release it into the Dragon Ball universe? Hyuga Hinata at Sakura. Naruto-kun is not stupid. Luffy, 6 hours, won't SCP-682**'s eyes get sore? I just tried it, and I couldn't stand it after 2 minutes. Tornado, where did this funny guy come from? Just as the topic of the live broadcast room was once again diverted by Naruto, the screen showed SCP-682** immortal lizard, whose neck had been twisted by SCP-173 Peanut. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the broken neck began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a moment, everything was back to normal. When Holy Keisha saw this scene, she couldn't help but sigh, if Angel Yan had such a divine body. I won't. Although more than a month had passed, Holy Keisha continued to try various methods to capture Angel Yan, but all ended in failure without exception. SCP-173 Peanut's conceptual neck twisting skill. Directly from the conceptual level, all the data at Angel Yan's neck was broken. And no matter what method he used, he could not recover. In the end, she had to admit that there was absolutely no hope for Angel Yan's resurrection. Unless, the SCP Foundation takes action. But how could the SCP Foundation possibly take action to resurrect an alien who came to Earth without their permission? Of course, Holy Keisha did not give up either. Instead, he expected that as time went by, he would be able to join the SCP Foundation and become a senior member of it. In this case, perhaps there is still a possibility for Angel Yan to be resurrected. Although she knew that the probability was very small. But it's better than nothing. While Holy Keisha was daydreaming, on the live broadcast screen, the newly recovered SCP-682** immortal lizard, because it didn't look directly at SCP-173 Peanut. His neck was broken again. But this time, everyone was surprised to find that the recovery speed of SCP-682 Immortal Lizard was even faster than before. Almost in the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. But no matter how fast SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard recovers, it can't be faster than SCP-173 the Peanut's neck twisting speed. As long as you don't look directly at SCP-173 the Peanut, it can break your neck instantly. Click. 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 And so, SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard and SCP-173 the Peanut, the two great containment objects, began to clash. One constantly recovered, the other constantly twisted its neck. In a flash, SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard had its neck twisted thousands of times by SCP-173 the Peanut. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room thought that the interactive experiment was about to end with the continuous clicking sound, the next scene left them all stunned. Because when SCP-173, the little Peanut, broke and twisted the neck of SCP-682, the Immortal Evil Lizard, people were surprised to find that SCP-173, the little Peanut, I couldn't turn it anymore. That's right, it can't be turned. Its small hands made of reinforced concrete were placed on the neck of SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard, no matter how hard it tried. It only made SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard turn its head slightly. Although SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard looked very tired, its neck was definitely not broken. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room stunned at first. Then they realized that this SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard must have evolved the ability to be immune to conceptual level neck twisting skills. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. No way! This is a conceptual level neck twisting skill. Even the holy left-wing Yan died without any resistance at the hands of this skill. An SCP-682 Immortal Lizard, in just 3 or 4 minutes, evolved immunity. This speed of evolution is really too terrifying. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingling because of the terrifying evolutionary ability of SCP-682 Immortal Lizard, the next scene. But it made them completely freeze up, and they stood there, unable to utter a word for a long time. Chapter 58. In the live broadcast, after a period of stalemate between SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard and SCP-173 the Peanut, SCP-682's eyeballs began to pop out from different parts of its body, one by one, in front of the audience's horrified gaze. Some of the eyeballs were even covered with a thick, transparent, hood-like shell. The moment these eyeballs appeared, they locked onto SCP-173 Peanut. SCP-173 Peanut also lost the ability to move due to being exposed to direct vision. The audience watching this scene couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. They were now beginning to understand what the phrase infinite evolution in the information meant. Originally, they thought that infinite evolution was to evolve immunity based on the damage they suffered. But how could they not have thought of it? SCP-682's infinite evolution not only allows it to develop immunity to damage, but also allows it to evolve autonomously. Such ability, coupled with the characteristic of immortality, SCP-682 has unlimited potential. If left alone, it will grow to an incredible size in a very short period of time. All I can say is, SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard is worthy of being a Keter containment object. It's so scary. Akino, I wonder if my dust release, separation technique can kill SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard? If even this can't kill it, that would be too terrifying. As long as SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard, appears in our ninja world, it is estimated that it will take a few days to destroy our ninja world. Pain at Akino. Stop dreaming. I admit your dust release, separation technique is powerful. But it can't even kill the impure world reincarnated. Still want to destroy SCP-682*, the immortal lizard. I feel the best way is to seal it. Zhangguo, if SCP-682*, immortal lizard can really be sealed? Then why would the Foundation classify it as Keter? Impossible. The only thing we can do is pray that SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard does not appear in our world. Empress, petrification probably won't work either. Seriously? Ever since the SCP Foundation came into being, my sweet fruit seems to have no effect on any contained objects. Pan Zhen, seeing how powerful SCP-682*, immortal lizard is, I feel relieved. The Saiyans in the Dragon Ball world are very powerful, but in my opinion, they are destined to be destroyed by SCP-682*, immortal lizard. Zai, but then again, if SCP-682*, the immortal lizard is this powerful, then isn't the SCP Foundation even more unfathomable? Zioxia, that's for sure. I'm on Earth right now, and besides showing everyone how to spit out water, it's hard to summon other Pokemon. I'm just worried about accidents. But live streaming here is really profitable. Especially under the leadership of Sister Suziali at Zioxia. You're welcome, little sister. I really like the Pokemon you gave me. After seeing the power of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked for a while, and then the haze caused by the invasion of Dragon Ball in their hearts was swept away. Although I was still a little worried, the topic of conversation became a lot more relaxed. Zioxia and others even talked about their experiences on Earth. Those whose applications hadn't been approved yet were filled with excitement, eager to get their applications approved immediately, enter Earth, and begin their journey. Just when everyone's slightly heavy mood was slightly relieved by the power of SCP-682*, immortal lizard, Dr. Bai Ting's words sounded at the right time. After SCP-682*, the immortal lizard evolved eyes targeting SCP-173. Doctor, 43 more experiments have been conducted. After the loss of 1,324 D-class researchers, we have finally concluded that SCP-173 Peanut is no longer a threat to SCP-682*, immortal lizard. After that, Doctor, use SCP-343 God and terminate SCP-682 immortal lizard. In the end, there was only a brief conversation. See for yourselves. Following Dr. Bai Ting's words, the live broadcast screen began to change. From the original silver-white room, it switched to the room where SCP-343 God was. Everyone in the live broadcast room, because of the previous interactive experiment of SCP-096 with shy people, extremely impressed by SCP-343 God. After all, no one would forget a containment object that could play with planets like marbles and attack with a single strike. They originally thought they could see another exciting battle this time. But in the picture, after seeing the photo and being asked to execute the SCP-682* immortal evil lizard in the photo, SCP-343* God stood there in a daze for a long time. Then he slowly said, SCP-682* immortal evil lizard is not my creation. The three-dimensional projection I saw on it. I can't execute it. At this point, SCP-343 paused, as if contemplating something. After a long pause, it spoke earnestly to the doctor, I advise the Foundation not to go to such lengths to execute it. First of all, you can't execute it. Secondly, once it truly dies, it will inevitably cause anger, which will make K even more frantic in his attempts to enter the main timeline of the normal universe. Once K succeeds, all timelines, worlds, and normalcy will. The video ends here. But the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. After all, the information contained in the SCP-343* myth was simply too vast. What is the three-dimensional projection seen on SCP-682* the immortal lizard? What does it mean to try to enter the main timeline of the normal universe? What the hell is that? Once it succeeds, all timelines, worlds, and normalities will be. Also, who is the K in SCP-343 God? A series of problems completely shut down the live broadcast room audience. Even scientists like Child Emperor and Vegapunk, who stood at the top of their world. I was also confused. Just when everyone was stunned, Dr. Bai Ting's voice sounded at the right time. It is a top secret of our Foundation. Except no one knows. Actually, I don't know why they approved the release of this recording. At this point, Dr. Bai Ting paused, then continued, because simply knowing K's existence, even if you don't know his name, it will also increase the probability of K entering the main timeline of the normal universe. Maybe it's related to the changes in the Dragon Ball world. Dr. Bai Ting's words not only failed to alleviate everyone's doubts, but made them even more confused. Especially regarding the timeline. This completely confused them. However, they also knew that this indirectly demonstrated the power of the SCP Foundation. Because they're likely fighting more than just containment in the multiverse. Even fighting across different timelines. Of course, this is just their speculation and has not been confirmed. But it was enough to shock them. Zhangguo, ever since the SCP Foundation came into being, I have always wondered how an indigenous organization on Earth could become so powerful in just 20,000 years. Now it seems that although they were only established 20,000 years ago, how long have they existed in other timelines? Thinking this way, I feel relieved. Child Emperor, the SCP Foundation has actually gotten involved in this timeline. This is unbelievable. Blast, I know the multiverse exists, but the timeline is too advanced. I haven't come into contact with it yet. Fusu, I'm paralyzed. I'm completely paralyzed now. I'm flat on my back. Father, it's not that I haven't worked hard, it's just that our great Qin is simply no match for them. Miming Zao at Fusu. Same here, same here. By the way, when are you going to Earth? How about we meet up then? Fusu at Miming Zao, the application has been approved. But the Great Qin Empire still has a lot to deal with. My father entrusted the Great Qin Empire to me, and I cannot let him down. Let's talk about it then. Beautiful photos of the underworld at Fusu. Okay. Send private messages and keep in touch. Jianzi, the strange CP has increased again. Dead Song Academy. The cloaked Grim Reaper, Carl, stopped his research and said slowly, timeline. This is already the territory that the Space Principal has stepped into. This SCP Foundation is so powerful. The ultimate terror is probably just a Euclid-level containment object in front of them. Thinking of this, Death Carl couldn't help but feel inexplicably irritated. Since graduating from the Super Seminary, he has been staying at the Death Song Academy, researching the ultimate fear. He is confident in his research, and besides the Space Principal, it is already the top existence in the entire Super God universe. If given enough time, he was confident that he could surpass the Space Principal. But since the emergence of the SCP Foundation, each contained object has had a huge impact on his worldview. At first, he could still deceive himself. But now he finally had to admit that compared to the SCP Foundation, his research was totally worthless. Comparing my own 20,000 years of research with the research results held by the SCP Foundation, it's just a pile of shit. Such a result made the heart of the god of death Carl, which had been indifferent for countless years, feel a little painful. I really want to join the SCP Foundation. But he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. Putting aside the fact that the Dowdy invaded the Chaiwu galaxy, he had completely put an end to his thoughts. Even if this incident did not happen, the SCP Foundation would not allow any outsiders to join. The outsiders here refer to all people. After a long period of observation, Death Carl was convinced that the SCP Foundation would not accept anyone to join them. They only develop talent within themselves. Strengthen yourself. However, he was confident that even his current research was a piece of shit compared to the SCP Foundation. But I know I'm heading in the right direction. Then you will definitely reach the other side of the truth. Just when Death Carl was overconfident, Dr. Bai Ting continued in the live broadcast room, in addition to using SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-343 God to deal with SCP-682 Immortal Lizard. Doctor, over the past few dozen rooms, we've used over 20 containment objects to try and terminate SCP-682*, the Immortal Lizard. But without exception, they all ended in failure. At this point, Dr. Bai Ting paused and continued, finally, the Foundation has to admit that, under the current circumstances, it is impossible to completely kill SCP-682*, the Immortal Lizard. So, when the Dragon Ball universe planned to invade the Super God universe. That's why we decided to release SCP-682*, Immortal Lizard into the Dragon Ball universe. One reason, of course, is that we intend to use SCP-682*, Immortal Lizard to destroy the Saiyans. Of course, more importantly, I suspect the changes in the Dragon Ball universe are related to SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard. The basis for suspicion is 7 events. Okay. I just received information that my colleague, the Doctor, has opened the Great Bug Bridge leading to the Dragon Ball world. SCP-682*, the Immortal Lizard, has entered the Dragon Ball universe through the Great Insect Bridge. Now, please follow the footsteps of SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard, through the live broadcast. Experience the splendor of the Dragon Ball universe. As soon as Dr. Bai Ting finished speaking, the live broadcast room began to change under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers. From the original sci-fi office, it has become a small island isolated overseas. The island is less than a few hundred square meters, and there are no other buildings on it except a few coconut trees and an inconspicuous little house. In the upper right corner of the live broadcast room, a line of small words appeared, Dragon Ball World Earth Turtle Island. Then, the picture turned. An old man in flowery shorts was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the sunshine and watching the hot aerobics on TV with lustful eyes. Next to the TV, a turtle the size of a millstone was looking at the lecherous old man with contempt. At this moment, the aerobics program suddenly ended, and was replaced by a series of hot news. The artificial womb developed by the genius scientist Bulma has officially gone into production. With the advent of artificial wombs, more Super Saiyan warriors can be produced for the great King Vegeta. When our Earthling genes are combined with the Saiyans, we'll create warriors who are more likely to awaken and become Super Saiyans. Therefore, Earthling women, good luck, need to donate their eggs for free. Our Dragon Ball universe will come into contact with the Super God universe in 23 hours. The Saiyan army is ready to march. Please cheer for King Vegeta. After reading these hot news, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but flash a trace of fear in their eyes. Because according to the previous introduction, the biggest threat to the Super God world in the Dragon Ball universe is a race called Saiyans. But it can be seen from the hot news. It seems that the combination of Saiyan genes and Earth women will give birth to stronger Super Saiyan warriors. In addition, Super Saiyan warriors have begun mass production. It really exceeded their expectations. Of course, besides fear, they are more grateful. Fortunately, there is the SCP Foundation in the Super God universe, otherwise we would not be able to resist the invasion of the Saiyan army on our own. If one were to describe the mood of the audience in the live broadcast room, it was a mixture of fear and relief. After seeing these hot news, Zhang Chen's doubts reached an extreme level. As a time traveler, he was already know it like the back of your hand. Although he was mentally prepared because he knew that something strange had happened in the Dragon Ball world. But these hot news still confused him. What the hell is this? Bulma discovered an artificial womb just to give King Vegeta a Super Saiyan faster? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? It's so timely and outrageous, it opens the door to outrageousness. It's so outrageous. However, Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. He was confident in the strength of SCP-682*, the immortal lizard. No matter what the Dragon Ball world turned into, it can push through. In the process, you can also learn the truth about the changes in the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, in the live broadcast, the originally calm sea surface suddenly rose up into a huge wave. Amid the rolling waves, a ferocious and terrifying giant lizard appeared, roaring and heading towards Turtle Island. The killing begins. Chapter 59. Just when SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard appeared on Kame Island, a bold blood-red banner popped up in all the live broadcast rooms in the Dragon Ball universe. Warning: unknown creatures from the Super God universe are invading the Dragon Ball universe. Please eradicate them as soon as possible. Below the banner is the entrance to the live broadcast room. The powerful people in the Dragon Ball universe were stunned when they saw this banner, and then they just wondered if they had seen it wrong. In their inherent concept, since the rise of the great King Vegeta, he unified the Dragon Ball universe. And after using the 7 Dragon Balls and making wishes to lead the Dragon Ball universe to a leapfrog development, all the medium-sized universes could no longer be the opponent of the Dragon Ball universe. Their opponents are the original worlds called realms. As for the medium-sized universe, only their Dragon Ball universe could invade it. There had never been a precedent for other universes invading their Dragon Ball universe. Out of curiosity, they still clicked on the link and entered the live broadcast room. As a result, they were surprised to find out. This is a live broadcast room called SCP Foundation. The audience in the live broadcast room are all viewers from the Super God universe. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. The medium-sized universes they encountered previously, although they also had their own myriad races live broadcast rooms, were isolated from each other. Only the Dragon Super Universe completely destroyed their universe. After they surrender, their 10,000 Races live broadcast room will be integrated into the 10,000 Races live broadcast room of the Dragon Ball world. However, the strong people in the Dragon Ball world don't care about this. They were confident that with the current Dragon Ball universe, they could sweep across all medium-sized universes. They were even confident that they could fight against some realms. After all, with the Dragon Balls they can not only be resurrected, but also gain unimaginable power by making a wish. So this little episode, they didn't take it seriously at all. After entering the SCP Foundation live broadcast room, they discovered that the creature sent by the Super God universe was actually a giant lizard with a combat power of only a few dozen. Combat power is a feature of the Dragon Ball universe's 10,000 Races live room, which can display the combat power of the live broadcast object in a timely manner. It has never been wrong. The arrogance and disdain in their hearts became more and more intense. He started to show a tough attitude and act pretentiously without restraint. Piccolo, is this your Super God universe's trump card? A lizard with only a few dozen combat power. What a piece of trash. No need for a noble Saiyan to take action. Master Roshi's power can destroy him completely. Tien Shinyan, not bad. With Master Roshi's fighting power, he can destroy this giant lizard in less than 3 seconds. Bulma at King Vegeta. My king, can you please let Master Roshi leave me alive? I need to research. Kikai at Bulma. My king is busy right now. He has no time for you. Beidel at Kikai, don't talk. Speed up. Our king is almost here. As the powerful people from the Dragon Ball world poured in, the audience from the Super God universe was stunned at first, but when they saw those extremely arrogant speeches, a surge of anger surged in my heart. They knew that the Dragon Ball universe was more powerful than the Super God universe, but they were also strong people standing at the top of their respective worlds. Have your own pride. How could they possibly swallow this? At the same time, the strength of SCP-682*'s immortal evil lizard also gave them enough confidence. So the counterattack began. Zhongguo at Pico Great Demon King. Who do you think you are? You look down on SCP-682** the immortal lizard, don't you? Don't cry later. Child Emperor, what a bunch of arrogant, JD, idiots. They don't even know how they died? Pain at Bulma. Your King Vegeta is just a silver stick to me. I really don't know why you respect him as your king. Bulma at Pain. How dare you insult the Supreme King Vegeta? I will make you regret coming into this world. No matter who you are. You're all dead. Not just you, but everyone you know is dead. All the women around you will become King Vegeta's playthings. And he will play with them right in front of you. Tornado at Bulma. Aren't you just a plaything too? Jiang Chen looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, and the confusion in his eyes became more and more obvious. As a time traveler, he was naturally familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball. But through the hot news and barrage just now, he discovered that the plot of the Dragon Ball universe had completely collapsed. King Vegeta, who was originally just a supporting role, became the absolute ruler of the Dragon Ball world. And this King Vegeta also took in Bulma, Chi-Chi, and even Videl. Of course, he had reason to be skeptical. It's not just the three of them, the others may also have become King Vegeta's harem. And they seem to be absolutely loyal to King Vegeta. It's a lot of fun. At this moment, the SCP-682* immortal evil lizard in the live broadcast room had already crossed the sea and arrived at the Turtle Immortal Island. It landed on the island without the slightest hesitation. He roared and ran straight towards the big turtle that was lying next to the TV, basking in the sun leisurely. In fact, as soon as SCP-682* immortal lizard appeared, it was noticed by Master Roshi and the turtle. But because SCP-682* immortal lizard looks scary. But there was no air. Therefore, they all just regarded SCP-682* immortal lizard as an ordinary sea monster. I don't take it seriously at all. It was not until they saw through the live broadcast that the SCP-682* immortal evil lizard was actually the trump card of the Super God universe that they became alert. So when SCP-682* the immortal lizard roared and charged at the turtle, Master Roshi took action. In the live broadcast, Master Roshi, who looked a little thin and like an old man next door, throw a light punch at SCP-682* the immortal lizard. Then, in the stunned eyes of the Super God audience in the live broadcast room, a violent energy, carrying the power to destroy the world, rushed towards SCP-682* immortal evil lizard. Then it smashed hard into the hideous bloody mouth of SCP-682* the immortal evil lizard. Boom! The terrifying force directly smashed half of SCP-682's head into pieces, and then a huge shock wave centered on SCP-682's head. It expanded and contracted rapidly in all directions. Not only did the calm sea rise into huge waves hundreds of feet high, but even the clouds in the sky were blown away by the shock wave, turning into tiny afterimages that disappeared between heaven and earth. SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, had no time to respond and was blown away like a giant sandbag. The sea along the way was directly divided into two parts. The seabed covered in coral reefs was exposed. Even more terrifying was that even with the seawater blocking the seabed was covered with the shattered body of SCP-682* immortal lizard. A hideous gully hundreds of meters long was plowed out. The broken body of SCP-682* immortal lizard crashed into an underwater volcano before its huge body finally came to a stop. Compared to the miserable state of SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, Master Roshi stood there with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. His round eyes showed neither joy nor sorrow. He looked like a hermit, quietly watching the scene in front of him. This old man's casual attack is even more terrifying than Sun Wukong's full-strength attack. This is too terrifying. In the One Piece world, Du Qiangwei stared at the live broadcast in amazement, her eyes filled with horror as she muttered to herself, "This is just an ordinary old man in the Dragon Ball universe. If it's a Saiyan, then..." Not only Du Qiangwei, but also Rui Mengmeng, Su Xiali, Kailan, and Ge Xiaolun who witnessed this scene all turned pale. The look he gave Master Roshi changed. There's no way it's too powerful. The strength displayed by Master Roshi is probably only possessed by a few super warriors and the top-level warriors of the indigenous world in the Super God universe. To compete with it. Although they are SCP-682* immortal evil lizards, they have confidence. But if the Dragon Ball universe is full of such powerful beings, then after 24 hours, no matter how powerful SCP-682* the immortal evil lizard is, it will not be able to destroy the Dragon Ball universe. At that time, the Dragon Ball universe will invade the Super God universe regardless of anything. Even if the SCP Foundation intervened, the Super God universe would likely suffer heavy losses. Perhaps all but a few planets would be destroyed by the Dragon Ball universe. At this moment, with Master Roshi's action, a haze once again shrouded the hearts of everyone in the Super God universe. Compared with the audience of Super God universe, the audience of Dragon Ball world is becoming more and more rampant. Piccolo, that's it? Is this the ultimate weapon of your Super God universe? This is truly hilarious. They're not even as good as my children. Tian Xinyan, no, it's almost like a vegetable man. Raditz, it's boring. I have no interest in a battle like this. We Saiyan children can destroy the entire Super God universe. Android 18, listen up everyone in the Super God universe. Present the most beautiful woman in your world to the Supreme King Vegeta right now. Perhaps, King Vegeta will show mercy and spare your world. Otherwise, wait for us to take action. You know the consequences. The powerful Saiyan warriors will torture your wives and daughters to death right in front of you. Android 17, I'm really looking forward to it. The last time I saw her slaughter, it was in the Saint Seiya universe. Do you know what happened to Athena? Now she has become a trophy, a common possession of the Saiyan warriors. And her 12 saints can only watch helplessly. Ha ha ha. The audience of the Super God universe watched the Dragon Ball universe's unbridled comments, and the anger in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. These Saiyans were not just an aggressive race. They are a bunch of living demons. They are capable of doing such things. What a bunch of beasts. If the male audience felt angry, the female audience was overwhelmed by a strong sense of fear. Many female audience members silently decided in their hearts that as long as they really failed, they would rather commit suicide. I will never suffer such a great humiliation. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the live broadcast. SCP-682*, whose body had already been shattered by Master Roshi's blow. I don't know when it has returned to normal. It roared again and rushed towards Turtle Island, and its combat power had soared from the original dozens to 100. This change left the audience of Dragon Ball World dumbfounded. Chapter 60. In the live broadcast, SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, which had recovered as before, roared and rushed towards Master Roshi who was standing with his hands behind his back, in front of the astonished eyes of the Dragon Ball audience. When Master Roshi saw SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, a hint of surprise flashed across his small eyes, which were as big as incense sticks. How could he not have thought of this? The lizard, which had been smashed into pieces by his punch, was able to recover in such a short time. Moreover, its fighting power had more than doubled. This recovery ability is already stronger than those Saiyans blessed by Dragon Balls. Since the rise of the great King Vegeta, he has used the Dragon Balls to give all Saiyans unparalleled recovery power, and also took advantage of the Saiyans' ability to become stronger after being injured. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the Saiyans was increased to an incredible level. So, when the Dragon Ball universe comes into contact with other universes. The other medium-sized universes had no chance of resistance and were completely swept away. This lizard actually possessed both unparalleled recovery and the ability to grow stronger after being injured. It is worthy of being one of the trump cards of the Super God universe. But he just didn't believe that this lizard could recover and grow stronger indefinitely. Thinking of this, Master Roshi took a deep breath and adjusted himself to the best condition. As Master Roshi started to get serious, a powerful aura emanated from him, and the powerful airflow directly blew away the seawater within a radius of 100 meters. Then, in the audience of the Super God universe, in that astonished look, Master Roshi's enlightenment robe, which was printed with the turtle logo, turned into pieces with a swish sound, and disappeared between heaven and earth accompanied by a strong wind caused by his momentum. And Master Roshi's originally frail body had become unusually strong, his muscles, as if chopped by a knife or an axe, gleaming with brilliance under the sunlight. He doesn't look like an old man at all, but a super macho man. Meanwhile, Master Roshi's power level in the live broadcast room had soared to 500. Although not as high as a Saiyan, he was already one of the strongest kings on earth. After Master Roshi adjusted himself to the best condition, he rushed towards SCP-682* Immortal Lizard without any hesitation. Die! Master Roshi roared, and smashed his huge fist, a sandbag, directly on the big head of SCP-682* Immortal Lizard. No surprises at all. Master Roshi's full-strength punch smashed SCP-682*'s head into pieces. Even the ocean behind it was cleared, creating a 1,000-meter-wide clearing. But the next scene completely confused the audience of the Dragon Ball universe. In the video, the broken body of SCP-682* Immortal Lizard recovered in less than a second in front of the astonished eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. And its combat power soared again, from 100 to 200. After recovery, SCP-682*'s body unexpectedly grew a layer of fine, blood-red scales. Under the sunlight, it has a strange blood-red color, giving people a feeling of unease. This monster has such a strong recovery ability. Bulma, with her big belly, looked at the live broadcast screen and said in surprise, and it seems to have the ability to evolve on its own. I just don't know if there's a limit to his ability. If there is no upper limit. As Bulma spoke, her right hand kept stroking her belly. On her belly, a strange human face rose and fell, as if it wanted to burst out of her belly. Sometimes he even pushed Bulma's belly against something as thin as a cicada's wing. But Bulma knew nothing about this. She just kept eating the various delicacies brought by the robots. Bulma ate very quickly. Even the Saiyans and Luffy would be ashamed of themselves in front of her. In just a few moments, she had eaten more than a dozen servings of delicious food. But she still felt extremely hungry and kept urging the robot to serve the food faster. Red scales. Above Kame Island, the Turtle Master, who was suspended in mid-air, took a deep breath after seeing the blood-red scales of SCP-682* Immortal Lizard, and said, "So what if it can evolve on its own? Go to hell." As he spoke, Master Roshi swooped down in front of SCP-682* the Immortal Lizard, raised his sandbag-sized fist again, and hit SCP-682* the Immortal Lizard's head hard. Boom! With a muffled sound, a violent airflow spread out in all directions from the two people as the center. It directly evaporated the surrounding seawater, and countless fish. Under the compression of the shock wave, it turned into a meat patty. The audience in the live broadcast room originally thought that SCP-682* Immortal Lizard would be smashed into pieces by Master Roshi's angry attack just like the previous times. After all, Master Roshi's combat power is 500. And SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard, has evolved a set of weird blood-red scales on its own. But the combat power is only 200. The gap of 300 is a chasm that no one can cross. But the result left everyone dumbfounded. Master Roshi's angry punch only left a bowl-sized dent on the huge head of SCP-682 Immortal Lizard. Not only did it fail to kill SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard, but it didn't even slow down his movements much. This. Impossible. The audience in the live stream, especially those from the Dragon Ball universe, felt their worldviews shattered. This SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard actually relied on its self-evolved scales. He blocked a punch from Master Roshi, whose combat power was 300 times higher than his. Others don't know. But they knew what a difference of 300 combat power meant. Perhaps for a Super Saiyan whose combat power could easily reach hundreds of millions. 300 is nothing. But for soldiers with a combat effectiveness of less than 10,000, 300 combat effectiveness is an insurmountable gap. But now, SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard, had actually blocked Master Roshi's full-strength punch with its dense, blood-red scales. This had a profound impact on their worldview. Tian Xinyan, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This ugly monster was able to block Master Roshi's punch. Their fighting power difference is 300. Piccolo, Master Roshi must not have used his full strength. That's right, it must be like that. Android 18, why do I feel like Master Roshi has already used all his strength? It's just that layer of blood-red scales is too strong for defense. It just blocked Master Roshi's full-strength punch. Radis at Android 18. Impossible. This is impossible. No one with a combat power below 1000 can fight at 300. Even Saiyans are like this. Android 18, but that's the truth. I can't deny it. Radis at Android 18. Are you questioning me? Although you are the concubine of the Supreme King Vegeta, don't forget your identity. A loli robot dared to question the Great Saiyan. Do you think I don't dare to attack you? Android 18, I dare not. I will never forget my identity. I will never attack the Great Saiyans. Zioxia at Radis. You'd rather believe that Master Roshi wasn't using his full strength than believe that I'm Qin Shi Huang. V50 me, prove your strength. Fusu at Zioxia. My father is none other than Qin Shi Huang. And Zioxia, your words seem to have changed a lot since you went to Earth to broadcast live. Miming Zao, I can testify. We often video chat. Fusu's father is indeed Qin Shi Huang. Zioxia at Fusu. Sorry. That's a buzzword I just learned. I forgot your father was really Qin Shi Huang. Radis, very good. At Zioxia, at Fusu, at Miming Zao. Just wait for me. When the countdown is over, I will make you regret coming into this world. I will torture Mei Ming Zhao to death in front of you, Fusu. Zhang Chen looked at the comments of Android 18 and Raditz in the live broadcast room. The doubts in my heart became more and more obvious. He knew the character and fighting ability of Android 18. If in the original story, would Raditz dare to talk to Android 18 like this? Android 18 will definitely grind Raditz to dust and scatter his ashes. But now, Android 18 actually apologized. And he said he would never attack a Saiyan? Also, although Raditz is brutal in the original story, he is at least a warrior. But why does he act like a teddy bear? And you even said you wanted to do that in person? It's just that. Has the Dragon Ball world collapsed to this extent? Then the problem is coming. Why did the Dragon Ball universe collapse to this extent? Just as Zhang Chen was puzzled, on the live broadcast screen, SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard, took advantage of Master Turtle's moment of distraction and opened its bloody mouth. Bit Master Roshi's arm hard. Then, like a real beast, he swung his huge head rapidly, trying to tear off Master Roshi's left arm. As SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard hissed, blood flowed out from Master Roshi's arm. But his arm was never torn off. Let me go. In pain, Master Roshi raised his right hand and fiercely struck SCP-682*, the immortal lizard. Following a few muffled thuds, the blood-red scales of SCP-682*, the immortal lizard finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was smashed to pieces by Master Roshi, and then large streams of blood, along with broken flesh and bones, splashed onto the sea surface, attracting countless sharks to fight for it. 0. But SCP-682*, the immortal lizard never gave in. Instead, it tugged at Master Roshi's left arm even more frantically, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, SCP-682*'s injuries. He was also recovering at an extremely exaggerated speed. At the same time, his combat effectiveness continued to soar under the astonished gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room. 210. 220. 230. 360. In just a few moments, SCP-682*'s combat power had soared by 160. Furthermore, its scales had grown thicker and heavier. At this time, Master Roshi's fist was no longer able to cause any damage to SCP-682*, the immortal lizard. Such a change made the audience in the live broadcast room stunned, with their mouths slightly open, unable to say a word for a long time. Even those viewers of the Super God universe who knew something about SCP-682*, the immortal lizard were shocked by its ability to evolve infinitely. They knew that SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, could evolve indefinitely. But how could they not have thought of it? It will evolve so quickly. How long has it been? In less than 3 minutes, SCP-682*, had already developed armor that could withstand the force that had easily crushed it into pieces. Such a terrifying evolutionary speed is enough to be described as shocking. Even the audience in the Super God universe is like this. Those viewers from the Dragon Ball world, who didn't know the information about SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. No way. They had never seen a monster with such a terrifying evolution speed before. Don't say you haven't seen it. Even if they had never heard of it. Even if they were Saiyans blessed by the Dragon Balls and given the ability to recover quickly. No one can evolve and become stronger so quickly. This SCP-682*, immortal lizard is a pure monster. No wonder it was used as a trump card by the Super God universe and released into the Dragon Ball world. The audience in the live broadcast room were impressed by the incredible recovery ability and evolution speed of SCP-682*, immortal lizard. When I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. In the live broadcast, SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, had successfully torn off Master Roshi's left arm. Then, in front of millions of viewers, it swallowed it. After swallowing Master Roshi's left arm, the combat power of SCP-682*, immortal evil lizard suddenly increased again. It skyrocketed directly from 360 to 450. This result made everyone in the live broadcast room, especially the audience in the Dragon Ball universe, feel that their worldview had collapsed. What the hell is this lizard? It keeps evolving and getting stronger. This is too UG. Factory. Chapter 61. Watching the SCP-682*, immortal lizard's soaring combat power, the Dragon Ball world audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. They watched the live broadcast room screen. SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, roared continuously, its eyes filled with horror. My mind is full of incredible things. If someone had told them before that a lizard-like monster could not only evolve in just a few minutes to withstand the attacks of someone 300 times stronger than itself, and in the process, one's own combat power can be increased fourfold, they will definitely think the other party is joking. But now the facts were before their eyes, and they couldn't help but believe it. Even Raditz, who had been stubborn until then, chose to keep quiet. At the same time, they also realized that things were a little out of their control. If this lizard monster could truly improve infinitely, the Dragon Ball universe would be in trouble. However, it would only be a minor problem. Because Raditz didn't believe it at all. Is there anything in this world that can be improved without limit? Even if they were Saiyans, using self-harm to cultivate, they couldn't improve their combat power indefinitely. At best, they could only increase their combat power to around 1 million. The effectiveness of self-harm practice will be greatly reduced. Although there is still an effect, it is negligible compared to the previous improvements. Even the Saiyans of noble blood are like this. He just couldn't believe it. The bloodline of this lizard monster was even stronger than that of the Saiyans. The performance of SCP-682** the immortal evil lizard shocked the audience of the Dragon Ball universe and also greatly inspired the audience of the Super God universe. Before the 370, they couldn't stand the arrogance of the Dragon Ball audience. Now that I have this opportunity, I will definitely not let it go. Zioxia at Raditz. Come out and explain. What's going on this time? Is Master Roshi not using his full strength again? Some people are just blind. What about Saiyans? What a fool! Orochimaru, the power of SCP-682** immortal lizard is beyond the comprehension of a bunch of idiots who only know how to fight. Reina, I'm curious. Will a Saiyan die if engulfed by the sun's flames? Tien Shinyan, you're so foolish. We in the Dragon Ball universe never have to worry about getting hurt. We're also not afraid to perish alongside our enemies. The first 3 universes are very powerful. Countless times more powerful than your Super God universe. But so what? It was still dominated by our Dragon Ball universe. Pico, that's right. The SCP-682** immortal lizard you're talking about has amazing resilience and the ability to evolve on its own. But so what? In the eyes of our Dragon Ball universe, it's nothing. Frisia, that's right. Even Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, has become our public property. You think you can transcend the universe and stop us with just a lizard? I'm looking forward to trying out what you call a super soldier. Can you withstand the momentum of my transformation? Sun Goddess, Holy Keisha, and Morgana, right? I'm looking forward to seeing you begging for mercy under me. Pan Zhen at Frisia. I must kill you. Xin at Frisia. Anyone who insults the Queen will die. Frisia, the warriors of our Dragon Ball universe are immortal. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. Don't worry about them. Holy Keisha, reclining on the throne, looked at the angry angel warriors in the hall and said lightly, this Frisia is just a clown like Hwayat. What I'm more interested in is, why do they claim to be immortal? If it were really possible to resurrect from the dead, then Angel Yan and the sisters, perhaps. The death of Angel Yan has always been a thorn in the heart of Holy Keisha. As her own right wing, Angel Yan's death was entirely due to her own arrogance. During this period, she tried various methods to resurrect Angel Yan. But in the end she had to admit it. Angel Yan has been conceptually erased by SCP-173 Peanut. Unless the SCP Foundation intervenes, there is no way he can be resurrected. But how could the SCP Foundation resurrect an alien that invaded the Earth? Unless you become a senior executive of the SCP Foundation. But the SCP Foundation doesn't recruit any staff except for Class D consumables. So even Holy Keisha is about to accept her fate. Now, the barrage of comments from the powerful people in the Dragon Ball universe gave her a glimmer of hope. Since the Dragon Ball universe has mastered the means to resurrect people, can I use it to resurrect Angel Yan? Thinking of this, Holy Keisha's heart was burning with excitement. At this moment, on the live broadcast, Master Roshi, whose arm had been bitten off by SCP-682**, finally used his dance in the sky to distance himself. Then he stared at SCP-682** the immortal lizard in a daze and said solemnly, I underestimated you. But that's it. As he spoke, Master Roshi took out a modified version of Senzu Bean from his arms and swallowed it. Originally, senzu beans could only help people recover from injuries. But after being improved by Bulma, it can not only help people recover from injuries, but also has the effect of regenerating broken limbs. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, senzu beans have been mechanized and mass-produced. The output was so large that it was enough to meet the consumption of all the dragon warriors. This greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Ball universe, allowing them to fight against medium-sized universes in their first 3 battles. Win with a crushing victory. The audience in the Dragon Ball world all had a smile on their faces after seeing Master Roshi eat the senzu beans. They couldn't wait to see the surprise on the faces of the Super God Universe audience after seeing Master Roshi's severed limbs regenerate. And after they realized what was happening, showing deep despair. But the next scene exceeded their expectations. In the live broadcast, after Master Roshi swallowed the senzu beans, his severed limbs did not regenerate, and even his wounds showed no signs of recovery. Instead, blood continued to gush out. This completely dumbfounded them. Impossible! Master Roshi's senzu beans are a variety that was personally improved by Bulma, who is known as the most powerful brain in the Dragon Ball universe. How could it fail? Not only them, even Master Roshi was confused. He stared blankly at his left arm, which was still bleeding, feeling the life force slipping away. His small eyes were filled with surprise. His experience of swallowing senzu beans to heal injuries countless times in the past made him improve the senzu beans for Bulma. Unparalleled trust. So after the senzu beans lost their effect, even with his willpower, he couldn't help but be stunned. Master Roshi was stunned. But SCP-682* the immortal lizard would not do that. While Master Roshi was stunned, SCP-682* the immortal lizard had already rushed to Master Roshi, and with one claw, he grabbed Master Roshi's chest fiercely. Then Master Roshi turned into a streak of light like a cannonball and smashed heavily into Kame Island, turning the already large Kame Island into dust in an instant. A huge amount of smoke and dust rose into the air, obscuring the image in the live broadcast room. The audience in the live broadcast room could not see clearly at the first time whether Master Roshi was killed by SCP-682* immortal lizard with one claw. Everyone is eager to know the answer. But the smoke and dust were too thick, and even with the strong wind, there was no sign of it dispersing for a while. This made everyone feel even more anxious. But at this moment, a powerful voice rang out in the smoke and dust, "Kame haha." As Master Roshi's voice rang out, a brilliant beam of light flew up from the leaden smoke and dust, fiercely smashing into SCP-682* immortal lizard. Suddenly, a blinding white light shone out, centered on SCP-682* the immortal lizard. Everything around was dyed white by this dazzling light. In this dazzling white light, the huge body of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, melted as quickly as a candle, in just the blink of an eye. Under the gaze of everyone in the live broadcast room, only the skeleton was left, and then the skeleton began to slowly turn into dust. When the white light dissipated, SCP-682* the immortal evil lizard had completely turned into nothingness and disappeared between heaven and earth. After seeing this scene, the Dragon Ball audience in the live broadcast room showed a look of relief on their faces. He thought that although this SCP-682* immortal lizard possessed extraordinary resilience and incredible autonomous evolution capabilities, it was ultimately no match for Master Roshi. After all, under the Kamehameha wave, all beings are equal. I was so worried just now. But now it seems that this was just a false alarm. I was so confused just now that I was actually worried that a lizard monster would cause harm to the Dragon Ball universe. Radis, a beast is a beast. He has some abilities, but that's about it. In the Dragon Ball universe, when we were sweeping through the Saint Seiya universe and the Panlong universe, we encountered monsters much tougher than him. Isn't it still the same as before? At Frisia, I've reserved those goddesses. You just take care of the hot pot. Understand? Frisia at Raditz. As you command, noble Raditz. Frisia will never disobey a Scion's orders. Tian Xinyan at Xia. I'm really looking forward to seeing you remain so calm when I stand before you. I heard your Pokemon planet has many exotic pets. I happen to have a few white elephant friends. I'm sure they'll like this. Bulma, what a shame. I still want to study this lizard monster and see if I can obtain its infinite evolution ability. Android 18 at Bulma. How hard is that? Wait until I get to the Super God universe. I'll catch a few for you. I don't believe there's only one monster. The audience from the Super God universe in the live broadcast room smiled intriguingly after seeing the arrogant remarks from the audience from the Dragon Ball universe. I thought, just shout. The more you scream now, the harder the slap in the face will be later. If SCP-682* was so easy to destroy, the SCP Foundation wouldn't have designated it as a Keter-class containment object. Although they don't know what the limit of Keter-class containment, SCP-682* Immortal Lizard is, but it is comparable to SCP-173. Also, the person who forced SCP-096 to be shy and the one who destroyed his own appearance. Certainly extraordinary. You can't destroy SCP-682* the Immortal Lizard with just one Kamehameha wave. That's just wishful thinking. At this moment, the Dragon Ball viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly discovered that a black object the size of a fingernail was floating in the place where SCP-682* the Immortal Evil Lizard disappeared. This black object seemed familiar to them. This is... They stared blankly at the black object the size of a fingernail, many images flashing through their minds, but none of them connected it to SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard. Because, in their subconscious, they have already assumed that SCP-682*, the Immortal Lizard has completely turned into nothingness. Not even the scum is left. At this time, someone posted a comment, "Isn't this the scales of SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard?" After seeing this comment, Bulma immediately said excitedly, "Bring it back to me. I want to study." However, at this moment, the black scale armor, which was only the size of a fingernail, suddenly swelled up. Next second, countless flesh, bones, scales. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the scales were the starting point. Started to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, SCP-682*, the Immortal Lizard reappeared before everyone. This time, the scales on his body were no longer the eerie blood-red color from before. But it is a thicker purple-black color. Its body size has also shrunk several times compared to before, and the overall shape is streamlined. The scales are finer and denser, and are covered with a translucent film. And its current combat power is 1000. After seeing this scene, all the audiences of Dragon Ball World in the live broadcast room felt uneasy. This slap in the face came too quickly. Just now they were still swearing that SCP-682* Immortal Evil Lizard was a 1.3 lizard monster. It's not a big deal. Just one Kamehameha wave is enough to turn it into nothingness. But the next second, SCP-682*'s Immortal Evil Lizard not only recovered as before, but its combat power doubled again. Such an outrageous result. While causing their worldview to collapse, it also made them realize that the Dragon Ball universe might be in real trouble this time. At the same time, SCP-682** Immortal Evil Lizard, which has recovered as before, stared at the already shaky Master Roshi with a pair of vertical pupils filled with a gloomy look. Then he rushed to Master Roshi with a roar, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Master Roshi's head fiercely. Seeing this, Master Roshi tried his best to dodge. But he was severely injured, and the SCP-682** Immortal Lizard that had returned to the human world was more powerful than him. So Master Roshi could only watch helplessly. SCP-682** the Immortal Evil Lizard's bloody mouth covered itself. Then there was a muffled sound of puff. Master Roshi's head exploded like a watermelon, and then, under the gaze of the live audience, SCP-682** the immortal lizard began to devour it. As SCP-682** the immortal evil lizard eats, its combat power is also soaring rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it crossed 1,200 and headed straight for 1,300. By the time SCP-682** had devoured all of the immortal lizards, its combat power had reached a terrifying 1,500. This number made the hearts of the audience in the Dragon Ball universe twitch violently. No way! This increase in combat effectiveness is outrageous. After devouring Master Roshi, SCP-682** the immortal lizard did not stop, but headed straight for the nearest city. Chapter 62. In the live broadcast, the audience of the Dragon Ball universe looked on in amazement as SCP-682** the immortal lizard rode the waves and headed straight for the nearest city. How could they never think of it? This monster, which looks so ugly, is actually so terrifying. How long does it take? Not only did he kill Master Roshi, but his own combat power also increased to 1,500. You know, before the Great King Vegeta came out, the highest combat power of the Saiyans was. It's only about 1,500. This is enough for them to travel across the universe. So horrible. Compared to the stunned audience of the Dragon Ball universe, the audience of the Super God universe looked very proud. Weren't you crazy before? Didn't they say that the unknown Master Roshi would definitely kill SCP-682** the immortal lizard? Now you are dumbfounded. A bunch of unsophisticated people who have never seen the world. Where is this? When SCP-682** the immortal lizard officially shows its power, you will be shocked. Reina Atlantis. Your Dragon Ball universe has been counting down to destruction since the moment SCP-682** the immortal lizard was released. SCP-682** is here. No matter what you do, it will be useless. Just wait for destruction. Empress, that's right. I admit that you Saiyans are strong. One warrior can destroy our pirate world. But no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? In front of SCP-61982*, the immortal evil lizard, you can only perish obediently. Radis at Reina, at Empress. You are truly ignorant and fearless. It's time for you to witness the true power of the Dragon Ball universe. Pico, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Colin, go and deal with that lizard. Bulma, if possible, bring me some tissue fragments. Maybe I can figure out something. Orochimaru, researching a containment object. You're so brave. Vegapunk at Bulma. You are the craziest scientist I have ever met. I admire you. Child Emperor, I admire you too. While the audiences from the Super God universe and the Dragon Ball universe were arguing in the live broadcast room, SCP-682** the immortal lizard had already arrived at the nearest city. Seeing the dense crowds of people on the street, SCP-682** the immortal lizard didn't waste any time talking. It just opened its bloody mouth and started to feast on the food. The Earth is the most important planet in the Dragon Ball universe. Every city is guarded by a comprehensive armed force. After the arrival of SCP-682**, countless robots and vegetable warriors. Even though I know I am no match for him. But he still launched a death charge towards SCP-682** the immortal lizard without hesitation. But the newly evolved scales of SCP-682**'s immortal evil lizards were not enough to break through their defenses. Their fancy attacks were not even enough to tickle SCP-682**'s immortal evil lizards. In this way, SCP-682**, the immortal evil lizard, withstood countless attacks and continued to devour the people in the city. And its combat effectiveness increases as it continues to devour. Growing at an incredible speed. SCP-682**'s immortal lizard seemed to perfectly inherit the fighting power of the one it devoured. So when Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Krillin arrived, The live broadcast room shows the combat effectiveness of SCP-682 * Immortal Lizard. It has broken through the 2000 mark. This monster's combat power has exceeded 2,000. Suspended in mid-air, Tian Xinyan looked at SCP-682 *, the Immortal Lizard, which was still staring at the robots and vegetable people and attacking them, and continuously devouring the crowd. His 3 eyes were filled with horror. Then he immediately said, "Jiaozi, use your self-explosion to delay his movements. Piccolo and Colon, wait until the dumplings explode. Use the demonic light-killing cannon and the air slash directly at it. Cast the demon sealing wave for me to buy time." Hearing what Tian Xinyan said, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Jiaozi used the air dance technique and headed straight for SCP-682 * the Immortal Lizard. As Jiaozi's slightly thin body approached SCP-682 * the Immortal Lizard, in the astonished eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, it turned into a dazzling white light. Immediately afterwards, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground. SCP-682 * the Immortal Evil Lizard, and the surrounding buildings within a 1 kilometer radius were engulfed. A massive fireball, accompanied by a massive shock wave, quickly spread outward. This enormous power is nothing compared to even a nuclear bomb. Of course, this is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was Jiaozi's decisiveness, his unhesitating act of self-destruction. It really made the audience of Super God Universe frown slightly. No way! Jiaozi's self-destruction was so decisive that it felt unreal. Vinsmoke judge, this guy is even more decisive than my Germa 666 warriors. It's incredible. If Aizen, Akuro, and the entire Dragon Ball universe were all like this dumpling, that would be troublesome. Pain, they still have self-awareness, but they always give me the feeling of robots. Even the most fearless warriors would not be so decisive in self-destructing. Raid eyes, ha 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 ha. I told you a long time ago. We, the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe, never fear death, and certainly not fear perishing alongside our enemies. We can do anything for the great King Vegeta. This is also one of the reasons why we sweep across other universes. Deidara, this guy must be an artist. His unwavering dedication to explosive art is truly captivating. Orochimaru at Deidara. That's enough. I seem to have some idea. Zhang Chen looked at the scene in the live broadcast room, and his originally furrowed brows relaxed a lot. They seem to be under control. And this method is very similar to the method used by Baby in Dragon Ball GT. Could it be that the source of the Dragon Ball's mutation is this baby? It was born prematurely, parasitized King Vegeta, and then controlled everyone. That's not quite right. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's brows, which had been relaxed, furrowed again. Although he had already figured out the source of the changes in the Dragon Ball universe. It should be Baby. But I always feel like there is something wrong. Because Baby's parasitic control ability is indeed terrifyingly strong. But he didn't believe that Baby could parasitize the god of destruction, the angel, or even the king of all. It's out of the question. There must be some reason that I don't know about. At this moment, an idea came to Zhang Chen's mind, and he directly asked to speak to Dr. Li Do. Li Do, how is the research on the flesh and blood pearl going? Upon hearing this, Li Do replied respectfully, President, we have conducted over 1,000 routine experiments on the blood and flesh heavenly law pearl over the past few days. 2,300 D-class researchers consumed. But nothing has been found so far. After hearing Li Do's words, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I have a research idea. That is to use the blood and flesh heavenly law pearl as a wishing ball. For the specific process, please refer to Dragon Ball Universe Dragon Ball. Experiment as soon as possible. If there is anything unusual, contact me immediately. After saying that, Zhang Chen cut off the call. He then lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, muttering to himself, I hope I'm wrong. Otherwise, things will get serious. It's completely out of control. After saying that, Zhang Chen continued to watch the live broadcast. In the live broadcast, as time passed, the huge mushroom cloud disappeared. In its place, a huge crater over 1,000 meters wide appeared. In the center of the pit, the flesh and blood of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, has completely disappeared. Only a purple-black skeleton remained, lying quietly at the bottom of a pit filled with magma and flames. If it were any other creature, it would have been dead long ago. But for SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, these are all trivial matters. A moment later, a large amount of flesh and blood spread out from the skeleton, quickly covering it. Then, in the eyes of the people in the live broadcast room, who were accustomed to it, soon, SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, reappeared on Earth. However, compared to before, SCP-682*'s body shape had changed again. Not only had its size shrunk again, but the purple-red scales on its body had also. As it became finer and finer, the translucent substance similar to a protective film became brighter and brighter. Apparently, SCP-682** has evolved a protective shield against the self-destruction of Jiaozi. I believe that if Jiaozi were to resurrect and self-destruct again, SCP-682** the immortal lizard can no longer be harmed. Not only that, SCP-682**'s combat power has soared again, reaching 2,400. This makes it even more imposing, just standing there. It gives people a sense of oppression. Roar! SCP-682**, the immortal lizard, roared and rushed towards Tian Xinyan and the others who were suspended in mid-air. But Piccolo and Krillin, who had already prepared. Naturally, he wouldn't let SCP-682** immortal lizard disturb Tian Xinyan, who was preparing for the Mayfaha. He directly used the killing move that he had already prepared and smashed it towards SCP-682** immortal lizard. Devil Penetrating Light Killing Cannon. Energy Slash. Following two loud shouts in the live broadcast room, a dazzling white beam of light, surrounded by a faint smoke ring, directly bombarded the huge head of SCP-682** immortal lizard. Then, before the stunned eyes of the livestream audience, he pierced through SCP-682**'s immortal evil lizard like tofu. Even so, there was no way to slow down SCP-682**'s immortal evil lizard's movements. It was heading straight towards Tian Xinyan and the others. But at this moment, an orange-yellow disc took advantage of the injury of SCP-682** immortal lizard. Under Colin's control, it flew up and down, cutting the huge body of SCP-682** immortal evil lizard into dozens of pieces. SCP-682** immortal evil lizard was cut into pieces by Yuan Qi Zhan. Unable to maintain the movement any longer, he soared into the sky. Lower towards the ground. At the same time, Tian Xinyan finally completed his preparations and launched a Mayfaha attack on SCP-682** immortal lizard. Trying to seal SCP-682** the immortal lizard in a rice cooker. Chapter 63. As Tian Xinyan cast his Mayfaha, streams of light green air appeared out of thin air, engulfing SCP-682** the indestructible lizard. And then, in front of the stunned eyes of the live audience, the slightly large body of SCP-682** immortal lizard was stretched into a long and thin body like noodles. Although SCP-682** the immortal lizard struggled desperately, it was eventually swept by the green airflow amid Tian Xinyan's roar and headed straight for an inconspicuous rice cooker in an open space not far away. Boom! With a bang, SCP-682** was swept into the rice cooker by the green airflow. Then, Colin and Piccolo, who were standing by, quickly came to the rice cooker. Cover the rice cooker and put a seal on it. After finishing all this, Tian Xinyan collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Krillin and Piccolo also breathed a sigh of relief. Because in their impression, the strong ones were sealed by the demon sealing wave. No matter how powerful, without external force, it is impossible to open the seal of the rice cooker and escape. Not only Tian Xinyan and his group, but also the Dragon Ball viewers in the live broadcast room finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Because SCP-682 * Immortal Lizard shocked them. It's really too huge. Although they were confident in the strength of their universe, they still had some concerns in their hearts. Now that I see SCP-682 * the Immortal Lizard has been sealed, I can finally relax. Shishi at King Vegeta. My king, I told you not to worry. How could a tiny lizard monster threaten you? The super god universe will eventually become yours. Vital, this damned lizard monster is truly despicable. It actually caused our king to lose interest. Frisia, my king. Our army is ready. Once the two universes are connected, we will push through. Holy Keisha, oh! I'm looking forward to seeing it. Just how powerful is the legendary Saiyan army? Can they survive the judgment of the Heavenly Blade? Radis at Sacred Keisha. How many times have I told you? We, the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe, are never afraid of death. No matter how many times. We will all come back. Pain at Frisia. You guys really don't think that a bunch of little rice cookers can tie up SCP-682 * the Immortal Lizard? How naive. Kaido, the invincible Saiyan. He really looks like he's never seen the world before. Raditz, hee. We've conquered 3 medium-sized universes. We've never seen anyone escape Mayfaha. Raditz's barrage of comments hadn't finished yet. I was stunned by the scene in the live broadcast room. I saw that the rice cooker that was originally placed quietly on the ground with a seal suddenly shook without any warning. Then, in the live broadcast room, the Dragon Ball Universe audience's eyes were filled with astonishment, and their hearts began to crack. Then it suddenly exploded. With a deafening explosion, the massive figure of SCP-682 *, the Immortal Lizard, reappeared before everyone. Its combat power had now soared to 4,000. After escaping, SCP-682 *, the Immortal Lizard did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of Tian Xinyan and the others' distraction, he came to their side, opened his bloody mouth, and bit directly into Piccolo's chest. With a sudden force, he bit Lord Piccolo in half. Then it devoured the body of Lord Piccolo. With one paw, he smashed Tian Xinyan into a pulp. At the same time, he swung his tail and smashed Colin's head. After dealing with the 3 people, SCP-682 * the Immortal Evil Lizard began to feast on them. In the Saiyan Palace on planet Vegeta, Android 18 was kneeling before King Vegeta, serving him wholeheartedly. After seeing Krillin's head being blown off by SCP-682 * the Immortal Lizard, I don't know why, but an indescribable sadness welled up in my heart. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably. King Vegeta looked at Android 18, who was crying continuously. He reached out and lifted her chin, making her look at him. Then he said in a slightly playful tone, "A robot is a robot. You still retain a trace of self-awareness." At this point, King Vegeta slowly said, "But this is what makes it interesting." As he spoke, a red light flashed in King Vegeta's eyes. The blood-red demon egg within Android 18 ceased its activity. At the same time, Android 18 suddenly recovered all his memories. The moment her memory returned, she was stunned for a moment. Then, after seeing her husband's tragic death and the unbearable scene before her, a hatred that came from her soul straight to the brain. This caused her to explode instantly, roaring and wanting to tear King Vegeta to pieces. But King Vegeta only glanced at Android 18, and then with that aura as deep as the sea, he directly controlled Android 18, and then under King Vegeta's control, Android 18 had to continue with his previous work. Although she wanted to tear King Vegeta into pieces, her body was completely out of control. She could only watch helplessly as Krillin was devoured by SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, while serving King Vegeta. The only thing she could do was to look at him with hatred. Staring at King Vegeta. King Vegeta was overjoyed when he saw this scene. While enjoying Android 18's service, he said, "If it weren't for me, you would have a lovely daughter. You will live happily together. Live a carefree life on Earth. Are you curious? Why do you have this memory?" At this point, King Vegeta's eyes were filled with madness, and he continued, "In the very beginning, before you even met, you were already under my control. But after so many times, I got tired of it and I wanted to try something new. So, this time I used Dragon Ball to reset the timeline and let the plot follow the original story. This way you will have the memories from the original book. It's fun to play like this. Since I'm destined to die, why not have some fun before I die? SCP Foundation, you're finally right for once. You finally sent out the master. How many times? 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I can't remember. But you finally sent out the master. Ha 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 ha." After saying this, King Vegeta burst into laughter, and for some reason, tears welled up in his eyes, which greatly puzzled Chi-Chi and Videl. In their hearts, King Vegeta is the supreme being in the Dragon Ball universe. When will you cry? Just as they were puzzled, King Vegeta opened his arms and beckoned to them, and then the two of them understood and snuggled in King Vegeta's arms. King Vegeta stroked their little heads and said slowly, "You two are my two favorite characters. So, no matter how many times I didn't treat you like I did Android 18. I didn't allow Gohan and the others to be born. Hey! We don't have much time. Enjoy it." After saying that, King Vegeta closed his eyes and began to enjoy the services of the three women. While enjoying himself, he murmured to himself, "You are under my control. But I am also being controlled by others. Please free me quickly. Hurry up. I want to go back, I really want to go back." While King Vegeta was living a life of drunkenness and dreaming, SCP-682*, the indestructible lizard had already devoured the bodies of Tien Shinyan and the others. And then his fighting power. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned as the number of views soared to 8,000. Raditz, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even the mighty Saiyan warriors can't break free from the seal of the Mayfaha. How could this lizard monster break free? This is impossible. Empress at Raditz. You're still being stubborn. Besides your hairstyles, you Saiyans are also stubborn, right? Child Emperor, we must respect objective laws. Pain, the ability of SCP-682*, the immortal lizard is beyond your comprehension. Frisia, in that case, let my special forces personally take care of this lizard monster. Raditz at Frisia. I'll leave it to you. Frisia, with the Snap team here, there won't be any problems. Dust. Just when Frisia decided to send his own emergency team to Earth to deal with SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard, SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard had already destroyed a super-large city. Devour all the people inside. Its combat power also skyrocketed. It broke through the 10,000 mark and reached 13,000. At this moment, SCP-682*, the Immortal Lizard, suddenly sensed something. A hint of anthropomorphic expression flashed across its blood-red eyes. Then it gave up on devouring ordinary people. Heading straight towards the Flaming Mountain. Chapter 64. Flaming Mountain is the lair of the Bull Demon King. Because of the constant eruption of fire from deep underground, it is called the Flame Mountain. Ever since Chi-Chi became King Vegeta's concubine, the status of the Flame Mountain has skyrocketed. Gradually, it became one of the most prosperous cities on Earth and even in the entire universe. But it became a hell on Earth. SCP-682 The Immortal Lizard arrived at the Bull Demon Castle in Flame Mountain and attacked without hesitation. Despite the large number of guards in the city. However, the combat power of SCP-682 Immortal Lizard has exceeded 1.5. In addition, the self-evolved magic light cannon that was enough to defend against Lord Piccolo's and Krillin's energy allowed it to ignore all attacks and devour the surrounding warriors while walking towards the Bull Demon Castle. During this process, SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard continued to climb. Raditz, the Saiyan warrior stationed on the moon, saw that Frisia's bull-based special forces had not arrived yet. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Because under the Bull Demon Castle is the cage where Athena and the 12 saints are imprisoned. If SCP-682 is allowed to continue its destruction, it will likely release them. Who knows what kind of chaos will happen then? Now the Dragon Ball universe is about to invade the Super God universe. It is best to avoid trouble if possible. With this in mind, Raditz could contact King Vegeta. My king, your most loyal servant Raditz requests to go to the Flaming Mountain. Kill this lizard monster. I hope to gain your approval. King Vegeta, who was looking at Android 18 with a resentful glare, heard this and replied, no need. Just do your job well. You don't need to worry about other things. Raditz heard this, although he didn't know why King Vegeta allowed SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard to do whatever it wanted on Earth. But it chose to obey the order. Raditz, or anyone infected by the demon egg, will obey King Vegeta's orders unconditionally. Even if it means they commit suicide. They would commit suicide cleanly and neatly without any complaints. The Dragon Ball viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get anxious when they saw SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard wreaking havoc on the Bull Demon Castle. They urged the emergency button team to come quickly. Kill SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard. Kalin Immortal at urgent button. Why haven't you arrived yet? Does teleportation take so long? Urgent at Kalin Xionran. The area within a light-year radius of Earth is shielded by an unknown force. We can't sense any aura, so we can't teleport. We're currently on the first aircraft. It'll take about half an hour. Raditz, what? The aura is blocked. How come I didn't notice? I can clearly sense the aura around me. GIs at Latties. I don't know. We can't sense any aura within a light-year of Earth. Maybe it's SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard's doing. Raditz, impossible. It's just a piece of trash with a combat power of only 20,000. Pain, you're so arrogant. You're just a scumbag with a combat power of only 20,000. How could you possibly know the mystery of the containment? Zhongguo at Latties. You are too arrogant. Empress, just wait for death. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room started to argue again, SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard had already broken through to the interior of the Bull Demon Castle despite the attack. After beating Kikai's father, Bull Demon King, into a pulp with one claw. Then he went straight to the depths of the Bull Demon Castle. Chi-Chi, who was serving King Vegeta wholeheartedly, couldn't help feeling sad after seeing her father's tragic death, even though she was under control. But this little sadness was not enough to make her give up her job. This is what happens when you are controlled. Whatever happens. They all put their masters first, and even if their loved ones died tragically in front of them, although they would be sad, they would not stop for even a moment. King Vegeta noticed Chi-Chi's sadness. Shen gently wiped away Kikai's tears with his right hand and said softly, "It's almost over. Everything will be over soon. Hold on. Just wait a little longer." Kiki nodded obediently after hearing this, and then continued with her work. At this moment, SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard, had arrived at the base of the Bull Demon Castle. This place was like the legendary fiery hell, with an eternal hellish flame burning year-round. The temperature was so high that even the immortal evil lizard SCP-682*, whose combat power had exceeded 20,000, could not bear it. As soon as it arrived underground, SCP-682*, the immortal lizard was burned by the flames. The purple-black scales and flesh were burned into charcoal by the hellfire. Then the all-pervasive hellfire invaded the body of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, burning everything of SCP-682*, immortal lizard madly. If it were an ordinary person or monster, they would have been reduced to ashes and disappeared in the raging flames. However, SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, relied on its incredible recovery ability. Burning like hell, he continued to walk deeper into the flames. During this process, SCP-682*'s immortal evil lizard continuously regenerates its flesh and blood, which, under the burning of the hellfire, turns back into charcoal. So again and again. But as time went on, the new flesh and blood of SCP-682*'s immortal evil lizard seemed to develop resistance. The speed of turning into coke is getting slower and slower. At last, after 3 or 4 minutes, the newly formed flesh and blood of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, was completely fearless of the flames of hell. No matter how violent the flames of hell burned, none of them can hurt it in the slightest. Such a terrifying recovery ability made the audience in the live broadcast room feel their scalps tingling. No way! It's outrageous! The combination of the incredible recovery ability and the ability to evolve autonomously is simply unstoppable. If there is no other way, kill SCP-682*, the immortal lizard in one go. It will become more and more powerful. But the problem is that even the SCP Foundation, which has many contained objects and unfathomable strength, cannot kill SCP-682*, immortal lizard. For other forces, wanting to kill SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard is simply wishful thinking. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingle at the terrifying recovery and autonomous evolutionary abilities of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, SCP-682*, the immortal lizard has passed through the raging flames of hell. Came to a strange space. At one end of this space lay a seemingly endless snake path, with figures scurrying along it. Countless races were queuing to enter, while at the other end lay a strange altar, 1,000 meters in size. On the altar, in the very center, an extremely holy woman was bound in the void by chains of order, in an extremely humiliating posture. The naked woman, with her legs and feet in the shape of a big character, was suspended above the platform. In front of her and behind her, 2 races similar to pig-headed people were fighting hard. As the pig-headed people fought, their strong bodies, it quickly withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, with a shudder, everything turned to ash, disappearing on the altar. After it turned to ash, the woman, who was able to breathe again, looked up and revealed her stunningly beautiful face. Then he spat out the residue from his mouth and said, "King Vegeta, you..." But she hadn't finished speaking yet. It was blocked. Then she could only watch helplessly as an ugly-looking person of unknown race did whatever he wanted to her. Around the altar, 12 warriors in holy robes began to struggle violently upon seeing this. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move even a little bit. "I can't even close my eyes." They could only watch helplessly as the goddess they swore to protect was wantonly ravaged by one ugly race after another. If you look closely, you will see several saints with the weakest aura. In addition to the deep hatred in their eyes, there was also a hint of darkness and incomprehensibility. As time went by, their breathing gradually became faster. Of course, that's not the point. The point was, the belly of that stunningly beautiful woman, which had been reduced to ash along with the warriors of various races, actually began to glow with a seductive bloody light. Every time the blood flashed, whether it was the warriors on Snake Island or the 12 saints, the restlessness in my heart intensified. If you look closely, you can see a human face emerging from the flash of blood. This face gives people a strange feeling. It is no less powerful than SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy Man that appeared at the beginning. Even better. Such a strange scene stunned all the audience in the live broadcast room. Especially the audience in the Super God universe, they looked at the live broadcast screen in disbelief, with incredible expressions in their eyes. How could they never think of it? Originally, they had assumed that after the raging hellfire, a powerful enemy would appear. They had already planned the plot. SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, was first ravaged by the enemy. Then, relying on its own immortality and infinite evolution, it quickly becomes stronger. Then, in front of the enemy's terrified eyes, he turned around and killed them. But no one could have imagined. After the blazing flames of hell, there was unexpectedly such a bizarre scene. It made everyone's brains freeze on the spot, losing the ability to think and standing still. Can't help myself for a long time.